High above in the celestial realm, Odin sat upon his throne and finally made his choice. The time had come. His inner circle and the rest of the gods had gathered in full force to hear the grand announcement. Sun gods and thunder gods alike stood in silence as Odin reached out his arm and roared, "Ragnarok, let it begin." As the words left his lips, the sounding horns echoed through the heavens. It served as a call to the angelic messengers and the great dragons. Every beast, monster, and spirit heard the call. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the city. Nowhere was safe. A brutal war broke out, pitting gods against the world of men. Vicious monsters with razor-sharp teeth began their descent into the human world. A total massacre was underway. For reasons unknown, humanity found itself under siege, with people running for their lives in a state of pure terror. Run, just run. In the middle of the chaos, a mother and her young son clung to each other, desperate to find a way out. Seeing the danger closing in, the mother realized she couldn't protect them both and pulled her son close one last time. As massive debris rained down, she shoved the boy toward safety, choosing to take the hit herself. She was instantly pinned under the rubble, unable to move. Panicking, the boy rushed back, trying with all his might to pull his mother from the wreckage. He cried out in desperation, "Mom, Mom, please." Suddenly, a voice cut through the air with a warning. The creatures of darkness were closing in. Seeing her son still trying to save her, she pushed his hands away and pleaded, "Run, honey. Listen to me, if you go now, you can survive." Right behind them, a monster was already looming. It lunged forward to attack. She turned her head, paralyzed with fear, and let out a blood-curdling scream. No. The monster raised its blade over the mother, but suddenly, a figure blurred past to the rescue. Just as the beast was about to swing, another blade appeared out of thin air. It sliced clean through the monster's neck, killing it instantly in total silence. This newcomer possessed overwhelming power. With a single flick of his wrist, the monster's head was separated from its body. The young boy watched it all happen in a daze. The man spoke up. "You need to evacuate immediately. My team is right behind me." He quickly healed the mother's wounds and tossed the massive boulder aside. She scrambled over to hug her son, not forgetting to say, "Thank you. Thank you for saving our lives." As the mother hurried the boy away, he looked back curiously and asked, "Mommy, who is that man in the black cloak?" Seeing that the two were safe, the man allowed himself a brief smile. He hoisted his sword onto his shoulder and sighed. Well then. He turned around to face a whole pack of monsters, all of them radiating pure killing intent, as radiating a massive wave of energy, he said confidently. "Guess it's time to get started." The monsters charged all at once. They swarmed him, but he remained perfectly calm. He drew his blade with a smirk of victory already on his face. With every swing, monsters dropped like flies. Everywhere he stepped, the creatures fell before him. Seeing their comrades slaughtered, even more monsters followed the trail of blood, swarming the area in massive numbers. But he didn't flinch. He easily dodged their blades and began channeling a glowing orb in his palm. He unleashed it right into the crowd, creating a blinding light and a massive explosion. After clearing the enemies in front of him, he sensed more approaching from behind. An armored beast swung its sword, aiming for his blind spot. But it was useless. Instinctively, he spun around and delivered a devastating physical blow. He moved forward, taking down the grunts with a series of powerful kicks. Once the weaklings were dealt with, a massive, half-human, half-beast, it lunged with a jagged stake, but he jumped high into the air to dodge. Attacking from above, he spun mid-air and sliced the beast clean in half. This is the story of my life, a brutal, uphill struggle just to survive. It's the story of a man trying to claw his way out of the hands of fate. It all started the day I picked up a certain item. We begin chapter 1 in a truly terrifying scene. A lone, petite, female warrior stands defiantly against a colossal dragon. In her hand, she grips a staff radiating immense power. These are the conquerors, and she isn't the only one. The world is full of people like her. They are the ones who hunt the creatures of darkness, hunt for treasure, and protect the innocent. It's a deadly line of work. Yet, they are hailed as heroes and treated like icons of worship. Meanwhile, in a dim, cramped room, a television flickers with images of these famous shadow hunters. In front of the screen is a lone silhouette. It's the young man from before, silently watching their fame and glamour from the shadows. It's hard to wrap your head around why people like them are so idolized, but I suppose it makes sense. It's the kind of job that inspires everyone else. making the path of a conqueror seem so meaningful. But tell me, do you know when a conqueror's heart beats its fastest? Is it even possible to know? Countless flames surge forward as if to swallow this young man whole, while blood trickles slowly down his cheeks. He smiles as if he's already accepted his fate. When does a conqueror's heart beat the fastest? It's when they are staring death right in the face. His eyes stay wide open against the brutal reality, and no one can say for sure what his future holds. In a quiet office, silence hangs heavy in the air. Everyone seems buried in their work, until a sudden, furious voice shatters the peace. "You crazy bastard!" As it turns out, that voice belongs to Min Jae Hyun. He asks in a fit of rage, "Are you seriously telling me to go in there as a human shield?" The man talking to Jae Hyun is Jung Goo Min, a young guy with blonde hair and thick glasses. He replies a bit timidly, "No man, don't take it the wrong way. Besides, you said you needed cash fast." Hearing that, Jae Hyun curses under his breath. "Hell, I knew something was fishy the moment they asked me to join a dungeon raid." This jerk is Jung Goo Min. He works for the raid branch and acts as a recruiter for unaligned hunters like me. So when he reached out, I thought I finally landed my first real gig. After a moment, Jae Hyun confirms his suspicions, but after hearing the details of the request, it's nothing like what he imagined. Jae Hyun thinks to himself, "This guy wants me on the front lines with a shield in an undead monster dungeon. Simply put, he's asking me to be a meat shield in a death trap." Jae Hyun snaps. "Why is this the only— Even kids with lower ranks than me aren't having this much trouble finding work." Jung Goo Min hesitates before answering. "Do you want to know why you're struggling?" He continues. "There are barely any requests coming in for the warrior class these days, even if you're a high-rank conqueror." Jae Hyun shoots back. "So you're looking down on me because I'm just some scrub fighter? Sorry for being so useless then," he says, feeling defeated. Seeing this, Jung Goo Min tries to explain awkwardly that, well, it's just these days, mages are the ones running the show. Goo Min adds, "Warriors are just too slow at handling situations. They have higher injury rates, so they aren't exactly the first choice for clients. It's a bitter reality compared to the life of a mage. Mages can take down monsters safely from a distance, while warriors in the front just end up covered in wounds. Not only that, but mages have a massive advantage when it comes to large-scale battles." Honestly, none of this is news to Jae Hyun. He thinks, "I know all of this already. Unlike 10 years ago, there's no place left for this damn warrior class anymore. I should have chosen magic back then." He thinks back with deep regret. Suddenly, the gears of time spin back to 11 years ago. That was when Jae Hyun was still a third-year middle school student. "I scored incredibly high. Based on my awakening aptitude test, I was accepted into Mira Academy, an elite school for training conquerors." He recalls the number printed clearly on his results sheet, 97. Jae Hyun says, "My magic potential back then was 97%. And Selena, the current top-ranked mage, only had with charcoal blue hair, she had these captivating eyes with golden pupils. So, my score back then was basically off the charts. On the other hand, I only had a 34% potential for close combat." Jae Hyun remembers, "But despite everything, I chose to be a warrior." It's hard to say if that was a brave choice or just a huge mistake. He continues looking back at that time, thinking, "I didn't really have a grand reason or anything like that. It's just that back then, the reputation of mages was absolute trash. They were used like batteries because they couldn't even take down a low-level monster without a warrior to protect them. But now, warriors are rejected while mages are treated like royalty. If I had chosen to be a mage 11 years ago, would my life be better now?" Jae Hyun asks himself that question. Usually, a conqueror's growth peaks by the time they are 20. Regretting it now is useless. Cutting back to the present, Jung Goo Min is still buzzing in his ear. "Opportunities like this don't come often. I was going to look for someone else, but since I ran into you first, I'm giving you the hookup. Back then, they couldn't even kill a weak monster without a warrior's help. But now, warriors are cast aside, and mages are the stars. If I had just picked magic 11 years ago, would my life be different?" Jae Hyun keeps questioning his past. Most conquerors stop getting stronger once they hit their 20s. There's no point in crying over spilled milk. Back in reality, Jung Goo Min is still yapping away. "You won't find many chances like this. I was going to find someone else, but since we're tight, I decided to prioritize you, because I know exactly what you're going through." Hearing those words, Jae Hyun just stood there in silence, unable to find a response. Jae Hyun's hands trembled as he clenched his fists, struggling to keep his emotions in check. "I have talent. I used to be the guy those high and mighty mages were jealous of. But look at me now. Just a pathetic D-rank warrior. Jae Hyun recounted his story, with a voice dripping in pure frustration. My life has taken a complete nosedive. Shortly after, he accepted Jung Goo Min's offer. Fine, I'll do it. Hearing that, Goo Min's eyes widened in total shock. In that moment, both men were thinking about completely different things. They both fell silent for a moment, as if they were weighing their options. But deep down in Jae Hyun's heart, he didn't really want to choose this path, but this world left him with no other option. Jae Hyun thought to himself, from the very beginning, I never had a choice. To survive in this cutthroat society, you can't afford to be picky about the kind of work you take on. Finally, Jung Goo Min realized he should say something. His eyes flickered with a hint of excitement as he spoke. Hey, you're making the right move, man, Goo Min continued. I'll send you the address. See you there at 8 in the morning sharp. And whatever you do, don't be late. Jae Hyun didn't feel like sticking around any longer, so he stood up to leave. Wait, why are you meeting me there? The branch office is busy enough as it is. Don't worry about me, just focus on your own business, he said. Goo Min picked up his coffee, took a slow sip, and then replied, No, I've got some business to handle there tomorrow anyway. Finally, they said their goodbyes. See you tomorrow. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived. At the designated meeting spot, Jae Hyun showed up right on time. A crowd of mages just like him had gathered, chatting away in their little groups. But Jae Hyun stood off to the side, leaning coolly against a tree, eyes scanning the crowd to get a feel for the situation. He checked his phone. It was already past the meeting time, but there was no sign of that guy Jung Goo Min anywhere. Jae Hyun let out a frustrated curse. Goo Min, that little prick. He said he'd meet me here, but he's nowhere to be found. He could have at least texted to say he wasn't coming. With that, Jae Hyun pocketed his phone, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of disappointment. Still, Jae Hyun had to admit the truth. Goo Min deserved to be working with a much more talented raider than him. Looking at the mages gathered around, Jae Hyun couldn't help but feel a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. I'm just a measly D-rank warrior, while Goo Min is an A-rank mage. I honestly can't wrap my head around why someone with his skills is wasting away at a branch office. He's good enough to join any top-tier guild he wants, yet he's spending his time in places like this. But it wasn't just Goo Min on his mind. He noticed another guy nearby, obsessively polishing his shield. Jae Hyun thought to himself that if the guy kept scrubbing like that, he'd end up rubbing a hole right through it. Getting back to the matter at hand, he was about to say something, but he hesitated. If it were me, I would. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a terrifying image suddenly flashed before his eyes. It was a man whose face he couldn't quite make out, telling Jae Hyun he was nothing but a useless piece of trash. Jae Hyun stood there, lost in thought, when a voice suddenly called out, making him jump. Wait, is that you, Jae Hyun? It turned out to be Myung Ho. He came running over with a big smile to greet him. Small world. We meet again. Jae Hyun politely returned the greeting. Oh, you're here too, Myung Ho. Myung Ho nodded. Yeah, work's been a bit slow lately. These kinds of gigs can be dangerous, but hey, they pay a ton of money. Jae Hyun agreed that he was right. But before he could even finish his sentence, Myung Ho cut him off. He continued, It's what happens when warriors have nowhere else to go, am I right? Kids these days just don't have any love for the sword. I mean, what's so cool about just standing back and throwing magic balls from a distance? Jae Hyun thought to himself, Love? Screw that, I'm about to starve to death over here. But Myung Ho just kept grinning. Anyway, let's give it our all this time. We can go out for some soju afterward. How's that sound? Jae Hyun's eyes looked a bit downcast, but he eventually nodded. Yeah, that sounds like a plan, but I'm actually a little short on cash right now, he added. It seemed like Myung Ho had already seen that coming. He immediately protested. Oh no, you don't. I paid for everything last time. Jae Hyun rubbed the back of his head, looking completely embarrassed. Seeing that, Myung Ho finally caved. Ugh, fine. I'll cover you one last time. Hearing that, Jae Hyun's mood instantly brightened, and he gave a wide smile. I'm really sorry about this. I feel like I'm always leaning on you. He said that with a straight face, but inside he was thinking, what a pushover. Suddenly, a booming voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. Everyone, gather in front of the dungeon entrance immediately. It was a tall man dressed in a pitch-black suit, wearing a pair of mysterious-looking sunglasses. He announced, We will be heading inside in 30 minutes. As soon as the announcement was made, everyone went quiet for a moment before letting out a collective sigh. Jae Hyun and Myung Ho were no exception. They stood in silence, just staring at one another without saying a word, until Myung Ho finally broke the tension. "It's time to get ready," he said. Jae Hyun leaned against a tree, looking deep in thought. Staring at the phone in his hand, he didn't know where his fate would lead him after this battle. When entering a dungeon, a raider always has two things to worry about. Jae Hyun muttered to himself. First, it's the chance of encountering unexpected luck. Luck in a dungeon can cloud a raider's mind and mask the dangers lurking within, causing them to drop their guard. In those moments when they can't think straight, the dungeon tests them to see if what's in their head is truly good fortune, or if it's actually a tragedy masked as a blessing. His eyes held an unreadable expression. And the second thing is, before he could finish his thought about what else raiders fear, Myung Ho called out, snapping him back to reality. "Jae Hyun, what are you doing over there?" "On your phone again?" Myung Ho asked. With a bright smile on his face, he continued, "You always do this right before we head into a dungeon. What's so interesting? Looking at a picture of your girlfriend or something?" Min Jae Hyun turned his head and replied, "It's nothing." He looked back down at his phone, a happy smile creeping onto his face and a tender look in his eyes. In reality, what he was looking at wasn't a girlfriend like Myung Ho thought. Jae Hyun's screen showed a photo of himself standing next to his beloved mother. She was the reason Jae Hyun could still smile despite the hardships ahead of him. "I'll come back safe, Mom," he whispered. Warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating a beautiful scene. But once Jae Hyun stepped inside that dungeon, would things still look so bright? Inside was a wasteland of ruins and crumbling walls. Not a single ray of sunlight reached this place. The only light came from flickering lamps. A group of mages began their slow march inside. It wasn't long before their first challenge appeared. A swarm of grotesque creatures, looking like total monsters, began to close in. Seeing this, one of the mages barked out, "Front line. Get those shields up and stay in line." He kept nagging, which clearly annoyed both Myung Ho and Jae Hyun. "Don't you understand me? I said hold the formation even if you're about to get killed." As a monster's claw nearly reached Jae Hyun, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it. I hate this job." Meanwhile, the mages in the back began chanting their spells. "Oh, blinding light of the Alpha Flame, the fire that burns beneath Surtur, sweep away all enemies before us." A sphere of light appeared, rapidly growing into a massive, roaring fireball. Even while struggling to hold back the monsters, Jae Hyun couldn't help but glance at the overwhelming magic. The fireball slammed into the monsters, incinerating them until they were nothing but charred remains. Jae Hyun watched the scene unfold in silence. He looked back, checking out the people who had just cast that massive spell. He thought to himself, the Shooting Star Guild, right? They're the rising stars of the mage world these days. He watched them, his mind racing with various thoughts. If they're this powerful, I probably don't have to worry about dying. After wiping out the monsters, the group sat down to catch their breath. Myung Ho took a long drink of water and let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, much better. Is it just the final boss left now?" Myung Ho asked, before starting to ramble on about a dozen different things. Myung Ho groaned. "Getting old is no joke. If I knew life would be like this, I would have fooled around less as a kid and focused on leveling up." Jae Hyun tried to comfort him. "Come on, you've still got plenty of energy. Besides, your level is way higher than mine." Myung Ho asked, "By the way, did you pick up anything good?" "A few decent items. This is a high-ranking dungeon, after all." Jae Hyun opened his system interface and replied, "I'm not sure. Let me check." It seemed like he found something unexpected. What is this?" Suddenly, Jae Hyun's face went pale, and he looked completely panicked. In a daze, Jae Hyun slapped his own face. He gasped, still unable to process what he was seeing. He wondered, what just happened? Suddenly, a system notification popped up. It read, "The ether system has ceased operation. Connection to the player is being severed." Reading those words, a question raced through Jae Hyun's mind. The system is shutting down? This has never happened before. The notification continued. The Aether system cannot be restarted due to an unknown error. Reboot failed. What is this thing talking about? Jae Hyun stammered, confused. Suddenly, a voice whispered directly into his ear. Follow the light. Startled, Jae Hyun spun around toward the source of the voice. A look of pure panic washed over his face. The system sent another alert. An unidentified entity was breaching the Aesir system. It was executing modifications in safe mode. If you're a tech-savvy person, you've probably heard of it. It's a secure way to reboot a system. Then, the word failed flashed before his eyes. An unidentified presence? And what was that voice he just heard? Jae-hyun's mind raced. The voice told him to follow the light. Hearing him mutter to himself, Myung-ho asked in confusion, "Huh? What are you mumbling about?" Jae-hyun quickly brushed it off. "Nothing," he said, then added, "I just thought I heard someone tell me to follow the light." Suddenly, the air filled with countless floating orbs of light, completely obscuring Myung-ho's face from view. The entire space was crawling with these glowing specks. Jae-hyun was gripped by panic, his mind spiraling with questions. What kind of light am I supposed to follow? Myung-ho noticed his weird behavior and asked, "Hey, you've been acting strange for a while now. Are you coming down with something?" Jae-hyun insisted, "No, I'm fine." But deep down, he was thinking, can no one else see these things? As it turned out, those glowing motes were invisible to everyone but him. It was like they were beckoning him forward, showing him the path. Jae-hyun thought it over for a second before deciding he had to check it out. Seeing him walk away, Myung-ho called out, "Hey, where do you think you're going?" "I'll be right back," he shouted over his shoulder. He was wound tight, his mind filled with a million questions. What on earth is going on? Jae Min followed the floating lights deeper into the cave, trying to look as composed as possible while he scoped out the area. With his hands shoved in his pockets, Jae-hyun reached out and tried to touch one of the specks. Immediately, the system started spamming error messages. The Azir system is currently offline. You cannot access the information window. Jae-hyun frantically swiped through the air, but nothing happened. It really was dead. Jae-hyun tried to troubleshoot the issue, but the system reported that a key function had been partially corrupted. The system will temporarily attempt a reboot in safe mode. He frustratedly scratched his head and spat out, "Damn it! What the hell is going on here?" Jae-hyun had no choice but to keep moving, his thoughts racing. He'd been an awakened since he was 10 years old, and in 17 years, the system had never glitched like this. There had never been a single malfunction, let alone a full-blown system reboot. Jae-hyun stared intensely at the dancing lights. There was a high chance that mysterious voice was linked to the system shutting down. He watched as a barrage of error notifications scrolled past his eyes, an invasion by an unknown entity and a total system failure. That strange voice had given him one clear instruction: follow the light. Jae-hyun glanced toward the cave entrance. It felt like the Azir system was about to undergo a massive transformation. Gripping his sword and shield, Jae-hyun pressed on, heading deeper into the dark cavern. The Aesir system, many theorized it was linked to the Asgardian gods of legend, like Odin and Thor. Named after the Aesir gods themselves, this system was humanity's final bastion of hope. Mankind had been pushed to the brink of extinction on what used to be a peaceful sea. It all started 20 years ago, when the calm waters suddenly turned into the year was 2011. A year etched in history for its cataclysmic disasters. Out of nowhere, a massive tree of infinite height rose from the center of the Pacific Ocean. This colossal tree pierced the heavens, having sprouted from the depths in a single morning. Within 9 days, its branches had grown so vast they blotted out the sun. The world was plunged into chaos and fear. Some claimed it was the harbinger of our extinction, while others hailed it as a divine blessing. Ultimately, the tree was given a name from ancient myth, Yggdrasil. The world tree had become a terrifying reality. On the 9th day, the tree reached full maturity, and the true tragedy began. Monsters started pouring out of dimensional gates. The entire world was hit by a catastrophe of unprecedented scale as these creatures swarmed the earth. Bloodthirsty monsters tore through cities, leaving a trail of carnage. Half of the human population was wiped out. Most of those who survived the initial onslaught succumbed to famine and plague. The world was filled with the sounds of snarling beasts and dying screams. But just as humanity was about to give up all hope, a spark ignited. A lone figure, sword in hand, stepped out to face the horde. He walked calmly toward the beasts, his presence alone making them hesitate. In that moment, a new ray of hope for mankind was born. Seeing a lone human, the frenzied wolves lunged at him, driven by their insatiable hunger. With hair like spun gold and eyes that shone with divine power, he effortlessly wiped out the monsters with a single stroke. That man was the first awakened, a human wielding the devastating power of the gods. Soon, more people began to awaken their own systems. Humanity finally had the means to fight back. Monster hunters and conquerors rose from the ashes. And at the heart of it all was the Aesir system, the ultimate weapon. It was a power wielded by humanity's greatest heroes. Jae-hyun took a deep breath, lost in thought. But what if? What if something massive was about to change the Aesir system forever? It was hard to see anything clearly in the gloom, but then, the torches beside him suddenly flared to life. Min Jae Hyun stopped in his tracks, standing before a mysterious, ancient gate. He looked up at it, wondering if this was some kind of massive entrance. His eyes sparkled with hope. Could it really be? Min Jae Hyun smirked as it dawned on him. This looked exactly like a treasure gate. Treasure gates lead to hidden rooms filled with literal mountains of gold and high-tier artifacts. These secret rooms rarely appear inside high-rank dungeons, and they usually contain special equipment or incredibly rare crafting materials. Min Jae Hyun smiled with pure satisfaction as he reached out to touch the door. People say that items found behind these gates, even the most basic ones, can sell for hundreds of thousands of dollars. His eyes widened with greed. If a rank A item or something even better pops out, I can finally quit this shitty job once and for all. Right then and there, Min Jae Hyun closed his eyes and prayed with all his heart as he pushed the door open. Please, if there is a god out there, I am begging you, just give me one piece of rank A gear, or better. As Jae Hyun opened the gate, a vast, dark void stretched out before him. One by one, massive stone pillars lit up with roaring flames. Between those towering pillars, a sky filled with endless stars was visible. Right in the center, where the light was most intense, a magnificent throne sat waiting. Min Jae Hyun scanned the area in awe. To think a space like this actually exists inside a dungeon. I guess those stories on TV weren't just urban legends after all. A giant, flickering candle stood ahead, casting a bright glow over a single item. Min Jae Hyun's heart raced as he appraised it. No matter how you looked at it, that was definitely a top-tier item. He slowly walked toward the treasure. Well then, should I see what kind of amazing item is hidden here? Min Jae Hyun kept his cool and smiled, reaching his hand toward the glowing object in front of him. The moment his fingers touched the light, a status window popped up, announcing that the system's functions had been successfully A new piece of equipment has been added. Do you wish to appraise this item? Min Jae Hyun smirked, feeling satisfied. Everything is going exactly according to plan, Jae Hyun thought to himself, and the system came back online at the perfect moment. Maybe people are right when they say good things come to those who wait. The item in Min Jae Hyun's hand glowed intensely as an information window appeared. Equipped item: the Lost Eye of Odin. Rank: legendary. An eye sacrificed by Odin, king of the Aesir, in exchange for wisdom from Mimir's well. When equipped, it allows the user to understand runes and use magic to disarm or even destroy legendary-grade items. This is a one-of-a-kind item in the world. Warning: this equipment is now soul-bound to the user. Min Jae Hyun stared blankly at the long list of information. He could only mutter a confused, "Huh?" The eye emitted a blinding light, forcing Min Jae Hyun to shield his eyes. When he finally opened them, a new status screen was waiting for him. Active skill: Universal Origin. Rank: EX. This skill identifies the formula of any magic and destroys it after converting the mana into a form. Mana consumption is determined by the level of magic being destroyed by Universal Origin. The effects of Universal Origin skills have been mastered through a complete understanding of ancient runes. All magic can now be cast without the need for incantations. Blank cards can be consumed to copy the skills of others. There is no penalty when copying a skill. Once a skill is successfully acquired, the blank card is consumed. After reading the description, he gasped in shock. Is this for real? Min Jae Hyun's lips curled into a calculating grin. Even for items that appear in high-end auction houses, the highest rank is usually only rank S. The second an item like that goes on sale, the price easily clears $10 million. Especially magic-related items. You can basically name your price, and people will buy it no matter how expensive it is. Min Jae Hyun pumped his fist in excitement. But considering this is a legendary item and the only one in existence, he let out a nervous laugh. With this thing, I won't have to suffer ever again. His eyes began to sparkle, and his face flushed with excitement. I won't be blacklisted by the guilds anymore, and I won't be forced to act as a pathetic meat shield in dungeons just to survive. Min Jae Hyun let out a triumphant howl. This miserable life of a bottom-tier hunter is finally over. He took a deep breath to calm his racing heart. Well, since I've already absorbed this item, I might as well give it a test run, right? Exactly. When else am I ever going to get my hands on another legendary item like this? I should try it out at least once before I sell it. As soon as he said that, the system intervened. Warning: the Lost Eye of Odin has become a soul-bound item. Do you wish to equip it permanently? Jae Hyun panicked and shouted, "No! Cancel it! Cancel it immediately!" His mood crashed instantly as he slumped down into a crouch. He realized he had almost wasted a legendary item that was nearly impossible to obtain. Min Jae Hyun stared blankly at the eye of Odin in his palm. I have no reason to actually use this thing myself. If I sell this on the black market, it would be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, even as a bound item. I just scored a legendary item, so honestly, I'm done with these dungeons. Min Jae Hyun stashed the loot away. I've hit the big 27, meaning I've peaked. My levels won't go up anymore. He stood there, frozen, hands on his hips. Even if I use this thing, it won't do much. A system glitch. I never saw that coming. Some might call this a freak anomaly. But I've dealt with this kind of crap way too many times. In a world where dungeons are just part of daily life, unexpected turns are basically par for the course for us raiders. And these situations usually fall into two categories, a stroke of luck or a total tragedy. The door behind Min Jae Hyun creaked open. Is he actually coming back? Myung Ho forced a smile, breaking into a nervous sweat as he tried to explain. He'll be back any second. He probably just stepped out to double-check something. He forced a nervous laugh, looking around for Jae Hyun. Please, just hang in there. When he finally spotted Min Jae Hyun, his face finally relaxed. Oh, there he is. From a distance, Min Jae Hyun slowly made his way back to the group. Master Jae Hyun. Min Jae Hyun snapped out of his trance when he heard his name. Get over here, quick, we are heading out for the raid soon. The two of them stood before him with a slight bow. Sorry, I am late. The leader of the Meteor Guild spoke up. It is a real pain when you act on your own. I better not see this happen again. Jae Hyun bowed his head. Got it. I will be more careful next time. They both stood in silence, watching the Meteor Guild leader walk away. Myung Ho looked at Min Jae Hyun with concern. He slapped him on the back. Jae Hyun, don't look so down. Min Jae Hyun turned back with a bright smile. Haha, it's not like that, man. I am fine. He turned and added, and hey, drinks are on me tonight. I am not always just messing with you, you know? Myung Ho's eyes widened. Oh, for real? He watched Min Jae Hyun's retreating back. Something felt off. He frowned and scratched his head. Is he finally growing up now that he is 27? While Myung Ho was confused, Min Jae Hyun's mood darkened. He was carefully weighing his options. I need to get out of here with this item first. This is a dungeon. Nothing that happens in here ever makes it to the outside world. It is a lawless wasteland. Unlike the others, having a top-tier item is basically like begging someone to kill you. Cracks started forming along the ceiling of the cave. Min Jae Hyun stood in line, deep in thought. If things go according to plan, it shouldn't be too long of a wait. I will sell the item after the raid is over. Right now, the most important thing is not raising any red flags. Jae Hyun's eyes narrowed as the cracks above began to spread. The Meteor Guild leader made an announcement. Now that the vanguard is all here, let us get moving again. Before he could even finish his sentence, the ceiling caved in. Min Jae Hyun sensed something was wrong. A pile of rocks came crashing down right where he was standing, but he managed to leap out of the way just in time. Then, Jae Hyun was thrown back by the force. What the hell was that? Min Jae Hyun winced in pain and looked around. What is going on? Toxic smoke began to billow out and spread through the area. Through the haze, Jae Hyun saw everyone clutching their faces, blood streaming from their eyes and mouths. What is this? Min Jae Hyun immediately covered his nose. Poison mist? He slowly forced himself to his feet. If I breathe this in for too long, I am dead. I have to get out of here right now. Myung Ho came sprinting toward Jae Hyun, looking frantic. Covering his nose, he gasped out, I think we need to move, fast. This mist is definitely dangerous. Min Jae Hyun nodded. He turned toward the rest of the squad and screamed, Everyone, we need to get out of here. A slicing sound echoed beside him. Min Jae Hyun spun around in shock. He froze, watching a blade drive straight through Myung Ho. What? Myung Ho collapsed, coughing up blood. Jae Hyun cried out in horror, Myung Ho. While Min Jae Hyun stood there in a daze, his friend hit the ground, and the killer yanked their sword back. Jae Hyun was so stunned he forgot to cover his nose. His face went pale, his eyes lost focus, and only one thought filled his mind. I have to run. Min Jae Hyun spun around and bolted, pouring every ounce of strength into his legs. His mind flashed back to that sudden explosion. Min Jae Hyun suddenly screeched to a halt. That poison mist was everywhere. Panicked, he started sprinting again. Jae Hyun thought of Myung Ho and the person who killed him. He hunched over, hands on his knees, gasping for air. This was not the work of monsters. This was definitely the work of dungeon assassins. Min Jae Hyun's thoughts were spinning out of control. Is their goal to wipe out the entire guild? Heading for the entrance is not an option. I will probably just get picked off by the guards. It might be safer to hide deeper inside the dungeon. Min Jae Hyun scowled. Damn it. Why is this happening? Jae Hyun kept walking, his mind blank. Just ignore it. This is not the time to worry about that. He grit his teeth in frustration. I just got my hands on a legendary item. You really think I am going to die like this? Sweat poured down his face like rain. A dark figure loomed behind Min Jae Hyun, closing in. A blade swung out. Min Jae Hyun jerked his head to the side. The blade missed its mark thanks to his quick reflexes, slamming into the ground ahead and triggering a massive explosion. Min Jae Hyun gritted his teeth and glanced back as the man let out a smirk. I knew you would survive. Min Jae Hyun froze as he recognized the man. It was Jung Goo Min. A sinister smile spread across his face. He spoke up. I told you, didn't I? He raised a finger and added, I said I would come visit you today. Jung Goo Min stepped forward from the shadows with a grin and repeated, I told you so, right? He stared at Min Jae Hyun with eyes that seemed to see right through him, saying, I knew we would meet today. Min Jae Hyun spun around in shock and blurted out, Jung Goo Min. He didn't waste time and asked, was all of this your doing? The poison gas and the attack on the Meteor Guild? Jung Goo Min hesitated for a second before letting out a dark, eerie laugh. He nonchalantly replied, Yeah, you are right. The sheer audacity of his words made Min Jae Hyun shake with rage, but he had to suppress his anger to figure out what was really going on here. He clutched his bleeding shoulder and thought to himself, calm down. First, I need to get a handle on the situation. He then asked, but why? Jung Goo Min shrugged and let out a long sigh. It is just what the client ordered. He frowned slightly as he spoke. With a shifty look, he continued. Besides, plenty of people hate the Meteor Guild. They look down on everyone else. Honestly, it would be weirder if they were not hated, right? Yeah. Dungeon killers. That is the term for people who misuse closed dungeons to commit murders inside. Looking at the situation, the surprise attack on the Meteor Guild happened right in a blind spot like this. Min Jae Hyun felt like he had been played from the very start. He cursed under his breath, damn it. Then he asked himself, can I even handle this guy? But as soon as he saw the overwhelming mana radiating from him, he immediately scrapped that idea. No, there is no way. Jung Goo Min was an A-rank mage. He was part of the top 2% of talent in the entire country. Comparing him to himself, Min Jae Hyun was only a D rank. Not only did he have no special skills, but he was also incredibly weak. He was just average at best. He stood there in a daze, thinking, besides, I am not even their target, I just need to keep my mouth shut. Then Min Jae Hyun remembered what happened earlier. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. That was the Aesir system just now, so there is no guarantee I can escape. He cursed his rotten luck. This is so unfair, but there was nothing he could do. Of course, he wanted to avenge the people who had fought alongside him. On the front lines, the one Min Jae Hyun wanted to avenge most was Myung Ho, but that was just a dream. In reality, he was completely powerless. Since the world tree had sprouted, the world was sadly unforgiving toward the weak. Min Jae Hyun gritted his teeth and called out to Jung Goo Min, I will act like nothing happened today. Even though he said that, Min Jae Hyun was absolutely terrified. Sweat poured down his face as he stammered, so. But before he could even finish his sentence, Jung Goo Min cut him off. Hey, you already know too much, do you not? As soon as he spoke, he launched a chain glowing with orange mana directly at Min Jae Hyun. Luckily, he managed to leap back just in time to dodge the blow, but his cheek was still grazed, and blood began to trickle down. After narrowly escaping death, Min Jae Hyun could not stop shivering. His eyes widened as he thought, if my reaction had been a split second slower, I would be dead for sure. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively looked toward Jung Goo Min. The man was wearing a twisted, bizarre smile. He pointed 2 fingers at Min Jae Hyun and said, the target in this dungeon today is not just the Meteor Guild. With that, Jung Goo Min unleashed a barrage of chains crackling with electricity. Terrified, Min Jae Hyun scrambled to dodge the incoming attacks. A stray rock hit him in the head, sending blood streaming into his eyes and blurring his vision. Damn it! Min Jae Hyun glared at Jung Goo Min, who was relentlessly attacking him. No matter what, I have to get out of this mess. But one question kept bugging him. Why is he coming after me? I am only a D rank. Jung Goo Min did not slow down, summoning even more glowing chains. Chains flew at him as Min Jae Hyun's mind raced. Did I piss someone off? Does someone actually want me dead? He clutched the wound on his neck, telling himself, Think. I need to think. His eyes fixed on a single point as he fell into a deep, brooding silence. Who could it be? Who would want this to happen? Suddenly, a flash of memory jolted Min Jae Hyun's brain, making him freeze in his tracks. He remembered a man with a dark, faceless expression. He could only remember that man constantly saying one thing to him: "You useless piece of trash. I don't even know why a brat like you is still alive." Min Jae Hyun's heart felt like it had turned to stone. He didn't want to run anymore. He just stood there, paralyzed. After thinking for a moment, he finally opened his mouth and looked at his attacker. He asked, "Is it my father?" Those words caught Jung Goo Min completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock the second he heard them. Min Jae Hyun had actually figured out who was pulling the strings from the shadows. Neither of them knew how to react. They just locked eyes in a tense standoff. After a long pause, Jung Goo Min reached up to adjust his glasses. His entire body began to tremble, and then, unable to hold it back any longer, he burst into a wild, manic laugh. His crazed laughter echoed through the air, ringing right in Min Jae Hyun's ears. After laughing his fill, Jung Goo Min finally spoke. "Man, oh man." He gave a mocking smile and praised him. "You really are smart, aren't you? That's exactly why I like you so much." At that moment, Min Jae Hyun's heart grew heavy. He was drowning in his own thoughts, not knowing what to say. An image of himself and his mother flashed through his mind. Finally, Min Jae Hyun forced himself to speak. "Let me ask you something." He remembered his mother's agonizing death and how he had completely fallen apart back then. He looked Jung Goo Min straight in the eye and asked, 5 years ago, he did the same thing then, didn't he?" Jung Goo Min gave a slight nod in response. "I never thought you'd actually figure it out." He didn't sound like he felt a single shred of regret. On the contrary, he seemed absolutely thrilled. A wave of sick pleasure washed over him as he thought, "This is incredible." Those words ripped Min Jae Hyun's heart to shreds. He didn't know how to react. Should he explode in rage or just break down and cry? Tears mixed with blood slowly trickled down his face. Jung Goo Min walked toward him and said, "I really don't get it." He gave a twisted smirk and summoned his scarlet chains. A husband killing his wife. He started. He fired a chain directly at Min Jae Hyun, and then his own son. Even as the chain lunged toward his face, Min Jae Hyun didn't flinch or even move a muscle. Jung Goo Min mocked him again. "Isn't that just messed up? Don't you think so?" Without a second thought, he raised his hand. "Well, what's done is done. Goodbye, old friend." Now that the truth was out, the person behind his mother's murder, the person trying to kill him now, and the one who had murdered his friends, was revealed. It was the people who were supposed to be by his side as a friend or a father, the people he had trusted the most. Min Jae Hyun's heart felt dead. But strangely, he was calm. He was unbelievably, terrifyingly calm. In this situation, Min Jae Hyun seemed to make a final decision. He leaned in and whispered something very quietly. A split second later, the system program was activated and began to manifest. It looked like a cruciform circle with a blinding ring of light glowing at its center. Jung Goo Min had no idea what was about to happen. He cupped his hand to his ear with a sneer. "What was that? You got a dying wish or something?" But before he could even finish his sentence, a massive burst of golden magic erupted, making him freeze in his tracks. His eyes bulged in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, adjusting his glasses several times just to make sure his eyes weren't playing tricks on him. But the reality was right there in front of him. Min Jae Hyun stood his ground as a pillar of light, and bolts of lightning slammed down from the sky directly onto him. Seeing this for the first time, Jung Goo Min's jaw dropped in terror. He wondered, what kind of magic is this? Starting from where Min Jae Hyun stood, a massive wave of mana surged outward, causing the ground to shatter into pieces and fly everywhere. It felt as if some invisible force was pulling everything upward against gravity. Chunks of earth and debris floated into the air, but Min Jae Hyun remained perfectly still in the middle of the chaos. Jung Goo Min could sense the sheer danger. He thought to himself in a panic, his mana, it's getting stronger by the second. What the hell was going on? He knew if he let this continue, he might actually lose. Something's coming. I have to end this right now. Making his move, Jung Goo Min pointed forward and summoned his scarlet chains again. "Our little game is over. Just die already." With those words, his chains shot forward with blinding speed, crackling with electricity, as they aimed. This time, Min Jae Hyun didn't try to run. He just stood there, ready to take the hit. The razor-sharp tip of the chain lunged closer and closer to his face, until it was only inches away. Finally, he moved. Min Jae Hyun's eyes snapped open, glowing with a fierce golden light as he glared at the incoming weapon. In the blink of an eye, that massive chain was instantly shattered into 100 pieces. Jung Goo Min, watching this scene play out, the guy was absolutely stunned. His eyes went wide, and his jaw hit the floor. Min Jae Hyun looked like a completely different person now, nothing like the brother he used to be. His gaze was hollow and empty. Suddenly, the system flared up with another notification. Item: Odin's lost eye has been equipped. Item is now bound to the user. Hearing that, Min Jae Hyun let out a cold smirk and said, "I get it now. I can't let you slide anymore." The system showed that a blank card had been used. After a moment of shock, Jung Goo Min finally managed to find his voice. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "No way." He couldn't believe his own eyes, wondering, "What the hell? My magic, it just dispersed?" Min Jae Hyun finally moved, taking a slow, steady step forward. He called out the man's name like a death sentence. "Jung Goo Min." The mechanical voice of the system rang out once again. The effect of Odin's lost eye has been activated. The blank card has been consumed. Min Jae Hyun stared at Jung Goo Min with pure hatred, looking like he wanted to crush the life out of him right then and there. "I'm going to kill you in the most painful way possible." The system popped up again, surging even more power through his body. Active skill copy, light chains. A split second later, several magic circles manifested behind his back. Sparks of electricity crackled as chains made of pure fire materialized. Jung Goo Min saw it all happening right in front of him. He froze in his tracks, watching his own signature move being copied perfectly by someone else. He stuttered in sheer terror. How? How the hell are you using light chains?" He stared at the man standing before him. The guy wasn't cowering in fear anymore. He looked like a hollow shell. Jung Goo Min thought to himself, "It took me years of training to master that magic. So how can a pathetic F-rank warrior use it like this?" Reaching his breaking point, Jung Goo Min barked in rage. "I don't know how you're pulling off a high-tier spell like that, but you still can't beat me. You really think you can win with just that?" Min Jae Hyun shot him a sharp, lethal look. He coldly replied, "I'm not so sure about that." As he spoke, he launched the light chains straight at the bastard. But we're about to find out. Seeing the very move he used to bully others now being used against him, Jung Goo Min couldn't stand it and quickly summoned his own light chains to strike back. The two forces collided head-on. Massive explosions rocked the area, but it looked like Min Jae Hyun had the upper hand. His attack lunged straight at the guy, slamming into the ground and shattering the earth into pieces. He had zero intention of stopping, summoning wave after wave of light chains. The glowing chains were right on Jung Goo Min's heels. Luckily for him, he managed to scramble away from the strikes. Driven into a corner, he summoned a ball of lightning in the palm of his hand. It hissed and crackled with raw electricity. He then fired a lightning arrow directly at Min Jae Hyun. Jae Hyun just stood there, watching the attack close in. The system flashed a message. Universal Origin active skill has been triggered. Having stolen a new skill from him, Jae Hyun decided to test it out on the spot. Another lightning arrow was summoned. The two arrows collided like flashes of lightning, but the villain's attack didn't stand a chance. Against the arrow summoned by Min Jae Hyun, Jung Goo Min could only watch as the attack barreled toward him. He instinctively threw his hands up to block, cursing, "Damn it." He still had one last trick hidden away. He generated a blue barrier around his body for protection. Min Jae Hyun's gaze became razor sharp. His pupils flashed gold as the system announced the Universal Origin skill was fully active. The moment the skill hit, the protective shield Jung Goo Min had scrambled to create shattered into a million pieces. Left completely stunned, his eyes widened and his pupils dilated as he stared directly at the incoming arrow. He couldn't even react. At that moment, he could only mumble to himself, "I can't dodge this." Before he could finish the thought, a massive explosion erupted, blowing the ground apart in every direction. Plumes of spiritual energy continued to rise from the crater. Min Jae Hyun watched the destruction without blinking an eye. As the smoke slowly cleared, he walked right up to the man. Jung Goo Min looked like he was half dead. Blood leaked from his mouth as his body lay motionless on the ground. He looked up at Min Jae Hyun, tears streaming down his face. He gasped for air, pleading, Don't kill me." But Jae Hyun simply summoned the light chains to end his life. With those final words, Min Jae Hyun collapsed onto the cold ground right next to Jungkook's lifeless body. His eyes turned hollow, staring blankly into the distance. He could feel it, every ounce of magic power had completely vanished. There was nothing left in his body. He had finally obtained a mythical item. only to end up dying like a dog. It was no wonder his luck had been so high today. Death, it was a terrifying word he had faced countless times. He had seen it often during his days as a raider, but now, he was actually facing his own end. The more he thought about it, the heavier his eyelids became until he could no longer keep them open. All he could feel now was a bone-chilling cold. And then, Hyun's eyes slowly drifted shut, falling into a long, deep sleep. But not long after, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed inside Hyun's mind. A new operating system had been loaded. Do you wish to initialize it? He fought against the heavy urge to sleep and forced his eyes open. The system began to explain. Once the new operating system is activated, time will regress to the moment the user desires most. Hearing this, he was stunned and wondered to himself, "Regression? You're actually going to save me?" Even though he couldn't be sure what the system really intended, another variable had appeared. He didn't know if this path would lead to happiness or another tragedy. Thinking it over, he decided to roll the dice one more time. Fine, do it. Start the system. Min Jae Hyun didn't know if this was the right choice, but since it was the only choice he had left, he decided to put his faith in destiny. He managed a faint smile. There was no other way. After receiving Min Jae Hyun's consent, the system immediately rebooted into its new operating mode. The Nonia system has been initialized. In the blink of an eye, 3 girls appeared before Min Jae Hyun, with a fiery aura blazing behind their backs. All 3 of them looked at him and smiled. Each of them wore a black blindfold over their eyes. One of the girls had hair as red as a roaring fire. The girl in the middle had shimmering golden hair, and the last one had hair of pure platinum white. Before he could even process what was happening, the golden-haired girl walked up to him with a bright smile, reaching out her hand as if waiting for him to take it. He didn't hesitate. In that moment, he probably thought she was just an angel coming to take him away. He immediately grabbed her hand. At that moment, the system interface shifted from blue to a deep, blood red. Notification: from now on you are the enemy of the Supreme Being, Asher. Passive skill, one watched by the gods, has been acquired. Passive skill, Almighty God's Eye, has been acquired. The gods who oppose Asher are now watching you. Time passed, though he had no idea how long. Min Jae Hyun suddenly jolted awake, his eyes snapping wide open. He panicked, thinking it was all just a nightmare. He sat bolt upright in bed, his eyes filled with sheer confusion. Trying to steady himself, he looked around the room. Min Jae Hyun stared at the objects he had owned since he was young. He muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on?" Right there in front of him was a photo he had taken with his mother when he was just a kid. What was happening? Min Jae Hyun couldn't believe his eyes. He held up both hands to check them, but they looked perfectly normal. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, a surge of magic suddenly appeared in the center of his palm. A glowing sphere formed right before him. The system popped up a notification saying the process was successful. Time has been rewound to the period the user desired most. He was absolutely speechless at what was unfolding. He strained his eyes to read every single word the system displayed. He was in total shock. Min Jae Hyun even asked himself, "Am I dreaming or what?" But even as he questioned it, the horrific memories of his past were still vivid in his mind, refusing to fade away. He asked himself one more time, "Have I really returned to the past?" The more he thought about it, the more absurd it all seemed. His eyes welled up with tears, and his nose turned red. No, this has to be a dream. Then, he suddenly remembered his mother. Back then, she was still alive, young and beautiful. At that exact moment, from outside the door, a woman who looked exactly like his mother. Min Jae Hyun watched as she opened the door and walked in. He could only tell himself this was one long, beautiful dream. Seeing his mother there in the flesh, smiling at him right before his eyes, Min Jae Hyun couldn't hold back his emotions anymore, and the tears just started flowing. He immediately rushed over to her. He threw his arms around his mother and hugged her tight, even though she looked completely baffled. She didn't understand what was going on. Min Jae Hyun was acting like a little child again, burying himself in his mother's arms. He just wanted her to hold him, to comfort him, and pat his back. He didn't care if this was a dream or reality anymore. If it was a dream, he never wanted to wake up. Right then, a system notification appeared in front of Min Jae Hyun. Today is June 13th, 2020. The user has completed the reversal process to the most desired point in time. Min Jae Hyun jolted awake, as if the notification had just shocked his soul back into his body. He bolted upright, his hand clutching his chest tightly. He couldn't wrap his head around what was happening. The system continued its explanation, stating that restrictions on non-combat activities had been lifted. Your body has recovered 20%. Even though there was no longer any immediate danger, Min Jae Hyun still felt a heavy pressure weighing down on his chest. He gasped for air, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. After a moment to steady himself, he glanced at his surroundings and whispered, "Wait, am I dreaming?" Min Jae Hyun couldn't believe his eyes. But the place he was sitting in was definitely his home, his old house. Suddenly, the system displayed a new quest. Rest is the mother of success. A sub-quest has been initiated. Rest is the mother of success. You are a patient who has miraculously survived death. Please take some time to rest and recover your health. Recovery goal is 80%, difficulty F rank, reward 1, white card. Staring at the system screen, Min Jae Hyun asked in shock, "A quest?" He closed his eyes and let out a long, weary sigh. After everything that had happened, Min Jae Hyun slowly started to piece things together. Okay, let's start from the beginning. I didn't die during the fight with Goo Min. He questioned himself. Then, what was the real reason I'm here? He remembered those final moments before his eyes closed, and he fell into unconsciousness. A strange system window had appeared and said, "As the new operating system initializes, time will rewind to the user's most desired moment." From that, Min Jae Hyun was certain this system was the cause. He realized that this thing was exactly what had sent him back to the past. The memories of the world tree and those monsters were still vivid in his mind. This wasn't his first time dealing with strange phenomena like this. And the biggest lesson he'd learned, from facing these situations before, Min Jae Hyun reached out and tapped the system panel in front of him. Adapt and analyze the situation fast. That was his absolute top priority. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought as he calculated his next move. If the system's info is right, then it's currently 11 years ago. Right now, I should be in my 3rd year of middle school. Min Jae Hyun glanced at the system panel again. It showed that the operating system had successfully transitioned into the Nojin system. Nojin, he wondered. Is that the name of this new system? He kicked off the blankets and slowly climbed out of bed. He was back in the home he'd lived in for so long. Even though his past experiences helped him adapt quickly, the whole situation still felt completely surreal. Honestly, this regression felt like a total fever dream. He walked over to his desk and picked up the calendar sitting on the bookshelf. Looking at the dates, a smirk played on his lips. His eyes were filled with newfound confidence and joy. There's one thing I'm sure of. On the calendar, there was a small box where he'd written a special reminder. It was the application deadline for Miller Academy. Below it was a note. Must join the combat class, no matter what. But now, everything had changed. Min Jae Hyun wasn't the same person anymore. He picked up a pen from the desk and crossed out that old note. Join the combat class at all costs? No. He knew this reincarnation was a priceless second chance. Min Jae Hyun smiled confidently and declared, "I won't make the same mistake twice. This time, I'm becoming a mage." After fixing the note, he headed out to the living room where his mother had already set the table. He took a bite, chewing slowly. His hands were shaking because he still couldn't believe this was real. To be sitting here, eating his mom's cooking again. Min Jae Hyun was so overwhelmed that for a second, he just wanted time to stand still. Tears began to well up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. Seeing her son like this, Min Jae's mother was overcome with worry. She looked flustered, not knowing what to do. She wondered, did something happen to him lately? She thought back to just a moment ago when she'd first gotten home from work. Min Jae Hyun had suddenly run out and given her a huge hug. From what she knew, her son never acted like that before. Usually, he was pretty quiet and reserved. Why on earth was he crying so much today? Realizing that just thinking about it wouldn't help, she slowly put her chopsticks down. She looked her son straight in the eye, determined to find out what was wrong. "Is something wrong, honey?" Hearing his mother's voice, Min Jae Hyun didn't want to worry her. He forced a smile through his puffy eyes and replied, "It's nothing, Mom. I just had a nightmare." She asked him once more, "A nightmare?" He stuck to his story and nodded. In his mind, the image of his dead mother flashed once more. She was lying motionless on a table, her face hidden under a white sheet. His eyes were filled with pure terror and anxiety. That was the one sight he never wanted to see again in this life. After a moment of silence, Min Jae Hyun looked at her and said, Mom, there's something I want to tell you." She gave him a gentle smile and replied, "Yeah, I knew you had something on your mind." Before he could even speak, She was already jumping to conclusions. She wondered, is he worried about applying to Lila Academy? It wasn't surprising. Being a conqueror is incredibly dangerous, and the competition is cutthroat. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she thought, if he doesn't want to do it, I should probably tell him to just go to a normal school instead. The military academy had a lot of prestige, but it didn't mean anything if her son didn't want to be there. Just as she was thinking that, Min Jae Hyun finally spoke up. I'm planning on switching to the mage class. Without thinking, his mother reflexively answered, sure, that works. But as the words actually registered, she realized it wasn't what she expected at all. Her eyes went wide with shock as she gasped, oh, he had been so adamant about joining the combat class from the very beginning. She knew he was a rational kid, so this couldn't be just some impulsive decision. She tried to calm herself down, staying silent for a long time as if searching for the right words. Then, she reached out and gently touched his cheek. She smiled and asked, are you absolutely sure about this? Min Jae Hyun didn't waver. He replied, yes, I've been thinking about this for a long time. His certainty put her mind at ease. She was always on his side. All right then. Do whatever you feel is right. I want you to do what you love rather than just chasing money. Whether it's magic or anything else, I'll always support you. Her words warmed Min Jae Hyun's heart. His eyes welled up with emotion, but he pulled himself together, wiping away the tears and thinking that now wasn't the time for crying. A name suddenly flashed in his mind, Min Seong. To get his revenge against an A-rank hunter like her, his gaze became more determined than ever. Burning with ambition, he thought, I have to get stronger. Min Jae Hyun began focusing intensely on his physical training. He did push-ups in his room every single day. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. You have completed the quest. Healthy rest successful. You have received 1 white card as a reward for completing the quest. Hearing that, he slowly lowered himself to the floor and said, all right, quest done. I've got another white card. Everything was moving along nicely. He wiped the sweat off his body with a towel while checking the system board. I still don't fully understand this login system, but at least I have one major advantage. That advantage was knowing the future. He knew about all the hidden items and secret ruins. His memory was so sharp that he could basically act as a navigator in any dungeon. Hidden items was a term used by gamers to describe items that gave power-ups, similar to Easter eggs. But there was still one thing weighing on Min Jae Hyun's mind, his skills. Except for light chain and universal, all my other skills are for the combat class, he muttered, pulling out a chair and sitting down with a sigh. I guess it's no surprise, since I chose the combat class from the start. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. He let out a long, weary sigh. Is there really nothing I can do? While he was lost in thought, the system screen suddenly appeared right in front of him. On the board, it read, Personal Profile. Name, Min Jae Hyun. Age, 16. Level, 7. Stats, Strength, 4. Dexterity, 2. Magic, 10. Stamina, 5. Total points, 21. It was just as he thought. His level had reset to the beginning. All his stats had been reset as well. The system then showed the next section, Passive Skills. The One Watched by Gods, New Maximum. All-Seeing Divine Eye, New Maximum. Apprentice Swordsman Level 17. Rapid Speed Level 15. Fluid Motion Level 14. Emergency First Aid Level 18. Active Skills, Universal New. Light Chain New. Seeing this, Min Jae Hyun was stunned. Wait, why were only the passive skills kept? The system immediately replied, through the skill, the One Watched by Gods, all my passive skills from before the regression were actually preserved. This news completely blows his mind. The One Watched by the Gods? Another system window pops up, displaying a passive skill. The first one is called the One Watched by the Gods. It is an infinity rank skill that allows the user to grow under the divine blessing of the gods. Effect 1. Every single passive skill is retained after regression. Effect 2. Every time the user levels up, all stats receive a massive boost. The gods who oppose the queen are watching you. Min Jae Hyun gasps in disbelief. What? A skill that buffs every single stat? He thinks to himself. But more importantly, I have caught the attention of the gods who are against the queen. He reaches out and taps the system interface, thinking he needs to check his other skills immediately. A passive skill called the All-Seeing God Eye. It is an infinity rank skill that sees through all false illusions to reach absolute reality. An active skill called Chains of Light. It is an A-rank skill that attacks enemies with glowing chains, paralyzing anyone it hits. After reading through them, Min Jae Hyun still does not quite understand. He is not sure what the all-seeing God Eye actually does yet. The chains of light will definitely be useful though. He looks back at his status window to check his specific combat stats. Mages do not really need to focus on physical strength, but I should at least put some points into agility so I can dodge. As for my magic stat, it is clearly just at a beginner level. He stops mid-sentence as he stares at the numbers the system is displaying. Agility increased by 2, magic increased by 5, and endurance increased by 14. Now he is absolutely certain. However, the most important stat is endurance. Endurance is not a stat that directly boosts combat power like strength or magic. It simply helps the owner reduce fatigue while performing repetitive tasks. But if you focus on it early on, you will realize it is the most effective stat to have when leveling up. As he speaks, Min Jae Hyun reaches out and picks up a black card. I have already decided on my first priority. Now the most important thing is choosing which skill to learn next, he thinks. Since I have the Chains of Light, I already have an offensive skill. If I force myself to learn high-level spells now, I won't even be able to cast them because I lack the mana. He looks at the card in front of him and thinks, I probably need a healing spell the most right now, don't I? Min Jae Hyun thinks back to that time. It is currently the year 2020, and the mage class is being treated like absolute garbage by the fighter class. However, raiders who possess healing skills are different. They are treated like royalty regardless of their actual background. Even if they do not become full-time raiders, they can still work in the medical field, so they are treated very well. Thinking of this, he is certain that obtaining this skill is exactly what he needs to do. If I start with a healing skill, at least I won't be looked down on no matter where I go. But this is actually much harder than I imagined. He leans his head back against the chair and sighs in frustration. The biggest downside is that meeting an awakened with a healing skill is no easy task. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Min Jae Hyun opens his eyes and stares at the ceiling. Most importantly, a healing skill won't help much when I eventually have to face Goo Min. Thinking long-term, I need to start using these white cards as efficiently as possible. I don't know how many cards the system will give me, but it doesn't seem like I'll have enough items to fill a truck or break the game's balance. These thoughts keep spinning around in his head, giving Min Jae Hyun a splitting headache. Is there any other option? Suddenly, his phone on the table buzzes with new messages. He glances over and asks in surprise, Huh? Who is this? Min Jae Hyun picks up the phone without hesitation. But when he sees the message, he freezes for a second. His eyes widen in total shock. The name on the screen is one he knows all too well. Kim Do-young. He whispers the name, Kim Do-young. Min Jae remembers that Do-young was his childhood friend. We lived close to each other, so we were almost always together. She was my best friend who shared the same dream of joining Myler. But now, a different, horrific memory flashes through his mind. It was the moment they fought side by side, and Kim Do-young died right in his arms. Looking at his best friend lying motionless in his hands, Min Jae Hyun's eyes blurred with tears, and his heart wrenched in pain. That is a nightmare of a memory for Min Jae Hyun. He clutches his throbbing head for a moment, and after calming down, he slowly lowers his arms. With a look of worry, he thinks, it is okay. I can change everything now. No, I must change it. He looks at the message on his phone and smiles, saying, she is exactly the same as I remember. On the phone screen, Kim Do-young's messages keep popping up. Hey, what are you doing right now? It is the great Saintess Do-young. Co Eun-gun is about to start her speech downtown. Do you want to come with me? Come on, answer me already, hurry up. After reading the message, Min Jae Hyun suddenly remembered and blurted out, oh, that is right. A bright smile spread across his face like a happy child. It was her. A familiar silhouette flashed through his mind, the Saintess, Seo Eun-gun. What made her so memorable was her incredible power and her signature magic, sacrifice. Min Jae Hyun stood up abruptly from his desk and said, if I can get her help, I will have nothing left to worry about. Without a second thought, he threw on his jacket, a smirk playing on his lips as he prepared to meet Kim Yoo-jung. Min Jae Hyun dashed out the door and shouted to his mother, Mom, I am heading out for a bit. She looked up from the dishes and replied, okay, just do not stay out too late. Stepping outside, he grabbed his phone and shot a reply back to Kim Yoo-jung. The message read, I am on my way, bestie. Meanwhile, on a main road inside a luxury car, a voice rang out, I will give you a brief rundown of your schedule. You have to give a motivational speech for the upcoming raid on an outdoor stage for the public. After that, we are heading to a rank B dungeon near the Seongbuk district. The driver kept glancing nervously in the rearview mirror as he continued. After checking the station facilities in Gwangju, we will be flying out to the United States. After finishing the list, he asked with deep concern, "Are you really doing okay, considering the current situation? You look much paler than before." Hearing his worry, Seo Yoon-gun smiled gently and replied, "I am fine. I am just a little tired." He pushed further. "That is because you have been pushing yourself to the limit with this grueling schedule for months now." He stole another glance at the back seat and added, "You know that better than anyone." He was right. Seo Yoon-gun was not okay at all. Her expression looked hollow and lifeless. He continued, "The power of sacrifice is slowly eating away at your life." This driver seemed to serve as her manager as well. He thought to himself in frustration, "It would be so much better if there was at least one other person with a healing spell on par with sacrifice." So, despite his words, Seo Yoon-gun maintained her composure. She gave him a kind smile and said, "We already agreed not to discuss this anymore, Seung-rae." Seung-rae fell silent and focused on the road. He looked back one last time, thinking, if this keeps up, she will collapse. Korea's saintess is going to break. Over with Min Jae Hyun, he finally reached the meeting spot with Kim Yoo-jung. She was clearly excited, grabbing his arm and pulling him along as she said, "You are finally here. Let's go. There is a huge crowd up ahead." Being dragged along, Min Jae Hyun couldn't help but bump into people. He complained, I get it, stop pulling me." But suddenly, Kim Yoo-jung stopped in her tracks and started looking around with a confused expression. Seeing her like that, Min Jae Hyun smirked and teased, "Hey, be honest. You only asked me to come because you were—" Kim Yoo-jung immediately snapped her head back and barked, "What are you talking about? No way. Do not talk nonsense." Seeing she was still acting tough, he said calmly, "Then let go of my hand." That one sentence shut her up instantly. Instead of letting go, she gripped Min Jae Hyun's hand even tighter. Her cheeks turned bright red from embarrassment. Min Jae Hyun smiled and kept teasing, "Why is it that a girl who only cares about studying and sports is always causing trouble?" "It is because she has absolutely no sense of direction." Kim Yoo-jung spun around and snapped back, "Hey, if it was not for me, you would not even get to see this speech. And everything else too. Do you think it is easy to see Seo Yoon-gun in person?" He just smiled at her, thinking, well, she is not wrong. As long as I can copy Seo Yoon-gun's sacrifice ability, it will be a massive help for my future. With that power, I might even be able to build the greatest network of allies in all of Korea. After weaving through the crowd, Min Jae Hyun and Kim Yoo-jung finally found their seats. She was so hyped, her eyes were literally sparkling. Min Jae Hyun looked around and thought, just as expected of Seo Yoon-gun. Nearby, a massive banner hung with the words, "An inspirational speech by guild leader Seo Yoon-gun of Korea's top guild, Jeonha." Next to it was a large sign that read, "Saving the world and its people through the power of healing magic." The guild leader of Jeonha was a top-tier healer, famous not just in this country. She was known worldwide from her time working as an unsung hero during the raids. She was someone who fought desperately to protect civilians from outside threats. But as he thought about this, Min Jae Hyun paused, his eyes growing dark. At that moment, a loud burst of applause erupted as someone tapped on a microphone, drawing his attention to the stage. "Hello, everyone." The person speaking was none other than Seo Yoon-gun herself. She introduced herself. "My name is Seo Yoon-gun." As soon as she appeared, the energy in the crowd reached a fever pitch. Everyone looked at her with eyes full of admiration, seeing her as the woman carrying the heavy burden of saving this world. Everyone is cheering and clapping wildly, but Min Jae Hyun's face remains cold as ice. That is because he is the only one who knows the tragedy that is about to befall her. In 2 months, Ju Se-eung will find herself in a life-or-death situation during the Idagon dungeon raid. He thinks to himself that the cause of all this isn't anything else. It is this very healing speech she is giving right now. Sacrifice? There is only one way to save Ju Se-eung. While he is lost in thought, he is suddenly interrupted by Kim Do-young shouting, "Sis, look over here." Jae-hyun groans in annoyance. What an eyesore. As soon as he says that, he gets snapped at to shut up. Up on the stage, Ju Se-eung begins her speech. She says, "Everyone, the world today is facing a crisis like we have never seen before. Ever since the monsters appeared, countless lives have been lost. Of course, things have improved slightly thanks to the appearance of the Awakened and the Raiders a few years ago." She continues, "But among the Awakened today, only 20% are willing to step up and become Raiders." Min Jae Hyun sits there, listening intently, despite the reality that the death toll is rising at an exponential rate. After a long period of speaking, the sky begins to turn to dusk as the sun dips low. Ju Se-ung, her deep eyes looking as if they hold a heavy secret, glances down at her speech notes. She has reached the conclusion. She says, "The world, as it has always been, is constantly teetering on the edge between life and death. Even now, we cannot count how many innocent people have died. I am standing here because I want to tell everyone that." She grips the microphone tightly, her voice booming. "We need courage. To all the awakened across the globe, your courage can change this world." Ju Se-ung bows her head in thanks and continues, "Please, become raiders. Make this world a brighter place, so that one day, it can be beautiful again. The Jeonha Guild and I will help you make that a reality." As she finishes her sentence, a thunderous wave of applause erupts from the crowd. Kim Do-young is moved to tears, exclaiming emotionally, "Sis Se-ung is seriously such an amazing speaker." Sitting next to her, Min Jae Hyun actually nods in agreement with her thought. He thinks, she is right. The vast majority of awakened do not want to become raiders. Facing off against monsters is no easy task. He reaches up to scratch his head. After all, he used to feel the exact same way. Even I, right before I retired, just wanted to sell all my items and live a free, easy life. Beside him, Kim Do-young continues to shower her idol with praise. Just as I thought, Sis Se-ung exceeds every standard for a true role model. Jae-hyun retorts, "I do not think Ju Se-ung even has standards like that." His words make Do-young incredibly annoyed, and she turns to glare at him. "Don't ruin the mood, okay?" He does not feel like arguing, so he just turns away. "Whatever you say. I am heading out first. I have things to do." Do-young asks in surprise, "Wait, what? What about me?" He glances at her and replies, "I thought you said you were not bad with directions." Hearing that, she starts cursing at him. "You are such a jerk. You were probably a total bully back in school, weren't you?" Seeing her blow up, Jae-hyun smiles. "I'm just kidding. I already called your mom. She will be here soon, so just wait a bit." Do-young hears this and asks, "Hey, why don't you just take my mom's car too? Didn't you say you were in a hurry?" Her words remind Jae-hyun of something, and he looks back. "Oh, right. I switched my class to mage." Do-young gasps in shock. "Woo, what?" He continues, "That is how it is. You'll have to teach me some basic magic later, okay? Let's start with the core theory." She stammers, "Well, I guess I could," but before she can finish her sentence, Jae-hyun has already hurried off. Once she calms down, she looks up and yells, "Hey, why would you want to change your class anyway? Can't you tell me before you go?" "Hey, Min Jae Hyun." She stands there stunned, her eyes filled with worry. "You ice-cold jerk, are you really just going to leave me like this?" Jae Hyun is now out on the main road, his eyes scanning the area for something. "I swear I saw them around here." After pacing back and forth for a while, he finally spots the person he is looking for. A satisfied smile spreads across Jae Hyun's face. He slowly walks toward Park Sung-jae, who is standing nearby. Park Sung-jae is on his phone, but he feels someone approaching and glances over. He turns back and says, "Sorry, but if you are here to give her a gift as a fan." Min Jae Hyun puts on a happy face, even though he's totally over this conversation. "I'm here to see guild leader Jo Sung-un," he says. Park Sung-jae just sighs, feeling a massive headache coming on. Great, another crazed conqueror fanboy, he thinks. He steps right up to Min Jae Hyun's face and mutters, "Hey, look at me." With a look of pure annoyance, he asks, "I don't care how big of a fan you are. What's your deal showing up out of nowhere like this?" He adds, "If you keep acting like this, you're just going to make guild leader Jo Sung-un uncomfortable." Min Jae Hyun just smirks. "That's not why I'm here." Park Sung-jae's jaw practically hits the floor. "Huh? What do you mean?" Min Jae Hyun leans in. "I know she's suffering from an incurable disease." While the guy is still reeling, Min Jae Hyun adds coolly, "And I'm the only one who knows how to fix it." It's like Park Sung-jae got hit by a truck. He stands there frozen, sweat dripping down his face as the words sink in. Suddenly, his expression turns terrifying. He looks like he's about to rip Min Jae Hyun apart. He lunges forward, grabs him by the collar, and screams, "You! Where the hell did you hear that?" He roars. "Who told you the guild leader was sick?" Min Jae Hyun doesn't even flinch. He just glances to the side and says, "Yelling like a madman isn't going to help anyone here." He's right, people on the street are starting to stare. Powerless to do anything else, Park Sung-jae lets go of his shirt. Just then, Jo Seung-un rolls down the car window and calls out softly, "Seung-jae, wait a second." She looks straight at Min Jae Hyun. "Can you actually take responsibility for what you just said?" Min Jae Hyun brushes off Park Seung-jae's hand and gives her a confident grin. "Of course, I can cure you." Jo Seung-un closes her eyes for a moment, weighing her options. If he's lying, she'll have him arrested on the spot. She opens her eyes and gives him a long, searching look, but he looks so damn sure of himself. That unshakable confidence actually starts to win her over. She figures he must have something up his sleeve to act this bold. She turns to Park Seung-jae. "How much time do we have before our next meeting?" Stuttering, he replies, "About 2 hours." Jo Seung-un smiles at Min Jae Hyun. "Then let's go. We need somewhere private. Too many eyes and ears out here." A short while later, they're in a secure room. Jo Seung-un takes a seat and gestures to the chair across from her. "Sit." Min Jae Hyun sits down without hesitation. "Thanks." She watches him closely. "So, why don't we take this step by step?" "How exactly do you know about my condition?" she asks. Min Jae Hyun shakes his head. "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. I could tell you if you really want to know," he continues. "But the moment I do, I won't cure you." Jo Seung-un actually lets out a laugh. "Wow, you're a stubborn little brat, aren't you? Fine, whatever." Her face goes cold instantly, her vibe shifting 180 degrees. "Next question then. How exactly do you plan on curing me?" Min Jae Hyun looks her dead in the eye. He's tired of playing games, so he just lays it out for her. "I'm going to copy your sacrifice skill." Her eyes go wide with total shock. "What?" Before she can even process it, Park Seung-jae loses his mind. He slams his hand on the table and screams at Min Jae Hyun. "That's enough. Do you even have a clue what the sacrifice skill is? That is our guild leader's unique skill. Even we can't replicate that kind of magic. And you think you can just copy it?" He wasn't exaggerating. It's a unique skill. These are S-rank skills that sit at the absolute top, way beyond any normal high-tier ability. They're either passed down through bloodlines or locked to a single person. There are only 2 ways to get one. Unlike normal skills, which you can memorize using a formula, unique skills don't have formulas. They are literally impossible to copy. That's why they're the exclusive property of one person or family. Min Jae Hyun listens, looking thoughtful. He thinks to himself, well, at least that's how it works for normal people. He looks back at Park Seung-jae. "Chill out," he says calmly. "If I couldn't do it, I wouldn't have wasted my time coming here." The guy looks like he's about to blow a fuse, but Jo Seung-un cuts him off. "Let's hear him out before we decide." She turns back to Min Jae Hyun. "So, you're saying you'll cure me by using my own sacrifice skill against itself?" "Yup," he says with total confidence. He knows the secret. To fix the damage caused by a skill's penalty, you need a skill that's at the same level, or even higher. Moreover, the skill that caused Jo Seung-gun's injury isn't just any common ability, it's a unique skill. It's even rarer than most unique skills. Since she can't use her own sacrifice ability to heal herself, this is her only shot at survival. The core principle of Jo Seung-gun's power is exactly what the name implies, a sacrifice offered to a deity. That's why she can't heal herself. It would create a massive paradox in the concept of giving up one's own life. After thinking it over for a moment, Min Jae Hyun finally asks, "Are you truly willing to go through with this?" Before he can even finish his sentence, she snaps back. "Fine. Let's do it." As she speaks, her body suddenly erupts in a blinding, intense light. "I accept," she declares. Seeing the scene unfold, Park Seung-rae can't help but shout out in worry, "Guild leader!" Jo Seung-gun brings her hands to her chest, and a brilliant golden energy surges forth. This is her unique skill, sacrifice. Min Jae Hyun smiles, feeling satisfied. Perfect, he thinks. He reaches under the table to grab the black card he obtained from the system, and right then, a notification pops up. A new skill is available for acquisition. Do you want to store the skill sacrifice in the empty card? Without a single second of hesitation, Min Jae Hyun replies, "Store it." The system updates immediately. Sacrifice has been successfully stored in the empty card. With the skill now officially his, he lets out a confident smirk. Min Jae Hyun looks straight at Jo Seung-gun and speaks. "I didn't think you'd trust me right away, so I should probably earn that trust first, shouldn't I?" With that, he raises his hand and activates the skill he just stole. The system announces, "You have activated the skill Sacrifice." From his palm, the exact same golden light Jo Seung-gun emitted earlier begins to shine. Both the guild leader and Park Sung-rae are absolutely stunned by what they're seeing. Min Jae Hyun figures he's shown enough of a performance. That should be plenty. He clenches his fist and mutters, "All right." He looks at her with eyes full of confidence. Now, shall we get back to the treatment? Once he receives the new skill, the system displays the full details. Active skill. Sacrifice. Rank. Unique level 1. 1. Creates a healing wave that restores the vitality and status of most allies. 2. If used on undead monsters, it transforms into an attack skill called Judgment of Light. Skills copied using an empty card do not incur any penalties. Seeing this, Min Jae Hyun lets out a small, satisfied grin. Jo Seung-gun, getting impatient, finally asks, "So, what exactly do you want from our guild?" Her eyes darken as she thinks to herself, "The fact that he can actually cure me is enough to make me willing to negotiate." But looking at him, he looks like he just finished high school. Jo Seung-gun still seems to have some doubts. She can't believe a mere kid is trying to strike a deal while standing in front of the leader of the Jeonha Guild. A small smile creeps onto her face as she thinks, "This is getting interesting." Min Jae Hyun doesn't hesitate for a second once he hears her question. He replies firmly, "I want you to become my sponsor." Hearing this request from a student catches Jo Seung-gun completely off guard. "A sponsor? You mean to help you grow your career as a conqueror? Is that it?" He smiles and nods. "Exactly. I have big ambitions, but to reach them, I realized I need money, connections, and a whole lot more. For those reasons, I want the Jeonha Guild to back me." After considering it for a while, Jo Seung-gun finally agrees. "Fair enough. If you've got the guts to pull this off, you're definitely worth the investment." She doesn't hold back her praise. "You've got real talent," she adds. But then she stops abruptly, her gaze becoming deep and unreadable as she stares at Min Jae Hyun. "However, I do have one condition." This takes Min Jae Hyun by surprise, but he keeps his face as calm as possible. "A condition?" he thinks. Even though she's at a total disadvantage, since I'm her only hope for a cure. She hasn't lost an ounce of her pride. Is it because she's the head of Jeonha? He wonders. Min Jae Hyun finally asks, "And what would that condition be?" She replies, "Just one thing. Look, my illness is a personal matter. It has nothing to do with Jeonha," she says, pointing a finger at him. She gets straight to the point. "But what you're after isn't just my personal help, it's the support of an entire guild. Supporting you without getting anything in return." Before she can even finish, Min Jae Hyun cuts her off. "You're saying this trade isn't fair. I get it. I'll make my decision once I hear your condition." His gaze sharpens as he thinks, at the end of the day, she's the one who suffers the consequences if she doesn't get treated. It's not me. So she shouldn't be making any ridiculous demands. Just as he thinks that, Jo Seung-gun speaks up. "Tell me, do you have any interest in joining a guild?" The question catches him off guard. The guild leader's eyes seem to be reading every hidden thought in the young man's head. Min Jae Hyun was stunned when he heard that. His eyes filled with doubt as he blurted out, "Wait, what?" He didn't even need to hear her finish the sentence. He could already guess what she was after. Was she actually trying to recruit him? To clear his doubts, he looked her in the eye and asked, "Are you being serious?" Jo Seung-gun rested her chin on her hand and smiled. "Of course, I am not the type of person who jokes about things like this." She spoke softly. "There are a few reasons why I asked you that." As she finished, she held up one finger. "First, the fact that you found me. The guildmaster of the Jeonha Guild is sick. That is top secret information that only a handful of people know. The fact that you uncovered this proves your investigative skills are top tier." Hearing her say that, he could only listen helplessly because the truth wasn't what she thought. "Even though I only know this because of my journey back through time, I can't exactly say that right now." Jo Seung-gun then held up two fingers. "Second, you copied my sacrifice skill perfectly. I have never heard of someone possessing a unique copy skill before. I do not know if anyone else like you will ever appear again. Just imagine, how many skills could you copy? The possibilities are infinite." Jae Hyun felt a bit dazed after hearing that. He looked away to avoid her gaze and asked quietly, "Is there a third reason?" She immediately smiled. "Yes, and it is the most important one." As she said it, she stood up, walked over to him, and lightly touched his chin. "Third, even though I am sitting right in front of you, you do not show a single hint of nerves." A subtle, knowing smirk played on her lips. A kid who is not afraid when facing the leader of the Jeonha Guild. It turned out she had been watching his expressions this whole time, and his performance made her very excited. She exclaimed, "You are quite charming." After saying that, Jo Seung-eun walked back to her seat and asked one more time, "So, is that enough of a reason to recruit you?" Jae Hyun fell into deep thought. After Jo Seung-eun fell into critical condition in the future, the Cheon Ha Guild collapsed for unknown reasons. But right now, there is no doubt they are the strongest guild. If I join Cheon Ha, I will definitely be respected and treated well while I work. And if I want to grow, joining a guild is the smartest choice. Thinking of this, Jae Hyun suddenly remembered something and looked up to ask, "What about the legal stuff? Is not a deal between a guild and an underage student illegal?" His naive question made her laugh. She smirked and replied, "Have you ever heard of priority bargaining rights?" Hearing those words made Jae Hyun's eyes go wide with shock. He thought to himself, priority bargaining rights are a guild's authority used to support the growth of a rookie. They can participate in raids even before they reach adulthood, and once that rookie grows up, the guild that supported them will get the first priority when signing a regular contract. That is an offer that only appears for genius-tier monsters. Jae Hyun smiled happily, thinking, who would have thought the day would come when I would get an offer like this? Before I returned to the past, even the lowest-ranked guilds refused to take me in. All of his reactions and expressions were being closely watched by Jo Seung-eun sitting nearby. Instead of rushing him, she chuckled. After all, he still has such a cute, boyish side to him, she thought. Then she spoke up, "We will send the contract to your house. Just give us your address and think about it carefully before you decide." Min Jae Hyun. Although he felt this offer was a successful start for him, he did not accept it immediately and stood up. He changed the subject, saying, "Let's do the treatment first. This was definitely an incredible opportunity. However, I do not need to decide right away. For now, I will just focus on the treatment. Preparing for the next step is never too late." With that thought, Jae Hyun walked behind Jo Seung-eun. He raised his hands and said softly, "I will begin the healing now." She smiled and replied, "I appreciate it." Nearby, Park Sung-jae had been watching everything from the start. Doubt was still clear in his eyes as he looked at Jae Hyun, thinking, I cannot keep up with this pace. Even though he did not want to believe it, he finally had no choice but to accept it, because at this very moment, Jae Hyun was using the sacrifice skill he had just copied to heal her. A golden light appeared right in front of them. Sung-jae stood there frozen, thinking to himself, I am seeing it, with my own eyes, so there is nothing to doubt. How many healers and doctors have we already brought in? Imagine a disease so rare that even the most brilliant medical minds gave up on it. It wasn't something that would just vanish into thin air, yet here was Min Jae Hyun. He was pouring everything he had into saving Jo Seung-eun, as a blinding golden light completely enveloped her body. The system flared to life with a notification, Sacrificial active skill activated. A massive wave of mana surged through her as the healing took hold. Jo Seung-eun's eyes snapped open in pure shock. She could feel it, her body was actually regenerating. Park Sung-jae watched in awe, hardly able to believe his eyes. Is he really doing it? He whispered to himself. As the light intensified, the truth became impossible to deny. He finally realized that this young man was the real deal. Without hesitation, he bowed 90 degrees low. He begged for forgiveness for his earlier rudeness and pleaded for Min Jae Hyun to take care of his guild leader. Min Jae Hyun didn't flinch. Keeping his cool, he maintained the sacrificial skill to finish the job. It is fine, he replied calmly. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't have trusted some random kid either. Park Sung-jae was speechless, his heart full of gratitude. I will find a proper way to apologize later, he promised. After a few more moments, the system chimed again. Target's illness has been successfully cured. Passive skill. Emergency first aid has reached level 19. Min Jae Hyun pulled back his hand with a satisfied smirk. It is done. Try moving around a bit. Jo Seung-eun took a tentative breath. She slowly stood up and walked toward the window, where the morning sun was pouring into the room. She reached out a hand, watching butterflies flutter by, feeling the strength returning to her limbs. She was completely healed. The disease was gone. Tears of pure relief welled up in her eyes as every agonizing symptom vanished. Not wanting anyone to see her break down, she kept her back turned to the room. She quickly wiped her cheeks before turning back to Min Jae Hyun. Thank you, she said softly. But won't you face some kind of penalty for using such a high-level skill? He thought back to the system's explanation. Skills copied using an empty card do not incur any backlash. A playful grin tugged at his lips. I will be fine. And hey, if something happens, you can just return the favor and heal me. Jo Seung-un laughed, her face lighting up with joy. Deal, anytime you need it. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a sleek business card. Take this. It is my personal card. Min Jae Hyun didn't hesitate to take it. I will do whatever I can to help you out, so call me whenever you want. Just, please consider my offer seriously. Min Jae Hyun glanced down at the card, his mind already spinning with future plans. After a moment of silence, he looked up and said, Actually, there is one thing I could use your help with right now. The scene cuts to the following morning. The sky is crystal clear, and the sun is shining brightly. A luxury black sedan pulls up to a deserted, open lot and comes to a smooth halt. Park Sung-jae steps out first, hurrying to open the back door with a respectful gesture. A pair of black and white sneakers hit the pavement. Out steps Min Jae Hyun, looking as sharp as ever. His face is a mask of calm. Park Sung-jae gestures toward the massive structure standing before them. It is a heavy gate, emblazoned with the Jeonha Guild's insignia. Here we are, he says. This is an E-rank dungeon owned exclusively by the Jeonha Guild. Min Jae Hyun stares at the gate. He knew exactly what he was doing. Miller Academy is a shark tank filled with geniuses fighting for the top spot. If I want to survive and dominate, I need to level up right now. Standing before the entrance, Min Jae Hyun began checking his gear, preparing for the grueling journey ahead. Park Sung-jae pointed to several wooden crates nearby. I have gathered healing potions and all the basic survival gear you will need. You are going to need these if you are planning to clear this place. He then held out a glowing staff. As for your weapon, we are letting you borrow some of the guild's high-end backup equipment. It is all yours for now. Min Jae Hyun took the staff and nodded. Thanks for looking out for me. Park Sung-jae lingered, looking worried. Are you sure about this? It might only be E-rank, but entering any dungeon alone is incredibly dangerous. Why are you so insistent on going solo? Min Jae Hyun raised the staff, giving a non-committal shrug as he looked toward the gate. Oh, you know, I just feel like grinding a few levels to— Park Sung-jae sighed, realizing there was no point in arguing with someone that determined. He quickly reached out and tapped the blue screen hovering in front of him, pulling something from the center of his palm. A glowing blue gem appeared. He said, It will be much safer if you take this with you. Staring at the jewel, Min Jae Hyun couldn't hide his curiosity. His eyes widened as he asked, What is this? Park Sung-rae replied, It is a teleportation stone. As he spoke, he gently placed the stone into Min Jae Hyun's hand. You can return to the guild instantly if you break it, so please only use it in case of an emergency. He kept urging him with a bright, friendly smile. Please, take it. Consider it my way of apologizing for being so rude to you earlier. It is also a token of my gratitude for healing the guild leader. I would be very happy if you accepted it. Hearing those words, he stopped refusing and finally took the gift. He gave a soft smile and said, Thank you. With that settled, Min Jae Hyun began his raid on this rank E dungeon. The massive doors slowly creaked open, and a strange, thick blue aura came rushing out from the inside. It felt as though he was staring into an endless abyss, but he slowly stepped forward. Reaching out to lightly touch the swirling mana, he closed his eyes and thought to himself, The amount of mana I am sensing definitely belongs to a rank E dungeon. I should be fine. As he walked deeper inside, Park Sung-rae stood behind him, still sounding worried as he called out, Please do not forget, if anything goes wrong in there, you must use that teleportation stone. Min Jae Hyun turned his head and gave him a quick look before responding, Understood. Well then, I am heading in. With those final words, he stepped through the gateway. The system immediately flashed a notification. You have entered the dungeon. However, just as he felt certain that nothing could go wrong in a simple rank E dungeon, something bizarre happened. As the system turned red with a warning, the blue aura slowly began to shift into a deep, dark purple. Min Jae Hyun froze in his tracks, his eyes bulging in shock. Suddenly, eerie black claws appeared out of nowhere and surrounded him, filling him with terror. What? What is happening? The system quickly provided an explanation. Due to the Nornir system, the user is being transported to a special area. Current location, Helheim, the land of the dead. The scene shifts to Jo Seung-un, who is currently sitting in her office. However, she didn't seem to be in a good mood at all, appearing restless and deeply anxious. She closed her eyes and let out a heavy sigh. Staring into space, she thought, That kid, Jae Hyun, will he be okay inside that dungeon? I have so many things I want to ask him right now. Jo Seung-un recalled the words Min Jae Hyun had said earlier. Please let me borrow a low-rank dungeon owned by the guild. Furthermore, I prefer to enter the dungeon alone. The more she thought about it, the more she felt like something was off. Even if it is only a rank E dungeon, for a mere candidate, clearing a dungeon solo is almost impossible. Even if he is praised as a great talent, he is still just an unpolished gem. There is no way that kid doesn't know that fact. And yet, he still insisted on going into a dungeon all by himself. Thinking of this, a knowing smile played on her lips. Jo Seung-un wondered, just what kind of plan do you have up your sleeve? Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, followed by a voice, Guild leader, it is Park Hana. Jo Seung-un's expression immediately shifted back to her usual bright self. She said with a smile, come in. Upon receiving permission, Park Hana, a secretary dressed in a sharp black suit, entered with a serious look on her face. Jo Seung-un asked, do you have what I asked for? Park Hana immediately held up a tablet and replied, right here. She added, it is Min Jae Hyun's file. The leader took it and thanked her. After receiving the documents, she quickly opened them to read, a fascinated smile spreading across her face. Seeing the guild leader act this way, Park Hana couldn't help but be surprised, thinking, it is rare for the leader to personally scout someone like this. She must have really seen something special in that Jae Hyun kid. Jo Seung-un continued to flip through the pages, carefully examining the background and history of the young man who had cured her incurable disease. Suddenly, as she turned to a specific page, she stopped dead in her tracks. Jo Seung-un was so shocked that she covered her mouth and gasped. He is a candidate for the warrior class? Then how on earth was he able to use magic? As soon as the words left her mouth, she remembered that Park Hana was still in the room. She quickly composed herself, calmed her breathing, and slowly turned to the next page. But the surprises kept coming, leaving Jo Seung-un's eyes wide with disbelief. Looking completely shaken, she sat there paralyzed, sweat dripping down her face. She tried reading the report one more time, but no matter how many times she checked, those words remained exactly the same. Jo Seung-un looked up at Park Hana and asked, Is this thing for real? Park Hana met her gaze with absolute certainty and replied, as long as the equipment isn't malfunctioning, it's 100% accurate. There was no doubt about the data anymore. What left Jo Seung-un speechless was the result itself. A 97% compatibility rate. Those words kept flashing in her mind over and over. She couldn't shake it off. Once Park Hana left, she quickly grabbed her phone to make a call. She paced back and forth restlessly until the person on the other end picked up. Jo Seung-un spoke urgently. Honey, the moment Jae Hyun gets back from the dungeon, please tell him this immediately. I will be ready whenever he is, so set up a meeting. The person on the other end exclaimed in shock. What? What do you mean? She looked out the window and replied softly. I want to see it for myself. Jo Seung-un's eyes were full of anticipation. She was thrilled that at last, she had found a rare gem the incredible talent Min Jae Hyun possessed. Elsewhere, Min Jae Hyun was still struggling against a surge of pitch-black magic that had swept him away. The system alerted him. Due to the Nonia system, the user is being transported to a special zone. Current location, Helheim, the land of death. After dragging him to this new world, it slammed him hard onto the ground. The impact sent Min Jae Hyun's head reeling. His whole body screamed in pain as he groaned. Ah! After catching his breath, he looked around to see where he was. It was the dead of night, and the ground was littered with stone gravestones and withered, skeletal trees. A thick, heavy fog covered everything. Before he could even adjust, the chilling air hit him right in the face. Overwhelmed by a sense of dread and nausea, Min Jae Hyun covered his mouth and nose, coughing violently. Cough, cough. After a moment, he looked around and cursed. Damn it, he grimaced, wondering to himself. What the hell is going on? Still in a panic and clueless about why he had been brought here. Suddenly, a light flashed from a deep stone cave right behind his back. Something was emitting a glow. That light came from a razor-sharp arrow held by a grotesque undead creature. Lurking in the shadows, the monster seemed to come alive the moment it spotted Min Jae Hyun. It immediately drew its bow and aimed a sharp arrow directly at him. The arrow flew with a deafening whistle. Tearing through the thick fog, it aimed straight for the back of Min Jae Hyun's head. He felt a sudden surge of danger. Sensing it coming from behind, he glanced back in a panic. Luckily, that gut feeling saved him. He managed to dodge the attack, but unfortunately, the arrow still grazed his cheek. Blood began to trickle down his face. Min Jae Hyun regained his composure and looked toward where he spotted a figure standing perfectly still. The undead stood motionless for a moment before, slowly reaching back to pull out another arrow. It wasn't about to let its prey escape so easily. It raised its bow and aimed at Min Jae Hyun once more. Meanwhile, a strange sensation spread from the scratch on his cheek, and he thought in shock, is this paralysis poison? He didn't hesitate. He knew the opponent in front of him was no ordinary monster. He immediately used a copied skill to heal the wound. He muttered angrily, "This is going to be a pain," the system announced. Sacrifice skill has been activated. But little did he know, this was only the beginning. A pale, sickly blue hand burst through the ground, followed by a skeleton soldier with glowing eyes. The dark magic grew thicker, surrounding him and warping the very air. Min Jae Hyun turned. His worried gaze shifted toward the ghostly figures hovering all around him. It seemed all eyes were on him now as the skeleton soldiers, armed with swords and shields, prepared to charge. From a distance, a skeleton archer fired another precision shot through the air. This time, Min Jae Hyun wasn't going to let it have its way. He quickly reached out and snatched the arrow right out of the air, asking coldly, "Seriously?" Min Jae Hyun snapped the arrow in his hand, a mocking smirk appearing on his face. "This is just pathetic." Over at Kim Do-young's house, she was lying across her bed in a foul mood. Posters of the goddess Jo Seung-yoon were everywhere, but then, a voice suddenly cut through the air. "Min Jae Hyun, you just wait." Kim Do-young growled, her face twisted in annoyance as she buried her head in a pillow and cursed him out. "I'm going to make you pay this time. He knows I have zero sense of direction, yet he still ditched me." She got more heated the more she thought about it, sitting bolt upright to take her frustration out on the poor pillow. It just didn't make sense. Why did he suddenly act all nice and follow me to my idol's lecture? Was it all just a setup to mess with me? After a few rounds of punching and kicking to blow off steam, Kim Do-young collapsed back onto the bed, exhausted. "I seriously can't understand him at all," she sighed. She remembered how Min Jae Hyun used to be. He'd always say, "I hate crowded places." But then came that text he sent, "I'm on my way." Kim Do-young wondered how someone who felt that way would suddenly agree to go to a lecture. But what bothered her most was that he just left her there. Before this, no matter what happened, he would always run over to her and ask, "What are you doing here? Let's go home." Thinking about that, Kim Do-young remembered the sight of Min Jae Hyun's back as he walked away. The one guy who was always great at guiding her had just abandoned her and vanished. And the worst part is, he changed his class to a mage. Is this some kind of sick joke? He spent his whole life training to be a raider warrior. If there was a reason to switch, it had better be something worth throwing away all that hard work. Kim Do-young stared up at the ceiling, her eyes filled with confusion. "It's totally baffling," she muttered. She thought to herself that Min Jae Hyun was always such a cautious guy, even when they went out to eat. He was so indecisive that it would take him over 10 minutes just to pick something off the menu. But looking at him now, she really couldn't wrap her head around it. He'd become a completely different person overnight. Not wanting to overthink it anymore, Kim Do-young sat up and grabbed her phone, her fingers flying as she fired off a text. She messaged Min Jae Hyun, "You haven't forgotten about ditching me the other day, have you? Just you wait, I'm going to kick your butt." Meanwhile, back with Min Jae Hyun, he was currently facing off against some bizarre creatures that seemed to come out of nowhere. His eyes were full of anxiety as he thought, "What the hell are these? Are these monsters? I'm getting major chills down my spine." Min Jae Hyun let out a tired, helpless sigh and looked straight ahead. 4 evil spirits, including skeletons and zombies, right? Min Jae Hyun let out a forced laugh and whispered, "Their formation is actually better than most humans. Are you telling me I have to take them all on by myself?" He looked down at the staff in his hand, feeling a stroke of luck. "Thank God I brought this." The system suddenly flashed a gear notification. Staff of the Jeonha Guild, rank C. A magic staff crafted by the master blacksmiths of the Jeonha Guild. The staff suddenly began to glow, and surges of magic started erupting from the orb at its tip. Helheim, one of the 9 realms of Norse mythology, ruled by Loki's daughter, Hel. The land of the dead, Min Jae Hyun thought. The dungeons are modeled after the 7 realms, excluding Midgard and Asgard. The realm of mist and frost. Niflheim, the realm of fire Muspelheim, the realm of giants, Jotunheim, and the realm of elves Alfheim. The realm of dark elves, Svartalfheim, the home of the Vanir gods Vanaheim, and the coldest, deepest part of Niflheim. Min Jae Hyun recalled the system's explanation. First, it can create a healing wave to restore the health of most allies and boost their stats. Second, It can be converted into a reflective light attack if used against the undead. He realized that while sacrifice is normally just a healing skill against these zombies, it becomes a massive area of effect attack called reflective light. With that in mind, Min Jae Hyun quickly raised his staff. He blocked an arrow fired by a zombie while a skeleton warrior swung its sword and charged in. Min Jae Hyun used his staff once more and delivered a powerful blow right to its chest. The skeleton was sent flying backward, tumbling across the ground. Min Jae Hyun began to cast the sacrifice skill, and a dazzling golden sphere suddenly appeared. He thought to himself, I'm not planning on relying solely on an area of effect skill, though. He launched a precise strike, hitting the evil spirit and turning it into nothing but dust. The system chimed with a notification. You have slain an evil spirit. You have gained 70 experience points. Seeing their comrade fall, the other spirits showed no fear and charged all at once. Min Jae Hyun didn't stay put. He moved with incredible speed, leaping high into the air. After landing in a new position, he smirked and said, I can't let an opportunity like this go to waste. As soon as he finished speaking, Min Jae Hyun lunged forward again, aiming straight for a zombie. If this is all they've got, then my current level is more than enough. He gripped his staff tightly and swung it in one decisive motion. The zombie just stood there blankly, not making a single move to fight back. Seizing the opportunity, Min Jae Hyun swung his club with everything he had, slamming it right into the middle of its head. But something completely unexpected happened. With just that one hit, the club snapped clean in two. It broke? Seriously? Then, a system message popped up. You have killed a skeleton soldier. You have received 50 experience points. The club provided by the Jeonha Guild has been destroyed. Min Jae Hyun's face darkened instantly as he let out a sharp curse. He exhaled a long, frustrated sigh. Are you kidding me right now? Now isn't the time to relax and farm experience. I just destroyed a weapon for absolutely no reason. He paused for a beat and reached his hand into the air. He tapped a button on the system interface. The outcome wouldn't change either way. The system announced that the active skill, sacrifice, had been triggered. Pillars of light surged down from the sky, piercing right through the thick, dark clouds. System notifications began to flood in. The system has detected the presence of the undead in the area. Sacrifice has been converted into an offensive skill. The active skill, Radiant Judgment, was unleashed. As the skill activated, those beams of light slammed directly onto the heads of the skeletons and evil spirits. The system notified him, you have killed and you have received 100 experience points. The shockwave of light dealt massive area damage, quickly spreading and incinerating everything in its path. You have killed a dark spirit. You have received 70 experience points. Min Jae Hyun slumped to the ground, exhausted, as another notification appeared. You have leveled up. Your stamina has been fully restored. Thanks to the rapid recovery, his breathing began to steady. He gave a satisfied smirk and muttered, Call me a show-off if you want, but if I hadn't leveled up just then, I'd be in deep trouble. He gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Was Radiant Judgment that powerful because it's an S-rank skill? But just copying a skill onto a blank card doesn't mean I've actually mastered it. Without the experience of a true mage, I can't expect things to go this smoothly next time. As he spoke, Jae Hyun forced himself up, dragging his weary body forward. Besides, if this place really is a teleportation dungeon, there's no way the Jeonha Guild would have sent me in without checking it first. How did I end up being warped to a different location inside the dungeon? Suddenly, the system flared to life with another message right in front of him. Your current location is the Deadlands of Helheim. The more he looked at it, the more certain his suspicions became. The Nonia system. I'm positive it's behind this. Jae Hyun let out another tired sigh and wondered, should I use a mana stone? While he stood there hesitating, an eerie surge of magic suddenly blasted against the back of his neck, making him freeze with a shiver. Jae Hyun turned his head back, his face tight with anxiety. What is this terrifying mana? It didn't stop there. That same chilling aura suddenly reappeared, right behind his back. His entire body locked up instantly. His eyes widened as he thought, something is coming. He gripped his own throat and dropped to his knees, gasping desperately for air. Damn it, I can't breathe. He felt like he couldn't take another second of this. What the hell is approaching me? Jae Hyun knew he had to do something right now. He grabbed a piece of wood nearby and raised it high. One thing was for sure. He didn't have time to think. He immediately slammed the sharp wood deep into his own thigh. Agony ripped through him, but the intense pain snapped him back to his senses, clearing the fog that the strange magic had cast over his mind. He clamped a hand over his mouth to keep from making a sound. I can't make a noise. That thing could be right next to me. He tightened his grip on the piece of wood embedded in his leg. I need to be careful, he thought, but before he could even move, a wave of bizarre red magic suddenly surged toward him, making his eyes bulge. He gasped in shock. What is this? A strange entity had appeared right behind him. It had been standing there the whole time without him even noticing. Its body was a blood-red color with no discernible face, only a massive mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs. He wondered in terror, is that a shadow? Despite his fear, Jae Hyun forced himself to turn his head and look back. Seeing the thing standing right behind him left him paralyzed. At that moment, the system flashed a warning. The shadow boss has appeared. The level difference between the user and the target is extreme. Warning. Escape the dungeon immediately. Hearing that, Jae Hyun let out a bitter laugh. Ha! There's no way I can fight this thing. Cutting his thoughts short, he reached out and shouted, Inventory! The system screen popped up instantly. But the moment he moved, the monster began to close in. It unleashed a wave of grotesque red magic, aiming directly for Min Jae Hyun. Just in the nick of time, he managed to snatch the teleportation stone that Han Sung-rae had given him. Even though safety was right there in his grasp, the monster struck before he could even crush the stone in his hand. With a single, powerful swing of its arm, the creature sent Min Jae Hyun flying through the air. Unable to fight back, the stone slipped from his fingers and tumbled across the ground. Reeling from that devastating blow, Min Jae Hyun slumped onto the dirt, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The system flashed a red warning. His health had dropped to a critical level. He looked up, his eyes clouded with pain. His face darkened as he cursed under his breath. Damn it! The system continued to nag him, urging him to use a recovery item immediately. Right before his eyes, a shadowy monstrosity was closing in, radiating a thick, suffocating aura of demonic energy. It was eerie. Min Jae Hyun gritted his teeth, feeling utterly helpless as the creature lurched closer and closer. Once it was right on top of him, the beast launched its final attack. He closed his eyes and let his body go limp, resigning himself to his fate. Whatever happened, happened. He didn't think he could dodge it, but after waiting for a moment, nothing hit him. The world had gone strangely silent. Overcome with curiosity, Min Jae Hyun slowly opened his eyes to see what was going on. There it was. The shadow beast was frozen in its tracks, its body turned to stone and completely motionless. Min Jae Hyun's eyes widened in total shock. What the boss? It stopped moving? From nearby, the ghostly image of a woman's pale foot stepped forward. No, don't do that, she commanded. She had snow-white hair and two sharp, curved horns on her head as she addressed the monster. That boy is an important guest, she said, looking at the panicked Min Jae Hyun. One that I brought to this place myself. The woman standing before him was none other than the ruler of the land of the dead, Hela. She smirked at him and said, So it's you, the child carrying the destiny of my enemy. Min Jae Hyun stared at her, completely lost. Who the hell is this woman? He wondered. Glancing at the razor-sharp claws still inches from his face, he asked, Did you do this? Hela didn't answer. She just gave a soft, mysterious smile. Even if you are an enemy, you are the one who will kill him. She leaned down and reached out to touch Jae Hyun's face, making him flinch. But aren't you just a child? Your physical stats are totally average, though your magic is decent. But with just this, you'll never be able to stand against Asus. What on earth did Loki see in you? Jae Hyun felt his vision starting to blur, and everything around him began to fade. His breathing became shallow and rapid. Crap, is it because I lost too much blood? I'm losing consciousness. Hela's sharp nails slowly grazed his neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Is this the end for me? He wondered. All he could see now was her mocking, condescending smile. Everything else was a blur. Min Jae Hyun forced himself to grit his teeth, whispering to himself, I can't. If I pass out now, all my plans are ruined. I won't be able to get revenge on that old bastard. Becoming a great mage. It'll all be for nothing. Despite his will, things weren't going his way. His head was spinning wildly, and he couldn't control his own body anymore. As the darkness closed in, he felt exhausted. I have to endure. I have to find a way out of this. Seeing Min Jae Hyun struggling to stay awake, Hela looked satisfied. Even so, she said, leaning in close to his face. A smirk played on her lips as she praised him. I actually quite like that look in your eyes. But kid, you're still way too weak. Hela slowly moved her other hand toward his throat. The apocalypse is coming much sooner than you think. Her words made no sense to him. His eyes went wide as she gave him a blunt piece of advice. You need to get stronger And fast. As she spoke, her hand tightened around his neck, cutting off his air. He began to cough and wheeze. Hela's gaze turned haunting and strange. It was clear she wasn't joking when she said her next words. "If you're just going to die anyway, I might as well kill you myself." Min Jae Hyun felt his life slipping away, crushed by her overwhelming power, and unable to fight back. Holy crap, who is this woman? He cursed in his mind. But just as things turned dire, Hela slowly loosened her grip and laughed. "You're a very important pawn to us, so I'll give you a chance. Go and become strong. Become far more powerful than you are now. Defeat the darkness standing right before you." She's talking about that grotesque monster, the one radiating a bizarre demonic energy that nearly killed Min Jae Hyun on the spot. Hel's figure began to fade as she whispered, "Once you succeed, I shall grant you a truly special gift. But remember what I said before, you don't have much time left." Hearing her warning, he quickly checked the system window floating in front of him. A new notification appeared. The first main quest had been triggered. Main quest, Hel's trial has been added. She didn't forget to give him one last look, granting him a time limit of 2 months. You must defeat this foe within that time. The system rapidly updated with a new quest log. Main quest, Hel's trial. Hel, the ruler of Helheim, has given you a test. Earn Hel's recognition by defeating the dark silhouette within the allotted time. Difficulty, rank C. Reward, Hel's gift. Time remaining, 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Penalty for failure, death. Before Min Jae Hyun could even process what was happening, a familiar surge of dark purple energy suddenly erupted, swirling around his body. He watched in horror as sharp, skeletal hands reached out for him, reminding him of the terrifying moment he was first dragged into the... His vision began to blur, and he could just barely see Hel's phantom-like figure flickering out of existence. Her voice echoed in his mind one last time. "Remember this. If you fail to show me any progress within that time, you will die by my hand. Child chosen by the Nornir. I shall pray for your success in the battles to come." A blonde girl reached out her hand toward him, whispering, "Please, stay alive." A moment later, a faint light jolted Min Jae Hyun awake. He snapped out of his trance, gasping for air. As his vision cleared, he realized he was no longer in that pitch-black abyss. Instead, he was surrounded by warm sunlight and lush green trees. He looked around dazed, unable to believe he had actually escaped. Was that the dungeon entrance? Min Jae Hyun sat up quickly, trying to clear his head. He was sitting right in the middle of the entrance to the dungeon managed by the Jeonha Guild. Recalling the brutal wound the dark monster had dealt him, he frantically clutched his stomach. But the injury was gone, completely healed, as if nothing had ever happened. My wounds, they're gone. It's like they never even existed. Did that woman heal me? Just who was she? There's no way she was human. Suddenly, the system window flashed another clear notification right in front of his eyes. Main quest, Hel's trial. Hel, the ruler of Helheim, has given you a test. Earn Hel's recognition by defeating the dark silhouette within the allotted time. Difficulty, rank D. Reward, Hel's gift. Time remaining, 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes. Penalty for failure, death. Now, there was no room for doubt. Min Jae Hyun realized this wasn't some fever dream, it was reality. This is real, he thought. He focused intensely on her name. Hel, the goddess of death, the ruler of Helheim, one of the 9 realms. Min Jae Hyun's face turned pale as he stammered, "Wait. So, I just met a literal goddess?" He replayed her words from the dungeon in his head. "So it's you, the child bearing the destiny of the enemy." Those words haunted him. What exactly did Hela see in this kid? Those words kept echoing in his head, but he just couldn't make sense of them. What is she even talking about? An enemy? The system already warned him, from now on, you are the enemy of the arrogant Asura. Even after getting the Nanya system, the message stayed the same. Min Jae Hyun let out a heavy, exhausted sigh. Everything is such a mess. How did I even come back to the past? And what is this enemy Hela was talking about? What do they want from me? He gripped the ground tight and muttered, "There's one thing I know for sure." Min Jae Hyun's eyes flashed with confidence and resolve. "I need to get stronger if what Hela said is true. The moment I give up, I'm dead meat." He let out a small smile. Taking down that boss within 2 months won't be easy, but at least I have a goal to aim for, he thought to himself. But things weren't looking good, not even a little bit. My basic fighting style is all wrong. I'm still not used to fighting like a mage, and I haven't even learned any low-rank skills yet. Jae Hyun stood up and pulled his phone from his pocket. If I want to improve, I've got to start with the basics. He opened his messages with guild leader Ju Sung-yoon. He was about to text her, but before he could send anything, a new notification popped up. It read, "Hello, this is Park Sung-jae. Guild leader Ju Sung-yoon would like to meet with you tomorrow. Are you free? She really wants to hear your thoughts on the proposed contract." He smiled after reading the text. Perfect timing. Jae Hyun quickly typed back, "Sure, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm seriously considering the offer." Then, a thought crossed his mind, and a smirk crept onto his face. He added one more message, "But I have one condition." Time flew by, and soon it was the next day. Keeping his word, Jae Hyun met up with Park Sung-jae. They headed straight to the Jeonha Guild headquarters. Using his special clearance, Park Sung-jae led the way, while Jae Hyun followed quietly behind. "We're going to a basement." As they walked, Jae Hyun thought, they probably contacted me first because they saw my Awakener profile, a magic stat of 97%. You could search the whole world and never find a talent like that. The only reason I became a warrior when it didn't fit me at all was because I was so naive back then. Everyone, the people around me, the stuff on TV, they all praised warriors and looked down on mages. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got. He frustratedly ruffled his hair. There was no reason for me to pick the mage class. Those NPCs. Seriously, I hope they go broke. After walking for a bit, they finally reached a massive, empty training hall. A woman was already there waiting. Jae Hyun was stunned when he saw her. His eyes widened as he froze in his tracks. The person waiting was none other than guild leader Ju Sung-eun. She was wearing a tight black outfit, a far cry from her usual look. She turned her head and smiled. "There you are." The way she looked at him was different from their last meeting. "I've been waiting for you," she said. Jae Hyun politely replied, "Hello, guild leader. It's good to see you again." Sung-yoon immediately asked, "So, what do you think of the contract?" "The terms are pretty fair for both of us. Don't you think?" Jae Hyun answered casually. "Yeah, I don't see any problems with it," he thought to himself. A monthly living allowance, an unlimited supply of B-rank gear or higher, and I don't have to pay if it gets damaged. Plus, after a dungeon raid, the loot is split 80-20 based on contribution. This contract was clearly in his favor. It was the kind of deal usually reserved for A-rank raiders or higher. Jae Hyun said, "I already mentioned this to Manager Park, Sung-jae, but before I sign, I have one more condition." Sung-yoon gave her usual soft smile and asked, "All right, let's hear it. What's your condition?" Jae Hyun began, "If you've seen my profile, then you already know, right? It hasn't even been a month since I switched to being a mage." Sung-yoon kept smiling, seemingly knowing exactly where he was going with this. Jae Hyun continued, "That's why I'm still not used to using magic in combat." Park Sung-jae stood by, silently listening to the demand. "So, I want you, guild leader Ju Sung-yoon, to personally train me in magic." It was a bold request. Sung-yoon tilted her head, clearly intrigued. Jae Hyun knew the first rule for a raider to survive is to use your ultimate trump card as effectively as possible. Park Sung-jae remained silent, but honestly, I've had a hunch ever since we first met. There really is something special about this guy. Park Sung-jae stared at the silent Sun-eun, thinking to himself, she's the leader of Jeonha, the strongest guild in the country. She's one of the few S-rank raiders in the entire world, and he's actually asking someone like her to mentor him? Without a second of hesitation, Jae Hyun spoke up. "If you agree to that condition, I'll sign the negotiation contract." Giving priority to the Jeonha Guild, Sun-eun rested her chin on her hand, whispering, "What an intriguing offer." She smirked and said, "Fine, I accept your terms." With an excited look, Sun-eun added, "I've been looking forward to this, and I'm very curious to see what you can actually do." Jae Hyun replied with a satisfied look, "Then I'll be in your care." Sun-eun answered, "The honor is mine. But first," she paused for a moment before continuing, "I need to verify your skills. Do you mind?" Sun-eun asked. Jae Hyun didn't even flinch at the request. He'd already seen this coming. As for Jeonha, she wanted to make sure his talent was the real deal. After speaking, Sun-eun waited patiently for Jae Hyun's response. The excitement was written all over her beautiful face. Just by looking at her, Park Sung-jae could already tell what the guild leader was planning. "I'd better get everything ready." Jae Hyun asked for clarification. "So, you're saying you want to test my abilities?" Sun-eun smiled and confirmed. "Exactly. So, what do I need to do?" Jae Hyun asked. Keeping that same smile, Sunun snapped her fingers. Suddenly, the iron doors behind her began to rattle and slowly creaked open. Behind those doors, a blinding blue light poured out. What the heck is in there? It looked massive and imposing. The mana cube, Sunun revealed. It turned out that behind that door wasn't just a room, but an entire separate dimension. I just opened the entrance for you. From now on, you'll have to clear it, Sunun said, making Jae Hyun feel a wave of anxiety. Did she just say the mana cube? Sunun asked casually. How does that sound? Pretty fair, right? For someone capable of signing a priority contract with Janha, a little thing like this shouldn't be much of a problem, should it? Jae Hyun quickly did the math. You had to be at least B rank to handle the mana cube. It was meant for mages who wanted to master their mana flow, but I'm still not used to being a mage, so this is going to be one hell of a test. Jae Hyun winced for a second. Only about 7% of all raiders could actually handle the mana cube using only magic. Can I really pull this off? Sun-un crossed her arms, waiting for his move. He asked, Are you trying to make me nervous? Sun-un replied, Why would I do that? Even if you fail, it won't affect the contract at all. Everything stays the same. As the leader of Jeonha, I guarantee it. Jae Hyun hesitated. No, I can't back down now. Even if I fail, I have to keep pushing forward. Sun-un walked over to Park Sung-jae. Now, Sung-jae, please prepare everything we need. Do you really think this is okay? Park Sung-jae asked. He was worried. Guild leader. Even veteran mages struggle with the mana cube. Not to mention, Min Jae Hyun is still just a kid. Sung-jae spoke while Jae Hyun was already heading into that strange space. Sun-un asked back nonchalantly, Do you really think the boy standing in front of us is just some ordinary kid? He's worth the gamble. Seeing Sun-un's determination, Sung-jae could only nod and follow her orders. Sun-un moved to the control panel and pressed the button to activate the mana cube. The surface of the entrance rippled as the gateway opened. Jae Hyun didn't go in immediately, thinking, The mana cube. I'd heard about it before I regressed, but seeing it in person, it's way more powerful than I imagined. Sun-un smiled and asked, Shall we begin? I'm expecting great things from you, so give it your all. Hearing her encouragement, Jae Hyun didn't say a word. He just let out a long breath, trying to shake off the nerves. And then, he decided to step in. Jae Hyun walked into the unknown dimension, not knowing what to expect. But he knew he had to overcome it. Sun-un and Sung-jae watched as Jae Hyun slowly vanished inside. Sung-jae spoke up, I'm actually a bit worried. I get why you're interested in him, but he's still just a child. Sun-un smiled confidently. That kid will make it. Why are you so sure? Sung-jae asked. Sun-un just kept smiling. To his surprise, she simply replied, My gut tells me so. This left Park Sung-jae completely stunned. Excuse me? Sun-un opened her eyes wide and wondered. Now, how long will it take you to escape the mana cube? Once inside, Jae Hyun immediately found himself submerged in water, making him lose his balance for a second. But he quickly adjusted and began to survey his surroundings. Is this a deep ocean made entirely of mana? Jae Hyun thought as he looked ahead, realizing to his relief that he could still breathe. I was worried about mana overload. As Jihan moved through the water, he realized that mana functions exactly like oxygen in this world. You need it to cast spells or activate skills. But if you're exposed to massive amounts of mana for too long, your respiratory system starts to shut down. Worst case scenario, it's fatal. He hurried, even though the symptoms hadn't kicked in yet. I can't afford to waste a single second. Jihoon kept pushing forward, searching for an exit, but it was exhausting. If I remember correctly, there's only one way out of this mana cube. Among all these whirlpools ahead, one of them is the exit. Finding that one door in a sea of whirlpools is like finding a needle in a haystack. Jaehoon steadied his breath. I have to focus. I need to feel the flow of mana amidst all this chaos. Jaehoon entered a state of total concentration. Sensing the shifts between the whirlpools, everything around him suddenly went dead, silent. Jaehoon closed his eyes, searching for a path through the currents. He drifted in deep thought for a long time. Suddenly, in that silence, a strange purple energy flickered in his mind. Jaehoon's eyes snapped open in shock as he stared ahead. I felt something just now. Something different. His gaze locked onto one whirlpool that didn't look like the others. Something was glowing at its center. This had to be his only lead. Is that a mana crystal? Inside that dark whirlpool, a brilliant, shimmering source of energy radiated outward. Jaehoon was stunned. The amount of mana coming from it was terrifying. He hesitated for a moment. Should I go for it? It feels like the mana of the entire ocean is compressed into that one spot. Outside, Sungda spoke up. Leader, you sound so sure that Min Jae Hyun is going to make it out of there. Sung-un replied confidently. Of course he will. Still, she couldn't hide her underlying anxiety. Isn't that a bit of a stretch? He began to recall the first time he witnessed Jae-hoon's true power, especially in such a short amount of time, based on what Ji-hoon has shown us so far. Sung-ye remembered the day Jae-hoon copied Sung-un's ability to heal her. It had left everyone speechless. Sung-ye wondered aloud, how long do you think it'll take him? Sung-un replied, in my case, it took about 40 minutes, and I hold the national record for the fastest escape. Sungda went silent for a moment before saying, there are two possibilities here. Sung-un crossed her arms, waiting patiently. Sungdae continued, either he can't clear it, or… He paused. He's going to set a brand new record, Sungda said firmly. Sung-un smiled confidently. I was thinking the same thing, but for some reason, I don't think Min Jae Hyun is just going to escape that mess. Sung-rae nodded in agreement. In his eyes, this challenge was still incredibly difficult for someone at Jae-hoon's level, but a second later, something bizarre happened. Sung-rae, look! Sung-un cried out in shock. Following her gaze, Sung-rae looked over and nearly jumped out of his skin. Cracks were appearing all over the mana cube. Not only that, they were spreading rapidly, as if the cube was being torn apart by an overwhelming force. Sungda stammered in disbelief. Are those cracks in the mana cube? They stared at each other, speechless, unable to process what was happening. Sungda quickly checked his phone to see the time. 10 minutes. Sung-rae froze. It's only been 10 minutes, and it's already cracking? They both stood there, dumbfounded, staring at the mana structure. Neither Sung-rae nor Sung-un could imagine what was happening inside. Deep within the cube, Jae-hoon was slowly approaching the crystal. He could feel the mana from this crystal sphere. It was much denser than the surrounding environment. Is this the core that's keeping this whole mana field together? After a moment, it clicked. If it is, then I just need to smash it to get out. No need to hunt for an exit. Without a second thought, Jae-hoon reached for the crystal. He easily grabbed the shimmering stone. It fit perfectly in his palm. Ji-hoon squeezed his hand, effortlessly crushing the crystal into pieces. Immediately, a massive whirlpool swirled around him. He smirked. He had guessed right. A notification popped up. He had acquired the passive skill, mana manipulation. The cube began to shatter. Sung-rae and Sung-un watched the scene, their jaws dropping. Good lord, Sung-rae gasped. He knew well that usually, only 7% of mages ever manage to escape a mana cube, and even then, it takes them an average of 3 hours. Jae-hoon stepped out, looking completely unfazed. For reference, a B rank takes 2 hours, an A rank takes an hour and a half, and an S rank takes between 30 minutes to an hour. But Jae-hoon just. Sungdae still couldn't believe his eyes. Jae-hoon had just obliterated the record for escaping the mana cube. The fastest record belongs to Camilla from the EU Alliance. She's a genius mage who holds the Guinness World Record at 36 minutes. Sung-yi stared at the kid in front of her, still in shock. Jae-hoon hadn't just broken the record. He'd crushed it by a full 26 minutes. Sung-yi rushed over, grabbing Jae-hoon's hand and shaking it excitedly. Incredible, Jae-hoon, it only took you 10 minutes. You broke out of that mana mass in just 10 minutes. Jae-hoon blinked. Wait, what? 10 minutes? Sung-yi couldn't contain her curiosity as she stepped closer to question him. How did you get out of the mana mass so fast? She was still reeling from the shock. Jae-hoon pulled his hand back to explain. Well, I just found something inside that mana mass. It looked like some kind of crystal sphere, so I just crushed it, he said nonchalantly. Sung-yi was even more stunned, grabbing his hand again. You crushed it? You crushed the crystal core? She couldn't wrap her head around it. That crystal is the source of all the mana in that mass. A regular awakener couldn't even find it if they tried, let alone crush it. Ji-hyun tilted his head, not quite understanding why she was so worked up. Sung-yi was deep in thought. If he could do that, it meant Jae-hyun's own mana capacity far exceeded everything inside that mass. From Jae-hyun's perspective, Sung-yi had just gone quiet for a long time, her body trembling slightly. Suddenly, she let go of his hand and turned away, looking incredibly proud and satisfied. All right, Min Jae Hyun, Sung-ye spoke as Ji-hyun waited for her next move. In the name of the Jonha Guild, and my own name, Park Sung-ye, I swear I will turn you into the greatest mage ever, she declared with total confidence, laughing with pure excitement for the future. Are you all ready? That afternoon, his best friend Kim Yoo-jung and his mother were standing at the front gate, waiting for him to come home. He's still not here, Yoo-jung said impatiently. His mother looked worried. Yeah, he's really late today. He's not even answering his phone. Just then, a luxury supercar pulled up to the house. They both stared at the car in surprise. The tires screeched to a halt, and to their absolute shock, Jae-yoon stepped right out of the luxury vehicle. Kim Yoo-jung had to do a double take at the car. It looked insanely expensive. How on earth did Min Jae Hyun end up in that? His mom was just as baffled. I have no idea. All right, see you later. As Park Sung-yi waved goodbye, Ji-hyun noticed the two most important women in his life standing. He waved at them. Yoo-jung looked a bit annoyed, so his mom tried to smooth things over. There's no way Jae-hyun is caught up in anything bad, right? Later that day, Yoo-jung was sitting cross-legged on Jae-hyun's bed. She looked at him seriously and asked, So, you said being a warrior doesn't suit you anymore? And you've decided to become a mage instead? To Yoo-jung's question, Jae-hyun simply confirmed it. Yeah, I've got everything ready. I already submitted all the paperwork. He leaned back and added, Trying to be a warrior now would just be too much of a hassle. Yoo-jung frowned. Is this really the same guy who said just a few days ago that mages have no future? Did you eat something bad, or did you lose your mind? Jae-hyun waved her off. Come on. People's minds are like reeds in the wind. They sway back and forth all the time. Yoo-jung found it weirder the more he talked. I never thought I'd hear those words coming out of your mouth. After a brief silence, Yoo-jung asked with genuine concern, Are you really okay? You always wanted to be a warrior, even though you had more potential as a mage, because you didn't want your mom to struggle anymore. Because no matter how hard a mage works, they never make any real money, Yoo-jung said bluntly. Her words triggered Jae-yoon's memories of his past life. Back then, warriors cleared objectives much slower. They also had a higher chance of getting injured, so they were never a client's first choice. Jae-hyun's brow furrowed. Yoo-jung continued, A devoted son like you suddenly, but Jae-hyun cut her off. All right, stop. Let's not talk about that anymore. It was clear he didn't want to relive his past life. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, why are you here? Where are your parents? Another business trip. Yoo-jung casually flopped onto his bed. Yeah, that's why I'm here. Then she added, I'm crashing here tonight. How can you like this place more than your own house? I don't get you. Why come to this tiny place when you've got a mansion? He asked. Yoo-jung, casually tucking her legs up on the bed, replied, It's not that hard to understand, she said with a faint smile. Jae-hyun knew she actually came from a pretty wealthy family. Yoo-jung's parents made their fortune processing monster carcasses and exporting the parts all over the world. Since monsters vary from country to country, hunters often travel abroad. Because of that, Kim Yoo-jung was frequently left home alone. Jae-hyun looked back, the memories still vivid in his mind. Since my mom and Yoo-jung's parents were close, she often came over to sleep at our place. Jae-hyun thought to himself that, regardless, it was all in the past now. Teach me some magic theory, please. Yoo-jung turned her head, looking at him out of the corner of her eye. You think you can ask for a favor with just words? Jae-hyun knew her personality all too well. He held out his hand and asked, Okay, so what do you want? You have to tell me so I know if I can actually do it. Yoo-jung put her hand to her chin, deep in thought. Now that you mention it, I've never really thought about what I'd want. She mumbled in confusion. Jae-hyun was speechless at his best friend's reaction. Suddenly, Yoo-jung had an idea and smiled mischievously. Give me one wish, for whatever I want. She made the proposal but didn't forget to add, if you don't like it, you can just say no. Jae-hyun eventually agreed, fine, but there's a time limit of 1 year. If you don't use it within that time, the deal is off, okay? Yoo-jung looked a bit disappointed. That's so unfair. Fine, whatever. Jae-hyun huffed, thinking that if the limit was 1 year, she would definitely forget all about it. But like any pair of best friends, he couldn't help but tease her. What kind of wish are you planning with that serious look on your face? Honestly, your face couldn't get any uglier. This made Yoo-jung turn red with rage. Do you have a death wish? Yoo-jung grabbed a pillow threateningly. Right. Didn't you leave me behind and run off the day before yesterday? Fine, let's see how you're going to die today. She marched toward Jae-hyun with the pillow, and he quickly raised his hands to protect himself. Hey, hitting me over something that small is a bit much. Yoo-jung screamed in anger. Shut your mouth. She started pummeling Jae-hyun with the pillow. From outside, his mother's voice called out, Kids, come down for dinner. In that moment, Jae Hyun felt a profound sense of peace. The images of his mother and his best friend, Kim Yoo-jung, were still so present here. He remembered exactly what it was like to play around with her. Deep down, Jae Hyun cherished these precious moments immensely. He smiled, thinking that maybe this wasn't so bad after all. At the same time, in a far-off place under a blood-red sunset, a flock of crows gathered strangely, letting out chilling cries. On the ground, a fierce-looking giant serpent lay motionless. A sword was driven straight through its head from the front, blood still splattering everywhere. The mysterious man standing there was likely the one who took it down. He stood in silence as the crows, which had been waiting. Just then, a voice called out from behind the man, "Lord Min Sung." "Oh," the person smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you that our hunt was such a success this time. I honestly can't remember the last time we had such an easy hunt." He continued talking, but the weary-looking man, Min Seong-oh, replied coldly, "I appreciate the kind words." With that, he smoothly and swiftly pulled his sword out. "It would be amazing if someone like you, Lord Min, would join our guild." The man expressed his hope, asking, "I don't suppose you've ever considered the offer?" Min Seong-oh replied, "I'm sorry, but I have no interest in joining a guild right now." The fool didn't want to let the opportunity slip away and grabbed the man's shoulder, saying, "Oh, come on." Min Seong-oh turned his head to look back at him. The man continued, "If it's you, Lord Min, our Scarlet Guild guarantees you the most elite benefits and treatment." As he kept trying to persuade him, Min Seong-oh simply said, "How annoying." The man thought he had misheard and asked him to repeat it. Min Seong-oh just turned and stared directly into his eyes. Suddenly, the man felt as if his limbs were frozen, completely overpowered by the man standing before him. He couldn't move an inch and could only stare straight ahead. Min Seong-oh suddenly reached out his hand. He muttered, "Dark and murky." At the same time, he wondered to himself, that kind of petty greed is truly the defining trait of a human. But then he reconsidered, no. He figured humans weren't the only species like that. Their surroundings plunged into darkness. A terrifying shadow radiated from Min Seong-oh. A purple light flashed before the man's eyes. It was only then that he seemed to regain consciousness. What am I even doing here? He scratched his head in confusion. Min Seong-oh had seemingly erased his own existence from the man's memory. Sung-hoon said, "Before we begin your first lesson, I want to see how your combat intuition and reflexes are." "In other words, we're going to have a duel," Sung-hoon stated. Jae Hyun gave a forced laugh. "A duel? Isn't this a bit too difficult for a first lesson?" Sung-hoon replied nonchalantly, "I don't think someone who broke out of a manosphere in 10 minutes should be saying that. Now, try to attack me." She dropped into a fighting stance. Jae Hyun frowned. As expected, she had that same attitude as last time. She had planned this from the very beginning. Jae Hyun took a very deep breath. Jae Hyun quickly drops into a fighter's stance. Sung-hoon takes him in with a single glance, noting how he leads with his left foot and keeps his knees slightly bent. Jae Hyun keeps his shoulders as low as possible. She realizes this is a specialized stance that allows him to dodge and move with ease. It's a position commonly used by seasoned warriors. Jae Hyun breaks the silence, asking if her first move is going to be a simple punch. Sung-hoon doesn't even bother to take a defensive stance. In fact, she looks like she's actually looking forward to this. Jae Hyun's fist lunges forward with explosive power. The punch is so strong it creates a visible shockwave. Yet when the dust settles, his fist is caught firmly in the palm of her hand. Jae Hyun stares at her, his eyes wide with shock. Sung-hoon gives him a playful smile that says, "You've still got a lot to learn, kid." Panicked, Jae Hyun quickly pulls his hand back. In an instant, he puts some distance between himself and Sung-eun to avoid a counterattack. Jae Hyun smirks to himself, thinking, "I really thought I could at least land one hit. And she's supposed to be a healer? I guess this is the true level of an S-rank conqueror." Sung-eun calmly walks toward him and says, "From now on, I'm just going to call you Jae Hyun, okay?" "Jae Hyun, you said you were originally a warrior, right?" she asks. He nods and says, "Yeah, that's right." Sung-eun rubs her chin thoughtfully. "It looks like you haven't quite let go of your warrior habits yet. Why would a mage recklessly charge straight into the front lines? Like that?" Sung-eun asks sternly. "Jae Hyun, tell me. What do you think is the biggest difference between a warrior and a mage?" Jae Hyun doesn't need long to come up with an answer. "Is it whether you fight the enemy at close range or from a distance?" Sung-eun nods and says, "Exactly." Sung-eun begins to explain slowly. Someone with a mage class is meant to weaken their opponent from a long distance, and only then do you move in for the finishing blow. She points out, but you're trying way too hard to close the gap between you and your enemy. If you keep fighting like that, with a mage's naturally low defense stats, you're going to lose every single battle. She makes a decision. I've been being too easy on you. I think it's time I got a little more serious. You need to see how a real mage actually fights. Jae Hyun is stunned by the overwhelming surge of power radiating from her. She says, "This time, I'm going to be the one attacking. Don't worry, I won't hurt you too badly. Besides, I am a healer, after all. I can patch you up in no time." Sung-un is full of confidence. Jae Hyun just gives a dry laugh, knowing she's capable of way more than this. Sung-un says, "Watch the magic at my fingertips, because this time, I'm not holding back." She flashes a sharp smile. Jae Hyun knows Sung-un is dead serious now. Just before the beam of energy is about to blast him, Jae Hyun reacts just in time. He rolls across the ground and quickly recovers into a defensive position. "Now it's your turn," she says, standing there waiting for him. Jae Hyun suddenly remembers a skill he can use. He quickly activates his lightning chain active skill, and bolts of electricity are instantly summoned. They all strike towards Sung-un at once, and the collision causes a small explosion. From within the cloud of smoke, Sung-un's voice rings out. "A rank A skill, and it's lightning chain? You were hiding some pretty deep secrets, weren't you?" In the blink of an eye, she's already standing right next to Jae Hyun. "Watch how I use my magic," Sung-un says. As Jae Hyun spins around, a bolt of energy is already flying straight for his chest. Jae Hyun looks down in a panic. Damn it, she's too fast. Sung-un's magic had successfully ambushed Jae Hyun in a split second, or so it seemed. No matter how good your skills are, if you can't hit your target, they're completely worthless. Don't you agree? Sung-un smiles confidently. But as the smoke clears, Jae Hyun is still standing tall. He's got a few scratches, but he's still on his feet. "Good grief," Sung-un exclaims. "How surprising. I did dial back the power of the spell a bit, but I didn't think you'd still be standing." She doesn't even give Jae Hyun a chance to recover. Sung-un prepares her magic once more. "Well then, I guess you can probably handle this one too, right?" Jae Hyun gasps for air, clutching his stomach, then looks up and activates the Eye of Odin. Sung-un shows no mercy as she unleashes her offensive magic. A notification pops up for Jae Hyun. Universal active skill activated. The Holy Arrow active skill has been destroyed. Sung-un's arrows are neutralized one by one. She's absolutely stunned. "My spell. That's impossible. Did he really figure out a way to counter and destroy my skill in such a short amount of time?" Sung-un can hardly believe her eyes. She tilts her head, looking excited. "You really are full of surprises. How many more secrets are you hiding?" Jae Hyun just waves it off. "I don't know." Suddenly, Jae Hyun's lightning chain slams down right next to Sung-un. Her eyes go wide with shock, but before it can touch her, she managed to manifest a shield just in time. Sung-un realizes that was a counterattack, and her hand begins to tremble slightly. More than that, she can't believe it. This much power coming from a kid who hasn't even been properly trained? She looks at Jae Hyun standing in front of her. Jae Hyun refuses to back down and quickly begins casting his next spell. How can that kid use magic without even using a chant? She wonders. A solid shield is erected to protect her. As Sung-un dodges the lightning, she knows that for a mage, incantations are something that should always go hand in hand with magic. In the world of magic, chanting is the golden rule, especially for high-level mages who need to focus their power. Silent casting does exist, but it usually comes at the cost of being much weaker, and this kid is supposed to be a total rookie. Sung-un is completely baffled. How on earth is he pulling off high-level spells without saying a single word? On Jae Hyun's end, he tries every trick in the book, but Sung-un doesn't even flinch. Is nothing working on her? "I'm almost out of mana. She's an absolute beast. You really are full of surprises, aren't you?" Sung-un speaks with total composure, her movements so fast that Jae Hyun can barely react. In the blink of an eye, Jae Hyun finds himself flipped upside down in midair. "You're still way too green, kid." She tosses him aside like it's nothing. Jae Hyun hits the ground hard, clearly still stunned by what just happened. "What the hell was that?" His eyes go wide. Sung-un walks over and smirks. "What's wrong? You didn't actually think you could win, did you?" She reaches out a hand to help Jae Hyun up. He's still dizzy, his mind racing back to the moment he was launched into the sky. "I didn't even see that last strike. How did she move that fast?" Jae Hyun starts breaking into a cold sweat. "So this is the massive gap between me and an S-rank conqueror." He looks up at the healer standing before him. Meanwhile, Sung-un is analyzing his raw potential and close combat instincts, a warrior who can cast spells instantly without a chant. That's unheard of. And that insane mana, recovery speed. Sung-un smiles, feeling a spark of hope. If it's this kid, he might actually be the one. She doesn't hold back and tells Jae-hyun straight up. Watching you fight gave me a wild idea. He looks confused. What kind of idea? Well, it's something most people have probably dreamed of, but nobody has ever actually pulled off. A fighting style that only you can master. Sung-un teases him. So, what do you think? Interested? She asks, and Jae-hyun lowers his head to think. A style only I can learn? Sung-un gives him a confident smile. From now on, you'll call me master. Congratulations on becoming my very first apprentice. She says it playfully. Later that night, Ji-hoon is lost in thought. Do-dung, who's sitting right next to him, snaps her fingers. Hey, Min Jae Hyun. He finally snaps back to reality. Were you even listening to a word I said? Do-dung asks, annoyed. He frowns and replies, huh? Yeah, of course I was. Just swallow your food before you start talking, okay? He looks at the table in front of them. Do-dung says, I bought all this because you said you needed it for your studies, but he glares at the 4 empty cups on the table. Aren't you sick of that stuff yet? You realize that was your 4th cup of noodles, right? Nope, not even close, Do-dung replies. Every single bite tastes as good as the first one, got it? Whatever, let's get back to the point. After sketching some diagrams, Do-dung breaks down the 3 main types of magic. Combat magic, enhancement magic, and healing magic, she explains, even though there are dozens of different categories. These 3 are considered the core pillars. Do-dung keeps talking while she chews. Wow, you actually know your stuff, Jae-hyun mutters. Suddenly, the system pings. Your magic comprehension has increased. Magic effectiveness has grown by 5%. Jae-hyun glances at the screen. Again? He realizes that every time he makes even a little progress, this system makes sure to let him know immediately. It's almost strange, Jae-hyun thinks to himself. It's like this system is desperate for me to get stronger as fast as possible. Do-dung leans back and sighs. You're actually kind of a freak. Are you sure you weren't a mage in your past life? Most people take months to memorize these incantations, but you did it in just a few days. She looks at him suspiciously. Jae-hyun casually twirls his pen. It's the truth. Didn't you say you memorized that spell in 3 days too? Do-dung immediately gets defensive. I told you to call me teacher. Jae-hyun gives her a look of pure disgust. Yes, teacher. God, you're so high maintenance. Do-dung crosses her arms. What? Can't I even brag a little? Do-dung flops onto the table, flailing her arms. I started learning magic way before you did, but at the rate you're going, it won't be long before you completely blow past me. Ji-hoon sighs heavily. So what, teacher? Maybe magic just suits me better. My aptitude test already proved that. Ji-hoon suddenly remembers his old life. I'm the one who should be complaining. My life is literally on the line here. Do-dung picks up another cup of noodles. I've never said this before, but do you know how shocked I was when you said you wanted to be a warrior? I know mages don't always make the big bucks, but how could you waste that kind of talent? You have to admit, that was a pretty weird choice, right? Do-dung asks, because deep down, you're a mage through and through. I'm sure you're well aware of how people view mages nowadays. Yoo-jung's voice suddenly trailed off into a whisper. Suddenly, Jae-hyun felt as if a wave of lethal magic was closing in on him from all sides. The silhouette of a boy with long hair appeared behind him. The figure spoke, Do you really? Is this really the path you want to choose for yourself? He leaned in and whispered directly into Jae-hyun's ear. Suddenly, the boy heard Yoo-jung's voice again. Hey, have you been practicing your spellcasting? Jae-hyun remained silent for a few seconds before replying, Yeah, I have, but I'm learning from a different teacher. Yoo-jung frowned. Dropping the formalities already, are we? Even though he hadn't quite regained his composure, Jae-hyun managed to blurt out, I'm sorry, ma'am. He still couldn't wrap his head around what had just happened. That blurry image of the mysterious figure kept flickering in his mind. Was I just imagining things? I'm sure I heard a really strange sound. Jae-hyun furrowed his brows, feeling the tension rise. 2 months. That was all the time he had to take this guy down. He thought back to Hyo. Jae-hyun squeezed his eyes shut. Now wasn't the time to lose focus. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. I need to think about something more inspiring. He recalled Lee Jae-sang and the words he had once said. I hope this pill will be a massive help to hunters all across the world. Lee Jae-sang had spoken with eyes sparkling with hope. Jae-hyun drifted into thought as he remembered that story about the precious pill. Maybe it can help me break through this wall. Meanwhile, at the Jeonha Guild training hall, Park Sung-rae was pacing around, watching the rookies push themselves to the limit. He was lost in thought, but he remained fully alert of his surroundings. Hunter Park Jin, watch your hips when you swing that sword. He barked out the reminder. Hunter Kang China, your casting speed is pathetic. Your teammates will be dead before you can even land a heal if you're this slow. Get your head in the game, he shouted again. Park Sung-rae slowly made his way over to Sung Yoon, who was standing in the corner. Not bad for rookies, he remarked. The average skill level is a bit better than it was last year. Noticing Sung Yoon had been silent for a while, he called out, Madam Chairperson? Sung Yoon snapped out of it. Oh, I'm sorry, I was just a bit distracted. Park Sung-rae smirked. Thinking about Min Jae Hyun again? Sung Yoon gave a soft laugh. I really can't hide anything from you, can I? You hit the nail on the head. Park Sung-rae leaned against the wall behind him. If I recall correctly, what you're planning to teach Jae Hyun. He paused for a beat. It's something many hunters have attempted. I assume you've seen Jae Hyun's talent with your own eyes, Sung Yoon said. Yeah, I have, Sung-rae replied. Sung Yoon continued. You could tell me he's a veteran and I'd believe it. There isn't a single wasted movement in his style. She was certain that if another S-rank mage ever appeared, it would definitely be Jae Hyun. Sung Yoon thought to herself, I'm still currently the only S-rank mage in this country. Even so, as a healer, my combat prowess is a bit low. But then, she thought of Jae Hyun's face. What would happen if a rising star like Jae Hyun suddenly burst onto the scene? Her eyes gleamed at the thought. It would absolutely rock this treacherous magical world. Let me introduce you to the mana reinforcement pill. Just like the name suggests, it's a pill that permanently increases your mana. It's a miracle item that every mage would kill for. But right now, a deadly stench was wafting from the pot. The soup was pitch black. Jae Hyun struggled to lift a spoonful, staring at it while screaming internally. He slammed the ladle down. Damn it. Jae Hyun frustratedly ruffled his hair. To hell with this. How many times has it been already? I've already burned through 3 sets of ingredients, Jae Hyun yelled. Sure enough, his sink was overflowing with the remains of his previous failures. He sighed in frustration. If I keep this up, I'm gonna go dead broke. I'm positive the solution is supposed to turn white in the early stages. Jae Hyun stared dejectedly at the black sludge in front of him. Who can I even ask about this? He sat down on the floor in despair, not even bothering to turn off the stove as he thought. In November of the year 2020, nobody in the present world knows how to create. He remembered clearly that this pill wouldn't be invented for another 5 years, which meant he was the first person to ever know the required ingredients and the steps to brew it. He thought of Lee Ji-sang. Before he regressed to the past, the recipe for this pill had been shared publicly by a world-class alchemist. He continued thinking, when they went public with the recipe, that person said something else. I hope this pill will be the greatest help to the majority of hunters out there. In that world, Lee Jae-sang was the only hope left. Jae-hoon sat up. If things kept going like this, it wouldn't be effective at all. It would be much better to find another way with a higher chance of success. Jae-hoon seemed to have an idea, and it revolved around Lee Jae-sang. A bold thought struck him if this was the man who had invented that pill. Then he could definitely pull it off, even if he couldn't create the miracle drug right until the very last minute. Building a relationship with a guy like that was definitely worth the effort. Deciding to take action, Ji-hun quickly threw on his jacket. That guy isn't a senior. Isn't he still a freshman at Miles University? Jae-hoon's mind raced. In that case, my destination is Miles Academy. That evening, the sound of the doorbell and frantic knocking echoed outside Ji-hun's house. Ji-hun, I'm home, his mother called out. The moment she stepped inside, she was paralyzed with fear. There was a pot sitting on the stove. It looked like it was filled with radioactive waste, and the sink was stained pitch black. What on earth happened? She panicked. She rushed through the house to check everything. Should I call the police? I don't think the house was robbed. She grabbed a frying pan and paced around. Could there really be a thief in this world who only breaks in to mess up someone's kitchen? The thought was a bit ridiculous, but she couldn't help but tremble. Jae-hun still remembered the exact moment the world tree appeared. Monsters began to pour out, and only a select few were able to train themselves fast enough to survive. One of those people was the speed sword, Lee Jae-shin. He still remembered when the first awakened disappeared, without leaving a single trace behind. It was as if Lee Jae-shin appeared just to claim that hero's mantle. He became the first S-rank conqueror in South Korea, and the person I need to meet right now is his youngest son, Lee Jae-sang. The station clerk greeted him politely, asking, May I ask where you are traveling to? Jae Hyun replied, I want a ticket for the warp gate to Daegu. He knew full well that Daegu was currently a ghost town, because of the monster outbreak. He knew Daegu was a city where monsters crawled out of every nook and cranny, a place where you had to fear for your life with every step you took. That was the current state of Daegu. Yet, there were still reasons why people went there. The girl asked, Are you a student at Miles Academy? Jae Hyun immediately denied it. No, I'm just a future student for now, he said, letting out a long sigh. He was now standing on the outskirts of Miles Academy. If I take just a few more steps, I'll be at the main gates of Miles Academy. He frowned. This place was familiar from his youth, a place filled with terrible memories, but now none of that mattered anymore. Jae Hyun shook off the thoughts and slowly walked in. Time to go in. There's no time for nostalgia. This area isn't safe. He stepped inside and scanned the situation. It seemed like monsters that hadn't been eliminated were still lurking nearby. Jae Hyun entered Miles Academy under the suspicious glares of many people after being issued a temporary pass. He wondered to himself, now, where could Lee Jae-sang be? He remembered the details. Even though Lee Jae-sang was in the combat department, he didn't have a single ounce of talent. Jae Hyun figured as much. It seemed that Lee Jae-sang, who hated fighting, had dragged Miles' combat reputation down to rock bottom. Resting his chin in his hand, he stood in the middle of the hallway, deep in thought. I guess I should check around the classrooms first. Jae Hyun moved on. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to leave, a loud commotion broke out. Jae Hyun looked over at the crowd gathering there. Curious, he walked over to see what was happening. One person asked, Hey, should we stop them? The other replied, Stop them? What are you going to do if you get in trouble because of that stutterer? My grades for this semester are already low enough. Jae Hyun was puzzled. The stutterer? As soon as he heard that, he knew it was Lee Jae-sang and nobody else. He looked over and calculated his move. A little noise shouldn't be a problem, right? Without hesitation, Jae Hyun charged into the crowd. He nimbly wove his way through them to get inside. He glanced around. After all, no one was willing to intervene. Everyone was speechless seeing Jae Hyun suddenly burst in like that, partly because they had no idea who he was. Right after he stepped through the door, Lee Jae-sang was shoved directly into him. The boy looked like he was crying. Jae Hyun gently grabbed his shoulders to steady him. Lee Jae-sang flinched. Oh, I'm sorry. Jae Hyun stared coldly at the big guy in front of them. Who the hell are you? Do you have some business with our little stutterer? The bully spat at Jae Hyun. Jae Hyun looked down at his side. This battered kid panting for breath in front of him looked up at Jae Hyun. A sense of satisfaction washed over him. Found him. This man was indeed Lee Jae-sang. Lee Jae-sang was gasping for air after being tormented. His face was covered in scratches, and his eyes were welling up with tears as he looked at the newcomer. He looked as pitiful as a stray dog being kicked around. Seeing him, Min Jae Hyun felt a surge of relief. Found you. He walked over, leaving Lee Jae-sang in total shock. Facing the tall blonde guy blocking his path, Min Jae Hyun ignored the bully and turned to Lee Jae-sang with genuine concern. Are you okay? But Lee Jae-sang just stared at him, completely dazed and stuttering. Huh? Who the hell are you ignoring? The blonde guy barked, trying to regain control of the situation. He stepped right up to Min Jae Hyun. He slapped a hand on Min Jae Hyun's shoulder, acting like they were best buds. You this stutterer's little brother or something? The blonde guy kept his arm draped over him. His voice sounded casual, but it was dripping with contempt. I didn't know this loser had a brother. You two don't look anything alike. He turned his mocking gaze back to Lee Jae-sang, who was hanging his head in shame. This guy never talks about his family, so I just figured the monsters wiped them all out. He continued to ramble on to Min Jae Hyun, but as you can see, we're in the middle of a very important talk with your big brother. Got it? Min Jae Hyun was losing his patience. He let out a heavy sigh, tired of hearing the blonde guy's endless yapping. But the bully wouldn't shut up, acting like he still had something to say. If you don't want any trouble, kid, you'd better go wait outside. Before he could even finish, Min Jae Hyun swiped the guy's hand off his shoulder with a sharp motion. The blonde guy stared at him, stunned by the sudden resistance. Lee Jae-sang was just as shocked, his eyes wide as he watched the two of them. Min Jae Hyun didn't give the blonde guy a second thought. He gave Lee Jae-sang a kind smile and said, You should really head to the infirmary. He kept checking on him. Can you walk? Lee Jae-sang just looked at him, overwhelmed by the sudden barrage of questions. Huh? Ignored once again, the blonde guy let out a roar of pure rage. He lunged forward and grabbed Min Jae Hyun by the collar. "You little brat." The blonde guy hissed through gritted teeth, his face twisted in a threatening scowl. "I was being nice, and you're not listening? You got a death wish?" Min Jae Hyun just watched him calmly as the guy tried to act tough. Min Jae Hyun's expression darkened. He looked down at the hand clutching his collar and said coldly, "That's the second time today, isn't it?" Caught between two guys who looked ready to tear each other apart, Lee Dae-sang was panicking, unsure of what to do. He tried to step in, his voice trembling. Min Jae Hyun grabbed the blonde guy's wrist and mused. Why does everyone love grabbing collars so much? He thought back to his training. A clear image of Kim Do-sung holding a spoon flashed through his mind. He remembered her detailed instructions as he began to calculate the magic formula. He pictured her holding that spoon, gracefully controlling the flow of water, weaving the curse, and casting it. A swirl of water surrounded her as she gave a sly smirk. Got it? Those are the basics of magic. Then, he remembered Yoo Sung-yoon firing off her magic like a deadly arrow. He wanted to feel that power for himself, a beam of light, shooting out like a piercing bolt. It felt like Yoo Sung-yoon was right there in front of him, daring him to try it. Now, try an attack. A system notification popped up. Active skill, God's Arrow, has been activated. Min Jae Hyun calmly pointed his finger at the arrogant blonde guy in front of him. A blinding flash of light erupted from his hand, striking the guy dead center. Caught completely off guard, the blonde guy's eyes rolled back in agony, looking like he was about to cough up blood. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Behind them, Lee Dae-sang watched the whole thing, completely floored. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. No way. Did he just use a curse without a chant? What? Outside the room, the academy students started whispering, trying to make sense of what they'd just seen. How could Min Jae Hyun do that? What the hell? What just happened? One guy in the crowd shouted out in disbelief. Hey, that doesn't matter. Did anyone actually see what he did? They all looked at each other, totally confused. How is that even possible? Was that God's arrow? Did he just break a warrior's arm with that? One person chimed in doubtfully. Maybe he's just weaker than he looks. Hearing that, the blonde guy's blood started to boil. The other students kept gossiping, tearing him down. He's always acting so high and mighty, like he's actually strong. Their words were like gasoline on a fire. He gnashed his teeth, trying to keep it together, but he was starting to panic. If this keeps up, my reputation is going to be trash. I don't know where a piece of garbage like you came from, but... He clutched his injured arm, glaring at Min Jae Hyun, who stood tall and unfazed. I'm going to kill you, he screamed out a curse, his eyes wide with fury. You little bastard. You moron. Before he could even finish his insult, the blonde guy began channeling his magic. A glowing sword of light began to take shape in his hand. Seeing the danger, Lee Dae-sang stuttered out a frantic warning. Look out. The blonde guy gripped the radiant sword and swung it with everything he had, aiming straight for Min Jae Hyun. He watched tensely as that glowing blade nearly sliced into his face. The reflection of the sword flickered in his eyes. He quickly recalled Ju Sung-eun's teachings on how to form a mana shield around his body to reflect the incoming attack. Ju Sung-eun had demonstrated by casting a massive barrier in front of herself, bouncing her opponent's strike right back at them. He reached out his hand, preparing to put her instructions into practice. The system popped up a notification. The active skill Mana Shield has been activated. The blonde guy's attack was reflected instantly, and the sword was knocked out of his hand, leaving him in utter shock. Min Jae Hyun raised his hand as a blinding barrier formed to protect him. The blonde guy broke into a cold sweat as panic set in. A massive hand lunged toward his face, terrifying him. The other man tightened his grip, crushing the guy's face so hard his eyes rolled back and he let out a pained scream. Min Jae Hyun's face went dark and menacing as he tightened his grip even more, growling each word. Are you finished? Under the sheer pressure, the guy could only stammer, You psycho. Magic light shimmered under Min Jae Hyun's hand. The system announced that the active skill God's Arrow had been triggered. Under the barrage of Min Jae Hyun's magic arrows, the blonde guy was completely crushed. He went limp, blood gushing from his nose and several of his teeth knocked out. He was violently thrown backward by the impact. He hit the floor so hard that dust filled the air. The guy was knocked out cold after that single attack from Min Jae Hyun. Witnessing this, Lee Dae-sang was stunned by the man's unbelievable strength. Who the hell is this guy? He thought, unable to hide his shock at Min Jae Hyun. Meanwhile, Min Jae Hyun brushed his hands off casually, as if it were a simple task. He glanced over at Lee Dae-sang with a look so dangerous it felt like he was ready to butcher someone on the spot. Seeing that, the timid Lee Dae-sang was so terrified he actually burst into tears. But Min Jae Hyun didn't say a word to him, he just looked away in silence. Then he turned and walked toward the pathetic blonde guy lying unconscious on the ground, leaving Lee Dae-sang in a daze. The guy's face was a total mess. The bleeding from his nose had stopped, but his mouth looked sunken in like a toothless old man. Looking at his own handiwork, Min Jae Hyun remarked casually, like a bystander, "Man, I really did a number on him." Lee Dae-sang just stared at him, but then, doubting his own power, Min Jae Hyun looked up suspiciously. Or did he always look like this? That comment was a huge blow to Lee Dae-sang's morale. Reluctantly, Min Jae Hyun waved his hand, a faint golden glow appearing as he let out a deep sigh. "Fine," he muttered as a potion appeared in his hand, looking pretty annoyed. "I didn't buy this to waste it like this, but whatever," he grumbled. Lee Dae-sang stared in shock at the bright red bottle with the strange symbols on it. Min Jae Hyun popped the cap and poured the potion over the blonde guy sprawled on the ground. Lee Dae-sang broke into a cold sweat, watching the scene in sheer panic. The red liquid splashed onto the blonde guy's face, and a soft golden light slowly began to envelop him. Lee Dae-sang was mesmerized as the liquid started to glow brilliantly. Under the effects of the high-grade medicine, the blonde guy's face began to heal rapidly. The scratches vanished, and his teeth practically grew back. Seeing the sparkling results, Min Jae Hyun couldn't help but feel impressed. "Wow, I don't know who brewed this, but it's the real deal." He turned to Lee Dae-sang. "So, shall we go?" Lee Dae-sang stood there like a statue, still shaking from everything he'd just witnessed. Min Jae Hyun said with fake kindness, "Let's head to the nurse's office." But his expression looked as dangerous as a villain's. The timid Lee Dae-sang had no idea what he was planning. He gritted his teeth, gasping for air with a face full of sweat and teary eyes, looking absolutely pitiful. As they headed toward what seemed to be the nurse's office, Min Jae Hyun led the way casually while Lee Dae-sang scrambled to keep up. Panting and frowning, Lee Dae-sang stammered out, "Hey, hey," he shouted in a panic. "The nurse's office isn't that way." Min Jae Hyun stopped in his tracks. He looked around to check the surroundings and spoke cryptically. "It seems you aren't very popular here, so I guess no one will hear us, right?" Lee Dae-sang was stunned by his words. He broke into a cold sweat, looking at the man in terror. He frowned, seemingly realizing something. This guy definitely knew who he was. That's why he sought him out in the first place. Gathering all his courage, he turned to Min Jae Hyun and asked hesitantly, "Are you someone my father sent?" Min Jae Hyun just glanced back at him. Min Jae Hyun fell silent, lost in thought. It seemed like the guy was seriously misunderstanding something. There was no reason for him to be this guarded anymore. He turned his head to shut down Lee Dae-sang's wild theory. "Look, I have no clue who your father is, okay?" Lee Dae-sang shot him a look full of suspicion. He cringed, clearly not trusting this stranger at all. Seeing this, Min Jae Hyun felt a bit helpless. Those eyes didn't believe a word he said. Sweating bullets and full of doubt, Lee Dae-sang asked, "So, why are you looking for me then?" Min Jae Hyun turned to face him with a calm smile. "I actually have a favor to ask you." Lee Dae-sang was completely baffled. "A favor? What kind of favor?" Min Jae Hyun calmly laid out his proposal. "Well, I need you to help me craft a certain kind of medicine." But before he could even finish his sentence, Lee Dae-sang let out a panicked scream. "Medicine? Medicine? You mean a potion?" His face was drenched in sweat, as if he'd just been caught red-handed, and he scrambled to deny it. I don't know how to make stuff like that." Min Jae Hyun reached into his pocket as if to grab something. "Oh, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Alchemy." He pulled out a vial of liquid marked with a unique triangle symbol and pressed him. "You're the one who posted this potion on the black market, aren't you?" Lee Dae-sang gasped in total disbelief. How did you?" He quickly clamped his hand over his mouth before he could accidentally spill any more secrets. He was terrified of saying something he shouldn't. He couldn't help but panic, realizing his biggest secret was now in the hands of someone he'd just met. How on earth did he find out? There is no way he could have tracked me through the black market. Every single one of his thoughts was written all over his face. Min Jae Hyun watched him, thinking to himself that he could practically read the guy's mind. Looking at Lee Dae-sang's terrified expression, he knew the guy was convinced he couldn't be traced back to the black market. Well, he wasn't entirely wrong. The black market is a mysterious trading organization, after all. He continued to reflect on it. The black market was a trading system that guaranteed total anonymity for its users. especially for sellers. A system window popped up, showing an item registered on the black market. He kept thinking about how it worked. Everything from the quantity of goods to the currency was tracked. He remembered the system notification stating that the registered item had been sold. Since everything was handled through the Acer system, the security was supposed to be airtight. He touched his eye deep in thought. If it hadn't been for that, he thought about his own superior eye. Min Jae Hyun couldn't help but feel impressed with himself. He had no intention of ever selling this eye of his. But for now, those thoughts were useless. He shook off the distractions and focused back on the present. He noticed Lee Dae-sang was still standing there like a deer in headlights. Feeling the gaze on him, the guy froze. Lee Dae-sang shivered. Flustered, he quickly looked away. Min Jae Hyun pondered the situation. At any rate, it was a relief the Noenia system worked properly in the black market. He frowned at the vial in his hand. If I hadn't been able to buy this potion, this situation wouldn't have been resolved so easily. He lightly shook the vial and gave Lee Dae-sang a friendly smile. Am I right? This is your handiwork. Lee Dae-sang was stunned. Sweating bullets, he turned away, trying to dodge the question. I have no idea what you're Seeing such an obvious reaction, Min Jae Hyun couldn't help but sigh. You're a really bad liar, you know. He made his intentions clear, his voice turning serious. I get why you're trying to play dumb. He continued. But I don't have much time left. Lee Dae-sang fell silent, his mind racing back to the past. He remembered the vials he'd just finished, the ones filled with red liquid, and marked with that special symbol. Lee Dae-sang logged into the system. He went through the motions. The system window in front of him confirmed the item had been registered on the black market. Thinking back, he started to doubt himself. Was it a mistake to put that potion on the black market? He remembered sighing after finishing the process, feeling helpless because he desperately needed the money. He never expected things to end up like this. He stood there, paralyzed by thought, eyes squeezed shut, in fear of being discovered. No, if my father finds out, it'll be a disaster. He steeled his resolve. He had to do something. Lee Dae-sang finally looked up. He looked at Min Jae Hyun and stammered, "Please." He bowed deeply, pleading with him. "Please, keep this a secret from everyone else." Min Jae Hyun immediately placed a hand on his shoulder to calm him down. He gestured toward the vial to make himself clear. "I'm not using this to blackmail you or anything." He held the vial out to Lee Dae-sang. The guy hurriedly took it back. Huh? He looked at the vial in his hands, completely confused. Min Jae Hyun continued. He explained exactly why he had come to see him. "I'm just in desperate need of a talented alchemist, that's all." He looked at the vial Lee Dae-sang was holding. Min Jae Hyun looked at him with genuine respect. "I need someone with your talent. Someone who can craft the specific medicine I'm looking for." Hearing those words, Lee Dae-sang couldn't hide his utter "A brilliant alchemist?" He repeated those words in surprise. He looked at Min Jae Hyun, sizing him up with suspicion. He doesn't look like he is lying. Is he really not someone my dad sent? Staring straight at Min Jae Hyun, Lee Dae-sang hesitated. Who exactly are you?" he asked, full of doubt. Min Jae Hyun gave a humble smile. "I am just a prospective student at Miles Academy, senior," he said, introducing himself. "You can call me Min Jae Hyun." Lee Dae-sang repeated the name. Min Jae Hyun? He gripped the potion bottle in his hand tightly. Reaching a decision, he turned around and spoke first. "First of all." Lee Dae-sang looked at Min Jae Hyun with a serious expression. "I will hear you out." Min Jae Hyun followed him. Lee Dae-sang led him into a nearby room. Looking around, Min Jae Hyun could not help but be impressed. "The atmosphere in this office is amazing." Lee Dae-sang blushed and stammered his reply. Thank you." The two sat across from each other in silence. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. To break the ice, Lee Dae-sang nervously opened his mouth. "So, Min Jae Hyun." He turned his head away, unable to meet Min Jae Hyun's eyes. That medicine you wanted to make?" Min Jae Hyun gave a knowing smile. "A special potion to boost mana." Hearing this, Lee Dae-sang was stunned. Min Jae Hyun elaborated. "It is a special concoction that can permanently increase mana, right?" He practically jumped out of his seat, horrified by what he just heard. Lee Dae-sang was so panicked that he actually stopped stuttering. "Permanently increase it? Is that even possible?" Seeing his reaction, Min Jae Hyun did not answer but thought to himself. Of course it is. He remembered the Lee Dae-sang from his past life and marveled. "Because this is something you created yourself." Lee Dae-sang. Lee Dae-sang slowly calmed down, resting his chin on his hand. A permanent mana boost? What kind of ingredients would you even need to get an effect like that? He started listing a series of possible ingredients, like mandragora roots or spring water from Jotunheim. Seeing him so focused reminded Min Jae Hyun of the man he remembered from his memories. Lee Dae-sang did not stop. He was completely lost in his calculations. No, that would not be enough on its own. But it seemed Min Jae Hyun was not even listening anymore. He was stunned as he watched a familiar figure emerge. He marveled. The vibe had completely shifted. The stutter was gone. Just from the intended effect, he is already figuring out almost all the necessary ingredients. He looked at Lee Dae-sang with pure admiration for his talent. Min Jae Hyun confirmed it in his mind. This guy is a true genius. I have to get him on my side, no matter what. Lee Dae-sang suddenly stopped talking when he realized what he was doing. He shrunk back and looked at Min Jae Hyun with a pained expression. But for a potion that powerful, you should probably ask another alchemist. Min Jae Hyun did not hesitate to push back. No, he excitedly grabbed Lee Dae-sang's shoulders. I want you to be the one to make it, senior. I will provide everything you need. He calculated that while other alchemists might be able to make it if they had the recipe, Lee Dae-sang was overwhelmed by Min Jae Hyun's enthusiasm. He looked like he was on the verge of tears from the pressure. Min Jae Hyun thought to himself, how could those other hacks compare to a monster talent like Lee Dae-sang? If I am going to invest, I am going all in on him. He narrowed his eyes mischievously. Will you help me? Lee Dae-sang felt helpless, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seeing no way out, he finally agreed. I understand. Lee Dae-sang felt lost. He had zero confidence in himself. I do not even know if I can actually pull this off. Min Jae Hyun replied firmly. It is fine even if you fail. Lee Dae-sang looked at him in shock, doubting what he heard. Are you serious? If I fail, you are the only one who loses out. Min Jae Hyun scratched his head with determination. I decided to invest in you because I believe in your potential. Investing is never supposed to be easy. Of course, there will be failures along the way. Lee Dae-sang was stunned by his words. He thought to himself, if I never even try, I will never succeed in my entire life. Even if it is just the early stages. Min Jae Hyun gave a gentle smile. I am counting on you. Lee Dae-sang was deeply moved. With tears welling up in his eyes, he replied, okay. He could not help but think that this was the first time anyone had ever trusted him this much. Min Jae Hyun grinned broadly, having successfully secured his first recruit. The golden glow of the sunset fills Lee Dae-sang's cramped room, but his mind is elsewhere. He sits there in a daze, replaying every word of his conversation with Min Jae Hyun. He keeps his head down, biting his lip as his thoughts race. He can still see Min Jae Hyun scratching his head, trying his best to convince him. Look, senior, I'm investing in you because you've got real talent. You act like throwing money at people is easy, but there's always a chance I could lose it all. Dae-sang wonders to himself. Has he ever had someone trust him this much in his entire... He pictures Min Jae Hyun's satisfied smile again. I'm really looking forward to working with you. Just thinking about it brings tears to Lee Dae-sang's eyes. Suddenly, all those bitter memories from his past come rushing back like a flood. He remembers the beatings he took for no reason from his own relatives. He was always seen as weak-willed and talentless compared to his siblings. Having lost his mother at a young age, little Lee Dae-sang was left all alone to swallow the physical and emotional agony by himself. Back then, he was just a scrawny, sickly kid covered in scars. And his father, he was always so cold, constantly wearing a hateful scowl, because he saw his own son as a complete failure. The pain in Lee Dae-sang's heart is almost unbearable. He could never win his father's approval, so receiving it now from Min Jae Hyun, it feels like a surge of new strength is flowing through him, all because someone finally put their faith in him. Even if I fail, it's okay. I'm going to give it everything I've got for his sake. He lowers his head. Tears begin to fall uncontrollably. For someone like him, someone who has never once achieved anything to prove his worth. Lee Dae-sang buries his face in his hands and sobs. This is the first time anyone has ever acknowledged him. Why does this move me so? Suddenly, the system screen flashes a notification. Main quest. Hai-Ho's trial. Out of concern for Hai-Ho, her sister has given you a challenge. Defeat the dark shadow within the time limit and earn Hai-Ho's recognition. Difficulty rank C. Reward. Hai-Ho's gift. Time remaining, 56 days, 18 hours, and 40. Penalty for failure. Death. The system continues to flash notifications. Difficulty, rank C. Reward, Hai-Ho's gift. Time remaining, 49 days, 22 hours, and 58 minutes. Penalty for failure, death. A notification chime rings out again. Difficulty rank C. Reward, high hose gift. Time remaining, 31 days, 21 hours, and 4 minutes. Penalty for failure, death. Another alert pops up. Time remaining, 18 days, 13 hours, and 36 minutes. Penalty for failure, death. The time allowed to complete the challenge is being cut shorter and shorter. Time remaining, 10 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Suddenly, a powerful magic arrow streaks through the air toward Min Jae Hyun. He calmly and effortlessly steps aside to dodge it. But Do Sung-un isn't done yet. She waves her hand, and glowing diamond shapes manifest around her as she continues to rain arrows down on him. Min Jae Hyun weaves through them with ease, but then a literal storm of arrows begins to fly at him as fast as the wind. Realizing he can't just dodge his way out of this one, Min Jae Hyun flicks his wrist, conjuring a magic shield to block the onslaught. He frowns and begins channeling his own magic. Behind him, dozens of glowing blue arrows begin to materialize. The system announces, active skill, Sacred Arrow, has been activated. Do Sung-un stays calm, focusing her mana into a defensive barrier. However, the sheer force of his attack is overwhelming. Her barrier begins to buckle and shatter, showing tiny cracks. Do Sung-un stares at her shield in pure shock. The shield is actually breaking. She can't help but be impressed. To think he's already grown this strong. After an intense bout with Do Sung-un, Min Jae Hyun is starting to feel the fatigue. He quickly wipes the sweat dripping down his face. Min Jae Hyun and Do Sung-un stand opposite each other, ready to keep training. Dust clouds swirl between them, making the Min Jae Hyun doesn't say a word, keeping his eyes locked on her. Do Sung-un does the same, silently staring him down. Min Jae Hyun gathers his mana. Golden bolts of electricity crackle around him, making him look like a god of thunder. Do Sung-un refuses to be intimidated. Her magic surges around her like a whirlpool as she prepares to counterattack. Min Jae Hyun raises his hand, a bolt of lightning coiling around his fingers, ready to be unleashed. Do Sung-un calmly points her finger back at him. A mass of magic energy begins to condense into a small sphere. But just then, a voice rings out, cutting through the tension. That's enough for today. Park Sung-dae steps in to stop them. Time's up. You both worked hard today. As he speaks, he starts sweating bullets while looking down at the floor. The entire room has been cracked and splintered by their sparring session. He looks around in awe at their raw power. The floor of this training room is made from reinforced dungeon metal, yet they've managed to completely wreck it. Normally, it takes an insane amount of force just to leave a tiny scratch on the surface. If I hadn't stepped in when I did, they probably would have leveled the entire training hall. Min Jae Hyun pulls a water bottle from his storage bag to quench his thirst. Those golden bolts of lightning around him slowly begin to fade away. Ryu Sung-un flashed a smile, praising the man who had just been her opponent. You are getting stronger at a speed that is honestly hard to believe. Compared to when we were your age, the spells you are pulling off, not even mentioning the raw power, are already completely out of our league. Watching his progress, she could not help but feel a bit suspicious. Are you taking private theory lessons from someone else? Min Jae Hyun took a long swig of water and wiped his mouth before answering. Yeah, I have been learning from a friend. Ryu Sung-un looked incredibly pleased, her face flushing slightly with a bright smile. That is much better than I expected. I was a bit worried since I cannot help you with both the theory and the practice at the same time. She continued to press him for details. It sounds like you have a very bright friend, do you not? Min Jae Hyun tilted his head, thinking for a moment before letting out a sigh. I guess so. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead as he thought to himself. Kim Do-young is definitely brilliant. The problem is her personality. It is just, he recalled her words, and that indescribable attitude of hers. Can you feel it yet? The sheer greatness of the teacher standing before you? Do you ever think about buying this teacher some ice cream? Ryu Sung-un stepped closer to Jae Hyun and made a suggestion. Hey Jae Hyun, you mentioned wanting to try a dungeon raid again, right? Min Jae Hyun nodded in agreement. I want to see exactly how effective all this training has been. Ryu Sung-un smiled, showing her full confidence in his abilities. All right then. With your current strength, a rank E dungeon should be a piece of cake. Good luck out there. Hearing that, he could only manage a bitter smile. If it really were just a rank E dungeon, that would be great. I have to make this decision with a cold, level head. He could not stop the doubt from creeping in. Was he truly ready? He remembered the monster lurking in that dungeon, fierce and powerful, along with the system notification. The dungeon monster, Black Shadow, has appeared. He felt a wave of anxiety about what he was about to face once he stepped inside. My real enemy is actually a rank C monster, a beast that I, as a rank D awakener in my past life, had zero chance of defeating. If I go in solo, can I really face that thing alone? Min Jae Hyun gave both his cheeks a hard slap. He needed to stop his mind from wandering. No, I have prepared everything. Now all that is left is to step onto the battlefield, right? He furrowed his brows with determination, affirming his own strength. I can do this. Lee Dae-sang greeted Min Jae Hyun looking absolutely exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes like a literal zombie. His voice sounded hollow, like it was crawling up from the depths of hell. You're here, Dae Hyun? He was holding a small box and one massive pill. Min Jae Hyun walked in, full of concern. Yes, senior. You have really been working hard. His eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the pill. The system notification popped up. Consumable item, mana enhancement pill. A single pill can permanently increase the user's mana stats. Because it was crafted by an exceptional alchemist, its effects have been significantly boosted. He stared at the pill with intense interest, itching to use it immediately. Can I take it right now? Lee Dae-sang nodded. Of course. Dae Hyun popped the pill into his mouth and chewed it like a piece of candy. The system chimed again. You have consumed a mana enhancement pill. He could feel his mana surging and expanding inside him. As he swallowed the pill, the system announced that his mana stats had increased by 15 points. Seeing that massive jump, Min Jae Hyun was stunned. He was speechless. This effectiveness is unbelievable. He looked at Lee Dae-sang in sheer awe. It was so effective that it even made the bitter taste of the pill seem sweet. Lee Dae-sang, suffering from extreme sleep deprivation, was swaying back. It looked like he might collapse at any second. Min Jae Hyun marveled to himself, thinking that even if they are making the exact same item, the results vary wildly depending on the skill of the alchemist. Lee Dae-sang covered his mouth and let out a long, tired yawn. Dae Hyun smiled, satisfied that he had chosen the right person for the job. If I had given these materials to any other alchemist and asked them to make this medicine, forget about 15 points. The stuff they would have given me probably wouldn't have even raised my mana by 5 points. Min Jae Hyun beamed, praising Lee Dae-sang's talent. See, senior, you are incredibly talented. Lee Dae-sang scratched his face shyly in response. It is all because you put your trust in me. So thank you. Min Jae Hyun shook his head and scratched his own head awkwardly. I am the one who should be saying thank you. You should go get some rest. You look like you haven't slept a wink lately. Lee Dae-sang nodded in agreement, rubbing his tired eyes. Yeah, definitely. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? Min Jae Hyun happily said his goodbyes and prepared to leave. He thought to himself, with this, I am finally ready. Lee Dae-sang waved him off with a tired smile. Min Jae Hyun turned around, his eyes burning with resolve. The moment is finally here, because tomorrow, I am going to take down the Black Shadow. The system notification appeared once more, starting the final countdown. Time remaining, 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes. A massive hand brushes against the screen. Well, it looks like we have a very special guest visiting us today, gamer. A white-haired girl speaks with excitement to the monster standing right next to her. Suddenly, the system flashes another notification. The countdown begins. Time remaining, 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes. Min Jae Hyun approaches the dungeon entrance. The gate is etched with mysterious, ancient patterns, and he prepares himself thoroughly for the brutal battle ahead. The system displays his equipped items. Rank C, Apprentice Valkyrie Ring, a ring crafted for a Valkyrie still in training. The system announces his next piece of gear. Rank C, Apprentice, Valkyrie, Necklace, equipped. A necklace meant for a Valkyrie in the apprentice stage. But he doesn't stop there. He continues to gear up. Rank C, Apprentice Valkyrie earrings equipped. These earrings are specifically for an Apprentice Valkyrie. The system confirms the set. Apprentice Valkyrie set. 3 out of 3 pieces equipped. Passive skill unlocked. Mana plunder. He looks down at the items he's carrying. This gear should be enough. I'm at the top of my game right now. He glances back at Baek Sung-jae, who is standing right behind him. Giving a signal that he's ready, Baek Sung-jae nods in understanding and activates the mechanism to open the dungeon doors. As the dungeon doors slowly creak open, a blinding light pours out from within, illuminating both of their faces. They watch as the glow envelops them. Min Jae Hyun stands tall, fully confident and ready for the intense fight to come. Let's go. Stepping into the dungeon, the system alerts him repeatedly. You are being transported to a designated location. Thanks to the Nornir system, he receives a notification about exactly where he's being warped to. Current location: the death fields of Helheim. From within a swirl of purple light, Min Jae Hyun falls into a vast, endless void. He makes a powerful landing. The teleportation winds around him slowly dissipate as Min Jae Hyun firmly plants his feet on this cursed land. Before him lies a forest of death, swallowed by a heavy, silent darkness and only faintly lit by the moon. The trees are all withered and dead. Shivering tombstones loom through the thick fog. He frowns, scanning his surroundings carefully. I didn't notice it before, but there's a very unsettling surge of magic power creeping through this entire area. He watches the pale purple lights drifting aimlessly everywhere. Those glows feel powerful and suffocating. As it covers the entire space, he's certain this must be the aura of the Black Shadow. He thinks back to that monster. Feeling as though dozens of bloodthirsty red eyes are watching him, he steels his resolve. If I can just take him down, then I'll finally be able to see that woman again. He recalls the image of a woman with devious white hair. Lounging comfortably atop a pile of bones from those she defeated, she wears a sinister, haunting smile that reeks of pure evil. Min Jae Hyun silently curses the names he'd rather forget, including his greatest enemy, Loki. A nearby skeleton raises its bow, firing an arrow with burning intensity toward its opponent. He continues to think of old acquaintances, and the Nornir goddesses. The skeleton's arrow screams toward him, but that arrow, it slams into a magic barrier and gets deflected right back where it came from. Min Jae Hyun calmly finishes his thought. I have a whole lot of things I want to ask you bastards. He turns his head to face the enemies launching the attack. Mana erupts from his body, lighting up the void around him. One by one, the monsters lurking here begin to wake up. A massive beast on the ground stands firm as if nothing could hurt it, joined by monsters circling in the sky. They breathe out blue flames that look like they came straight from hell. Min Jae Hyun doesn't flinch for a second. He charges straight into the fray. And there's one more thing I need to teach you all. Exactly how a mage warrior fights. He remembers the lessons Yu Sung-yoon gave him during martial arts training. This is what they call a magic swordsman. But in reality, it's a hybrid class that blends both high-level magic and expert martial arts. She had stood before Min Jae Hyun, explaining everything she knew about those who had tried to master this path. It's never been done, she had said firmly. He blurs toward the monsters, firing off his own magic arrows. He recalls more of Yu Sung-yoon's words. In terms of long-range attacks, you can't beat a pure mage class. His arrows pierce straight through the monsters hovering in the air. He closes the distance instantly, launching a brutal assault. He grabs one by the neck and slams it into the dirt. The sword it was holding slips right out of its hand. Yu Sung-yoon's voice continues to echo in his head, detailing the mechanics of combat. And in close quarters, you can't match a pure warrior class. He glares at the monsters in front of him, preparing his next move. Her words still haunt him how it doesn't fit into any specific category. It's a very strange way to fight. In his memory, Yu Sung-yoon steps closer and points at him. However, for you, it's different. She pointed her finger at him, her voice ringing with confidence, as she declared that the radiant beams of his magic were tearing through the dark clouds to As the battle raged on, the system screen flickered relentlessly with alerts of his kills. You have defeated a ghoul. You have defeated a demon. You have defeated a skeleton soldier. Massive amounts of experience points flooded in, alongside a string of level-up notices. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Park Sung-dae was preoccupied, typing a message on his phone. But he suddenly stopped in his tracks when he sensed a strange presence. He stared intensely at the empty space right in front of him. Park Sung-dae's expression darkened as he stayed on high alert. This energy, it felt completely foreign. He immediately channeled his mana. A sword of pure light manifested in his hand. I never received any report about anyone else showing up here besides us, he thought. Rumble. On the narrow trail ahead of him, a car was slowly approaching. The car screeched to a halt, kicking up a massive cloud of dust from beneath its tires. A young woman sitting in the driver's seat rolled down the window and called out to him. Hey senior, why the heck are you stationed in such a middle-of-nowhere dump? She stepped out of the car and sighed as she looked him in the eye. Finding you was such a massive pain. Park Sung-dae stared at the newcomer in shock. Huh? Jeonju? The girl looked down in annoyance at the dust swirling around her feet. It's been a while, hasn't it, senior? Realizing it was someone he knew, he let his light sword dissipate. He greeted her with a question. What are you doing here? How is work at the guild going? Jeonju let out an exhausted sigh, her fingers flying across her phone screen as if she were filing a report. Well, I'm working right now. Obvious. I came here to handle guild business and to see you. She looked up, shifting her gaze back to Park Seung-dae. She continued to explain her presence. I had to go through all this trouble just to find you, because you're never at the Yanha Guild headquarters. Park Seung-dae didn't believe a single word she said. You're such a bad liar. Hasn't she completely ignored me since graduation? He didn't call her out on it though. He just sighed and brushed her excuse aside. Fine, fine. It's good to see you again. He knew her too well. She wasn't the type to visit him just for fun, especially not when it required traveling this far. Jeonju turned her head toward the dungeon entrance he was guarding and asked a question. So, are you the one in charge of this dungeon, Park Seung-dae? He wasn't about to share info with someone from a different guild. Why do you care? This is none of an outsider's business. That's so weird. You're usually never assigned to dungeon management. Did you get demoted or something? Park Seung-dae just crossed his arms and leaned against the wall without answering. Since he stayed silent, she didn't push it. Hey, senior, there's something I've been meaning to ask. Jeonju glanced at him and asked if the rumors about Yu Seung-hoon being sick were actually true. Her question instantly put Park Seung-dae on the defensive. His face turned grim. He turned his head and shot back. It's obviously just a rumor. Where did you even hear that? She kept her head down, focused on her phone. Oh, you know me. I have eyes and ears everywhere. Plus, you know my guild is full of people like that. Park Seung-dae let out a mocking laugh. Is your side actually admitting that you've been hiring people to tail us? He let out a sharp breath before responding. I see. Thanks for being honest. It looks like thanks to you, I'm going to have a lot more work on my plate. He looked at Jeonju. Are you done? I have to get back to it. Jeonju was still buried in her phone. Oh. And one more thing. She held her phone out in front of him. Do you know a kid named Min Jae Hyun? Looking at the photo on the screen, Park Seung-dae's eyes widened in surprise. Jeonju stepped closer to explain why she was asking. Lately, it seems like he's been loitering around the Yanha Guild headquarters quite a bit. He's even been seen meeting with guild leader Yu Seung-hoon. Park Seung-dae remained silent, offering no response. Jeonju pressed him further. You don't happen to know why, do you? Refusing to give her an answer, Park Seung-dae's voice turned cold. Like I said, this isn't something an outsider needs to worry about. Realizing she wasn't going to get what she wanted, Jeonju sighed. She turned around to leave and muttered a final thought. Honestly, I figured you wouldn't tell me anything anyway. Jeonju walked back to her car and looked over her shoulder at him one last time. Honestly, Senior Park Seung-dae, I forgot just how arrogant and stiff you can be. Her words left him speechless. She let out one last sigh. Well, since I've come all this way, I might as well pretend to finish my work. I am getting paid for this, after all. He watched her silently, not saying a word. Jeonju hopped into the driver's seat and waved. Anyway, I'm heading out. See you around, Senior. With that, she sped off and disappeared into the distance. Leaving them paralyzed with a warning shot, he scratched his head and sighed. First things first, I need to report this mess to the guildmaster. Deep inside the dungeon, under a pitch-black sky, the dark energy of the Shadow King lingered in the air. Min Jae Hyun sat calmly atop a massive pile of slain monsters. The sheer number of beasts he had taken down could have formed a small hill. He looked up toward the horizon and whispered, I am finally here. From the darkness, a monster shrouded in a blood-red, murderous aura slowly approached him. The system message flashed instantly. The Shadow King, ruler of the Black Shadow Dungeon, has appeared. Without a second of hesitation, Min Jae Hyun fired a magic arrow directly at the beast, known as the Shadow. A diamond-shaped magic circle still hovered beside him as he gave a casual greeting. It has been a long time, hasn't it? The shadow eyes, dozens of them, glowed with a dangerous light as it lunged forward to attack. Min Jae Hyun did not flinch, remaining seated in a relaxed posture. A series of small diamond shards appeared behind his back, aiming straight for the shadow. This time is going to be a lot different from the last. The shadow let out a savage roar and lunged, swinging its claws violently, but he had already nimbly evaded the strike, frowning down at his brutal opponent from the air. Magic arrows manifested one after another, locking onto the monster. They whistled through the air, raining down on the shadow. The sound of magic tearing through flesh echoed loudly. The beast let out a pained shriek as its body began to slump. The crimson aura surrounding it visibly dimmed. As it hunched over, clutching its wounds, Min Jae Hyun landed firmly right in front of it. Staring at the man who had dared to wound it, the shadow was consumed by rage. The rings above its head glowed intensely as it let out a world-shaking roar. It concentrated all its mana into the top of its head, where those rings seemed to pierce the very ground as they rose up. Brilliant red lights shot straight into the sky amidst clouds of dust. Min Jae Hyun narrowed his eyes, which now glowed with a sharp golden hue. He stared intensely at the beams of light, identifying the pattern. With calm precision, he took a single step to the left. He easily slipped through the gaps of those searing red beams. He walked right up to the monster. Those bloodthirsty rings controlled the red beams, yet he remained completely untouched, navigating through them with ease. He stood his ground, face to face with the beast. The monster arms lashed out like spears from hell. The shadow swung its heavy limbs down toward him with savage force. But Min Jae Hyun skillfully dodged the attack through the narrow gap between its fingers by taking 2 steps to the right. It continued its assault, but he simply tilted his head to the left, effortlessly avoiding every strike. Refusing to back down, the beast swung its arms repeatedly, but he neutralized every move with ease. This time, he took 1 large step to the right. Driven to the peak of fury, after failing to touch him, the monster released a dark, oppressive fog that covered the area. Seeing the monster's desperate rage, Min Jae Hyun simply pointed his finger at it. His magic condensed at his fingertips like intense golden lightning. "You cannot get the upper hand, so you are starting to get cranky now?" The system announced. "Active skill, lightning chain, has been activated." As Min Jae Hyun pointed at the shadow, a heavy chain crackling with terrifying electricity manifested around him. Under his command, the chain shot straight toward the shadow. The beast swung its arms to block the incoming restraint. It tried to whip its head around to escape, but the golden chain did not stop. It looped back around, diving straight for the shadow once more. From a distance, Min Jae Hyun frowned and clenched his fist, focusing his mana for the... Just like before, the chain coiled tightly around the shadow's entire body. It bound its hands firmly, leaving the shadow completely trapped by the golden restraints once again. A golden light radiated from the chain, surging with electricity that relentlessly shocked the beast. The shadow refused to give up, thrashing wildly to escape its cage. Still not enough. Realizing the shadow might break free again, Min Jae Hyun channeled his magic, causing a bright blue light to flare up behind him. Those blue arrows launched with a fury, striking the shadow before it could shake off the golden chains. Min Jae Hyun's arrows pierced directly into the shadow's glowing red eyes. "Gah!" It shrieked in pure agony. Out of its many eyes, only 4 remained. The rest had been completely destroyed by the arrows. Pushed to the brink of madness, it suppressed the pain and forced itself to face Min Jae Hyun again. He frowned as he watched it. The thing still had enough strength to keep fighting. The shadow's aura grew even more malevolent. Despite having only 4 eyes left, it let out a deafening cry, straining against its shackles. Its violent struggle created a massive shockwave, forcing Min Jae Hyun to instinctively shield himself from the blinding, bloodthirsty light. Its aura is pure evil. Those chains can't hold it back anymore. They are shattering into tiny pieces. The system frantically blares a warning. The Black Shadow King has entered a berserk state. Notifications keep flashing as the Black Shadow's power skyrockets. This is the true power of a monster king. Its strength has increased 1.5 times. Its agility has also shot up by 1.5 times. Min Jae Hyun stares at the system messages in utter shock. He is incredibly tense given how fast things are spiraling out of control. Just when he thinks the notifications are over, his heart sinks as the system continues to flicker. New warnings keep popping up, one after another. Death mark has been applied. Death mark has been applied. A shroud of deathly energy wraps around him, as if it wants to swallow him whole. Min Jae Hyun watches the dark mist in sheer panic. It slowly submerges his entire body. The system warns him again. If the mark isn't removed within 10 minutes, the player will suffer the penalty of instant death. The condition to remove the mark appears. Defeat the Black Shadow. His eyes glow gold as he cautiously inspects the deathly aura. He grits his teeth, unable to hide his mounting stress. An instant death penalty? I have never heard of anything like that before. A universal active skill has been triggered. That deathly aura keeps growing, becoming thicker by the second. The system warns of a critical situation once more. Death mark has been applied. Min Jae Hyun is completely stunned. What is going on? Why is this deathly energy suddenly surging? His eyes flash gold again as he tries to analyze the situation. Right after the notification for the universal active skill appears, another message pops up instantly. Death mark has been applied. Suddenly, the image of a white-haired girl appears before him, smiling wickedly and resting her chin on her hand as she watches him with amusement. Min Jae Hyun realizes exactly who it is. He shouts in fury as he sees the deathly aura still swirling around him. Hela, how can you just step in and interfere like this? The system coldly begins the countdown. Time remaining before the instant death penalty, 9 minutes and 28 seconds. I can't afford to hesitate anymore. Min Jae Hyun charges straight at the black shadow. There is no other way out of this deathly aura. I have to take it down fast. With only 4 eyes left after he stabbed the others, the black shadow glares at the human preparing to attack. To Min Jae Hyun's surprise, the monster suddenly bolts away. He grits his teeth and quickly summons his magic arrows. He aims directly at the creature. Is a monster king actually running away? The black shadow looks back at the arrows. As they fly toward it, the monster nimbly dodges, letting the arrows pierce nothing but thin air. The system updates the countdown. 8 minutes and 32 seconds remaining before instant death. The black shadow actually taunts him. Looking at that smug, punchable face, Min Jae Hyun is so pissed his teeth are literally grinding. This piece of trash. It's trying to toy with me. It knows that if it just drags this out, it wins, doesn't it? Fueled by rage, Min Jae Hyun frowns deeply. He channels his magic, causing a golden light to radiate from his body. Fine then. I'll use a wide-range skill so you can't dodge. As if sensing his plan, the black shadow's eyes light up. It releases an aura that fills the entire space. Min Jae Hyun is caught off guard by its sudden move. What? The sheer pressure of the monster's aura forces him to his knees. He gasps for air, struggling to breathe. The system heartlessly notifies him, "You have failed to resist. You have been temporarily inflicted with the fear debuff." He looks at the message in confusion. What? This time, the black shadow doesn't run. It lunges straight at him with pure malice and swings its arm down. Min Jae Hyun can't even put up a fight. He can only brace himself and take the hit. The system coldly announces that the fear debuff has worn off. Min Jae Hyun coughs up a mouthful of blood. He quickly retreats to avoid another direct hit from the black shadow. He frowns, his mind racing. He needs a strategy to defeat it, and fast. Time remaining, 7 minutes and 11 seconds. He forces himself up and carefully reassesses the situation. So, I can't just keep using skills to restrict its movement. He watches the black shadow as it prepares to attack again. I'm not entirely sure yet, but if it sees me using Judgment of Light again, it'll probably find another way to shut me down. The black shadow's terrifying aura flares up again, making Min Jae Hyun swear under his breath. Am I just supposed to take these hits until I run out of mana and die? He breaks into a cold sweat. I have to find another way. Looking at the black shadow's face with only 4 eyes left, Min Jae Hyun thinks back. Now that I think about it, its eyes were hit earlier, so its vision must be limited now. Active skill, Gale, has been activated. A pale blue gale swirls around him. First, I have to blind this thing. The system flashes a new notification. The power of the wind floods the player's body, granting a temporary boost to agility. Min Jae Hyun's gale burst sends the dark shadow reeling. It staggers back, disoriented. It's down to just 2 eyes now. He's already crushed all the others. Enraged, the creature digs its heels in and braces itself, ready to tank whatever he throws next. Its aura grows thick and suffocating. Standing across from it, Min Jae Hyun points a finger toward the sky, and his golden radiance magic erupts where he aimed. He closes his eyes, unfazed. Did you really think I'd just charge at you blindly? A halo of light forms in his palm. Min Jae Hyun lets out a loud laugh. Then, with pure contempt, he spits out, "Idiot!" Active skill, Thunderburst, has been triggered. From the heavens, a blinding pillar of light slams directly onto the dark shadow. A hail of arrows rains down simultaneously. Amidst the searing light, Min Jae Hyun stands tall, looking like a literal god. He stares, stunned by his own power. Finally, it's over. But to his horror, seeing it survive leaves him fuming. You've got to be kidding me. The monster lets out a roar that shakes the very fabric of space. Clinging to life within that golden glow, the shadow refuses to fall. The system coldly announces the remaining time before the penalty kicks in. Time remaining until sudden death, 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Behind him, a swarm of monsters begins to rise, charging straight for him. You guys are persistent. I'll give you that. Still got enough fight left to come at me? He smirks, wrapping himself in a shroud of golden magic. But it's too late now. The sacrificial preparation skill has been activated. The undead look up in unison, eyes fixed on the falling arrows. The glowing golden arrows have locked onto their targets. The sacrificial undead have been converted into an offensive skill. The dark shadow looks up in terror at the light gathering above. Active skill, Judgment of Light, has been triggered. Beams of pure energy slam down, relentless in their assault on the shadow. The system countdown continues, without mercy. 3 minutes and 46 seconds. Time remaining until sudden death, 2 minutes and 18 seconds. Time remaining until sudden death, 1 minute and 47 seconds. The clock is still ticking. 59 seconds. Time remaining until sudden death, 30 seconds. The system begins the final countdown. 10, 9, 8. Min Jae Hyun looks up and sighs, bracing for the penalty. 5, 4. As the dust and smoke clear, the dark shadow finally collapses. Min Jae Hyun lets out a satisfied laugh. I did it. The dark shadow has lost all will to fight. The system hits 5, 4, 3, then finally confirms the kill. You have defeated the boss monster, the Dark Shadow. You have earned the title, One Who Overcame the First Trial. Somewhere far away, Hera lets out a delighted laugh. Ha! I knew it. There's a reason that person chose him. A wicked smile plays on her lips as she beckons him. Come to me, my dear boy. Step into my temple. I'm inviting you in. The system window flashes. You have defeated the boss of the Dark Shadow dungeon. The sudden death penalty has been lifted. Min Jae Hyun stares at his hands, dazed. The system continues. You have received 3,000 points. You have received items. Multiple items have been acquired. These are the spoils of Min Jae Hyun's hard-fought victory. The ground beneath him begins to tremble, sending clouds of dust into the air. System notification. You have leveled up 3 times. Immediately after, a golden light starts to envelop the entire area where Min Jae Hyun is standing. You have earned the title, One Who Overcame the First Trial. As the announcement echoes, the ground starts to crack and split open. The system is now reviewing the player's achievements. Min Jae Hyun feels a wave of anxiety, sweat dripping down his forehead. Then, a final notice pops up. Review complete. Hera's temple is issuing a summons. Shards of glass shatter and swirl through the air. Min Jae Hyun is suddenly transported to a completely different world. It looks like a massive, ancient fortress. He stands there, paralyzed, just staring at it for a long moment. After a few seconds, Min Jae Hyun finally gasps in disbelief. Is this Hera's temple? Suddenly, a ferocious beast appears out of nowhere, its eyes burning with rage as it glares at him and lets out a threatening growl. Startled, Min Jae Hyun's eyes widen as he takes in the savage creature. It seems to have spotted an illegal intruder. It lunges forward like a whirlwind to attack him. Bolts of electricity shoot from its body, firing repeatedly at his position. Luckily, he's quick enough to dodge. Min Jae Hyun curses under his breath. Damn it. The beast's gaze remains full of hatred. It continues its assault, opening its mouth like a bottomless pit of death. The savage monster charges in a straight line, heading right for where Min Jae Hyun is standing. With its maw hanging wide like a gateway to hell, the beast barrels toward him at full speed. It lunged forward, ready to swallow him whole in a single bite. Seeing this, Min Jae Hyun dropped into a combat stance, prepared to fight the ferocious beast. The monster glared at him and let out an ear-splitting roar. Suddenly, the temple doors behind them swung open, and a voice rang out, causing the creature to freeze in its tracks. Bring the guest inside. Those words acted like a magic spell on the beast, which just a second ago looked like a starving predator. The monster that was ready to feast on him had suddenly turned into a well-behaved little puppy. It stood right in front of Min Jae Hyun, but it no longer had any intention of attacking him. After watching him for a few moments, it turned its head and walked deeper into the temple. Min Jae Hyun let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that he had finally made it. Without wasting another second, he followed close behind the beast into the temple. The air inside was freezing, with snow falling everywhere. Once inside, Min Jae Hyun stood by a brightly lit window and scanned his surroundings. Then, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hell, I am here to see you." The beast from before lifted its paw, showing off its razor-sharp claws. A few seconds later, it flopped onto the temple floor, acting as lazy as a house dog. A voice answered Min Jae Hyun. "I honestly did not think you would actually make it." Hell emerged from a thick white mist. She slowly descended onto the back of the beast and looked at Min Jae Hyun with a smirk. Congratulations, child of destiny, the one fated to face a great enemy. You have passed the trial I set for you. Hearing Hell's praise, Min Jae Hyun's face remained expressionless as he demanded, what was the point of all this? He stood perfectly still, watching Hell lean back against the beast. You gave me the Nornir system and threw this trial at me. Min Jae Hyun was clearly fed up with everything that was happening to him, so he decided to grill Hell for answers. Why are you doing all of this? Unlike the irritated Min Jae Hyun, Hell seemed quite amused. She rested her chin on her hand and smiled, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Min Jae Hyun. Her dark hand was covered in scratches. A swirling white aura appeared around her as she finally offered an explanation for his confusion. To turn you into that great archenemy. Min Jae Hyun felt a surge of annoyance. The great archenemy? He still did not quite grasp what Hell was getting at. He shot back. Then why me? Hell calmly replied. From the very beginning. She gave him a mysterious smile. She continued, you were born with this destiny on your shoulders. These words only left Min Jae Hyun with more questions. He could not wrap his head around what she meant by destiny. Then, she raised her hand high into the air, as if she were trying to grab hold of something. The noble archenemy of the Aesir, the one who will eliminate the supreme god, Odin. After saying that, she dropped her arm and pointed straight at Min Jae Hyun. That is exactly what Loki and the rest of us want from you. After hearing the plot they wanted him to carry out, Min Jae Hyun was skeptical. You want me to kill Odin? I do not get any of this. Hell closed her eyes, soaking in the comfort of the moment. She replied, you do not need to understand. I never needed you to understand. Hearing Hell's arrogance, Min Jae Hyun was furious about being used as a tool to kill someone without even getting an explanation. Why does it have to be like this? Min Jae Hyun frowned and glared at Hell. Suddenly, she lunged forward. She pressed a finger against Min Jae Hyun's lips, catching him off guard. She continued to soothe his temper. You must be pretty upset. It felt like she was playing mind games with him, acting aggressive one second and comforting the next. She spoke calmly, hitting every one of Min Jae Hyun's sore spots. You cannot understand why you have to be a pawn in the games of the gods. As soon as she finished, Hell pressed her finger onto his shoulder. The touch on Min Jae Hyun's shoulder sent a chill down his spine, making him break out in a cold sweat. But remember this well, Hell said. Her playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp gaze. She looked directly at Min Jae Hyun as if giving him a warning. This is not just an issue for us Aesir gods. With that, she gave Min Jae Hyun a powerful shove, sending him stumbling backward. A dark, ominous aura. A gloomy mist began to envelop Min Jae Hyun, filling him with dread. After pushing him, Hell retreated back to the resting beast and smiled as if nothing had happened. She said, the world is drawing closer to the end of days, and it is all because Odin wants everyone to kneel at his feet. That dark, swirling abyss continued to pull Min Jae Hyun in, and we need the power of the one from the prophecy, the one who will possess immense power. That archenemy is you. Min Jae Hyun was filled with anxiety, struggling and shouting at the top of his lungs. Wait, Hell, I still have things to ask. But before he could finish, Hell cut him off, refusing to let him speak. As the darkness swallowed him, she laughed and said, get even stronger. I will be counting down the days from now until we meet again. As soon as those words were spoken, Min Jae Hyun vanished completely into the black hole. Only Hera and the beast remained in the void. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the silence, making both Hera and the beast turn toward the source. Hera asked coldly, are you still planning on watching? I don't recall inviting you here. Suddenly, the scene shifted to an entirely different location. Warm sunlight bathed the area, surrounded by the vibrant green of lush trees. Min Jae Hyun snapped awake. His face was twisted in frustration, looking like someone who had just swallowed a bitter pill. Feeling completely helpless, Min Jae Hyun covered his face with his hand. Refusing to face the reality of the situation, he groaned in misery. Good grief, not again. In the end, that woman didn't answer a single one of my questions. Min Jae Hyun peeked through the gaps in his fingers. He took in his surroundings as the system notification pinged in his ear. Hera's reward has arrived. You have learned the passive skill, Hera's Blessing. This legendary tier passive skill, Hera's Blessing, nullifies all status ailments. This reward left Min Jae Hyun feeling puzzled and curious. While the system explained the details of the reward, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to the temple. After hearing Hera's sharp question, the mysterious figure replied, "Oh my, please forgive this old man for his rudeness." A brilliant light filled the space. Hera and the beast stood silently, staring at the speaker. "I heard you met with that boy. It made me a bit impatient." Seeing the beast growling at this illegal intruder of the temple, Hera reached out a hand to calm it down. Seeing this, the mysterious man laughed in admiration. "Ha ha, what a loyal friend you have there." Then, he continued to press her. How was it meeting him in person? Hera smiled as she stroked the beast, answering simply, "Yeah, it's a bit too early to reach a conclusion. The great adversary has only just taken his first step." Hearing this, the man questioned her. Is that so?" Hera turned to look at him with emotionless, flickering golden eyes. A man's silhouette appeared, though his face remained completely obscured. He leaned on his hand and chuckled. "It seems you've taken quite a liking to him, haven't you?" Hera looked up at the man and then laughed loudly, admitting it. "I'll admit, the great adversary is progressing much faster than I anticipated." Images of Min Jae Hyun's journey played out like a film reel before them. He even managed to break through the obstacles I set for him and came looking for me. Hera's eyes held an unreadable depth as she said, "I'm actually glad I misjudged him." The man echoed her praise. "That is good news indeed. Hearing that he's doing so well puts my mind at ease." Hera smiled and said, All right then. Are we done here? I'm sure you have something else you wanted to tell me, don't you?" Mimir, the old man, quickly tried to dodge Hera's question. I have no idea what you're talking about." Hera glared at him as a warning. "Are you going to play dumb until the very end, you old geezer? You're using that deceptive appearance. To hide your own cunning, you're just like my second brother." The scene shifted again. That golden light drifted over Min Jae Hyun as if it had ill intentions toward him. The great adversary's threads of causality have been distorted. Did you think I wouldn't notice after meeting him face to face? How disappointing. It seems your title as the Giant of Wisdom has become quite outdated. Faced with her blunt accusations, the old man suddenly became flustered. "What a shame. Geez, calm down a bit. It really is hard to pull a fast one on you." Images of Min Jae Hyun appeared once more. Hera said, "The great adversary's left eye is definitely the one Odin sacrificed to the Well of Wisdom." She looked up at the golden sphere from below and asked, "Why didn't you tell me anything?" Hera's gaze turned icy cold. The golden orb continued to glow. Hera pressed him further, asking about the plan he and Loki were cooking up. The old man replied, "Forgive me, Hera. I really want to tell you, but it's just too early for that right now." He paused for a moment before continuing, "It's fate." Hearing his words, Hera scoffed at him. "Fate? Fine, I'm used to waiting. But there is one thing I simply cannot be patient about." Hera flew over to the window, and the old man asked, "It looks like you've come up with a rather interesting idea, haven't you?" Hera looked as though she were cradling something precious as she replied, "The great adversary is still far too inexperienced. According to the prophecy, he has many obstacles to overcome." She pressed a sphere of energy against her chest. "He needs guidance." She swung her arm, sending the orb flying as she spoke. Guidance, so that he always chooses the right path, no matter how great the obstacles he faces. On the first day at Malat, in a place resembling a vast and luxurious waiting hall, people were scurrying about, looking incredibly busy. Min Jae Hyun sat somewhere off to the side, sighing with a scowl on his face. He let out a frustrated huff. A moment later, while he was walking through the lounge, he accidentally ran into someone. She noticed me right away and spoke up, "You don't look so good." Turns out, it's Park Hana. She didn't look surprised at all. Hana kept going, asking, "Is something bothering you, Min Jae Hyun?" Since she asked, I just gave her a short answer, "Nah, it's nothing." Hearing my half-hearted response, Hana just said, "Well, let's go get the rest of the supplies then." I stood there scratching my head, thinking, wait, what? What's bothering me? After everything I've been through, something still feels off. The fact that none of my questions have been answered yet. My eyes went cold and lost focus for a second, but at least I got something out of it. A notification popped up. Passive skill, Hell's Blessing, legendary rank. It nullifies all abnormal status effects on the player. And then, one final alert, legacy ranking. After reading through all the system windows, I just brushed some dust off my shoulder, acting like it was no big deal. I also scored a few skills from those old ranking results. The system kept chiming in. God's Watcher, S rank. This one helps the player level up fast through divine blessings. Then there is the passive skill, All. Seeing God's Eye, S rank. It cuts through illusions and reveals the truth. I stared intensely at the screen. These are ranks that have never even existed in the Aesir system. What is even crazier is the term special exception, a skill that completely shatters Aesir's standards. I followed Parkhana quietly. As we shopped, I couldn't help but think, if other people's skills are on the same level as this, then this all-seeing God's eye must be incredibly rare. Parkhana walked up to a stall to talk to a vendor. This is exactly what the Aesir demigods want, and why they have come all this way. Hel's image flashed through my mind. Her voice echoed in my head, "You will be the one to kill the supreme god Odin. That is what Loki and the rest of us want from you." Lost in the chaos of my own thoughts, my face darkened. I let out another long sigh. But then Hana's voice snapped me out of it. "Let's get this one." I jumped and looked at her. She was pointing at a long blade on the shelf and looked ready to buy it right then and there. Then I saw the price tag and nearly lost my soul. I seriously can't understand how rich people spend money. My face went stiff as I watched Hana pull out her card to pay. "I'll be paying with my card." I thought to myself, 300 million just for a mana blade? Who spends that much on a basic item? While I was still trying to wrap my head around her logic, Hana spoke up. "Milat provides some gear, but the stuff they give freshmen is usually trash. It's better to bring your own equipment." After saying that, she went back to scrolling through the notes on her phone. Okay. Next on the list is... I stared at the never-ending list on her screen, completely stunned. Sweat started dripping down my forehead. Is that seriously all stuff we need to buy? A moment later, Hana stood right in front of me, clasped her hands together, and gave a formal bow. "Hello, Min Jae Hyun. I'm Park Hana from the Jeonha Guild." She started explaining why she was actually there to meet me. "Our representative wanted to give you a gift since you will be starting at Milat soon." I didn't really react, but Hana kept going. "Are you free right now?" The next thing I knew, my arms were full of stuff, the so-called welcome gift from her. I stood there looking like an idiot with all those boxes. I never imagined a welcome gift could be this massive. I thought she would just give me some elixirs, or maybe 1 or 2 items. I couldn't hide my shock. I didn't expect this at all. This place is basically the Jeonha Guild's backyard. Once she finished dumping the gifts on me, Park Hana turned around and started walking. She just called back over her shoulder, "Now, let's go check some armor." That caught me off guard. I shouted after her, "Hey, wait a second." The items I was holding started equipping themselves onto my body. I closed my eyes and groaned. "I don't need armor. I have already got some." Notifications for the equipped gear started popping up one after another. Item equipped. B. Rank shadow armor. A fragment of the night, shrouded in darkness. It was like flowing shadows, elegant, yet it felt heavy with presence. Once equipped, the stealth effect is activated. I scanned the descriptions on the system windows. My gaze sharpened. B rank armor. I probably won't find anything better than this here. Then, I spotted a specific line in the notification. When equipped, stealth will be activated. He pondered for a moment, thinking about the added benefit of being invisible. Hana Park seemed to notice Min Jae Hyun lost in thought. Armor with a rare skill like that is incredibly hard to find. Hana Park spoke up, asking, "Min Jae Hyun, are you really looking for gear with a stealth feature?" It seemed like Hana Park was giving the idea some serious thought. She rested her chin on her hand and hummed. "Most conquerors are desperate for gear like that, but finding it here won't be easy." Hearing Hana say that made Min Jae Hyun feel a bit awkward. He tried to play it off, waving his hands dismissively. "Oh no, it was just a random thought. Don't worry about it. I mean, it's not like many people would actually want to learn that skill anyway, right?" He said this while glancing over at Hana Park. "Unless you get lucky in a dungeon, you'll never see it." Hearing Min Jae Hyun's words, Hana Park understood and shared her thoughts. That is true. In fact, the only conqueror in Korea who can use stealth is my older brother. Min Jae Hyun was stunned. "Your brother?" Hana Park turned back to clarify for him. "Manager Sung Rae Park. You didn't know? Your representative must have been pulling your leg." As Hana finished speaking, Min Jae Hyun's mind was racing like a storm. He remembered the image of a certain man, a man with deep scars on his face. Seeing him standing there dazed, Hana decided to skip the armor part. "Let's go check out the weapons instead." She walked ahead while Min Jae Hyun thought to himself, "Wait, is she for real?" He was deep in his own theories. The two of them didn't look alike at all, but he decided to put those thoughts aside for a moment. Min Jae Hyun continued to follow Hana Park. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and the atmosphere around him turned incredibly dark. Glowing orbs began to appear all around him. Min Jae Hyun's eyes widened as if he were seeing something impossible, and a notification screen popped up. After agreeing to the prompt, Min Jae Hyun was hit with a splitting headache. He clutched his head in pure agony. Everyone else was walking by as if nothing was wrong. A moment later, Min Jae Hyun forced himself to stand up and looked around at his surroundings. The air was still gloomy, with those glowing specks floating aimlessly. Min Jae Hyun observed them carefully. Is this light coming from a treasure gate? With that thought, he suddenly bolted. Seeing this, Hana Park shouted, Min Jae Hyun! He yelled back, give me a second. Then he ran like the wind toward a place that looked like a mountain of pure gold. Surrounded by countless shimmering particles, it looked as if a doorway was opening up. Along with the appearance of someone new, the system screen displayed a passive skill, All-Seeing Eye. It pierces through false illusions and shines a light on the truth. The low-level passive skill, All-Seeing Eye, has been unlocked. You have learned the active skill, Scout. The S-rank active skill, Scout, Level 1. Effect 1 allows you to determine the value of unidentified items. Effect 2 makes you immune to stealth and other illusion-based skills. A flood of notifications appeared, leaving Min Jae Hyun overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information. He stared at the final notification box that appeared and muttered, what is this? The Nonia system is activating the active skill Scout. The scene suddenly shifts to a man who is struggling to fight. He is facing an enemy while completely exhausted. The man gritted his teeth and hissed, damn it! You couldn't see the attacker's face, but he had white hair and lifeless eyes. The two of them engaged in a brutal and violent clash. Finally, the match ended, and Ho-Jun-an emerged as the winner. After the fight, he looked absolute. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the ground. Seeing the result, Seo-gu-an looked quite satisfied, wearing a sinister smile. Winning was a given, he said. I agree. The opponent also had a history of winning. They had many matches, but the difference in their intelligence was just too obvious. The scene of Ho-Jun-an standing over his defeated, broken opponent flashed once more. Despite being the winner, Ho-Jun didn't look happy at all. He just let out a long sigh without saying a word. That is why people call him a future S-rank conqueror. Seo-gu-an walked past Ho-Jun and spoke. Well done. As if receiving a rare compliment, Ho-Jun replied calmly, thank you, father. But Seo-gu-an didn't let him enjoy the moment for long, immediately killing the mood. Don't get too cocky. This was just a match where the odds were already in your favor. Hearing his father's words, Ho-Jun didn't have any visible reaction. He just softly replied, I know. Seo-gu-an walked away with his hands behind his back, talking as he went. The match is over, so go get ready for the next thing on your schedule. I have to go buy a few things, so come see me once you've showered. Ho-Jun's eyes were filled with sadness, because his own father wouldn't acknowledge his achievements. At that moment, his heart felt incredibly heavy. There is only one way to describe how I feel right now. Miserable. I head back to my room and turn on the warm water to wash away the day. And Ho-Jun grips the bathroom wall, finally letting his guard down and showing how exhausted and weak he really is. I am sick of this robotic life, never being able to do anything I actually want. He lowers his head, letting the warm water carry his worries away. This is not the kind of raider I wanted to become. A single question keeps eating at him. Where did everything go wrong? Suddenly, a system notification pops up. Equipped item. Mistletoe. Type. Growth. Origin. Mistletoe branch. It marks the end of the war for Odin's son. This weapon grows alongside its user and hides a terrifying magical power. Once equipped, it activates search magic. Passive skill. Rank A. Search magic. It boosts mana detection to the absolute maximum. With magic flowing through him, his mana sensitivity skyrockets. Back in reality, Min Jae Hyun stands there with a mysterious smirk, whispering the name Mistletoe. What is that blinding yellow stone? Min Jae Hyun seems to be sensing something strange. Is this another one of the system's twisted pranks? In his mind, the image of An Ho-Jun appears. The boy is wearing a cap and a jacket, looking like he is about to head out. Another beautiful morning arrives at a grand building, with sunlight reflecting off the massive glass windows. Inside, in a room packed with high-end gear, and Seo-gu is carefully hand-picking items for his son. He tells the clerk, I will take this one, that one, and this one too. And Ho-Jun just stands there watching his father and the clerk, his face completely blank. Finally, he asks hesitantly, isn't this a bit much? And Seo-gu holds up a sword, admiring its blade. Hearing his son's question, he replies, "All of this is for you. Don't you dare think it is too much. You are going to be an S-rank raider in the future." But John can't shake the guilt. "But if we spend this much, what about mom's hospital bills for this month?" Before he can even finish, Seogu snaps at him, yelling, "There is enough." His father's face turns dark. He glares at John with a terrifying expression and growls, "That is my concern, not yours. All you need to do is focus on your training." After scolding his son, he goes back to paying for the gear. Watching from a distance, John has no choice but to obey his father's words. He forces out the words, "Yes, father," but deep down he hates every second of this. His eyes go hollow, filled with nothing but disgust. What am I even doing here? The two of them walk through the building. It seems John's presence has everyone talking. People are pointing and whispering as he walks by. "Look, isn't that John, the martial arts prodigy? What's he doing here?" He tries his best to tune out the gossip about him. John pulls his cap down and tugs at his jacket, trying to hide from the prying eyes of the crowd. He thinks to himself, "Is this really the life I wanted as a raider?" Memories of his childhood resurface. A cute little boy with white hair and big, sparkling turquoise eyes. But back then, he felt like a monkey locked in a cage for people to stare at all day. He remembers the moment he first awakened. The image of his mother, a beautiful and kind woman, fills his mind. She gave him a warm smile and stroked his hair. It was a touch full of love. The way a mother treasures her little boy. John thinks, "Back then, I actually dreamed of becoming a raider one day." From the outside, they looked like a happy family of three, but the reality was different. Our lives were buried in poverty and darkness. I was their only ray of hope. But to my father, that hope meant nothing more than a tool. And Seogu looked at his only son like he was looking at a profitable piece of merchandise. John continues to follow his father like a programmed machine. And now, I am nothing but a puppet, a tool that only knows how to follow orders. John looks down at the ground, his eyes heavy with sadness. Can a pathetic loser like me even survive 3 years at Malat? He asks himself. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the area. The ground shakes violently. A heavy, grim atmosphere settles over the entire building. Then, an emergency announcement blares over the speakers. "Attention all customers. A dungeon outbreak has occurred near the shopping mall. Monsters have appeared." Hearing this, John snaps his head up, listening intently. "The guilds have already dispatched raiders. Please remain calm and follow our instructions." John's mind races. A dungeon outbreak? Monsters are appearing right in the middle of the city? To explain, a dungeon outbreak is, it all starts when monsters break out of a dungeon that has been left uncleared for far too long. Right after the emergency announcement echoes through the mall, a female staff member immediately begins directing the crowd to evacuate. "Everyone, please follow this way." A male employee joins in, helping to lead the frantic shoppers away from the danger zone. He tries his best to keep everyone calm, shouting that the conquerors will be here soon and to stay composed. Suddenly, he hears his father's voice. "Ho-jun, aren't you coming?" Seogu doesn't look even slightly panicked. He just keeps walking forward at a steady pace, completely indifferent to the terrified customers, screaming and running for their lives all around him. Seogu slowly turns his head and says, "You are a genius, son. A genius who holds the entire future of, if you get hurt here, it will put you at a massive disadvantage for tomorrow's entrance ceremony. You don't need to get involved in this mess." And Ho-jun stands there, completely stunned by his father's words. He just stares at the man for a long, silent moment. Deep down, he thinks to himself, he is right. Just like Dad said, the conquerors will show up any minute and handle these monsters. But while we wait for them to arrive, what happens to all these civilians? The escaped monsters have already begun their rampage, brutally attacking innocent people without a shred of mercy. And Ho-jun's gaze suddenly sharpens with determination. He realizes that this is his moment. Without another thought, he spins around. Leaving his shocked father behind, he sprints back into the heart of the shopping mall. Seogu screams at the top of his lungs. "And Ho-jun, what do you think you are doing? Get back here right now." But only one thought occupies Ho-jun's mind right now. This is his chance to protect his dignity and his freedom as a conqueror. And Ho-jun pushes his body to the limit, running as fast as he can while a burning question weighs on his heart. I have to find out. Is the person I am right now the future that I wanted to show my mother? He thinks of his beloved mother lying in a hospital bed, holding on to a tiny sliver of hope that he will become a great conqueror. After running for a while, his eyes go wide in shock. A monster appears right in front of him, and its appearance is beyond grotesque. It has sickly green skin, glowing yellow eyes, and a skeletal frame that is terrifying to behold. And Ho-jun slowly comes to a halt. It isn't just one monster. There is an entire pack of them. They lock eyes with Ho-jun, staring at him like he is some kind of strange new prey. The creatures begin to raise their weapons, preparing to strike, but something is wrong with Ho-jun. He isn't moving. Terror finally begins to take hold. He is shaking so hard, he is drenched in sweat, his eyes fixed in a wide-eyed stare of pure disbelief. My body, it won't move. The only thing I can feel is this pathetic, uncontrollable trembling. The monsters lunge forward, their mouths hanging wide as if they are ready to swallow Ho-jun whole. He curses under his breath. Damn it! He feels utterly helpless. In this life-or-death moment, he can't do a single thing. He can't even lift a finger. Ho-jun desperately tries to force his shaking hands to move. He keeps muttering to himself, "Move! Come on, just move!" You knew exactly how dangerous this would be. A dense swarm of monsters closes in on Ho-jun, ready to tear him apart. One monster, wielding a long, jagged blade, leaps high into the air to deliver a killing blow, while Ho-jun remains frozen in place. Thoughts are swirling in his head, but Ho-jun still can't move a muscle. He just stands there, paralyzed, watching the monster charge right at him without being able to do a single thing. He questions his own soul. Wasn't your lifelong dream to become a legendary raider? He's drowning in a sea of chaotic thoughts. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Min Jae Hyun appears. Like a bolt of lightning, he takes down the beast that was about to rip Ho-jun apart. The impact is so massive that it sends Ho-jun's helmet flying. Even he gets knocked back by the shockwave. As the dust settles, Min Jae Hyun looks at him and calmly asks, "Who are you?" He looks at the guy blankly before realizing it's Ho-jun. Turns out, before the monsters stormed the mall, Min Jae Hyun and Park Hana were just there doing some shopping. Back then, Min Jae Hyun had picked up a mysterious stone and was checking it out. Suddenly, a system notification rang out. The purchase was made using his personal account, deducting 50 million won. Just then, a frantic voice called from the distance, "Min Jae Hyun." He instinctively turned around to see Park Hana. She was running toward him, out of breath, asking, "What's wrong? Why did you go in there?" Park Hana noticed the stone in his hand. Curious, she asked, "What's that rock for?" Jae Hyun wondered to himself. Does it really just look like a common rock to everyone else? But he just calmly replied, "It's nothing," and tucked it away. It would be weirder if someone else could identify items just like the system does. After that, he turned to Park Hana and said, "Hey, I don't think I need to buy a weapon anymore." Hana just nodded along, confused. Right at that moment, a massive explosion rocked the building. An emergency announcement blared through the mall. Emergency alert to all customers. A dungeon break has occurred near the shopping center. Jae Hyun's eyes widened, and he immediately sprinted inside. Park Hana screamed his name in terror, "Min Jae Hyun." But he was already gone, moving like the wind as he kicked through a mall wall. Jae Hyun dropped into the open space below. Beneath his feet was a literal swarm of monsters. The beasts noticed him coming from above. With a cold, murderous expression, he slowly touched down. He launched an attack, wounding the monsters and sending the rest scattering in fear. Jae Hyun stood his ground, facing them down. His eyes scanned the horde, assessing the situation. He thought, there are more of them than I expected. Taking them out while making sure no one gets hurt is going to be a bit tricky. One after another, he unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes. Monsters were being slaughtered left and right, and the survivors started panicking, trying to flee in every direction. They were desperate to escape Jae Hyun's lethal blows. Moving with insane agility, Jae Hyun leaped through the gaps between buildings. He tracked down a group of monsters trying to hide and wipe them all out. In that split second, he noticed someone else was there. He instinctively asked, "Wait, who are you?" Seeing the dazed look on the young man's face, he called out, Ho-jun," and Ho-jun snapped out of it. "Ah, my helmet." Jae Hyun stared at him, thinking, I didn't expect to run into the tragic genius, Ho-jun, in a place like this. Ho-jun finally found his voice and asked, "Who are you?" Jae Hyun thought, "That's right, he's also a student at Milat Academy." He then replied, "Doesn't matter, I need your help." Suddenly, Ho-jun cried out when he saw a monster trying to sneak up on Jae Hyun. "Huh? Watch out, behind you." But Jae Hyun already knew someone was trying to get the jump on him. He coolly responded, "I know." He reached out and turned that monster into dust in the blink of an eye. and Ho-jun's jaw dropped. Jae Hyun continued, "We can't let these things get any closer to the crowds." Then, Jae Hyun gave him a nudge. "Are you just gonna stand there all day? Pick up your weapon and let's fight." Those words hit on Ho-jun like a ton of bricks. He stared at the man, feeling a sudden surge of strength, and Ho-jun regained his composure and replied, "Right." He thought to himself, "It's strange. Hearing him say that actually changed something." As he spoke, he pushed himself up. The trembling that had paralyzed his body suddenly vanished, and Ho-jun finally found the courage to stand tall against his fear. This was it. This was what a real raider looked like. Immediately, both Jae Hyun and Ho-jun charged forward to deal with the monster horde. They couldn't let them get any closer to the civilians. "All I have to do now is save people," Ho-jun thought, his eyes burning with determination. Only one thing mattered to him now: saving lives. With Ho-jun's spirit finally reignited, the two of them fought side by side against the monsters that were swarming their position. Amidst the thick dust and smoke of the battlefield, Min Jae Hyun kept a sharp eye out, ready for whatever came next. He turns to Ho-jun and says provocatively, "You know how to use it, right? Get ready and lure those monsters out, fast." Min Jae Hyun continues to explain the plan. "There are a ton of goblins around here. Don't miss a single one. You've got to bait as many as possible." And Ho-jun listens silently to the explanation. He focuses, getting ready to lure the monsters. Min Jae Hyun encourages him, "You can do this, right?" And Ho-jun pumps himself up. "I can't hesitate anymore." And Ho-jun summons his shield and sword. "I have to give it everything I've got." He grips the hilt tightly and slams the blade into the ground. And Ho-jun activates his skill, Howling Taunt. His power erupts, and the notification pops up. Monsters within 50 meters are now targeting you. Physical and magical attack power decreased by 30%. The energy spreads as the monsters freeze, staring at Ho-jun. Activating Howling Taunt. As the skill triggers, the energy begins to suppress the monsters. It worked. Their eyes turn bloodshot. Min Jae Hyun watches him and thinks, Howling Taunt is a much higher tier skill than a regular provocation. His level is finally high enough to pull it off. I guess geniuses really do have their own way of doing things. An image of a warrior flashes by. Even so, before I regressed, he only ever made it to B rank at best. Seeing the sweat on Ho-jun's forehead, Min Jae Hyun ponders. I'm not sure if it was a mental block or something else, but despite his current fame, his performance will drop off quickly. That's why people used to call him a fallen genius. Shaking off the thoughts, Min Jae Hyun snaps back to reality. But who cares? A weak personality can be changed over time. If he plays his cards right, Ho-jun could become a real asset. You need to grow exactly how I planned for this to work. After being lost in thought, Min Jae Hyun prepares his own move. Standing behind Ho-jun, he sets up a magic circle and says, "All right, let's take them down together." Ho-jun gains confidence and shouts, "Got it." Min Jae Hyun snaps his fingers, firing mana bullets. Each shot hits its mark perfectly. Immediately after, Ho-jun charges in and finishes them with a single strike. After a fierce battle, the monsters are all wiped out. Min Jae Hyun and Ho-jun stand there, catching their breath and savoring the victory. Ho-jun is satisfied, having finally faced his deep-seated fears. Suddenly, a strange man appears in the distance. He is wearing a long yellow trench coat and puffing on a cigarette. He looks at them and asks, "What exactly happened here?" This man is none other than Park Song-gu. Seeing a stranger approach, Ho-jun stares blankly. Min Jae Hyun glances over to see who it is. Park Song-gu looks bored. He stares at the two of them for a moment before introducing himself. "Hey there, I'm Park Song-gu from the National Raid Bureau headquarters." He points to the monster corpses scattered around. "Did you two take out all these goblins?" Ho-jun looks at Min Jae Hyun hesitantly and stammers, Yeah, we did." Min Jae Hyun remains stoic. Park Song-gu studies them, thinking, gray hair and gray eyes. "Is this kid Ho-jun? I heard he was a genius, but he looks like a middle schooler, and the other kid is about the same age. They really cleared all these monsters?" After a moment, Park Song-gu scratches his head and sighs. "Man, I have no idea how I'm going to report this to my superiors." Min Jae Hyun catches his drift and nods. Without changing his expression, he says coldly to Park Song-gu, "Actually, I wanted to discuss that with you." He pauses. "Just report that the Bureau handled it. No one's going to believe two kids did this anyway." Park Song-gu rubs his chin, considering the offer. After a second, he says, "But that's against the rules." Min Jae Hyun looks at the fallen monsters. It's not like anyone saw us. There are no cameras or black boxes out here. Park Song-gu looks hesitant. Look, you have to understand. We work for the government, so I can't just make these calls on my own. But if you want to stay anonymous, I can try to handle that part. Hearing him ramble on, Min Jae Hyun sighs at all the red tape. The official keeps going. You guys could even get a reward from the Air Force Bureau. Hearing that, Min Jae Hyun points at An Ho Jun and says, fine, just give him my share and keep the fact that I was here a secret. Hearing this, An Ho Jun looks at Min Jae Hyun in total shock. At that moment, Min Jae Hyun figures that since he already has the support of the Jeonha Guild, he has no use for the money. It is better not to draw any attention before entering Mylat. His eyes shift toward An Ho Jun. He knows that having Ho Jun owe him a favor will be much more valuable in the long run. Min Jae Hyun walks over to Park Song-gu to finalize the deal. Park Song-gu replies, I can handle that. Is that all? Just then, An Ho Jun rushes up and shouts, wait! Flustered, An Ho Jun asks, what are you talking about? You are the one who cleared out all those demons. Park Song-gu is floored, unable to believe his ears. He stares intensely at An Ho Jun. Min Jae Hyun turns and tells An Ho Jun, I have my reasons. Min Jae Hyun gives An Ho Jun a gentle smile. Deep down, he knows he cannot risk being discovered by that bastard before he gets into Mylat. For a brief second, a cold, calculating look crosses his face. A chilling darkness surrounds him. Thoughts race through his mind. Before his regression, he was just a nameless martial artist, so that guy never noticed him. But now, everything has changed. He has no idea that I have switched to using magic. If he found out, there is no telling what he would do to get in my way. Lost in thought, Min Jae Hyun reminds himself to keep a low profile for now. He flexes his hand. His plan for revenge has to be flawless and completely hidden. He stares at his palm for a long time. He needs to hide his tracks while he slowly grows stronger. He just has to wait for the perfect moment to slit that man's throat. In his mind, the room is already stained, a deep, metallic crimson. Meanwhile, An Ho Jun is also deep in thought. He wonders, what should I do? I cannot just let this happen. He glances at Min Jae Hyun, who is still staring intently at his own hand. Taking all the credit for himself feels completely wrong. But then he remembers his own desperate situation. His mother is in the hospital, and her condition is critical. And Ho Jun thinks, but that money, I could use it to pay for my mom's treatment. At that realization, his gaze darkens. He wants to be an honorable conqueror, but if he sticks to his pride, he will miss the window for his mother's surgery. She will not make it. He looks back at Min Jae Hyun, torn and confused. Min Jae Hyun is already looking back at him. Min Jae Hyun's expression is cold and distant. Ho Jun thinks, he looks so serious. It cannot just be about his pride. Is there another reason he is hesitating? After a pause, Ho Jun thinks, I guess I have to help him make a choice. Suddenly, Min Jae Hyun speaks up, snapping An Ho Jun out of his spiral. Remember this. And Ho Jun's eyes widen as Min Jae Hyun explains, you have already done so much. If you hesitate now, someone is going to die. Hearing those words, An Ho Jun hangs his head in silence. Min Jae Hyun adds one more thing. So do not you dare think you do not deserve this. After a long silence, An Ho Jun finally speaks. You are right. I should not have been second-guessing myself from the start. He looks Min Jae Hyun straight in the eye. He realizes that if overthinking causes him to lose someone precious, then his dreams will not mean a thing. He boldly tells Min Jae Hyun, I will find a way to repay this debt. Park Song-gu watches the two of them talk from a distance. As an outsider, he knows there is nothing he can do, so he just lets them settle it themselves. Song-gu thinks to himself, man, he is incredibly persuasive. The kid is definitely something special. He finally speaks up. So, it is settled? I will go ahead with the plan. With that, Min Jae Hyun turns to leave. He throws a parting comment over his shoulder. Fine, I am heading out first. Suddenly, An Ho Jun calls out to him, wait, please, tell me your name and phone number. Min Jae Hyun's icy expression melts away. He turns back with a smile and says, that is not necessary. And stop being so formal with me. We are actually the same age. And Ho Jun is completely stunned to hear that they are the same age. He stares at him with his mouth agape. Min Jae Hyun continues, we are both heading to Mylat anyway, so we will be seeing plenty of each other. And Ho Jun stammers, what? We are the same age? Min Jae Hyun thinks to himself, actually, I have already got everything ready for Milat. On a bright, sunny day, Min Jae Hyun and Kim Do-jung are standing in a crowded, upscale room. The place is packed, and they are squeezed tight against each other. Kim Do-jung sighs, and so begins our first day at Milat Academy. Suddenly, the crowd's attention shifts to one person. One guy asks, "Hey, is that him, the martial arts genius?" The group stares at An Ho-jun standing in the distance and starts whispering, "An Ho-jun? He is just a foreigner, though." Despite the gossip, An Ho-jun remains silent, neither speaking nor looking their way. After they finish gossiping about An Ho-jun, they quickly turn their attention elsewhere. As for the mysterious girl, that's Chelina. Min Jae Hyun spotted her standing over there as well. He thought to himself that she was already drawing quite a bit of attention. It wasn't a surprise, though. She was destined to become one of the highest-ranking conquerors. Having her on his side would be a massive advantage. But at that thought, Min Jae Hyun paused for a moment. Seeing Selena looking down with those slightly sad eyes, he told himself she wasn't like other people. Min Jae Hyun began to seriously calculate his next move. There was no need to rush things, though. After all, Min Jae Hyun already had Yu Sung-eun, An Ho-jun, and Lee Jae-sang on his team. While he was lost in thought, Kim Do-young shot him a look and grumbled, "She really is beautiful, isn't she? But you're staring so hard, it's getting creepy." Hearing her friend huff like that, Min Jae Hyun frowned and snapped, "What? What are you talking about?" The two of them must have been talking a bit too loudly because Selena suddenly turned her head to look at them. Up on the stage, someone stepped forward to speak. "Welcome, students." The man addressing the entire student body was the academy's principal. Principal Guzain introduced himself with an air of importance. "I am your principal, Guzain." Hearing that name, Min Jae Hyun's face darkened. "Guzain? This is where everything began." That's right, he looks exactly the same. I remember now. The scene suddenly shifted to an image of Kim Do-young. Old memories came rushing back, a scene of her collapsed on the ground, while a scream echoed through the air. Kim Do-young, no, please, stop. At the thought, Min Jae Hyun's expression grew grim. He turned to her and said, "Stay strong. You know anything can happen here at Miliat, right?" Seeing her friend suddenly acting so nice, Kim Do-young gave a cheeky grin. "Why the sudden concern? Don't worry, I'm going to be a top student." Min Jae Hyun thought to himself, "That's right. Kim Do-young becomes one of the 3 strongest mages in this class. I won't let her die this time." The beloved principal was still on stage, rambling on and on. "Listen up, everyone." He held up a stack of papers. "We will now begin the Milat Academy entrance ceremony," he added with emphasis. "And that concludes my speech. I'm sure you're all bored to tears, right?" Guzain raised his hand into the air, radiating a strange, intense energy. "You all need to understand something." Guzain clenched his fist and spoke with a booming voice. "The Milat Academy entrance ceremony has a very special event." All the students stood in silence, waiting for the announcement. Guzain continued, "A game where every single one of you will be gathered together. By stealing your classmates' name tags, we will begin the freshman hunt." Suddenly, the ground began to shift. Beams of light shot up from the floor, leaving the students in a panic. "What the? Is this a magic circle?" Suddenly, Kim Do-young let out a terrified scream. "Ah!" She tripped and was about to fall. Min Jae Hyun saw it happen and lunged toward her. Kim Do-young, falling there, is dangerous. Luckily, at the very last second, Min Jae Hyun managed to grab her hand. A bright light flashed right behind Kim Do-young. Then, everything began to blur as her scream faded away. The scene shifted elsewhere, where Park Seung-rae was delivering the news. Today was the day of Min Jae Hyun's entrance ceremony. Yu Sung-eun was taken aback. "Oh my god, already? I was just about to text him to wish him luck." Park Seung-rae folded his hands behind his back. "If you're talking about the freshman hunt, then yes. It's a 3-day event held in a restricted area, completely isolated." Yu Sung-eun replied, 3 days again? Even if I send it now, he won't be able to read it." She sighed, resting her chin on her hand. "So I won't be able to reach him for another 3 days. What a bummer." Seeing her pout, Park Seung-rae spoke up. "I knew you'd forget, so I sent a message on your behalf yesterday." Hearing this, Yu Sung-eun was surprised. "Really?" Did he reply? What did Min Jae Hyun say? Park Seung-rae smiled and pulled something out of his pocket. He chuckled and said, but then the scene cut to a dense forest bathed in sunlight. After Min Jae Hyun and Kim Do-young were dragged there, Jae Hyun carefully checked on his friend, who was still dazed and dizzy. As she lay there, he asked, "Are you okay?" but all he got in response was a string of incoherent babbling from Kim Do-young. Suddenly, Min Jae Hyun noticed that besides himself and Kim Do-young, there was someone else nearby. His eyes widened in shock. Wait, this girl? The image of Selena came into sharp focus. Black hair, hazel eyes, rank 92. A magical prodigy who would completely revolutionize the mage class. The one destined to become an S-rank conqueror right after Choi Gyan is none other than Selena. After showing the photo on the phone to Yoo Sung-eun, Park Sung-rae added, he said, "There's no need to worry." Yoo Sung-eun smiled with relief. This girl named Selena was a total mystery. Anyone who saw her was bound to be shocked. What will Selena do next? The scene shifted back to Myliet Academy, inside the central control room. All the instructors were gathered in the observation room. Coach Seo-gi stared at the main monitor and spoke. "We've got a solid batch of talented candidates this year, and Ho-jan's potential is so high he's already catching attention from overseas." Principal Jane watched the screen with a satisfied grin as he added, "And even among the mages, Selena Kim, Do-young, and Lee Soo-hyuk all have ability scores over 90. He glanced over at the old man. The files for the candidates who switched career paths hadn't been updated yet. Principal Jane interrupted. "Don't sweat it, Coach Kim Seo-gi." The old man sat back with a sinister smirk. "If they're switching paths this late in the game, there's no point in even looking at them. This place isn't soft enough to coddle kids like that. When it comes to raw strength and swordsmanship, the Myliet Academy applicants are generally very talented, but some are on a completely different level." The screen paused on Ho-jan's image. The old man paused, thinking to himself, "For example, and Ho-jan." His eyes were filled with cold calculation. "Those losers will just end up as stepping stones for the geniuses. We don't need to give them an inch." Principal Jane kept clicking the remote, scanning the valuable faces, he thought. Usually, an awakener who can't overcome their opponent, or who faces a life-threatening situation, might get one more shot at reawakening, even if it requires a sacrifice. I'd rather train one A-rank conqueror than 100 C-ranks. A true conqueror must constantly prove their grit. Those who fail probably just haven't shown what they're made of yet. That's all there is to it. He then fell into deep thought. My role is to find the hidden gems for him. I can't wait any longer. The scene cuts back to the freshman hunt on a magical subplanet. In this realm, you can do things that are physically impossible in reality. The focus shifted to Hyun and his group. From controlling time to negating gravity. And in this space, about 50% of the candidates fail every single year. Is the event so brutal that it makes you realize just how limited your skills really are? Hyun looked at Ina thoughtfully. I can't afford to be careless. Seeing that cold expression and sharp gaze, he felt certain, especially about Selena. Elsewhere, Principal Jane let out a satisfied chuckle. A massive holographic screen flickered to life in the air. He announced, I will now explain the rules for the freshman hunt. In this subplanet's territory, you are restricted to using C-rank skills or lower. You'll earn points by securing name tags. If a senior grabs a freshman's tag, they get 10,000 points. On the other hand, a freshman will earn 100,000 points. These points are valid anywhere in Myliet, so collect as many as you can. Hyun's brow furrowed in frustration. Only C-rank skills? Then, that means I can't use my A-rank logic skill. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. But he didn't say anything about special skills. From above, the old man spoke again. I hope you all have a thrilling time. All skill outputs will be capped at 10% of their power to ensure everyone's safety. So, you don't have to worry about getting seriously injured. Hyun sighed and muttered under his breath. What a load of bull. Ina was also deep in thought. He didn't just skip the special skills. He didn't mention stat limits either. He's clearly trying to weed out the weak links. The camera focused on Do-young. He looked completely lost. Ina's thoughts continued, and identify the true elites. Hyun turned to his childhood friend. We're stuck here for 3 days. We need to find shelter first. He knew this subplanet was packed with resources essential for survival. There were traps that offered counter curses, healing pools, and the nightmare forest. The ecosystem provided both food and cover. If you want to survive for 3 days, a solid shelter is everything. You have to secure a base before you do anything else. Suddenly, Do-young spoke up. Wait, Hyun. Wouldn't we be safer if we teamed up with her? Hyun looked in the direction Do-young was pointing, confused. Huh? Her? Do-young added. She looks like she's a magic cadet too. Wouldn't having one more person be better? Hyun stared, frowning at Ina behind them. Why is he actually being logical for once? Honestly, teaming up with Selena would be the smart move. But then he remembered her icy, intense expression, and he immediately shot the idea down. But I can't control her, and I know her history from the news. What happened back then was because Selena lost control of her rage and put everyone in danger. Recalling that, he warned Do-jung, "We can't just rush into this. Are you sure she won't stab us in the back? And just look at her." Glancing at her stats and Ina's detached gaze, he added, "She looks suspicious as hell. She doesn't trust us at all." Do-jung was puzzled. "Really?" As he looked at her eyes. "Her current attitude actually reminds me a lot of how Hyun used to be." Do-jung remarked, looking at her, "She's the spitting image of you when we were kids." Being the type to jump straight into action, Do-jung immediately walked over to Ina. Hyun called out from behind, feeling helpless. "Huh? Hey, wait up." The energetic girl was already in front of Ina, asking awkwardly, If you're okay with it, do you want to join our team? We're mages too, you know." Hearing that, Ina kept her skeptical eyes locked on Do-jung. Do-jung, playing the diplomat, continued her persuasion. "No matter how you look at it, this whole setup isn't fair, especially for mages. It's much easier for us to fight in a group." Ina didn't say much, simply giving a flat response, "Fine." Then she added, her sharp eyes scanning the area above, "But I think we should settle that later." Do-jung was confused. "Huh?" At that exact moment, a sudden gale swept in, and a man and a woman appeared through the swirling wind. They mocked them instantly. "Wow, look at that. We found 3 whole freshmen." The guy's name was Shin Jun-sang. He looked at them with a smug, superior air and said, "Looks like we're going to have an easy time racking up points this year." The girl behind him was Kwon So-jun, who looked annoyed and didn't respond at first. But then, she spoke up in confusion. "Wait, what? I'm only picking up 2 of them." She scanned Hyun with a look of pure shock. He stood there silently, his presence so faint he seemed like a ghost. So June thought to herself, "What the hell is going on? Why can't I sense that guy at all?" On the other side, Hyun just stared at them, mocking them inwardly. These people are so damn obvious. Seeing they were upperclassmen, Do-jung looked at Hyun nervously and said, "Hey, those seniors are warriors." Hyun replied with a cold expression, "No, we have to catch them. We won't be able to get away from them anyway." From what I remember, Kwon So-jun has a special ability that lets her track any target within a 300-kilometer radius. Across from them, she was desperately trying to find any trace of Hyun. His thoughts continued, "If we don't take them down, they'll just gather more people and ambush us." That guy Jun-sang was still laughing arrogantly, saying, "All right, once I get those points, I'm buying a mountain of delicious food." So June, being more alert, frowned in irritation and snapped, "Hey, don't get careless. There's something really off about that handsome kid." He ignored her, drawing his sword and looking at them with total confidence. "He's just a freshman. It's not like this is our first time doing this." The moment he finished speaking, he charged straight at Hyun with his sword, shouting, "Just watch, I'll finish them in a heartbeat." Hyun watched him as if he were watching a failing comedy act, completely bored. The first strike was meant to be a killing blow, but Hyun blocked it effortlessly. A flicker of pure panic flashed through Jun-sang's eyes. So Jun, feeling helpless against his reckless personality, muttered, "Seriously, that idiot. I told him something was weird." Meanwhile, a murderous intent began to flare in Hyun's eyes. "It's been a long time since anyone dared to swing a sword at me." The guy was still stubbornly clinging to his fake bravado. "It was just a fluke." He swung his sword at Hyun once more. "How could I have never heard of a freshman good enough to counter me?" Thinking this, he roared, "You're just a pathetic freshman mage." From start to finish, Hyun dodged the attacks with 0 effort. His eyes analyzed every movement, easily slipping past every single strike. Not a single one of Jun-sang's attacks even grazed him. At this point, the guy was genuinely panicking, his entire body drenched in sweat. "Why can't I hit him?" When he was done playing around, Hyun lightly caught the blade that was swinging down, then growled out, "You're really something, Shin Jun-sang." Their faces were now inches apart. At the same time, cracks began to spiderweb across the blade in his hand. With a voice dripping with killing intent, he added, "How have you even managed to stay alive with a body like this?" In less than 5 seconds, the blade was crushed into tiny fragments. Not just Jun-sang, but even Ina couldn't hide her shock. Then Hyun spoke up again, "If you give me your tag, I'll let you go. I'll give you 3 seconds." Looking like a messenger from hell, he reached out his hand and said, "Leave the name tag and get the hell out of here." Seeing his sword shattered to pieces, the guy was so terrified, his face contorted, and he broke out in a cold sweat. This is impossible. He screamed in his head, his eyes glued to the broken sword, still unable to believe what he was seeing. He's just a rookie. It wasn't just the sword. Min Jae Hyun's razor-sharp gaze made his knees go weak. But why? Why is he looking at me like that? Seeing the guy just standing there in stunned silence, Hyun lost his patience and said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance." He pulled back his fist and threw a direct punch right into the guy's face, shouting, "You blew it." That one simple punch knocked him out instantly. Kwon So-jun's eyes widened in total disbelief as she watched her partner go down. Right then, the system appeared, and rows of notifications began to flash before his eyes. Player Shin Jun-sang has been eliminated. Back in the control room, the staff quickly caught wind of the news. The principal stared at the notification, his brow furrowing as he grunted. "Looks like our first newbie just got kicked out." Jung Yeon stood beside him, giving a slight nod. But before they could process that, another system alert flashed across the screen. Player Min Jae Hyun has reached 100,000 points. Everything seemed normal until that second notification hit the screen. Jung Yeon's expression shifted instantly as she heard the announcement. She whipped around to face the two men standing in the distance. She shouted at the top of her lungs, "Wait a second, you're telling me it's Min Jae Hyun and not An Ho Jun?" "That's right. Is there a problem with that?" "Guide Bae Ka Jun." The guide jumped, startled by the sudden shout, and turned to face her. He fumbled with his equipment, hands shaking as he double-checked the data. "Huh? No, Guide Jong Yi-soo. The results are definitely correct." Kim Ji-jun, who was standing further back, leaned in to check his monitor and added, "Everything looks clear on my end too." While everyone else was losing their minds over the results, the principal remained eerily calm. Goo-jae In just stared at the screen with a sinister smirk, whispering a few choice words under his breath. "Min Jae Hyun, huh?" Back at the arena, Kwon So-jun was absolutely livid, her eyes bulging as she screamed, "You! Who the hell are you?" Min Jae Hyun didn't even blink, completely ignoring her pathetic outburst. Instead, he turned his voice down to a soft tone for the girl behind him. "You, Jung, get ready. We need to take care of the rest of these guys. I'm sending you a team invite right now, so make sure you accept it immediately." Kim Yoo-jung just stood there dazed, barely managing a response. "Huh? Oh, okay." She quickly drew her weapon, getting into a fighting stance while her mind raced with worry. Has he always been this powerful? Selena, standing nearby, heard them and pulled out her own weapon as well. Kwon So-jun's face twisted with a hint of anxiety. Sweat beaded on her forehead as she cursed to herself, "Damn it, that idiot Shin Jun-sang really messed up. This is getting complicated." She glared at the three opponents standing before her, her heart racing with mounting dread. Even without that monster there, a 1 versus 3 fight is suicide. Left with no choice, she swiftly pulled 4 throwing daggers from her pouch. "I'll just take one of them out and then get the hell out of here." With the speed of a seasoned assassin, she lunged forward in a blur. She wasn't stupid. She knew she stood no chance against Selena or Min Jae Hyun. That's why her target was Kim Yoo-jung. Seeing the woman suddenly charge at her, Yoo-jung let out a startled cry, "Whoa." But she didn't freeze. She reacted instantly, conjuring a barrier to block the incoming strike. Min Jae Hyun watched the exchange and offered a small nod of approval. Not bad. Confuse the enemy with a blitz attack, and then use the opening to escape. That was honestly her best move. He could tell exactly what she was planning just by the way she moved. He paused for a heartbeat, his mind calculating the next step. But the girl he chose to back him up was far from ordinary. Kwon So-jun froze, her face turning pale as she watched Yoo-jung dodge her move. She couldn't believe her eyes. Did this girl really just react to my top speed? Yoo-jung's eyes began to glow with a sharp intensity. Jae Hyun watched her and thought, your little scheme would only work if Yoo-jung were just some normal person. After successfully dodging the strike, Yoo-jung wasted no time and swung back with a counterattack. Kwon So-jun quickly pulled out 4 more hidden daggers, throwing them with every ounce of strength she had left. The daggers whistled through the air, packed with lethal force. Even though Yoo-jung managed to parry them, the sheer power behind the throw pushed her back. From a distance, Min Jae Hyun could see her starting to struggle. He frowned, thinking to himself, taking on an upperclassman is still a bit too much for Yoo-jung to handle alone. I should probably give her a hand. He reached out his hand toward her and chanted, Abraham's holy light. As soon as the words left his lips, a blinding bolt of lightning crackled in his palm. But before he could even release it, Selena whispered under her breath, form the holy sword. Jae Hyun looked up in surprise. It was Selena's ultimate skill. Suddenly, The sky was filled with hundreds of glowing blades, hovering and waiting for the command to strike. Selena stood below them, gripping her weapon tight as she commanded, "Abraham's blades, strike now." The swords rained down like a meteor shower, piercing straight toward Kwon So-jun. The speed was terrifying. She didn't even have time to scream before the blades tore through her. Her pupils shrunk as the life began to fade from her eyes. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, wheezing out her final realization. Damn it, all three of them are monsters. It was only as she started to vanish that she understood. There wasn't just one monster in this group, all of them were terrifyingly strong. Gradually, the dark clouds parted, and the sky turned a clear blue once again. Selena waved her hand, dispelling the remaining swords after their victory, and the system notification pinged once more. Player Kwon So-jun has been eliminated based on contribution levels. Player Kim Do-jung receives 50,000 points. The swords Selena was calling back whizzed right past Kim Do-jung, leaving her completely stunned. Selena looked at her with a freezing gaze and asked, "Am I interrupting?" The moment she spoke, a system notification appeared. Based on contribution, player Selena has received 50,000 points. Kim Do-jung's face lit up with joy as she shook her head and smiled. "Not at all. I only won because of you." Selena showed no emotion, simply responding with a dry, "Yeah." Selena paused for a few seconds, then continued, "Is that offer from before still on the table, Min Jae Hyun?" After witnessing Selena's raw power just now, he started having second thoughts. "It looks like I need to update my intel." Specifically on Selena. He stared intently, observing the conversation between Selena and Kim Do-jung while thinking to himself, "She is quiet, untrustworthy, and way too curious." As Selena talked to Kim Do-jung, she shot a quick glance back. She was sharp enough to realize Min Jae Hyun was watching her. The system began flashing a series of new updates. "You have formed a 3-on-3 team. Captain Min Jae Hyun, members Kim Do-jung and Selena." A few days later, in the nightmare forest near the shelter, boot prints were carved clearly into the dirt. Two men stared closely at the tracks and said, "There are signs of people passing through here. It looks like they headed toward a shelter." One of them spoke with a look of extreme tension on his face. Could a newbie really eliminate Kwon So-jun and Shin Jun-sang? He turned his head slightly to warn the others. "Tell the rest to stop searching. Just keep a close watch around here." He scanned the area, his mind working a mile a minute. Newbie hunting is a 3-day game. Those brats can't just hide in there for the whole 72 hours. He and dozens of men behind him split up to begin scouring the area. His face was tight with tension, yet he couldn't hide a hint of excitement as he thought, "Now, let's see what these punks actually look like." Kim Do-jung gripped her weapon, moving silently without making a sound, hiding right behind two of the men. She waited for the perfect opening and struck decisively. Her sudden attack was so fast, the man couldn't even react before he collapsed. The others turned around in shock, frozen in place. A notification rang out simultaneously. Player Kim Sung-hoon has been eliminated. The man standing near Kim Sung-hoon realized what happened and whipped his head around. Suddenly, Kim Do-jung bolted out of the hiding spot. She ran deep into the woods, intentionally letting him see her. When he caught sight of her figure, he shouted at the top of his lungs. On the other side, the rest of the crew heard the command and swarmed after her. Kim Do-jung wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she had a smug smirk on her face. As she ran, she didn't forget to look back at them and count, "Are there only 5? She wondered to herself before letting out a sigh of relief. Great. Everything is going perfectly. Kim Do-jung laughed out loud with excitement. Then she turned her head and shouted back tauntingly, "Wow, seriously, you guys are just like dogs chasing a bone. And you're roaming around in a big pack like this? Don't you feel embarrassed?" After hearing her insults, the men felt like their nerves had been snapped. Their faces twisted in rage as they roared, "You better stop right now, you brat." She didn't give a damn and just kept charging forward. She even thought to herself, "This is way too easy." In reality, back in the cave, the three of them had sat down to map out a plan. Min Jae Hyun told them, "All right, listen up." He looked at the two of them and calmly continued, "The shelter might be safe, but we can't stay cooped up here forever. We have to go out and find food." The two girls looked at each other pensively when they heard that. Then he emphasized one more thing. "And more importantly, we need to rack up points. That's our main objective." Kim Do-jung realized something. With a look of annoyance, she shot back, "Hey, are you serious?" Selena turned naturally and asked, "What exactly do you mean?" Min Jae Hyun didn't say much, just a simple yeah. Their plan was for them to go out and hunt down some of the seniors. And of course, Kim Do-jung was going to be the bait. She would lure them into the trap they had carefully prepared. As she ran, she kicked hard at the mushrooms growing nearby. Those mushrooms immediately vibrated and emitted a strange light. The system immediately flashed a warning. Level 1 creature. Deep shrooms live here. She spotted the notice and whispered, "Found them." Because she had been running for so long, her strength was starting to fade. "I've lured them in just like you planned, but I'm running out of gas," she whispered to herself while gasping for air. Once she reached the target location, she immediately triggered her skill. Active skill Gale has been activated. She flew through the deep forest like a bullet, thinking to herself, "I'm leaving the rest to you, Min Jae Hyun. Those guys have lost it. They're chasing me without a single thought." She was also incredibly nervous as she ran, thinking, "If this fails, I'm dead." The mushrooms on the ground kept glowing, and suddenly a red system warning appeared. "You have entered an area filled with paralysis spore mushrooms." Before heading out, Min Jae Hyun had thoroughly researched every detail of the nightmare forest. Jae Hyun went to ask Lee Jae-sang for advice on how to deal with those mushrooms. Jae-sang was caught completely off guard by the question. Huh? How to handle the paralyzing spore mushrooms in the newbie hunt. A heavy silence fell between them for a moment as Jae-sang sank into deep thought. After a while, he spoke up, though he seemed a bit hesitant. "It might be best to use ash tree sap, since it's pretty easy to find in the nightmare forest." Jae-sang gave the answer, but his expression remained uncertain. He looked up at Min Jae Hyun with a worried gaze and continued, "But that's only for treatment. It won't stop the toxin from hitting you. If you've already been affected by the mushroom's paralyzing spores." Before Lee Jae-sang could even finish his sentence, Min Jae Hyun cut him off with a grin. "That's more than enough. Thanks a lot, man." Back in the nightmare forest, one of those guys finally realized they'd been played and shouted in a panic, "Everyone, wait up." The people behind him stopped dead in their tracks. The 5 of them stood there dazed, huddling together as they watched Kim Do-jung run away. Bright red warnings suddenly started flashing over their heads. Message after message appeared within those crimson notifications. "You have entered the territory of the paralyzing spore mushrooms." The young man was starting to get genuinely scared. One of the guys in the group turned to Jin Hyuk and asked, "This doesn't look good. Should we pull back?" Jin Hyuk just stood there, staring at the notifications, so angry he felt like he was about to have a heart attack. The notifications kept updating, warning of a level 1 creature. He watched as Kim Do-jung's shadow drifted further and further away. Jin Hyuk lost his temper and snapped at them. "We've already come this far, and you guys have the nerve to talk about quitting?" Jin Hyuk was dead set on pushing forward, but his teammates were clearly hesitating and second-guessing the plan. Since they had made it this deep, they had to be extra careful. One tiny mistake and it would be game over for everyone. The teammate standing next to him still felt the situation was way too dangerous and tried to talk him out of it. "Stop chasing her." But Jin Hyuk wouldn't hear it. Jin Hyuk scowled, his eyes turning terrifying as he growled through grit teeth. Kim Sung-hoon was taken down by some random newbie. "What the hell are you thinking, spouting that kind of nonsense?" The guy was so intimidated by that glare that he could barely get his words out. "So what if a little newbie outsmarted him? If we keep going, what happens if we get poisoned?" As the guy spoke, he thought to himself, "The range of those paralyzing spore mushrooms can reach up to 50 meters. Jin Hyuk frowned in annoyance. It was obvious he didn't give a damn about the poison. He was only fixated on Kim Do-jung. "Then that little brat is going to get poisoned too," he called out to him and Sung Hyuk in a low, cold voice. Jin Hyuk barked out his orders as if to put them in their place. "You stay here and keep watch outside the poison's range." Just for trying to warn him and worrying about everyone's safety, the 2 of them were left behind to stand guard on the perimeter. Once he finished delegating, he shouted to the others, "The rest of you, follow me." Jin Hyuk was completely blinded by his own rage. He led the remaining guys deeper into the forest at a full sprint. No matter what cheap tricks you play, it's not going to save you. He figured the girl was just a decoy, sent to lure them into a trap. Even knowing it was a setup, he charged straight in anyway. As he ran, Jin Hyuk thought to himself, "They're seriously underestimating me. How does a mere newbie have the guts to try and fool us?" He was convinced that no matter how clever Min Jae Hyun's group thought they were still just bunch of first years. And he was more than strong enough to crush the whole lot of them. After sprinting for a while, he finally caught sight of Kim Do-jung's silhouette. He shouted at the top of his lungs from a distance, "Get her! Catch that brat!" Kim Do-jung spun around in shock, her eyes going wide. She was standing right in the middle of a clearing, surrounded by a dense forest of paralyzing spore mushrooms. The guys closed in on her, sneering. You did a hell of a job making us come all this way, you little brat. Let's see where you think you're going to run now. Kim Do-dung didn't look scared. Instead, she smiled with pure excitement. She started throwing taunts right back at them, standing in the middle of that poisonous grove. Facing down a group of guys, she didn't show a hint of fear. Instead, she yelled out arrogantly, "You guys are totally finished. Which one of you dared to curse at me? Raise your hand. Who was it?" Being threatened by a junior like that made the guys lose their cool entirely. They all charged at once. "You still think you can act tough? You're dead meat." They rushed in exactly the way she had predicted they would. A smug smile crept across her face as she thought, "Gotcha." She immediately swung her magic staff toward one of the mushrooms. The system notifications flashed bright red once again. A paralyzing spore mushroom has exploded. Every living thing within a 50-meter range will be paralyzed for 2 hours. Remembering back to a few hours ago, Kim Do-dung turned to Jae Hyun and asked, totally confused, "Hey, didn't you say you were looking for something important? There's nothing here but a bunch of trees?" Min Jae Hyun was busy holding a tube to collect ash tree sap. Seeing her confusion, he replied, "Just relax. We're heading exactly where we need to be." He stayed focused on catching every single drop of sap and told the two girls, "You both noticed it too, right? This event is actually a huge advantage for melee fighters." Selena, who was standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "Yeah, the fact that we can only use rank C skills or lower is a massive handicap, especially for those who rely almost entirely on their special skills." Min Jae Hyun continued his explanation. Just like mages, those with high physical stats have a massive advantage. For warriors, these drawbacks are nothing because even their low-tier skills are incredibly potent. Mages only truly become powerful once they can cast high-level spells. Hearing this, Do-yoon Kim let out a frustrated sigh and said, "Yeah, you are right. That is true. Ina is doing fine because she has a special skill. But all of my abilities have been completely sealed away. At most, I only have a few buffs and basic skills left. What are we even supposed to do?" Min Jae Hyun looked a bit concerned and said, "We need to come up with a solid plan to squeeze every bit of utility out of those basic skills. Do you know how to use transposition?" Do-yoon Kim confidently put her hands on her hips and declared boldly, "Of course. I am the one who taught you magic theory, remember?" Chelina, her face still cold as ice, asked with a hint of curiosity. "Transposition swaps the positions of two designated people. What exactly is that going to achieve here?" After filling a bottle with tree sap, Min Jae Hyun shouted, "Done." He held up the vial of sap and smirked. "Ash tree sap. With this, we can play a little game. It is going to be quite interesting when combined with transposition." Back in the present, the sky ahead suddenly erupted in a bright flash. Min Jae Hyun watched the signal and said, "It is time to start." Chelina glanced at him and gave a firm nod. "Got it." As soon as a mushroom exploded, a thick black mist swallowed the entire group of enemies. Jin-hyuk, his blood boiling with rage, screamed at the top of his lungs, "You crazy bitch!" The moment the mushroom detonated, Do-yoon Kim triggered her skill, and the system flashed a notification. "The active skill transposition has been activated." Do-yoon Kim let out a loud laugh and said, "My turn now, sorry. But we cannot keep playing with you guys anymore." She began to swap her position with Min Jae Hyun, and the second he appeared, he delivered a brutal kick straight to the face. To Jin-hyuk, Min Jae Hyun greeted him in a low, cold voice. "My turn." Jin-hyuk's face was completely mangled by the force of the strike. Blood sprayed everywhere, and the kick was so powerful it sent him flying several meters back. Jin-hyuk still could not believe what was happening. How could a senior like him be beaten like this by a mere freshman? Damn it. His face was a bloody mess from that single kick. His whole body was trembling, but he stubbornly raised his sword and continued to spew insults. "You think you have actually caught us, you moron? You have stepped right into a field of paralyzing mushroom spores. I knew you were planning something, so I left a man outside to keep watch." Min Jae Hyun stared at him without a single trace of emotion. He remained completely unfazed. Seeing his silence, Jin-hyuk got even louder. "As soon as these spores clear out, all of you." Before he could finish, Min Jae Hyun shut him down with a cold sentence that crushed his last bit of hope. "Hate to disappoint you, but that guy is not coming." Jin-hyuk was stunned. "Huh? What the hell do you mean?" The moment the words left his mouth, an explosion rocked the area, followed by a blood-curdling scream, and the system chimed again, "Player. Park Sung-hyuk has been eliminated." The man was riddled with swords, and standing over him was none other than Chelina. She had successfully wiped him out in a heartbeat, and the system notifications continued to roll in. Players Min Jae Hyun, Doyoon Kim, and Selena have earned 100,000 points. Seeing his last hope outside get taken down, Jin Hyuk stood there dazed, unable to utter a single word. He never imagined he would end up crossing paths with three absolute monsters. Min Jae Hyun stood with his hands in his pockets and said nonchalantly, "I told you, he is not coming." Jin Hyuk ground his teeth in pure spite, still refusing to admit defeat. He strained his neck and yelled, "Just wait 2 hours. We will definitely turn the tables once this paralysis poison wears off." "The moment I can move," he started to say, but Min Jae Hyun cut him off as he stepped closer. "Turn the tables?" He spoke slowly and calmly. "Did I give you permission to do that?" Jin Hyuk's jaw dropped in absolute shock. Wait, his mind could not process what was happening. Damn it, how is he moving? Why isn't he affected by the mushroom spores? Jin Hyuk stammered in terror, unable to form a coherent sentence. "This is impossible. It makes no sense." Min Jae Hyun continued his slow, steady approach. "Right. It makes no sense." As he reached the man, he raised his leg, his expression turning terrifying. "But you can go complain to God about it." The system flashed a new notification. "Thanks to the blessing of the Joker, you are completely immune to all paralyzing toxins." Jin Hyuk finally knew what true fear felt like. Drenched in sweat and shaking, he begged, "Get away! Do not come any closer!" A single downward stomp from Min Jae ended his life instantly. A sharp scream echoed out as blood splattered across the ground. "Ah!" The others watched in horror, their faces turning pale as they stood frozen, unable to move a muscle. One by one, they were all taken out. The system messages kept appearing. Player Oh Jin Hyuk has been eliminated. Another point notification pops up. Players Min Jae Hyun, Kim Do Jung, and Seo Ina have earned 100,000 points. After eliminating Jin Hyuk, Min Jae Hyun turned his attention to the remaining survivors. He slowly started walking toward them. With a smile that looked like he'd lost his humanity, he asked, "Only 3 lives left?" The 3 men screamed in absolute terror. "Ah, no, please stop." Finally, more system messages appeared one after another. Players Min Jae Hyun, Kim Do Jung, and Seo Ina have earned 100,000 points. Players Min Jae Hyun, Kim Do Jung, and Seo Ina have earned 100,000 points. Jong Young and Lee Soo just stood there, watching in silence. Lee Soo stared at the notifications in utter shock and stammered, "This can't be happening. Min Jae Hyun's group is just racking up points non-stop." Finally, the ranking board appeared. The rookie rankings. Top 1 is Min Jae Hyun. Top 2 are Kim Do Jung and Seo Ina. Top 4 is Ah Ho Yan. Top 5 are Lee Soo Hyuk and Cha Do Hun. Top 7 is Kang Ho San. Even the group of 3 that had already left the area was on the list. Kim Do Jung immediately took the antidote. After chugging the entire bottle of tree sap, she let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew," Seo Ina asked worriedly. "Are you okay?" Kim Do Jung replied, "I think I'm good now." Seeing her complexion brighten up, Seo Ina felt a bit more at ease and asked, "Are you sure? Can we keep moving?" Kim Do Jung answered enthusiastically, "Yeah, let's go." The 2 girls carefully navigated through the forest, keeping a close eye on their surroundings. Thinking back to what just happened, Seo Ina suddenly spoke up. "It seems like Jae Hyun knows a lot about magic. I never thought transposition could be used that way." Kim Do Young turned back to her with a grin. "He only became a mage recently, not even 3 months ago. Before that, I even told him I'd be the one teaching him magic." Seo Ina was stunned and blurted out, "What? You mean Jae Hyun actually intended to be a warrior at first?" When the topic shifted to this, Kim Do Jung's expression immediately became very serious. "Yeah, just a few months ago, he was pretty obsessed with physical combat. Back then, he didn't pay any attention to magic at all." But then she paused for a moment, appearing a bit dazed as she thought about something. "But I'm really surprised Min Jae Hyun knew about the Bai-Tan tree sap." Kim Do Jung playfully stretched her arms and skipped along. She wondered aloud, where did he learn about that stuff? And he wasn't even affected by the paralysis poison. How is that possible? Seo Ina watched her and said in a low voice, "You're right." The 2 girls then started looking for Min Jae Hyun. Seeing him leaning against a tree, lost in thought, they called out, "Hey, Min Jae Hyun!" Seeing them approach, he turned and asked cheerfully, "Oh, is the paralysis gone? Looks like you guys are doing okay." Kim Do-jung smiled optimistically and shot back, "Hey, of course we are. All I had to do was run like crazy and chant a spell anyway." Kim Do-jung glanced back and asked, "What about you, Seo-ina?" Seo-ina answered hesitantly, "Huh? Oh, I'm fine too." Kim Do-jung started pestering Min Jae Hyun, talking non-stop. "Hey, Min Jae Hyun, your plan this time wasn't half bad, huh? You seem different today. Like, less of an idiot." Hearing that, Min Jae Hyun squeezed her chubby cheeks and said, "What? Who are you calling an idiot? How dare you say that to me?" Seo-ina, being the introvert, just stood there watching them joke around and thought, "An idiot? He actually looks pretty handsome." Min Jae Hyun and Kim Do-jung continued to mess around. He squeezed her cheeks so hard that she eventually yelled out, "Ah!" Seo-ina just stood there with her eyes wide, staring at them like a statue. A moment later, she snapped out of it. She reminded herself, now isn't the time to be thinking about this. Her face darkened, looking a bit somber. Better safe than sorry, she thought, as the night wind whistled through the rustling leaves of the forest. Min Jae Hyun threw a few small leaves into a pot. Seo-ina walked over, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. Leaning in closer to him, she asked, "What are you making?" Min Jae Hyun replied, "This is a stamina restoration elixir." Jae Hyun's mind drifted back to Lee Jae-sang's frustration when he was teaching him how to brew potions, because he had failed over 100 times during the process, making Jae-sang want to cry over all the rare ingredients he'd wasted. Min Jae Hyun said, "I learned how to make this from a guy I know, just in case something goes wrong." Kim Do-jung leaned back and scoffed, "Hey, what do you mean a guy you know? You don't even have any friends." Min Jae Hyun shot back, "Do-jung, I'm sure you have so many friends besides me, right?" Those words were like a dagger to her heart. Do-jung said painfully, "Ouch, that actually kind of hurts." Seo-ina sat silently, staring straight ahead as she spoke. "Jae Hyun, you're really impressive. You don't seem like you're our age at all. You have so much experience with these things, it's like you're 10 years older than us." Min Jae Hyun felt like he'd been caught, red-handed, and cold sweat started pouring down his face. His mind was in a total state of panic. What the heck? Her intuition is insane. She even guessed the exact timing. Kim Do-dong stood up abruptly, her hands firmly on her hips. She wanted to say something to break the tension. All right, that's enough nonsense. Since we're heading out tomorrow, then we should probably grab a bite to eat now." Do-dong pointed straight at Jae-hyun and said, "You guys just stay right here. I'm going to cook something for us." Jae-hyun's face immediately twisted with worry. "What? No, I'm fine. Let's just stick to fruit or something for now." Do-dong got annoyed because he didn't trust her. "Hey, no way. Don't you trust me?" Sitting in the middle, Seo-ina could only dart her eyes back and forth as the two of them bickered. She had no idea how to jump in. Min Jae Hyun shot back, "Trust you? Then tell me, what color were those cookies you made?" Kim Do-dong put a hand to her chin, trying to remember. She guessed, "Purple? Why? Did you add blueberry jam?" In her head, Ina imagined the blueberry cookies were perfect and delicious. But reality is often disappointing. Jae-hyun spoke up to correct her, cutting off her fantasy about the masterpiece cookies. He said, "That's not it. It's just that her cooking is absolutely atrocious, and I don't know how to cook either." Jae-hyun remembered the image of himself passing out right after trying Do-dong's purple cookies. It had caused a total scene in class. After hearing the story, Serena spoke up. "I actually know how to cook a little bit. Should I cook for everyone?" Min Jae Hyun heard this and asked, "Huh? You're good at cooking?" Serena sat shyly in the corner and said, "I live with my grandmother, so I cook for her every single day." After saying that, she got straight to work, tying her hair back neatly. Min Jae Hyun looked over at Serena, and I don't really know much about Serena's family. He watched her quietly as she peeled vegetables and seasoned the pot of soup. He wondered, is she living alone with her grandmother because of some issue with her parents? After working hard for a while, she took a sip to taste it and adjust the seasoning. "It's done," Ina said, presenting the pot of soup she had just finished. It was piping hot and looked delicious. Kim Do-dong and Min Jae Hyun started eating, savoring every bite. Both of them paused for a second to let the flavors settle in their mouths, really soaking it in. Right after that, Kim Do-dong lunged forward and pulled Seo-ina into a hug, her face full of pure bliss. She exclaimed, "This is so good." It startled Ina quite a bit. Focused on eating because it was so tasty, Min Jae Hyun didn't forget to give a compliment. "This is seriously amazing. I never expected us to eat something this delicious out here." Seo Ina's face turned bright red at the praise. It had been a long time since she felt this way. The scene shifts to a room where two people are standing behind. The chair of Principal Goo Zain. Kim Jae Hyun spoke up. Even though we had such high expectations, how is it that student An Hozan only ended up in 4th place? Glancing over at her, Jung Isu added, I can't believe it. Both 1st and 2nd place are mages. Jung Isu frowned in annoyance and continued, could there be a glitch in the system? There seemed to be no better explanation. Principal Goo Zain gave a forced, awkward smile. His facial features twisted into a grotesque, sinister expression, his eyes filled with malice. He thought, interesting. Normally, only a martial arts conqueror could pull off a performance like that. He leaned back in his chair. Looking up at the screen in front of him, he thought, so, what's the deal here? A bunch of low-tier mages are crushing the senior martial arts class and taking the lead? He sneered with a look of pure contempt. His eyes stayed glued to the screen. Goo Zain called out to Kim Jae Hyun. Miss Kim Jae Hyun, go back to the part with the paralyzing fungal spores. Kim Jae Hyun nodded and immediately hit the controls on the screen. An image appeared of someone being pinned down by a foot. That boy stood firm after watching his opponent fall in defeat. It made Goo Zain think, his judgment and nerves of steel in a situation like that, combined with the ability to take down someone from the martial arts class. He clasped his hands together, his face darkening. He calculated, I can't believe a mage like this exists. No, more like, I refuse to believe it. And he's just a new student. Min Jae Hyun's profile appeared on the folder. Goo Zain stared intensely at the name on the file. The screen also showed footage of him from the recent tournament. A voice spoke up. Director. Kim Jae Hyun reported, I've gathered all the information on the student Min Jae Hyun as you requested, but I'm not sure if it's entirely accurate. Goo Zain turned to her and asked, what do you mean? You're not sure about the data? Kim Jae Hyun looked panicked and terrified. She stammered, it's just… Goo Jae In narrowed his eyes, keeping his cool as he asked, let's see here. What's the problem? Kim Ji-song handed the file over to Goo Jae-in and said, it's at 70%, sir. Taking the documents from Kim Ji-song, he asked in confusion, what? As he looked over the files, Goo Jae-in whispered to himself, Min Jae Hyun's magic capacity is at 97%. 97? The staggering figure made him cover his mouth to keep from shouting. This is unbelievable. Kim Da-rin glanced at Goo Jae-in. She knew exactly where this reaction was coming from, but then he broke into a twisted, wide-toothed grin and shouted, good, very good. He slammed the file shut and glanced over his shoulder at Kim Seo-ji. This Min Jae Hyun kid. I want to see for myself just how talented this student really is. Kim Seo-ji asked, does that mean you're going to intervene, sir? Goo Jae-in's eyes turned ice cold. He said, in that case, on the screen, footage of An Ho-jun in the forest appeared. Goo Jae-in's entire team stood there watching. Kim So-gi spoke up, I'll get everything ready. The scene shifts 1 slash, 2 slashes, and a final strike lands right where a blue light is glowing. In the forest, a system notification rings out. 100,000 points have been awarded to contestant Min Jae Hyun. Kim Do-yong and Seo In-ah stepped forward. Do-yong turned back, looking excited. That brings us to 1,100,000 points. Jae-hyun replied with a look of boredom. All right, that should be enough. Kim Do-yong turned to Jae-hyun, looking confused. Why are we leaving the shelter? Min Jae-hyun answered, because we have to. The other students are way too terrified to even step foot in the nightmare forest right now. Seo In-ah added. Jae-hyun is right. If we want more points, we have no choice but to move out. Kim Do-yong stretched his exhausted body and said, well, I guess there's no other way. Let's get ready. Turning to chat with Seo In-ah, Do-yong asked, what's the highest hunting record for a freshman anyway? In-ah replied, 1,140,000 points. Watching them talk, Min Jae Hyun thought to himself, I didn't realize Seo In-ah was this curious and competitive. I'll have to keep that in mind. Min Jae Hyun smiled and said, all right, let's head out. Suddenly, a cold shiver ran down his spine. Min Jae Hyun stopped in his tracks, startled. He turned back toward the woods, where a faint light was flickering. He shouted, wait, get ready, they're coming. Before he could even finish, a slash came flying at them. The attack lunged out from the trees straight for Min Jae Hyun. He lightly stepped to the side to dodge it. The strike was so powerful it split the ground in two. Kim Do-yong panicked as the blade whistled past him. Min Jae Hyun glanced toward the source of the attack and thought, this skill, it's definitely way above C rank. The system blared 2 urgent notifications. The connection within the subspace is becoming unstable. The restrictions placed on contestants will be temporarily disabled. SO in awe wondered, who could that be? Kim Do-young looked at Jae Hyun in shock. Min Jae Hyun, are you okay? How could a student even do that? Jae Hyun's expression shifted, becoming dead serious. He said, I didn't think we'd be meeting again, not like this, anyway. The person standing at the source of the attack was An Ho-jun. He stood there with his head down, sword in his left hand and shield in his right. What's going on? Jae Hyun wondered. An Ho-jun was panting heavily with his head lowered. Looking at how strange he seemed, Jae Hyun thought to himself, what's wrong with him? Is he not hearing me? Seo-in-ah looked toward An Ho-jun with worry. She yelled, watch out! He looks like he's lost his mind. It's like something has possessed him. Jae Hyun stared at An Ho-jun in shock, his mind racing toward the person responsible. Of course. Goo Jae-in is the mastermind behind this, isn't he? He remembered a similar incident from his past life, before his regression. At the Mulet Academy Festival, so many students ended up covered in blood. A day of celebration turned into a complete disaster. The cause was Goo Jae-in's brainwashing ability. He was the one who led all those students to their deaths. In his past life, this was also the day Kim Do-young sacrificed his life to save him. Dragging a sword shrouded in an eerie blue light across the ground, An Ho-jun stood directly in front of Jae Hyun. Facing this challenge, Jae Hyun's expression darkened as he clicked his tongue in frustration. First, I need to find a way to snap him out of it and bring back his consciousness. Suddenly, a system notification flashed right in front of him. Staring at the screen, he was completely caught off guard. The system issued a subquest, save the student currently under the control of brainwashing magic. A student has lost their sense of self due to a brainwashing curse. Break the spell and rescue them. Difficulty. Rank C. The reward is a blank card. Remaining time, 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. There is no penalty for failure. After reading the notification, a question popped into his mind. A blank card as a reward? A blank card, huh? He smirked and started walking, leaving Ina behind. Kim Do-dung hurriedly chased after Min Jae Hyun. Hyun, I'll help you. Hyun nonchalantly replied, no, I'm fine. You guys should get out of here as fast as possible. And if you can, try to rack up some more points while you run. Do-dung was stunned, unable to process his request. Wait, what? Do-dung warned him. Don't you know who that is? That's An Ho-jun, the martial arts prodigy. How do you even plan on taking him down? Hyun just turned back with a mysterious smile and asked, you really think I can't? Ina stood there with her mouth agape, staring at Hyun. She fell into deep thought for a moment before finally speaking up. Fine, we'll leave. Hearing this, Do-dung turned around in disbelief. What? Ina, you too? Ina didn't respond. She just kept her eyes on Hyun. Do-dung was incredibly conflicted, clutching her head in frustration. Ugh, fine, whatever. Do-dung turned away, giving up on arguing. Fine, we're going. We'll try to grab as many points as we can. Even as she walked away, she didn't forget to show her concern for Hyun. Just make sure you don't get hurt. She immediately grabbed Ina and started running. I'm out of here. Whether you're going to fight him or just steal his name tag, just get it over with quickly. Come on, Ina. Watching them run off, Hyun let out a breath and smiled. Yeah, this won't take much time at all. At that moment, he recalled the past, seeing images of Ho-jun annihilating anyone who dared to stand in his path. After taking down his opponents, Ho-jun sounded surprised. Is my total really 600,000 points now? Ho-jun decided to sit down and rest. I've somehow managed to survive for 2 days. If I can just hold out for one more, this game will finally be over. A system window appeared, showing the freshman rankings. In first place was Min Jae Hyun. Second place was tied between Kim Do-dung and Selena. Fourth was An Ho-jun. Fifth was Lee Soo-hyuk. And sixth was Cha Do-gon. Ho-jun sat there, clutching his shield. I thought I was doing pretty well, but it seems taking that top spot is going to be harder than I thought. Classic Maelet. Ho-jun set his shield aside and sighed. Of course, first place is a mage class. There are even restrictions on him, yet his entire team is sitting at the top of the leaderboard. He remembered Hyun stepping forward, radiating an immense aura of power. With a look of shock and a hint of envy, Ho-jun thought, I knew he was good, but this is insane. Ho-jun closed his eyes to steady his mind, then stood up. I have to do better. He let out a determined smile. I still have time. Suddenly, a screen flickered to life. Goo Ja-in appeared, greeting him warmly. Hello there, my dear student. En Ho-jan. He turned his head in shock and gasped. Former director Goo Ja-in? The man made a proposal. I have something I need your help with. Just a small favor. At that moment, Ho-jan's eyes glowed with a purple hue, and he let his weapons slip from his hands. It was as if he'd been hypnotized. The system flashed a warning. Alert! Someone has intruded upon your mind. Ho-jan stood there, frozen. He grabbed his face with his hands, wondering, what am I doing here? The system warned that the player's mind was being manipulated. Ho-jan's eyes suddenly snapped wide open. Deep inside his own mind, he was desperately trying to fight back. Oh, right, that's what I have to do. Even now, Ho-jan was locked in a brutal struggle to regain control of his own body. On the outside, he launched a relentless assault on Hyun. Fortunately, Hyun was incredibly agile, dodging Ho-jan's strikes with effortless grace. Then, Ho-jan activated an A-rank skill, Ultra Martial Arts. He charged straight at Hyun with terrifying speed. Ho-jan swung his blade at Hyun, but Hyun managed to tilt his body and evade the strike. Hyun felt something was off. He wasn't like this just a few days ago. Watching Ho-jan's movements and skills, Hyun silently analyzed him. He's much more proficient now, but I can barely even recognize him. As he jumped to dodge another attack, he thought, I'm at a disadvantage when it comes to raw physical strength. Hyun then slammed his foot down onto Ho-jan's shield. This is getting really annoying. He kicked Ho-jan back, creating some distance. Hyun spun around and retreated as the system announced the activation of his haste skill. With the skill active, Hyun's speed reached a whole new level. He shot past Ho-jan like a sudden gust of wind. Ho-jan was left dazed. Hyun was already behind him, his eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent. Ho-jan didn't even have time to turn around. Hyun prepared a strike to finish him off, but unexpectedly, Ho-jan managed to break free and leap backward. Hyun was stunned that he'd managed to escape. A thick cloud of smoke billowed out, marking the end of that intense exchange. Hyun's body reacted on pure instinct before his eyes could even track the movement. Ho-jun slammed his shield forward in a defensive stance. Hyun was impressed by his quick reflexes and thought, this guy's combat sense is the real deal. This isn't going to be as easy as I thought, he muttered, as a cold, murderous glint appeared in his eyes. I could just use my ultimate skill to snap him out of it, but the problem is that guy watching from the sidelines. It's obvious he's taking a keen interest in this. He wants to see exactly how I'll handle a martial arts prodigy like An Ho-jun. Hyun let out a smirk, a sudden grin spreading across his face. He thought to himself, it'd be too boring if I ended this too easily. I'll show him what I've got, but everything comes with a price. Behind the monitors, Isu broke into a cold sweat and gasped, what on earth am I looking at? She stared at the screen where Hyun was surrounded by spectral chains. A battle mage, who fights like a frontline brawler. And he's actually beating a martial arts genius like an Ho-jun. Isu gripped her arm, trying to steady her nerves. Ha, no, that's impossible. I can't believe this. She squeezed her arm tight. How is that guy even doing that? Isu grit her teeth and looked down, lost in thought. There's no way a mage should be able to overpower a brawler class this easily. Standing behind the principal, she watched the feed. The proof was right there, undeniable and cold. I've walked the path of a mage myself, so I know how it works. So how is he doing this? In front of her, Goo Ja-in shouted, now this is interesting. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hyun plunged his blade deep into the dirt. Gasping for air with blood dripping down his face, Ho-jun dropped to one knee, using his sword as a crutch. Hyun stood over him, watching the martial artist's strength fade. I didn't mean to push things this far, Hyun said, adding, well, you're pretty tough, so I'm sure you'll be just fine. Hyun gave a small smile and said, in that case. He looked at the fallen boy and activated his active skill, Flash Bomb. A blinding light erupted, washing out the entire observation screen. In the control room, Goo Ja-in jumped to his feet in shock. Coach Kim Selji immediately turned and began barking orders at Isu. What's going on? Why did the screen go completely white? She stammered, flustered as she tried to explain. Oh, well, that is... Goo Ja-in snatched the remote right out of Kim Selji's hand. He frantically mashed the power button. He kept cycling through the different camera angles, but every single one was just a wall of blinding white. It was completely useless. But Goo Ja-in didn't stop, desperately clicking every button on the controller. Selji spoke up. I think he used a spell to block our vision. Goo In's grip tightened until the remote shattered in his hand. Flash bomb. Yeah, that has to be it. His voice was thick with killing intent, making Selji break into a cold sweat. Instructor Kim Selji. Goo In turned around, a forced smile on his face that couldn't hide the irritation on his forehead. That student, Min Jae Hyun. Bring him to my office as soon as this event is over. Selji replied nervously. Pardon me, but are you sure about making such a hasty decision? Goo In began walking toward her, radiating an oppressive aura. With a thin smile, Goo In placed a hand on Kim Selji's shoulder, making her break out in a cold sweat. Why do you think he did it? He asked. Why would Min Jae Hyun use a concealment spell to block our eyes when he had clearly already won the fight? Selji frowned and looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Well, that's... He didn't wait for her answer. Instead, he squeezed her shoulder even harder, cutting her off mid-sentence. He knows, Goo In hissed, his face contorting with rage as he glared at the screen, all pretense of friendliness gone. He knows exactly how to make people curious. Meanwhile, back in the arena, Hojun tightened his grip on his sword. A heavy, crushing pressure weighed down on his entire body. Min Jae Hyun stood there silently, watching Hojun collapse before him. A flicker of a thought passed through his eyes. Finally, he decided to move and started walking toward the fallen boy. Min Jae Hyun approached Hojun, who was still kneeling with his sword driven into the ground. He reached out and gently touched the boy's messy white hair. The touch caught Hojun completely off guard. Jae Hyun was actually trying to help him. Suddenly, clouds of dust and smoke swirled around them, obscuring everything. He was activating his active skill, absolute calculation. Hojun's eyes glazed over as if he were being hypnotized. The moment Jae Hyun touched his head, it turned out he was actually purging the brainwashing effect from his opponent. Hojun's eyes suddenly cleared as if he had just woken up. He looked up, his voice filled with confusion. You? Who are you? Are you okay? He struggled to push himself up. Yeah, I'm fine. But before he could even stand, he collapsed back onto the ground with a cry of agony. My arm, it feels like it's breaking. What happened to me? Jae Hyun filled him in on the situation. Sorry about that. You suddenly lunged at me out of nowhere, so I had to get a little rough with you. Hojun stared at him blankly for a long moment. I attacked you? Why did I do that? Jae Hyun scratched his head, struggling to find the right words. It was a type of mind control magic. Hojun's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Mind control? He immediately began searching through the depths of his memories. Now that he thought about it, everything was a blur, but he could faintly recall hearing a strange voice. But Hojun was still confused because that kind of magic, even at its simplest, was at least rank A. I thought the rules stated we could only use skills below rank. Jae Hyun didn't quite know how to explain it either. I'm not sure. Maybe there was some kind of glitch, or perhaps someone intervened? This was definitely beyond the norm. Hojun's gaze was filled with suspicion and unanswered questions. Even if there was a problem with this space, no student should be capable of using magic on that level. A sudden thought struck him. If someone really did interfere, and his mind was clouded with doubt, did Jae Hyun know who it was or why they did it? Jae Hyun let out a playful smirk at the question, but his answer was completely unexpected. No. Jae Hyun stood up and stated firmly, if they're skilled enough to use magic like that, they must hold a pretty high position. But deep down, he was hiding the truth. Once you've experienced everything Miles has to offer, you'll understand exactly what kind of person was pulling your strings. Right then, the system alerts started rolling in. You have completed the subquest. Save the student from brainwashing magic. You have been rewarded with a blank card. Meanwhile, Hojun was still struggling, unable to even stand up on his own. My body is completely trashed. His body was covered in wounds, but as he looked at Jae Hyun, his confusion only grew. He doesn't have a single scratch on him. Hojun felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Is this really my limit? Finally, he managed to stagger to his feet. I don't even know what to say, except I'm sorry. Jae Hyun turned back to reply. Don't apologize, it's fine. Since you can move now, I'm heading out. Good luck. Suddenly, Hojun tossed something toward him. Jae Hyun reacted quickly and caught it. Wait, take this. He opened his palm to find Hojun's name tag. Jae Hyun asked in confusion, what are you doing? You'll be disqualified without this. Hojun didn't seem to care at all. It's fine. I might not be as good as you, but I've still got plenty of points. Besides, it turned out he wanted to admit defeat. I lost to you, so it's only right that you take it. His eyes were shimmering with a pitiful look. I lost this time, but next time will be different. At the Miles Academy Festival, I'm going to beat you and take my name tag back. And just like that, he was eliminated from the game. Immediately after, a notification appeared. Jae Hyun has received 100,000 points. He stared blankly at the name tag, an item worth a staggering 100,000 points. He had to hold onto this tag tightly. Yeah, good luck. Jae Hyun thought back to his childhood memories. That guy used to be so different. That martial arts talent he had craved for so long, a gifted warrior, had finally acknowledged him. Jae Hyun felt like his heart was finally blooming. I've been through so much since I regressed, but this feeling is absolutely incredible. This is probably just the beginning, right? He looked down at the sword dragging on the ground. This is the first time I've truly felt myself improving. It's time to forget my helpless past and take one step at a time toward the future. Because of the expectations from that warrior, he knew he had to push himself even harder. Well then, shall we keep going? The system chimed in with an announcement. The 72-hour rookie hunt has ended. Calculating your total points. You have achieved a record-breaking score of 1,530,000 points, returning to the real world. In an instant, Min Jae Hyun was transported back to his original reality. All around him, the warriors looked pale and completely drained from the previous battle. People were slumped on the ground in total exhaustion. They had just stepped back from the brink of death. Min Jae Hyun reflected on his score, 1,530,000. Not bad. However, his casual remarks seriously annoyed the other players. Even Kim Do-young couldn't help but speak up. Hey, that's a record-breaking score. Shouldn't you be a little more excited? Do-young turned to Seol Ina and asked, don't you agree? But Ina was just staring blankly at her own score. Just 1 hour. If we had just one more hour, we could have reached 1,600,000 points. You two are seriously weird. Ignoring those two, Do-young was busy soaking in the moment. But hey, we're going to live like royalty with this many points. Min Jae Hyun agreed with her. If you multiply the points by 10, that's how much cash we'll get. Do-young's eyes sparkled with greed when she realized the sheer amount of money. So you're saying we just made 15,300,000 won? Seol Ina's jaw dropped in pure shock at the mention of such a massive sum. That much? I took first place, while you two tied for second with 1,480,000 points. So there'll probably be some bonus points too. Do-young was completely stunned by his words. She frantically grabbed him and started interrogating him. What? There are bonus points too? Yeah, probably around 1 million or so. Get off me. Min Jae Hyun used his hand to push Do-young's money-hungry face away. Her eyes were brighter than ever as the two girls grabbed each other's hands and started dancing with joy. 1 million? Ina, am I hearing this right? 1,248,000 points. So that is 248 million won in just 3 days? While the three of them were celebrating their hearts out, everyone else was beyond annoyed. Oh man, this is so embarrassing. Look at everyone staring. The crowd looked like they wanted to hex the three of them for being so arrogant. Min Jae Hyun didn't know where to hide his face. He just wanted to crawl into a hole because of these two. Suddenly, Kim Seol-gi appeared, making the crowd feel a bit intimidated as they cleared a path. He called out to them, bringing their little celebration to a screeching halt. Hello everyone, he said, his stern gaze signaling an official announcement to the group. I am instructor Kim Seol-gi. Kim Do-young stammered in confusion. Oh, yes, instructor. Hello, sir. He lowered his voice and spoke to the three of them. I have something to discuss with you. But not here. Can we go somewhere more private? Jae Hyun didn't hesitate and asked him directly. Does this conversation have anything to do with our performance? The man nodded in agreement, then turned to lead the way for them. All right, Ina asked. Instructor, where exactly are we going? Jae Hyun quickly chimed in. The director's office. He locked eyes with the man, looking for a confirmation. Right? Kim Seol-gi and Jae Hyun engaged in a brief mental tug-of-war before the instructor finally gave in. That is correct. Kim Seol-gi made the official announcement, leaving them looking a bit anxious. Min Jae Hyun, Kim Do-young, Seo Ina, Director Guza, wishes to see you all in the director's office. Min Jae Hyun sat there with his legs crossed, his eyes sharp as he asked, Where's the director? We came here because he said he wanted to see us, so why is he a no-show? Instructor Kim Seol-gi remained cold, his expression deep in thought. Kim Do-young and Seo Ina traded looks as if asking, What is going on? What is wrong with him? I have no idea. Instructor Kim Seol-gi spoke up flatly. Both of you, just sit down and wait. Kim Do-young and Seo Ina sheepishly followed orders and sat down. letting out a sigh of relief as if the tension had finally broken. The door suddenly swung open, and in walked Director Goo In. He chirped, "Oh ho, is everyone already here? Sorry, I am a bit late." Kim Do-young and Seo Ina immediately bolted upright the moment they saw Director Goo In. They quickly introduced themselves. Hello. I am Kim Do-young from the magic class. And I am Seo Ina." Goo In smiled and replied, Yes, I know who you are. Kim Do-young and Seo Ina. Min Jae Hyun grumbled coldly, "You really are late. I was about to fall asleep waiting for you." Kim Do-young and Seo Ina stared at him in pure shock. Kim Do-young's face went completely pale, unable to believe the words Jae Hyun just spat at Director Goo In. Even instructor Kim Seol-gi looked shaken, his face losing color as he broke out in a nervous sweat. The room went dead, silent, and everyone was thinking the same thing. Has this kid lost? Director Goo In kept a smile on his face, but he was clearly fuming, with the veins on his forehead bulging. However, he swallowed his rage and calmly said, "How embarrassing of me." Goo In sat down and continued, "I just needed a little time to prepare for our meeting today." Jae Hyun shot back, "No, we are the ones who should be embarrassed." Min Jae Hyun let out a bored sigh and went on, "We have been grinding in that subdimension for the past 4 days, so we haven't even had time to shower. We didn't have any time to prepare, either." Hearing Jae Hyun's attitude, Goo In gave him a look of pure disdain, but he still forced a laugh and said, "Oh, I don't mind at all." Jae Hyun thought to himself, he is obviously just playing nice. He probably still values talented students, I guess. Goo In folded his hands together and said, "But I have prepared a very tempting offer to make it up to you all." Then he smiled and added, "So please, don't hate me." Goo In continued to chuckle as he spoke. "First of all, I want to congratulate you. You 3 are exceptionally outstanding students for taking the top 3 spots in the freshman hunt." He gestured toward Min Jae Hyun and said, "And Mr. Min Jae Hyun here took the champion title." Jae Hyun replied indifferently, "It was only possible thanks to my teammates. I couldn't have done it without them." Goo In thought, so he doesn't want to show off his real talent. He smiled and said, "That is true, isn't it? I have been watching your performance." Goo In then asked, "But tell me, were you really giving it your all?" He looked at Jae Hyun and continued, "You easily shattered the record with 1,140,000 points." He clapped his hands in admiration. Goo In encouraged him, "Truly impressive. That is an unbelievable score." Seo Ina chimed in, "Thank you." Min Jae Hyun replied with a cold, emotionless tone, "Can you just get to the point?" Goo In gave a somewhat devious smile and said, "We, Milet Academy, want to give you all some very special rewards." Goo In explained, "First of all, you will receive free housing in Milet's premium dormitories." Then he moved on to the next perk. "Second, you will have exclusive access to Mullet's top-tier facilities." But honestly, neither Min Jae Hyun nor Kim Do-young seemed to give a damn. Goo In continued, moving on to the third privilege. "Third, if your exam results at Mullet are unsatisfactory, you'll have the chance to retake them and change the outcome." Hearing this, Selena looked pretty tense. Goo In smiled and asked, "Well, to enjoy these 3 special rewards I just proposed, you all must sign a formal partnership contract with Mullet." Min Jae Hyun didn't even hesitate. "I refuse." Goo In froze. Min Jae Hyun added, "It sounds tempting, sure. But these rewards are things we could earn on our own with just 1 month of hard work." Hearing Min Jae Hyun's blunt response, Goo In's face darkened instantly. Min Jae Hyun covered his smirking mouth with his hand and continued, "Above all, Mullet claims to prioritize skill. So why on earth should I sign a contract and pay a commission?" With that, he reached out and snatched the stack of papers right out of Goo In's hand, saying, "Let's see what we have here." He scanned the contract, flipping through every single page. "Once we sign with Mullet, we'd have to work as conquerors for, oh my god, 5 years, and 30% of our total income goes to the school?" Min Jae Hyun raised his voice. By now, Goo In's face was as black as the bottom of a burnt pot. Min Jae Hyun slammed the papers back onto the table. "Principal Goo In, this isn't a reward for us. This looks more like a straight-up exploitation scheme." Min Jae Hyun's eyes flared with anger. "Or am I misinterpreting things?" Goo In lowered his head and muttered, "If that's how you feel, then there's nothing I can do. This contract isn't mandatory. I'll let the 3 of you decide for yourselves." Kim Do-young and Selena traded glances. Kim Do-young said, "I'm refusing as well." Selena followed suit. Me too. Goo Ja-in kept his head down. But if you looked closely, you could tell he was absolutely seething with rage. The veins were popping out on his neck. Goo Ja-in whispered, "What a shame, a truly terrible shame. These were the best offers I could possibly make." As he spoke, Min Jae Hyun caught Goo Ja-in glaring at him with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. The principal said, "I'm afraid you haven't thought this through clearly. So, I'll give you one more chance." Min Jae Hyun, are you sure you won't change your mind? It was as if Min Jae Hyun could see right through Goo Ja-in's dirty tricks. The system flashed a notification. Warning, someone is attempting to invade the user's mind. A passive skill triggered. Hera's blessing is neutralizing the abnormal status. Min Jae Hyun thought to himself, I knew it. He looked Goo Ja-in the eye and answered, no. He thought with a sense of satisfaction. That's it. Pissing this guy off is actually pretty fun. Goo Ja-in's face went blank. Min Jae Hyun continued, well, we'll be going now. At that moment, the card Hera had given him began to dissolve. The system announced, you have acquired the active skill. Brainwash. Information about the new skill popped up. Name. Brainwash. Grade. Natural. Invade the will of a weaker opponent to control them according to the user's desire. If the target accepts and becomes more obedient, the skill will evolve into dependency. Min Jae Hyun stood up and gestured to Kim Do-young and Selena. Let's go, guys. After being stuck in that subspace for 4 days, I'm starving. Kim Do-young hesitated for a second before replying, all right. As Min Jae Hyun walked out, Kim Do-young bowed and said, see you later. Coach Kim Se-gi stood by the door, his eyes squeezed shut. His face was pale, and he was drenched in a cold sweat from the sheer tension. Selena said her goodbyes. Soon, only Kim Se-gi and Goo Ja-in were left in the room. Goo Ja-in called out, Mr. Kim Se-gi. Kim Se-gi answered nervously. Yes, sir? Goo Ja-in said coldly. You may leave now. Finally, Goo Ja-in was alone. He pondered to himself. That new student. He managed to resist a natural grade skill? Goo Ja-in let out a wicked, almost twisted laugh. Min Jae Hyun, you're getting very interesting. Once they were outside, Min Jae Hyun asked, are you guys okay? Kim Do-young looked confused. Huh? What do you mean? Min Jae Hyun clarified. I mean Goo Ja-in's offer. You both turned him down, after all. Kim Do-young admitted. Actually, I liked the perks at first. But you were right. Kim Do-young continued. He definitely thought we were just naive kids and tried to use sweet talk to manipulate us. Selena added. That contract didn't sound fair at all. I think refusing was the right call. She went on. Besides, if we started out with all those special privileges, the other students wouldn't exactly be happy about it. Selena concluded, even if it takes more time, we should earn those privileges on our own merit. Hearing this, Min Jae Hyun thought, she's so full of integrity. She's a completely different person compared to how she was before my regression. He said, I'm glad to hear that. Honestly, I really wanted you both to refuse, Kim Do-young whispered. But that Goo Ja-in guy, didn't he seem super creepy to you? The second we said no, his face scrunched up like he was about to blow a fuse. Selena agreed. I felt a literal chill down my spine. When everything went sideways in the subspace, neither Coach Kim Se-gi nor Principal Goo Ja-in said a single word about it. Hearing that, Min Jae Hyun silently praised Selena for her sharp intuition. She then asked him if he knew anything about the academy director. She was talking about Goo Ja-in. Min Jae Hyun stayed silent for a moment before asking why she would think that. Selena explained her reasoning. She pointed out that even though he was a new student, he was incredibly calm. She remembered the harsh attitude Min Jae Hyun had shown toward Goo Ja-in earlier. Yet, when he was actually facing the man, his behavior shifted in a very strange way. Kim Do-young chimed in curiously, saying she was right. He begged Min Jae Hyun to fill them in, but he just replied that he wasn't entirely sure himself, so it was hard to explain it to them. However, Min Jae Hyun added a warning for them. He told them not to trust anyone, whether it was the director or even the instructors. Selena looked at him and asked if that applied to him as well. Min Jae Hyun froze. Suddenly, Kim Do-young popped up right behind Selena. Yeah, don't trust this guy either, Kim Do-young said defensively, claiming that he had the face of someone who was totally selfish. He added that Min Jae Hyun had even ditched him in the middle of the road before. Min Jae Hyun snapped back, asking why he would say something like that since it was all in the past. Kim Do-dung grabbed Min Jae Hyun by the head and screamed, "The past? Do you have any idea how much I suffered after you took off and left me?" Min Jae Hyun pushed him away and told him to just drop it and go home. He pointed out that the sun was already setting. Kim Do-dung realized how fast time had flown and agreed. Selena suggested they all head their separate ways from there. There was an awkward vibe between Min Jae Hyun and Selena, which caught Kim Do-dung off guard. He threw his arms around both of them and teased them about the romantic atmosphere. He joked about wanting in on the action too. Min Jae Hyun sighed and told them the girls' dorm was to the left and the boys' was to the right. He told them to go get some rest. Kim Do-dung grumbled that he could walk himself back, while Seo-ina waved goodbye and said they were heading out. She told him to get some sleep too, reminding him that tomorrow would be their very first day of classes. Min Jae Hyun said he'd see them tomorrow. Once he got back to his room, he remarked that it had been a long time since he'd been there, noting the smell of mold and the creaky floors that had clearly been neglected. The air felt heavy with the lingering gloom of untalented students who had been kicked out. Min Jae Hyun lay on his bed and muttered to himself. It really had been a long time since he was last in this place. He told himself that after tomorrow's class, he'd have to find somewhere else to stay. Experiencing this hell once was more than enough. The next morning, Min Jae Hyun was out for a run in the park, panting heavily. He figured he had warmed up enough. He decided it was time to head back and get ready for his very first lesson inside the academy. Min Jae Hyun, along with the others, arrived at the classroom. Kim Do-dung and Seo-ina were both there as well. The teacher walked in and welcomed everyone to their first magic class. She introduced herself as Kim Ji-yeon, the instructor for the mana regulation course, and said she was looking forward to teaching them. Min Jae Hyun thought to himself that he had never heard of an instructor named Kim Ji-yeon before. He realized that even with his memories from before his regression, things were different. He didn't remember this teacher at all, thinking she might have been someone who quit early on. As the other students clapped, Min Jae Hyun continued to think. He knew for a fact that every awakened person understood how difficult it was to become a magic instructor. He thought back to Guza-in and the people who fought through the struggle only to end up as scum like Kim Seo-gi. They would take whatever bribes Guza-in threw their way. Kim Ji-yeon calmly walked toward the door and said she was sure everyone was confused. She asked them why they were in such a massive facility instead of a regular classroom. The reason was simple. As Kim Ji-yeon spoke, several gates began to open, leaving everyone in shock. She explained that this was to test their mana sensitivity. The students started whispering in excitement and confusion, asking if those were mana clusters. They wondered if they were really going inside, worried that this was a bit much for their very first lesson. Min Jae Hyun looked at the mana cluster and realized it was identical to the one he had entered in his past life. However, the amount of mana seemed to be much lower. Kim Ji-yeon called for their attention and began to explain. She told them that what they were looking at was a device known as the mana room, which was created by modifying actual mana clusters. These were typically used by major guilds. She added that since students like them wouldn't be able to handle a real mana cluster yet, they had prepared this instead. Kim Ji-yeon went on to explain that the mana room was divided into several different chambers. Each chamber had a different level of mana density. The first level was similar to the normal atmosphere, but the density would increase the further they went. Usually, new students could only reach level 3. Even the graduates could only make it to level 7 at best. Kim Ji-yeon announced that today, they would experience these different densities for themselves. They were going to find out exactly how much mana their bodies could handle. Selena whispered to herself, wondering if a simple room could really measure her level. Kim Ji-yeon told everyone to line up and follow her. She warned them that if they had any issues, they should just raise their hands and a teaching assistant would help them out. Kim Ji-yeon stepped into the first chamber of the mana room and declared that the test was beginning. All the students followed her inside. She looked around and noted that at level 1, it didn't seem like any of the students were having any trouble. She announced that they were moving on to the second chamber. But before they even fully entered level 2, many of the students were already starting to struggle. Moving on to the next level, Kim Ji-yeon says, "Let's head into level 3. Min Jae Hyun's group is still doing just fine. However, several people have already raised their hands." Kim Ji-yeon thinks to herself, nearly half the students gave up. She speaks up. "Looks like about half of you have already reached your limit, huh?" At level 5 and level 6, more and more students can't take the pressure and raise their hands to quit. The mana is getting denser. A few students are hanging on, but they're clearly struggling to breathe. Kim Do-jung asks him, "Hey, isn't this getting a bit suffocating?" He calmly replies, "I don't know, honestly." Selena looks at him and thinks, Jae Hyun seems like he's doing perfectly fine, doesn't he? Selena tells herself she needs to push even harder. Kim Jae Hyun watches the remaining students and thinks, there are only 4 students left standing. Min Jae Hyun, Kim Do Jung, Selena, and Lee Soo Hyuk. These are the top scorers from the freshman evaluation, especially Min Jae Hyun. It's no wonder Goo Ja-in kept a close eye on him and filed a report. Kim Ji-yeon thinks to herself. Kim Ji-yeon thinks, of course, I have no intention of following those kinds of orders. They reach level 7. Kim Ji-yeon says, time for level 7, let's go. The 4 remaining students stand before the mana room, which holds level 8 mana. The students watching from outside whisper to each other, what kind of monsters are those guys? I thought only seniors could handle level 7. Kim Ji-yeon announces, we're moving on to level 8. Does anyone have a problem with that? No one says a word. As Kim Ji-yeon leads them in, the students outside are stunned. Look at that, they're actually going into level 8. Kim Ji-yeon steps inside. As soon as they enter, Lee Soo Hyuk, Kim Do Jung and Selena start to look uncomfortable, while Min Jae Hyun remains completely unbothered. Kim Ji-yeon observes them and thinks, from level 8 onwards, the mana density shifts every second, just like inside a dungeon. Even the most elite students are under immense pressure right now, Kim Ji-yeon thinks. At this point, Kim Do Jung and Lee Soo Hyuk can't take it anymore and raise their hands. Selena, her face is drenched in sweat. They've reached the level 9 zone. Kim Ji-yeon says, all right, let's head into level 9. The moment they step in, Selena hits her limit. Her legs start to wobble. Seeing this, Min Jae Hyun calls out to her. Hearing him, Kim Ji-yeon turns around in surprise. Suddenly, she remembers what Goo Ja-in told her. Remember this, instructor Kim Ji-yeon. No matter what situation a student falls into, you must never offer help first. A crisis is just another opportunity for a student. Goo Ja-in continued. If you rob them of that opportunity, wouldn't that be a crying shame? Recalling Goo Ja-in's words, Kim Ji-yeon thinks, what kind of twisted logic is that? Min Jae Hyun asks worriedly, Selena, are you okay? She replies, I can keep going. But Min Jae Hyun's figure is already blurring in her eyes. She thinks to herself that she can't afford to lose. All her life, everyone told her they lived in a world where only the strong survive. No matter how good you are, you'll eventually be crushed under the feet of someone better. Selena remembers her childhood. She remembers someone telling her, there is no future for the weak. There's no place that will accept you. Selena mumbles, I failed again. She is eventually carried away. Min Jae Hyun mutters, failure, huh? He steps into the level 10 mana zone. Kim Ji-yeon immediately shouts, Min Jae Hyun. She rushes after him, thinking, level 10? Even I'm having a hard time breathing at this level. Kim Ji-yeon asks anxiously, Min Jae Hyun, are you alright? He smirks and says, is this place too tough for you, instructor? Kim Ji-yeon replies, then let's go together, follow me. She thinks, too tough? She looks at Min Jae Hyun and realizes he doesn't even look like he's struggling in the slightest. Kim Ji-yeon then says, let's have a round of applause. Min Jae Hyun has successfully reached the level 10 mana room. Kim Ji-yeon adds, a B-rank raider. Being able to reach this level means he's capable of going even higher. I expect everyone to do their best to keep up. Min Jae Hyun asks, Selena, are you okay? She answers, yeah, don't worry about me. Kim Do Jung chimes in. It was just the usual mana levels. She probably just overexerted herself since it's the first day. Min Jae Hyun continues. That's a relief. I thought she was actually hurt. Kim Do Jung asks him, what about you? You look like you're just fine. He responds with a mocking smirk. Yeah, now take that scarf off your neck. You look like a total old man. Kim Do Jung snaps back. What? I was actually worried about you, and that's what you say, Min Jae Hyun asks him again. He asks Kim Do Jung if he's really okay. The instructor is quite surprised, and Kim Do Jung immediately replies, oh, I'm fine. You know how tough I am. He replies, that's good then. Min Jae Hyun looks at Selena's sweat-drenched face and thinks to himself, I thought she was just competitive, but it seems like there's more to it. He thinks, forced? Yeah, it looks like she's forcing it. Luckily, she wasn't seriously injured this time, but if she keeps this up, she's going to lose control, Min Jae Hyun thinks. Of course, it's not like I'm going to control him, but I'm getting dragged into the lives of these big-shot players. People like An Ho Jon and Lee Ji-sung. Their futures are definitely going to change. Same goes for Kim Do-dung. He looked over at her. Seeing this, Kim Do-dung flipped her hair and smiled, asking, "What are you staring at? Am I that pretty?" Min Jae Hyun replied, "Are you sure you're okay? You look pretty pale." Kim Do-dung got pissed and tried to charge at Min Jae Hyun, but Selena stopped her just in time. He continued to think, "I don't know how much of an impact my actions will have. To stay ahead in a world that is constantly shifting, I need to be fully prepared." He said, "I have to move the schedule up a bit." Kim Do-dung wrapped her scarf around Min Jae Hyun's neck and asked, "What are you talking about?" "I don't follow," he thought. "She has sharp ears. I can't speak out loud." Then, he had an idea. Min Jae Hyun pulled the scarf over Kim Do-dung's head. When he took it off, he laughed mischievously. Kim Do-dung's hair was a total mess, looking like a bird's nest. Kim Do-dung was fuming and yelled, "You jerk." She gritted her teeth and screamed, "Do you have any idea how much time I spent doing my hair this morning? Do you want to die?" Min Jae Hyun stammered, "Sorry about that, but it didn't look like it took that long." Kim Do-dung got even angrier and said, "Are you saying I'm ugly?" He thought to himself, "I messed up." Min Jae Hyun bolted away, while Kim Do-dung chased after him, screaming, "Hey, Min Jae Hyun, get back here." Selena laughed and said, "I'm the one going to the infirmary, but it looks like Min Jae Hyun is the one about to get beaten up worse." She watched Kim Do-dung and Min Jae Hyun with admiration. Selena said, "Those two are really close." Lee So-hyuk watched Min Jae Hyun being chased by Kim Do-dung. He thought to himself, "That bastard, how did he get to the 10th floor of the manor room?" Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hey Lee, So-hyuk, what are you overthinking?" Min Jae Hyun was currently getting pummeled by Kim Do-dung, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry." Lee So-hyuk said, "Kim Min-soo, tell me everything you know about that guy, right now." Kim Min-soo thought, "Am I your servant or something?" He said to Lee, "So-hyuk, don't you know who he is?" Lee So-hyuk, "You need to analyze other people's abilities. That guy is the first mage to ever take first place." Kim Min-soo continued, and Lee So-hyuk snapped back, "I already know that. I'm talking about his background." Kim Min-soo laughed because he didn't know. Lee So-hyuk said irritably, "This is ridiculous. There is something shady about that Min Jae Hyun. He's definitely hiding something." Kim Min-soo thought, "I will never get used to this guy." He said, "He has already proven himself twice. What more do you want?" Kim Min-soo continued, "How could he even cheat? This is Milet." Lee So-hyuk replied, "If he's not cheating, then how is he stronger than me?" Kim Min-soo sighed. He thought, "To be honest, I think you would lose to Selena or Kim Do-dung anyway." Kim Min-soo added, all right. So-hyuk, don't overthink it. Even if you died and regressed, you still wouldn't be better than him." Lee So-hyuk had already walked away, ignoring him. Kim Min-soo laughed. "That emo bastard." With that, he chased after him, shouting, "Hey Lee So-hyuk, wait for me." Night fell. Min Jae Hyun said, "Hello, teacher. Are you calling to check on the hunt?" Yoo Sung-hyun smiled and replied, "Yeah, it is more interesting hearing it from you." Min Jae Hyun said, "You probably already guessed the result, but I took first place." Hearing this, Yoo Sung-hyun replied happily, "Oh, just as I thought." Min Jae Hyun asked, "Is Manager Park with you?" Yoo Sung-hyun said, "Yes, he is very happy for you." She asked, "The room you're staying in is way too fancy for a freshman. You must be making a lot of money, huh?" She continued, "Congrats on the strong start. Milet is famous for being brutal." Yoo Sung-hyun added, "I'm proud of you." He replied, "Thank you. I was actually worried I would only get second place." Yoo Sung-hyun asked, "I get it. Was there anyone worth noting?" He asked, "Are you looking to recruit them?" Yoo Sung-hyun replied, "I'm considering it. Of course, if you provide the info. There will be a reward." He laughed and said, "Oh, that's easy then. A reward just for that? Isn't that a bit too generous?" Yoo Sung-hyun said, "I know they'll be willing to join, so I'll give them double. No, 10 times the amount I'm giving you right now." Min Jae Hyun said, "All right, let me tell you." He gave her the names of Selena, Kim Do-dung, and An Ho-jan. He continued, "Those three are worth considering." Yoo Sung-hyun asked, "And?" He said, "I also know someone else who is quite good. Do you want to know who?" Yoo Sung-hyun smiled and replied, "Of course." Ending the conversation, he said, "Well then, I'm heading out." Yoo Sung-hyun said goodbye. "Yeah, see you later." She thought about the name Min Jae Hyun gave her, Lee Ja-sang. She had told him at the time, I know that name. He is the youngest son of the S-rank raider, Lee Jae-shin, right? Min Jae Hyun replied, that is the one. Yoo Sung-hyun added, I heard he is not as talented as his older siblings, so he gets ignored at home. She added, but family is still family. If we take her, we'll be at odds with Lee Ji-hai's guild, she told him. Should we recruit him despite the consequences? He replied instantly, yes. Min Jae Hyun said Lee Ji-sung would soon become the world's best alchemist. Thinking of those words, Yoo Sung-woon smirked. Just then, Fat Sung-rae walked in. Guild leader, Miss Baek Ji-hoon is here. She replied, let her in. The door opened, and Baek Ji-hoon stepped inside. Yoo Sang-woon glanced at Fat Sung-rae, but he only sighed. Yoo Sang-woon smiled brightly and said, you've arrived at the perfect time. Baek Ji-hoon replied, to a merchant, time is money. She reached out to shake Yoo Sang-woon's hand and said, long time no see, guild leader Yoo Sang-woon. Yoo Sang-woon smirked and replied, I didn't think we were that close. She said, have a seat. Baek Ji-hoon replied, thank you. Yoo Sang-woon smiled and asked, so, what does a big guild leader like you want with me? Baek Ji-hoon answered, let me be blunt. We aren't friends, but I don't mind that. It saves us from a long, drawn-out story. Yoo Sang-woon said, then what's your goal? Baek Ji-hoon replied, I've got my eye on one of your students. How much for the kid? Yoo Sang-woon laughed and said, oh my. The two of them sat in the room, the silence between them heavy with tension. Yoo Sang-woon said, well, that's too bad. We don't view our guild members as price tags. So, why don't you try looking somewhere else? Baek Ji-hoon smiled and asked, does he feel the same way as you? Yoo Sang-woon smiled and continued, there are many things in this world that money can't buy. Do you get what I mean? Probably not. The gentle smile on Yoo Sang-woon's face vanished, replaced by a cold, sharp gaze. Baek Ji-hoon remained perfectly calm. She smiled, stood up, and said, well, I didn't expect you to accept the offer anyway. It's fine, Baek Ji-hoon added. Coming here to negotiate was just a basic courtesy. Yoo Sang-woon replied. That basic courtesy was pretty damn rude, Baek Ji-hoon replied. That's a shame. Well, I should be going. It's getting late. And I'm pretty sure you don't want to talk to me any longer, either. Yoo Sang-woon replied. I'm glad you're so perceptive, Baek Ji-hoon said. Of course, that's a merchant for you. With that, she turned and left. The next day was the physical fitness test, and the students were waiting for their results. Min Jae Hyun looked completely exhausted. The results were loading. He was in second place, just 2 points behind An Ho-jin. Min Jae Hyun felt a bit frustrated. He said to himself, I guess I'm still not good enough to beat a martial arts genius, Min Jae Hyun thought. Of course, second place wasn't bad, and there was no need to rush to prove himself right now. But the truth was, it still wasn't the rank he wanted. An Ho-jin stood next to him checking the results as Min Jae Hyun walked away. Seo Yoon and Kim Do-young watched him. Kim Do-young asked, how did you pull that off today? Min Jae Hyun looked confused and asked, huh? Kim Do-young said irritably, what do you mean, huh? How can a mage take second place? And on a physical fitness test, no less. How is that even possible? Min Jae Hyun explained. Is it that weird? Wasn't I in the warrior class to begin with? Kim Do-young replied, true. He smirked and patted her head, saying, listen, Kim Do-young, don't just focus on magic. Haven't you heard that raw strength is a nation's true power? Kim Do-young was furious. She screamed and lunged at Min Jae Hyun, but Seo Yoon held her back. One of these days, I'm going to punch that arrogant look right off your face. Just you wait. Kim Seolgi watched them from a distance and thought, Min Jae Hyun really is as dangerous as the principal said. That isn't the kind of strength a mage usually has. How did he do it? Seo Yoon suddenly remembered something. She said, I bet the next class is starting soon. As the session began, Kim Seolgi took charge. He said, all right, let's get started. The second physical fitness test. We're going to begin the virtual room escape test. Min Jae Hyun thought to himself, this is it. There was a test just like this before I regressed. It was designed to let most students test their abilities and push them to their absolute limits. Kim Seolgi led them to the testing area. He said, this place is equipped with all the academy's most advanced technology. It's called the virtual testing room. He added, every one of you must participate in the escape challenge here. Hearing this, Kim Do-young was puzzled. An escape challenge? Kim Seolgi replied. The virtual combat measurement system behind you will enhance your fighting abilities. Through these virtual reality battles, he thought, that's right, they're making things difficult for us. Kim Seol-gi added. Normally, we'd have you analyze combat situations against monsters or various entities on your own. But for this physical test, we're only going to evaluate your escape skills. He continued. Of course, you'll earn higher scores by defeating the monsters within the test. This is your chance to prove yourselves. Give it everything you've got. Min Jae Hyun thought to himself, that is exactly how it works. Raiders hunt down monsters just to scavenge for gear, potions, and items. A raider who cannot fight is basically a piece of junk. The cadets were handed specialized equipment for this specific test. Kim Do-jung held it up, looking confused, and asked, is this just a headset? Min Jae Hyun started to explain. It is a receiver designed to support the system during a virtual reality combat simulation. Suddenly, Kim Sok-ji spoke up. Student Min Jae Hyun, you are quite well informed. You are absolutely right. He then went on to explain more about the device. This device acts as a receiver for the virtual reality display. It works by stimulating the brain. This makes the monsters shown through the projector feel much more realistic. It uses drones to project 3D images into the open space, and that way, the monsters look like the real deal. The most important thing about this gear is safety. It recreates the monsters with their full power, but since they are just illusions, there is no risk of getting hurt. Of course, the stimulation from the receiver will replicate about 1/2 of the enemy's actual damage. Exactly, it is going to help the students get used to life or death situations with monsters, which will lead to a much higher survival rate in real dungeons, Kim Sok-gi added. This virtual reality system has levels ranging from 1 to 100, but for today, we are going to stop at level 10, he continued. Groups of 4 will take the test, and now I will call you up one by one. You will be tested in the order I announce. Now, let us begin the test. Kim Sok-ji shouted. The test starts with Group 3. Along with 2 people from the martial arts warrior class, they greeted them warmly, saying, "It is a pleasure to meet you." And the 2 from the magic class were Min Jae Hyun and Lee Soo-hyun. Min Jae Hyun thought, talk about a balanced team. Suddenly, Lee Soo-hyun called out, "Hey," he asked, "are you Min Jae Hyun?" He replied, "Yeah." Lee Soo-hyun said, "I have heard things about you. You were the one who took the top spot in the freshman match a few days ago, right?" But Lee Soo-hyun's voice turned sharp and provocative as he went on. "I still do not understand how someone with a mage class could ever come out on top." With a mocking look, he said, "I am sure there must be some special reason behind it. Why don't you tell me all about it?" Min Jae Hyun shot back. "What are you getting at?" he continued. "And what if there is no special reason like you think?" Lee Soo-hyun snapped. "I will find out even if I have to beat it out of you," he threatened. And Min Jae Hyun just smirked. "Why didn't you just say that from the start?" He replied arrogantly, "That you just want to pick a fight with me." Lee Soo-hyun laughed with satisfaction and said, "I like how quickly you catch on." Min Jae Hyun smirked again. "Why didn't you just man up and say it from the beginning?" he added cockily. "Just be straight with me. You want to throw down with me." Lee Soo-hyun laughed. "You are sharp. I like that about you." The 2 from the martial arts class looked worried and whispered to each other. "We are on the same team. Why are they acting like this? Is this going to be okay?" One of the martial arts guys tried to step in and play peacemaker. "Hey," but before he could finish his sentence, Kim Seok-ji called their group. "Next is Group 3. Please step forward." Min Jae Hyun walked up, while Lee Soo-hyun glared at his back with annoyance, scowling deeply. They got into formation, and Group 3 was all set. The system announced the countdown for the Room A escape skill test, starting in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Skeleton soldiers are about to appear. The monsters began to materialize. Lee Soo-hyun thought he should fall back immediately, but in a flash, someone charged straight ahead. Lee Soo-hyun was shocked. It was Min Jae Hyun. The 2 from the martial arts class were also stunned and yelled, "Jae Hyun, it is too dangerous." Lee Soo-hyun spat. "What the hell is that brat doing? What can a mage like him even do by charging into a fight like that?" But Lee Soo-hyun was instantly frozen in shock. Min Jae Hyun thought to himself, "I bet he will not dare to annoy me again if I leave him with no other choice." Then Min Jae Hyun unleashed his power. He decided he had to show him what he was truly capable of. He swung his arm. Min Jae Hyun attacked the skeleton soldier directly, letting out a massive boom. Min Jae Hyun's eyes were calm and razor sharp. The monster began to fade away. Kim Sok-ji was speechless, and even the other groups, including Kim Do-jung and Seo Ina. Watching from the outside, they were all stunned. The system chimed again. Skeleton soldiers are appearing. Skeleton soldiers are appearing. This time, the monsters were spawning even faster, and they looked absolutely vicious. Min Jae Hyun landed a kick right on a skeleton's head. He stayed perfectly composed and landed gracefully. Another monster was defeated. Min Jae Hyun triggered his active skill, Mana Weapon. As he launched his move, he thought, Mana Weapon. This is a rare skill that not every mage can use. He knew it was a skill that could boost his physical damage. Min Jae Hyun launched his attack. Normally, this kind of skill would be useless for a mage. But for me, it is a different story, Min Jae Hyun thought, while Lee Soo-hyun could not believe his eyes. He stammered, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Here we go. The two guys from the martial arts class couldn't believe their eyes. They just stood there in total shock, stammering, no way. That is impossible. The Azure Room system kept announcing, you have successfully completed the test. Achievement unlocked. Escaped Azure Room level 1 without taking a single hit. All enemies have been eliminated. Bonus points awarded. Student Min Jae Hyun's contribution rate is 100%. Level 2 is now beginning. Level 2 features the Draugr, undead creatures known as some of the most terrifying beings. In all of Norse mythology, Min Jae Hyun did not show even a hint of fear. He just smirked at the monster and said, long time no see, huh? As a massive hole was blasted into the floor of the Azure Room, the system announcement blared again. You have completed the level 10 Azure Room escape test without taking any damage. Congratulations, you have set a new record. Lee Soo-hyuk thought in utter disbelief. This can't be happening. How can I possibly believe what I just saw? Min Jae Hyun looked down at his hands. He thought to himself, not bad at all. Ever since I switched my combat style to what Yoo Sung-hyun taught me, my body feels so much lighter. Min Jae Hyun smiled with satisfaction as he recalled his training sessions with Yoo Sung-hyun. Every time she taught me, she seemed strangely enthusiastic, didn't she? It was a little scary, but man, those lessons were incredible. Just then, Lee Soo-hyuk called out, hey! Min Jae Hyun turned around, and Lee Soo-hyuk demanded, how did you do that? Min replied, you saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? Lee Soo-hyuk snapped back, you really expect me to believe a mage would actually jump right into the middle of a fight and wipe out every single enemy on his own? Lee Soo-hyuk screamed, there is no way. You must have cheated. Min Jae Hyun remained calm and said, think whatever you want. I have nothing more to say to you. What you saw is the truth. Lee Soo-hyuk let out a mocking laugh. Min Jae Hyun's tone sharpened. Do not make me repeat myself. Min Jae Hyun continued. If you do not believe me, why don't you come and test it out for yourself? Lee Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth in rage but realized he couldn't do a thing. He spat out, you bastard. Suddenly, Kim Seok-ji asked, is there a problem between you two? Lee Soo-hyuk cursed under his breath. Damn it. He clenched his fists in frustration, thinking, if it wasn't for the instructor being right here. Min Jae Hyun turned his back to leave, and Lee Soo-hyuk barked, do not think for a second that you have won. Min Jae Hyun paused and replied, well, I certainly did not lose, Lee Soo-hyuk said. At the Mullet Academy Festival, you and I are going to have a real showdown. Min flatly refused. No. Lee Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth in anger, but Min Jae Hyun just smirked and said, I have other plans. As the sun began to set in the afternoon, An Ho-jun lay on his bed, lost in thought. He kept replaying Min's words. Back at the testing grounds, Jae Hyun had said, no, I have other plans. An Ho-jun thought to himself, does that guy, Jae Hyun, actually see me as a rival? He remembered what he had said to Min earlier. At the Mullet Academy Festival, I am going to punch that look off your face and take back my honor. An Ho-jun's eyes were full of deep resolve. He bolted upright and told himself, this is no time to be dwelling on the past. He muttered, I need to get to the training center right now. An Ho-jun grabbed his jacket and left the room, thinking, I can't let him down. Darkness began to fall over the building. Kim Seok-ji walked along with his subordinates following closely behind. They were chatting, have you seen the results of the physical fitness test yet? I have, and I must say, this year's freshmen are quite impressive. One of them added, I heard a new record was even set. It was that student Min Jae Hyun from the magic class, right? How is that even possible? Kim Seok-gi thought to himself. Min Jae Hyun. That kid is more than just talented. He thought, he has the sheer guts to charge straight into the fray. Even though he is a mage, they arrived at Kim Seok-ji's office and pushed the door open to find Ji-se, in waiting inside. He said, thank you all for your hard work. He smiled and continued. Now, Let me see the results of the physical fitness test. Looking at the large screen in front of them, instructor Kim Seo-gi heard Principal Goo Ra-in's question and replied in a serious tone. Only 3 students achieved a perfect score: An Ho-jun, Cha Gwon, and Min Jae Hyun. However, Min Jae Hyun's score went far beyond the maximum limit. The man gave a sinister smirk as he looked at the instructor. "Thank you, Instructor Kim. You did a good job." Suddenly, his expression shifted as he glared at the screen. It was filled with various images of Jae Hyun. He studied every movement and action Jae Hyun made in the photos. Then, he let out a twisted, meaningful smile. Goo Ra-in spoke again. "Keep sending me reports on the scores and activities of Min Jae Hyun. If he does anything unusual, report it to me immediately." Standing behind him, Kim Seo-gi bowed his head in obedience and replied, "Understood, Director Lee." The man looked satisfied, his gaze turning dark and mysterious. "I am truly fortunate to have someone like you to rely on, Instructor Kim." He continued, "My report ends here. Please prepare for the session with the next instructor." The subordinate beside him answered, "Yes, Director Lee." He watched the screen, savoring the moment. A mysterious smile crept across his face, full of anticipation. Meanwhile, in another location, the Azure system window flickered to life. It displayed, "Stealth test successfully completed. Rank R. Level 27. Min Jae Hyun was drenched in sweat, gasping for air after finishing the mission. His gaze drifted toward the horizon as he thought to himself, "With my current abilities, level 27 is my absolute limit." With that thought, he stepped out of the training area. It might be tough, but at this level, I can already take down 6 C-rank conquerors. That means I've finally reached his level. The next dungeon will likely be the simulated practice run. Hyun steadied his breathing and focused. I better be prepared. Suddenly, images of a collapsing dungeon flashed in his mind. That was the dungeon practice incident. One of Neus Academy's most shameful moments. A tragedy that cost the lives of hundreds of students. Then, he gritted his teeth, his voice thick with sorrow. My team was right in the middle of that nightmare back then. He looked at the ruins in agony and let out a scream. In the end, I was the only one in my squad who made it out alive. They tormented me, constantly asking why I wasn't the one who died. But despite everything, I couldn't just walk away from Milet Academy. No matter how many hateful glares were thrown his way, Hyun endured it all. He stood there, completely alone. Then he thought of his mother, her gentle eyes, and her unconditional love. He silently vowed, I don't want to make them. His thoughts broke off as he lowered his head, his expression dark. I can't disappoint the people who still believe in me. Hyun stared thoughtfully at the items on the table. The shopkeeper's voice suddenly broke the silence. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great day. Hyun turned and walked away, his mind a tangled mess of thoughts. Will things be different in this life? Hyun looked down, a trace of disappointment on his face. Last time, I couldn't protect a single person. All I knew how to do was take the blame. I used to be a mindless nobody, but things are different now. He looked up at the sky. I'm not going to live like that anymore. I've had enough regrets for one lifetime. A little later, at the academy. Day 1 of the simulated dungeon practice. The instructor spoke up at the front of the room. That's all for today's lesson. Down in the seats, while he was lost in his own thoughts, someone called out, Min Jae Hyun. Kim Do-young waved at him enthusiastically. Hey, come with us. Hyun looked over and let out a long sigh. Standing next to her childhood friend Hyun, she whined, what are we going to do tomorrow? It is our first dungeon practice, Ina added. I have not slept a wink since yesterday because I am so nervous. Seeing her like that, he finally spoke up. It is totally normal to be nervous the first time you step into a dungeon, Do-young asked with a mischievous grin. You sound like an expert. Is this not your first time? Have you been in one before or something? Instead of answering the question, Hyun just joked around. Nah, but I have run into a few monsters before, so I know the vibe. Like the one standing right next to me, for instance. There was no way Do-young was going to let him get away with teasing her like that. She lunged at him, swinging her fists. You little jerk! Ina just stood there silently, watching the two of them mess around. She did not show any emotion. It seemed like Hyun really got a kick out of messing with the girl in front of him. That was when Ina finally showed a bit of a helpless expression. Then, he suddenly remembered something. He pulled out an item and held it out to Do-young. If you guys are that worried, just take this. Seriously, you have no backbone. That same girl immediately snatched the item and looked at it like it was a treasure. What is this? A mana potion? Hyun just gave a blunt reply. I was out buying stuff and just picked it up. Do not overthink it. Just use it when you need to. Do-young made a reluctant face. Fine, I will let you off the hook this once. Ina looked at him hesitantly. Thank you. He fell back into his thoughts. Last time, I only survived because of luck. But this time, it is going to be because of my own strength. That night, back at his place, Hyun thought about the first day of the dungeon simulation. He was focused, circulating his inner energy to regulate his body. A faint, mysterious blue aura began to radiate from deep inside his body. His internal core kept the energy flowing through every single cell. This was crucial because Hyun knew one thing for sure. Warming up before entering a dungeon is absolutely essential. His body slowly began to change. His mind was racing. No matter how talented a mage is, if they suddenly unleash high-level magic, a mana rebound is inevitable. When mana backflows like that, it can cause massive internal damage to the user. Especially for mages who rely heavily on top-tier spells. Time ticked away as he sat there in silent cultivation. Hyun muttered to himself, I will become even more sensitive to mana rebounds. Then he remembered the chains. Those chains held an immense amount of power. Both chain binding and sacrifice were high-level spells. Thoughts continued to flood his mind. If I am not fully prepared, I won't be an exception either. Besides, who knows how dangerous today's practice will actually be? His internal energy surged non-stop. Thinking about this, he sighed, thinking, the one who collapses might be me. Then, a flash of sadness crossed his face. Or it could be my friends. A moment later, he got off the bed and placed his hand on his stomach. If I gather mana in my core beforehand, I can reinforce my body or my magic whenever I want. That is pretty useful. Hyun's expression was deep and full of thought. Just then, the Acer system popped up. Once the new system was activated, time would regress to the moment the user desired most. He frowned, confused. The moment I desire most? Hyun watched silently as the system window began collecting data. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. It had issued him a new quest. The first decision. You have successfully returned to the time you desired most. From now on, whenever you face a turning point that you regretted in the past, you have the right to make the same choice as before. Or, you can find a different path. That choice might even result in sending someone to meet their ancestors. The choice is yours. Difficulty, unknown. Rewards depend on 2 paths. Follow the past or change the past. Remaining time, 11 hours and 59 minutes. Penalty for failure. Seeing this, he rubbed his chin and said with a frown, another weird thing. He stared intently at the system screen, weighing his options. He could not make a decision right away. He climbed back into bed, thinking seriously. The Nonia system definitely wants me to get stronger, because it needs me. But he crossed his arms, hesitating as he stared at it. It wants me to pick a path? What is their real goal? The next day, at Muse Academy's simulated dungeon, Jizan stood at the front, briefing the students. We will be drawing lots to divide into teams and work together. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in a panic. Hyun felt differently. He agreed with the decision. It was logical, even if it was not fair. Real monsters were about to show up. If you are lucky enough to have a heavy hitter on your team, you can breeze through the dungeon. But if not, a bunch of low-ranked students lumped together will have to face the danger all on their own. At that moment, Jizan raised his hand for silence. Everyone below stared intensely in that direction. Seeing the tension, Jian spoke up. This practical exam is one of the key criteria for your final grades. Inside the dungeon, there are only monsters that you are capable of defeating. So I expect everyone to give it their abs. Hyun knew all too well that those words were nothing but a lie. Of course, everything she said was just another one of Guzane's deceptive tricks. According to instructor Kim, it was true that most of the monsters appearing were low level. But from what I experienced before my regression, there are also king-class monsters mixed into that dungeon. Specifically, a D-rank king bear. Dealing with it wouldn't be difficult for me, but thinking about that, he looked over at Du-dung and Ina with a I have no intention of playing along with what Guzane wants. Hyun remained silent for a long time. Furthermore, during this practice session, Guzane will expose a small weakness, and that might be the perfect opening for me to kill him. Jian turned and stepped aside, her voice turning stern. Now, we will draw lots first. Her powerful voice rang out again. When I call your name, step forward and draw a slip. The students below began whispering to one another in anticipation. At that moment, Hyun stood next to Ina, and neither of them said a word. He finally spoke up to break the awkward silence. What a relief. I didn't expect to have someone I knew on my team. Ina replied with a hint of bashfulness. Hyun thought to himself, it really is a relief to have someone I'm comfortable talking to in the group. I'm also quite confident in her abilities. This way, that tragedy might not happen again. Just then, two people approached them. Instinctively, he turned to look. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Wait, these were the two students who would be joining his team. Gina waved at them with a bright smile. I am the warrior Kim Gina. Beside her, Songgu added, I am also a warrior. After Songgu finished his sentence, he grinned and asked, you guys are in group 3 too, right? Let's work well together. But in Hyun's mind, all he could see was the image of these two, fighting a king-class monster. They had shouted desperately, run away quickly, we will hold them off. Seeing them now, a shadow of gloom passed over him. How could Hyun see such a thing? It was because last night, he had made a choice with the Acer system. You want me to choose a route? At that time, the screen displayed. The choice is in your hands. That decision could save a life, or it could send someone straight to their grave. Then, he suddenly realized the implication. Ah, I finally understand what that choice really means. A moment later, the four of them gathered at a single point to prepare for their journey. Hyun's mood was genuinely heavy, and he kept his head down in silence. Deep down, he knew the Acer system had planned this all along, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only let out a helpless sigh. He then reached out to shake hands and said, Nice to meet you. I am Min Jae Hyun, a mage. After saying that, he looked over at Ina, but Ina had already hidden behind Hyun's back. He added, This is Selena. She is also a mage. She is quite shy around strangers, so I will speak on her behalf. Let's have a great session. Songgu scratched his head sheepishly and laughed. No worries, we will get used to each other as we go. Ina, acting like the group's social butterfly, stepped toward Jean. Beside them, Hyun thought privately that they were exactly the same as they were before his regression. Across from him, they were happily and enthusiastically approaching Ina. Hyun let out a helpless sigh and gave them a gentle smile before cutting into the conversation. Now that the introductions are out of the way, shouldn't we start thinking about our strategy? The two of them immediately replied, Sure, let's pick a captain first. I don't want to do it, so how about you, Jae Hyun? He recalled what the Acer system had shown him the other day. His hesitant eyes flickered with a hint of loss. Inside the dungeon, it was eerily quiet as the four of them huddled together to look at the layout. He said, You must memorize the entire plan. No matter what appears in the dungeon, you must not back down, especially the vanguard warrior leading the charge. If that person wavers, the entire team will be wiped out. Hearing that, the two of them stared at him in disbelief. Songgu looked down at the strategy map and pondered with a worried expression. Wow, you really are the top rookie hunter. Your strategy is absolutely perfect. Gina smiled and chimed in. So there are 6 points in total, right? I have them all memorized. Ina followed up. Me too. At that moment, Jian clapped her hands to get their attention and spoke loudly. Time for discussion is over. We will begin the dungeon training right now. Captains, please step forward. On Hyun's side, they looked over in surprise when they heard the neighboring team shouting, Let's just finish the discussion. Hyun also looked over. That was Dudung's team. It was clear that the group was not getting along very well. Seeing this, Hyun felt a sense of quiet satisfaction. So An Ho Jun is the captain of Team 4? At least Kim Dudung won't get hurt now that they have gathered right in front of me. Jian spoke again. Teams that are ready may proceed to your assigned dungeons. He looked toward Team 4. Next up was Hyun's third team, and he wished everyone good luck. Hyun bowed his head, lost in thought for a moment, before turning to walk away with determination. All right, here we go. He flashed a quick smile at his teammates and asked, Shall we head out? A moment later, the group quickly made their way into the dungeon. Inside, the place was filled with nothing but jagged rocks, and there wasn't a single sign of life to be found. Du Young's team followed close behind, entering the depths. So, this is a dungeon? She muttered. It's so dark and damp, and it smells like mold. Du Young chimed in curiously. I guess those kobolds are supposed to show up around here, right? Well, it is a mine dungeon, Seho replied from behind. Probably. I heard these mine dungeons are usually packed with rare ores. Du Young snapped her fingers excitedly and said, Maybe we can even find some diamonds in here. Seho looked at her helplessly and muttered, There is no way. Du Young teased back with a grin. Who knows? It would be awesome if we did. If we look closely enough, I bet we'll find something. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Ho Jun, who was leading the way, let out a terrified shout of warning. Something's coming. Get into position, now. Hearing that, Du Young gripped her artifact tightly, her expression turning serious. Seho and the purple-haired girl were also on edge. Aggressive kobolds emerged, baring their teeth and brandishing sharp scythes. They growled menacingly at the group. Everyone dropped into a battle stance, and both sides locked eyes with pure killing intent. Ho Jun warned them sternly. They might be weak individually, but if they swarm us, they'll be hard to handle. With that, he lunged forward, shouting, "Let's end this quickly." Du Young focused her energy into her artifact, and a beam of holy light shot out, activating active skill, lightning burst. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion of fire and smoke erupted, turning the scene into total chaos. The kobolds were scorched black, letting out ear-piercing shrieks. Coordinating with Du Young, the others swung their swords, slicing through the monsters in rapid succession. Eerie sounds, like something straight out of hell, echoed through the cavern. Suddenly, Ho Jun spotted something out of the corner of his eye, a single kobold that had survived the blast. It lunged straight for him. Elsewhere, a blonde girl was fighting back with everything she had, shouting, "Hurry up!" Du Young was already busy channeling her next spell. She let out a loud cry. Wind of Helheim, activating active skill, airburst. A violent gale surged forward, sweeping up everything in its path. Du Young pointed her artifact directly at the kobolds. All that raw power slammed into them like a hail of arrows, piercing their bodies and leaving them groaning in agony. A short while later, the ground was littered with their corpses. Thick smoke filled the air. Only then did Ho Jun dare to lower his guard just a little bit. He let out a long sigh and asked, "Is everyone okay? Any injuries?" The purple-haired girl replied, "I'm fine." Du Young followed up, "Me too." But on the other side, Seho wasn't doing so well. His body seemed to be gripped by some strange force. He was visibly struggling, looking completely distressed. Seeing this, the others cried out in shock. "Look at Seho!" Du Young rushed over to him, asking anxiously, "What's happening? Are you okay?" Nobody said anything about kobolds being venomous. Ho Jun was just as panicked but tried to stay calm, saying, "Everyone, stay cool." Suddenly, an enormous kobold foot stepped toward them, catching them off guard. Du Young looked up in horror. With a look of pure disbelief, she stammered, This isn't poison." She stared at the massive kobold looming over them, her entire body trembling with fear. She managed to gasp out, "It's a massive surge of mana." Ho Jun stuttered in shock. The kobold lord? What the hell is it doing here?" Meanwhile, Team 3 was making their way deeper into the dungeon. Gina, who was walking ahead, turned back to look at Hyun. She said, "Hyun, I knew you were strong, but you're seriously amazing. Just how many monsters did you kill back there by yourself?" He kept walking calmly and replied, "It was nothing special. It just kind of happened that way." Gina laughed out loud at his modesty. "How can you say it's nothing? If we keep this up, we might actually finish this mission without a single scratch on us." However, Ina still hadn't quite opened up to the group, walking silently in the back. Hyun turned around and, without hesitation, reached out and took her hand. He gave her a gentle smile and asked, "Are you still feeling a bit shy around everyone?" Ina looked away hesitantly and whispered, "Yeah," Hyun thought to himself. She's definitely the timid type, but as he reflected on it, he realized he shouldn't be surprised. Come to think of it, even before I regressed, I don't think I ever heard her say more than 3 sentences in a— Suddenly, Songgu stopped in his tracks, his eyes freezing in place. It was likely because of the eerie, distorted atmosphere unfolding right in front of them. Hyun scanned the surroundings, thinking, "This place is different from what I remember." At that moment, his gaze sharpened as he began to piece things together. This must be Guzane's handiwork. That means my existence has become a major variable for Guzane. In his mind, the image of the Kobold King began to take shape. It was a creature harboring a deep, mysterious power. Hyun remained composed, though he wouldn't be surprised if it showed up now. His sharp eyes darted around, searching for any sign of it. Then, he said in a low, serious voice, "Something's about to appear. Well, go with Plan C. We defend first, then counterattack." Hearing that, Gina raised her sword into a defensive stance. He warned them one more time, "Stay sharp. This thing is going to be completely different from anything we've faced before." Seho also watched the surroundings warily, but he couldn't help but wonder, a stronger monster is going to appear? But I heard only weaklings were supposed to spawn here. In an instant, the situation turned into a nightmare. A massive explosion erupted from the front, and a thick cloud of dust and smoke swallowed the entire team, leaving them no time to react. As the Kobold Lord, it is 3 times the size of a normal kobold. And obviously, its power. Ina and Seiho stood there, paralyzed with fear. A Kobold Lord? Why the hell is a boss monster showing up here? Ina looked terrified, and for a split second, she thought about retreating. But then she remembered Jae Hyun's words, especially as the vanguard. If she flinches, the entire team will be wiped out. Determination flared in her eyes as she activated her magic armor. The other 2 were stunned by her sudden resolve. Sung-woo cursed his own carelessness before immediately triggering his taunt skill. The moment the kobold lunged, he blocked the strike and screamed, "Jae Hyun!" With the speed of the wind, Jae Hyun was already closing in on him. His eyes were cold, filled with nothing but pure killing intent and rage. Jae Hyun channeled his energy into his fist and lunged straight for the massive kobold lord. The impact was so intense that smoke and debris completely filled the dungeon. Ina couldn't believe her eyes. That power was insane. She wondered if she could ever reach that level. But as the dust settled, the kobold's silhouette slowly emerged. Even Jae Hyun was caught off guard by that. Surprisingly, Jae Hyun let out a dark chuckle, as if he had found a new toy. He stared at the slime oozing from the kobold and smirked. I thought this would be a cakewalk without any surprises. But look at that. Its wounds are actually healing. The kobold lord seemed to grow even stronger after that hit. He muttered, "A kobold lord with regenerative powers? Seriously?" His face twisted in anger as he barked, "You've got to be kidding me." Right then, the ether system flashed to life. The true culprit behind the kobold lord has been revealed. The culprit is identified as Odin's crows. You have received a special quest, Crow Hunter. He looked into the dark shadows, where the glowing red eyes of a crow flickered with dark energy. The ether system displayed more quest details. Crow Hunter. Odin's crows are suppressing your ether. Eliminate 5 of Odin's crows. Difficulty level, 5. Reward, 1 double EXP card. Completion reward, instant level up. Failure penalty, you're meeting your ancestors. Back at the base, Kim Ji-yeon was obsessively looking into that mysterious student. He was like some kind of enigma. She wondered, how could a student in the mage class be this talented? I'm an A-rank mage myself, but I can't even fathom doing what he did. Kim Ji-yeon was certain Team 3 had a high chance of acing this practical exam. Suddenly, the doors swung open. Ji-yeon was shocked. Were they back already? But something felt very wrong. Her expression shifted instantly. Kim Yoo-jung came sprinting out, gasping for air, screaming that something terrible had happened. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon panicked, her heart sinking as she wondered what happened to the kids. And Ho-jung finally choked out the words. A kobold lord has appeared inside the dungeon. This shouldn't be possible. How could a boss like that just show up in a training zone? The staff scrambled to tend to the injured, but luckily, most only had minor cases of mana poisoning. As Ji-yeon scanned the chaos, Yoo-jung rushed up to ask if Team 3 was back yet. But there was still no sign of them. The mood turned heavy. And Ho-jung looked completely devastated, his face pale with despair. Those 2 should have been able to finish easily, but there's still no word from anyone. Back at the headquarters, the shrill ring of a phone shattered the silence. Principal Gu Jae-in picked up. It was Instructor Kim Ji-yeon on the other end, but the principal seemed completely oblivious to the danger, sounding way too relaxed. Instructor Kim wasted no time reporting the emergency. There's a B-rank monster inside the training dungeon. Please, send a support team immediately. This is a life-or-death situation. The principal listened calmly, telling Ji-yeon to settle down and not to worry. He promised to send a team right away. But for some reason, he had a dark, twisted smile on his face. As she hung up, Instructor Kim Ji-yeon felt a chill down her spine. Something about that call was off. That sly smile she imagined. It made her skin crawl. A sense of dread began to wash over her. Back in the dungeon, ice crystals were raining down, pinning everyone down. Team 3 was still holding on, but they were gasping for air, completely drained. Even Sung-woo was doubling over, running on empty. Only Min Jae Hyun still had the strength to fight. The Grey Wolf backed off as the system pinged a warning about the culprit, Odin's crow. Min Jae Hyun went quiet, his mind racing. He never expected the culprit to be that, a crow of Odin. As one of the 2 ravens used by Odin, one is named Hugin, representing emotion and thought, while the other is named Munin, Munin signifies memory, and together they gather all the knowledge in the world to help Odin rule the mortal realm. It can also mean wolf. Right now, it's simply following Odin's orders. Min Jae Hyun gave a smug smile. He had finally found the key to the problem. In the end, this thing was just a puppet being manipulated by Odin's raven. The amount of mana he sensed was at least rank B, and it even had the ability to regenerate. No matter how strong he was, this wasn't going to be an easy fight. Min Jae Hyun asked himself, should he run away this time? But with the current barrier in place, was that even a logical option? That was what Min Jae Hyun did most in his past life, acting like a coward and hiding behind excuses. He used to justify his cowardice by saying he just needed to survive, but in this current life, he was filled with regret. Light had finally shone upon his life, giving him a second chance. He didn't care if this was just another test. Min Jae Hyun was determined to fight to the end this time. He then called out to the group, telling them to listen closely. First thing, run out of the dungeon while I hold this thing back. But you have to move fast. Park Song-gu couldn't stand the thought of Jae Hyun sacrificing himself to protect everyone and spoke up. What's wrong with you? How can you handle that thing alone? But the situation didn't allow them to waste another second. Just then, a pack of monsters tried to attack Park Song-gu, but Jae Hyun blocked them. Min Jae Hyun's sheer willpower left him stunned. Min Jae Hyun focused his power to maintain the barrier and shouted, "Everyone, shut up and run now." He couldn't fight and protect everyone at the same time. Suddenly, a massive monster appeared right behind him, but thanks to his sharp skills and senses, Min Jae Hyun turned around just in time. Talk about a close call. Suddenly, a power barrier protected him from the snow bear's surprise attack. Min Jae Hyun didn't even have time to process it. Who had protected him from that giant beast? Fortunately, Selena had used her shield just in time to save him. With a look of pure determination, she decided to stay and help him rather than run away. Min Jae Hyun wondered, was this another variable he had created? Seeing her resolve, Min Jae Hyun finally agreed to let her stay. As for the others, go back to the team and report the situation to the instructor. Min Jae Hyun's pleading eyes left them with no choice but to follow his instructions and head back to report. They promised to return as soon as possible, so he just had to hold out until then. The two of them finally left. They made it out of the dungeon, leaving only Min Jae Hyun and Selena behind. Next up was the battle against the monsters. Both of them faced the snow bear, that high-level monster. Min Jae Hyun called out to Selena, telling her to provide cover. Starting her sword dance with all her might, Selena summoned her holy sword, unleashing a blast of massive destructive power. She wiped out hundreds of monsters in an instant. Now, it was Min Jae Hyun's turn to take down the boss. He used his speed to charge straight at it for a frontal assault. But the snow bear was no pushover. Its attacks dealt incredibly high damage, so he had to stay completely focused. But then, Min Jae Hyun noticed something strange. This boss's body was bleeding, and there was a specific amount of mana present that a human shouldn't be able to hold. Some bastard was controlling it. That person was absorbing mana far beyond the limit. Is it Odin's raven? You must be having a blast hiding behind the scenes, huh? Min Jae Hyun began to gear up. He equipped new weapons to boost his power. This allowed him to detect the movement of energy from mana users. Min Jae Hyun saw right through the person pulling the strings from behind and gave a satisfied smirk. Found you. You're dead meat this time, even if you're hiding behind that snow bear. Min Jae Hyun had awakened. He prepared to use the massive amount of mana inside his body to tear that bastard to pieces. Meanwhile, at the cathedral, it seemed Odin had come to see the Saintess. He had found signs of Mjolnir. The weapon had vanished from the divine vault. Its current location was unknown, but it seemed to be on Earth. Along with a prophesied enemy, though their identity remained a mystery, could it be Mimir, that white-haired bastard? Another god spoke up smugly. You're overthinking it. Don't you have a pact with those things? It vanished from the divine vault, and its current location is still a mystery, but it seems to be on Earth with the prophesied enemy. But who is this enemy? Could it be Mimir, that white-haired bastard? Another god spoke up smugly. You're overthinking it. Didn't you make a pact with them? A mere mortal dares to stand against Asura. Another goddess chimes in with a scoff. Ugh. You're just being late. Have you already forgotten how we were humiliated in the last war? That thing. It's what killed him. Odin snaps an order to Hugin, go. Find out if the enemy of the prophecy has made contact with the resistance. A shadow slowly emerges from the darkness to take the command. Back at the office, everything is being reported to the principal. The secretary claims no one has noticed a thing yet. Meanwhile, Min Jae Hyun continues his desperate struggle against Odin's henchmen. The principal lets out a long sigh before flashing a devious smirk. This is perfect, he thinks to himself, his mind twisting with malice. I'm glad I saw through your power early on. No matter how much of an arrogant brat you act like, you're still going to crumble right before my eyes. That old man had been pulling the strings behind the scenes this whole time, and so far, his scheme is working perfectly. Inside the dungeon, Min Jae Hyun unleashes his ultimate power. He swings massive chains to strike Odin's lackey, but that giant snow bear still has plenty of strength left. It brushes off the devastating blow with ease and prepares to counterattack. Suddenly, Min Jae Hyun spots an opening in its movement. He quickly rolls towards Selena and asks for backup, needing just enough time to analyze the monster's patterns. You can see the exhaustion written all over Selena's face from overusing her magic, but she keeps it together and continues to support him. Min Jae Hyun notices how weak she's becoming. Her mana is backfiring on her. Even if he takes down the kobold leader, there is a high chance she won't survive the mana backlash. It's strange. He honestly can't wrap his head around it. Why would she go this far just to help him? He remembers his own vow. In this second life, he must never trust anyone. Not ever again. After all, this world is nothing but cruel and unfair to the weak. But something feels different this time. He needs to end this, and he needs to do it now. Determination burns in Min Jae Hyun's eyes. He only has one shot at taking this thing down. I have to do this. He begins to concentrate, gathering a massive amount of mana until glowing swords manifest around him. Fueled by his power, the tension in the chains skyrockets. He lunges at the kobold just as Selena pours every ounce of her strength into assisting him. A mana shield flickers to life, protecting him as he charges the beast. Selena's mana is fading fast, but she refuses to give up. Her hands are trembling and her energy is nearly gone, but the shield she provided gives Min Jae Hyun the edge he needs. The snow bear continues its relentless assault, even as it takes hit after hit. Min Jae Hyun remembers someone once telling him, "There is no death more painful than dying because you didn't trust your comrades." For the first time, he decides to place his faith in someone else and push forward. He's going to prove that old saying wrong. Min Jae Hyun turns back to check on Selena, only to realize he was completely mistaken. Thanks to Selena's buff, his mastery over his skills has reached a whole new level. He closes the gap between him and the snow bear in an instant. The beast is caught off guard as he prepares to deliver a crushing blow. He lands a massive kick right against its giant frame, but to his horror, the monster barely even flinches. I don't believe it. He used everything he had, and it's still standing? Selena gasps in shock. She stares in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her, but Min Jae Hyun's reaction is the complete opposite. He stays perfectly calm, a victorious smirk playing on his lips as if everything is going exactly according to plan. Min Jae Hyun leaps out from the cloud of dust, his mind flashing back to his training sessions. This is the real deal now. All those hours spent practicing with the sword were finally going to be put to the test in a real fight. Gripping his sword tight, he charges the massive beast once more. He's determined to end this once and for all with a single, lethal strike. Capitalizing on his previous attack, the sword snaps in two. Is it finally over? Did he succeed? Selena watches him with bated breath. Finally, a system message pops up. The mana thread connecting the kobold leader and Odin's crow has been severed. Min Jae Hyun actually did it. He drops down to the ground and makes an announcement. Now then, it's your turn. The giant bear he was fighting has vanished. In its place lies Hugin, the servant of Odin. He's been exposed and is now slumped on the ground. Min Jae Hyun slowly approaches him. He needs to know what Odin is really up to. He pins the man down, threatening him with the very cord the Black Crow was wearing. Min Jae Hyun has noticed something suspicious. In a fit of rage, he crushes the man's hand, demanding to know the connection between Odin and Guzan. But as he looks deep into the man's eyes, he realizes something is very, very wrong. This creature has no consciousness of its own. It's useless to keep questioning it like this, so he decides to just let it go for now. As he steps toward the dungeon entrance, ready to make his move, a voice rings out from the distance. It's Seo Ina, running toward him and screaming his name. Min Jae Hyun turns around, his face tight with concern as he yells back. Stay back. It's not over yet. The mana backlash might end up tearing you apart. Seo Ina freezes in her tracks, but it is too late. The toxic mana that had been pooling inside Min Jae Hyun's body suddenly erupts. The impact hits Seo Ina even harder, sending her reeling. Thankfully, The purity of his mana manages to cleanse the poison. Min Jae Hyun lets out a long sigh of relief as the pressure fades. But this ordeal came with a massive boost to his strength. Suddenly, the system interface flickers into life right before his eyes. It reads, "Notification. You have successfully hunted your first prey in the special quest, Hunting the Crow. Rewards. You have received 5 stat points, 1 white card, and you have leveled up by 1. Despite the new items, Min Jae Hyun cannot help but feel a bit underwhelmed by what he got. But he has bigger problems right now. Seo Ina's condition is rapidly deteriorating, and she is in serious danger. Jae Hyun spins around only to see her collapsed on the ground. If she isn't treated immediately, she will run out of energy and slip away forever. Eventually, Seo Ina slowly blinks her eyes open, feeling disoriented as she realizes she is in a completely different place. Confused about what just happened, she looks over at Min Jae Hyun, who looks like he's just woken up from a nap himself. Jae Hyun stretches his sore muscles and asks her how she is feeling. Instead of answering, Seo Ina immediately pulls up her system to check her status. She is stunned. Her health and mana have been fully restored, way beyond what she expected. How is this even possible? She was certain that the mana backlash would have done permanent damage. She finally looks at him and says she feels fine now. When she asks how he is, he shrugs it off, saying he's good too. Seo Ina looks behind her, her expression filled with lingering fear and hesitation. The massive beast has been defeated. But she still wonders why Jae Hyun hasn't tried to leave the dungeon yet. He tells her he was just waiting for her to wake up because there is something important they need to talk about. His serious expression makes Seo Ina's heart race with anxiety. She wonders what could possibly be on his mind as he turns to face her. Her nerves are on edge during the heavy silence. Then, Jae Hyun finally breaks it, saying, "I think we should be completely honest with each other." Seo Ina's brain short-circuits. She is flustered, and her face turns a deep shade of crimson. Out of nowhere, her mind starts playing tricks on her, and she completely mishears him, thinking he just asked to kiss her. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the atmosphere is tense as everyone begins berating the 2 remaining members of Team 3. People are shouting, demanding to know why only the 2 of them made it out. Yu Jung is so furious she is about to charge at them, but Instructor Kim holds her back. "That is enough. I know you are worried about your friends, but you need to keep your head." Even so, the crowd is paralyzed with worry for Jae Hyun and Seo Ina. An Ho-jun is panicking, trying to figure out a way to get them back, when suddenly, a brilliant light pours out from the dungeon entrance. He quickly stops Yu Jung from rushing in, realizing that the 2 of them have actually made it back in one piece. Hearing all the commotion, Min Jae Hyun tilts his head and asks, "Are you guys seriously fighting because of us?" No one can believe their eyes. Seeing them alive and well is a total shock, even for Instructor Kim. She thinks to herself, the patrol team was positive they were dead. That monster was at least a B-rank boss. Yu Jung bursts into tears and throws herself at Seo Ina, overwhelmed with relief that her friend is safe. She sobs uncontrollably, crying out that the instructors and the patrol all said they were gone. "I'm so happy you're both still alive." She is hugging them so tightly they can barely breathe, forcing Seo Ina to gasp. Okay, let us go." Park Song-ju and Kim Jina stand nearby, looking down at their feet, consumed by the guilt of leaving their team. Min Jae Hyun sees the shame written all over their faces and calls out to Song-ju and Jina. He gives them a warm, reassuring smile and thanks them for believing in him and Seo Ina, but even with his kindness, they still look like they want to disappear. Jae Hyun decides to clear the air and speaks up so everyone can hear. He tells the group that he was the one who told them to leave and go get help from the instructors. They didn't do anything wrong, so stop blaming them. Yu Jung is not buying it and snaps, but how could they just abandon their own teammates like that? Jae Hyun thinks back to the chaos and tells her she would have done the same thing, so she should drop it. Not everyone is built for that kind of danger, and besides, stop being angry on my behalf. Yu Jung stammers, trying to defend herself by saying she was only getting worked up for Seo Ina's sake. Instructor Kim watches the kids from a distance. A shadow of concern crosses her face as she notices something unsettling in the way Min Jae Hyun is looking at everyone. Was it actually you? Were you the one who healed my body back then? We're flashing back to the cave, right when Min Jae Hyun finally clears up the misunderstanding with Ina. I know you're probably confused, but it's really hard for me to explain everything. I just don't want anyone else knowing I have this ability. Ina is still a bit flustered and shy from what he said earlier. She asks, "But why? Why do you feel the need to hide something like that?" Min Jae Hyun turns the question back on her, Aren't you curious? Why would the leader of Kobo show up here and attack the students? It's because Goo Jane is a total piece of trash. He sees the students as nothing more than disposable tools, which is the complete opposite of the heroic image he puts on for the public. To a man like him, a few useless students dying is no big deal. Finally, the scales fall from Ina's eyes as she realizes that. So, is that why you're choosing to stand against him and keep your true powers a secret? Once the reality of the situation sinks in, Ina starts to get really worried. She speaks up immediately. We need to go to his office together. You told me something back then. You said not to trust anyone. You warned me not to trust the director or the instructors. Just how much do you actually know about that man? She starts pressing him for answers. Did you know he was a villain from the very beginning? You've been acting like you knew exactly what was going to happen. How could you possibly know all of this? Ina is desperate to know the truth, and her intensity is starting to make Min Jae Hyun feel pretty cornered. He didn't expect her to react this strongly. If she gets dragged any deeper into this mess, it's going to be incredibly dangerous. He's worried about Ina, hesitating over whether he should tell her the truth. Her magical potential is massive. Her mental fortitude is so strong that memory manipulation magic probably wouldn't even work on her. That wasn't a good option to begin with. He realizes he can't just go around picking up allies like this. In the end, Min Jae Hyun decides to keep his mouth shut. He apologizes and refuses to say anything more, knowing that if Ina stays in the dark, she'll be much safer. Back in the real world outside the dungeon, Instructor Kim suddenly approaches him. She bows deeply, apologizing for her failure to protect her students. She tells them she's just relieved they're safe. Hyun gives her a cold response. It's fine. It's not like you knew what was going to happen and sent us in there on purpose. He walks away without another word, leaving the instructor standing there in silence. Only Ina chases after him. Ina is persistent, asking, "Can't you at least tell me what's going to happen? Who knows if this nightmare will repeat itself?" But before she can finish, Min Jae Hyun cuts her off sharply. "I'm trusting you to keep your promise." He turns his back on her, leaving her standing there in a daze. The mission is officially over, but the reward is something completely new. The system announces that since you chose Route B, a different path from your past life, you have received the Golden Apple of Eden. Meanwhile, the crooked old director is losing his mind, screaming at his subordinates in a fit of rage. Instructor Kim Seo-ji, you are a massive disappointment. The instructor can't do anything but lower his head and offer a hollow apology. On the surface, the director says he'll let it slide, but the instructor is breaking out in a cold sweat, terrified of what's coming. He has no idea what the old man is planning next. Under that soul-crushing gaze, he has no choice but to keep bowing and scraping. After a few heart-stopping moments of submission, the director thinks to himself, I have to break Min Jae Hyun this time, no matter what. Goo Jane is absolutely livid, swearing that during the next event, he won't let the boy slip through his fingers again. Hyun makes it back to his room. He just stepped out of the shower after the brutal battle and finally feels like he can breathe again. But when he looks down at his tattered, dirty cloak, it brings back the image of Ina in that cave. Thoughts of her keep swirling in his head, making him let out a heavy sigh. He reflects on his previous life before the regression. When I returned to the past, Kim Do-young was already dead, and An Ho-yeon hadn't even reached half of his true potential. I have to step in and change the course of the future, but maybe not for Ina, since she seems to be doing just fine on her own. She can thrive without my interference. Still, Min Jae Hyun can't shake the feeling that something is off. He tells himself to be more cautious when dealing with her, unsure of how their connection might butterfly into a different future. Sinking into his sofa, he starts digging for any intel he can find. He needs to get to the bottom of this. He needs to expose the sinister link between Goo Jane and Aegis as quickly as possible. That dungeon was just the opening act. That old man is definitely going to set even more lethal traps from here on out. In the grand scheme of things, the enemies who have shown up so far are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the power of Odin. Whatever, I just need to get stronger so I can handle whatever comes my way. Just then, I heard something on the TV about new, undiscovered types of dungeons. What kind are they? Well, the expert used themed dungeons as an example. Usually, you just kill the boss to clear it, but themed dungeons are a whole different ballgame. That definitely piqued Hyun's curiosity. The biggest catch is that once you enter, you cannot leave. At least not until the dungeon is cleared. Hearing that, Hyun stood up and walked to a side table, feeling like he had just realized something. He stared at the calendar and smirked, as if he had found the missing piece of the puzzle. The expert added that anyone entering a themed dungeon has to play a specific character within it. You have to complete certain tasks, almost like an RPG game. The rewards for clearing these are incredibly rare items. As soon as he heard the word items, Min Jae Hyun rushed out. He headed to his storage to check his valuables. These were the items hunters often call God's arrangement. They are exactly why hunters are so desperate to clear these dungeons, no matter how hard they get. This was a golden opportunity for him to find what he needed. The next morning, we are at Selena's house. Sipping on some freshly brewed hot tea, she looked down and apologized for making everyone worry. Jung gave a polite smile and said, "It is nothing. Do not worry about it. I am just glad you are safe. You know, Min Jae Hyun has a bit of a temper, right? I was actually worried he might be mean to you. He has always been like that." At the mention of Hyun, Selena's face clearly darkened, and even Jung noticed. But Jung just assumed Selena was reacting that way because Hyun had been cold to her friend. The real reason Selena was upset, though, was because she felt like Hyun trusted Jung more than her. Her mood completely tanked. With her thoughts in a mess, she felt like she would be so happy if he could just trust her a little bit more. She could not stop thinking about Min Jae Hyun, and it was incredibly frustrating. But maybe this would push Selena to get even stronger. Seeing that look on her face made Jung feel terrible for her friend. She slammed her hands on the table, determined to do something. She reached out to Selena with a bright smile. "Come on, let us cheer you up. Let us just forget about him and go get something delicious. There is a place I have been dying to try." Even though it felt a bit forced, Selena agreed to go. Jung put her hand on her friend's shoulder. Jung was determined to help Selena clear her head. She was a bit hesitant, but she managed to make Selena laugh. Her positive energy really helped her friend feel better. Meanwhile, Min Jae Hyun was back in his item storage. In his hand was the golden apple of Eden he had gotten from the last mission. This thing was a legendary tier item. It was an apple grown and harvested in Eden, used to give the Aesir gods their eternal youth. It slows down aging instantly, boosts recovery, and permanently increases magic talent. Aging speed drops by 50%, recovery speed goes up 50%, and both stamina and mana increase by 20 points. This item cannot be traded or sold. It is perfect for staying young and healing fast. These are incredibly rare stats for an item. It is worth at least millions of dollars. But of course, there was no way he would just give this away. He planned to check out his loot first. If he remembered correctly, a themed dungeon was about to open up soon in a Seoul amusement park. That is where the Thunderstep boots, the ones that boost the speed of Thor's servant, would appear. They give a massive boost to dexterity, so a lot of top players want them. They help you perfectly balance your mana and endurance. Hyun decided to try the golden apple right then and there. He took a big bite. He felt something strange sliding down his throat. He expected it to be amazing, but after chewing for a bit, it was kind of a letdown. It tasted just like any other apple. But then, the system notification popped up. The golden apple of Eden is taking effect. Stamina increased permanently by 20 points. Mana increased permanently by 20 points. Aging speed has been reduced by 50%. Recovery rate up by 50%, and magic talent has been permanently boosted. Hyun had to admit it. The effects were definitely not ordinary. Now he could move much more easily, and his body felt like it was in peak condition. After that, Hyun made a quick phone call and headed to the amusement park. The sheer busyness of the crowd made him feel a bit overwhelmed. Seeing this place again after his regression, it looked a bit messy. He walked up to the entrance gate, met the staff, and handed over his business card. That is a membership card. He introduced himself as a conqueror from the Jeonha Guild, with a terrifying look on his face, claiming that a themed dungeon is about to open right here. Outside the academy lobby, several students are gathered, whispering and discussing the situation. At the front desk, Kim Ji-yeon asks the receptionist, "Has student Min Jae Hyun already left?" The girl behind the counter nods and replies, "Yes, he has. He stopped by yesterday and mentioned he had some business to take care of. Today, is there something wrong?" After hearing the explanation, Kim Ji-yeon waves her hand dismissively. "Oh, no, it is nothing to worry about." But in her head, she wonders, has he really recovered from such a massive injury already? And he is only a freshman too. The image of our protagonist's back flashes through her mind. He is incredibly skilled, and his mental recovery speed after that trauma is just insane. A small smile tugs at her lips, a silent compliment. It seems he really does have some serious guts. Finally, Instructor Kim tells the receptionist, "If he comes back, Could you tell him to come see me? The receptionist smiles and agrees. Of course, I will make sure to let him know. Kim Jae Hyun turns to leave, glancing back one last time. Thank you. She steps out of the academy building and makes her way toward the residential area. In a deserted corner of the campus, Kim Jae Hyun stops and looks around. Standing before a row of tall trees, she scans her surroundings carefully, making sure no one is watching. She pulls out an earpiece, tapping it twice with her fingers. A faint glow emits from the device. Looking up, she calls out, "This is Kim Jae Hyun. Manager Song Ji Cheol, can you hear me?" A voice crackles through the line. "I am here. So, how is the investigation going?" Kim Jae Hyun reports everything she has uncovered. "I have discovered that the mastermind behind this is Goo Jae In." The man on the other end stares at his computer screen, lost in thought. Kim Seo-jia was the one in charge of the simulated dungeon training. He must be in a real tight spot right now. Keep a close eye on both of them, and report back immediately if you notice anything unusual. Kim Jae Hyun responds firmly, "Understood. But there is one more thing." Song Ji Cheol asks, "What is it?" Her eyes fill with certainty. She tells him, "That student, Min Jae Hyun, the one I mentioned before. I think he knows something." Above, the sky is clear and blue, with white clouds and golden sunlight. Meanwhile, the paths of the amusement park are eerily quiet. Not a single soul is in sight. Min Jae Hyun stands in the middle of the road, hands shoved in his pockets. Suddenly, an announcement blares over the speakers. "This is an emergency. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. All remaining guests must evacuate the park immediately." Our hero looks around, thinking to himself, "That was fast." The Jeonha Guild really does have a lot of pull. He pulls out his phone and stares at the screen. It is starting soon. He gazes at the device, deep in thought. A memory flashes back to when he was on the phone. The person on the other end said, "Fine. If you are that confident, I will let you join our guild." He smiled and replied, "Thanks." But then, the voice added, "There is one condition though." Ju Sung Aeon spoke into the phone with a smile. "Your safety comes first. If things get ugly, you prioritize getting out of there." Min Jae Hyun asked, "Is that really a condition?" Ju Sung Aeon touched her teacup and said, "It is not that I do not trust your skills." She lifted the cup and continued, "But no teacher wants to see their student in harm's way." Back in the present, her warning echoes in his ears. Anything can happen inside a dungeon. Suddenly, a system window pops up with dungeon info. The themed dungeon, Neverland Ruins, has appeared. A special item will be granted if 3 consecutive missions are completed. The Big 3 special quest has been added. Special quest, the Big 3. This is a themed dungeon called the Neverland Ruins. Locate the 3 missions scattered throughout the dungeon and complete them all. Difficulty. Rank A. Reward. Chafee's lightning step skill. Remaining time. 23 hours and 59 minutes. Min Jae Hyun sighs as he looks up. It is exactly how I remember it from my past life. A blurry image of Seo Ah Hyun, the notorious themed dungeon thief, appears in his mind. She is talking excitedly. So, I can easily see that the Viking ride is where the mission is located. That is also how I found the haunted house and the parade. Her eyes are full of confidence. And as you know, my cognitive acceleration skill is pretty amazing. Her voice is full of pride as she declares, "There is nothing I cannot do if I just use my brain a little." I was actually excited when I heard it was a themed dungeon. But to be honest, I am pretty disappointed. Min Jae Hyun looks away, letting out a long sigh as he remembers Seo Ah Hyun's face. She was a natural-born genius with an IQ of 150. She got a little too excited about her own powers and couldn't help but brag about them. But in the end, she was murdered by those who were jealous of her talent. Thanks to the thunderous step skill, Thialfi ended up in someone else's hands. Min Jae Hyun simply muttered that it would be better if the sky above him stayed clear for just a little longer. But a moment later, a dark void ripped open. The sky began to fracture, and the entire world around him started to shatter. The streets and the buildings dissolved into nothingness. Even the ground beneath Min Jae Hyun's feet began to fade away. The scenery around our hero changed completely. He looked up at the shifting sky and thought, if only I was the one who had that skill. A screen slowly materialized in front of him, an entry portal. An information tab popped up. You have discovered the first of the Big 5 quests. Would you like to start the Viking quest now? Min Jae Hyun looked at the prompt and smirked. All right then, shall we head in? The entire world seemed to be sucked into a massive white vortex. Then, everything vanished. The system announced that the player was being transported to the Viking dungeon. The ending of this story is changing. The hero's eyes flashed as the teleportation sequence began, followed by a blinding burst of blue light. A split second later, the hero vanished from where he stood. The blue light flickered out at the entrance of the gate. At that moment, not a single soul was in sight. But a moment later, the silhouette of a woman suddenly appeared in the distance. She was slowly approaching the entrance. Meanwhile, system alerts were flooding Min Jae Hyun's mind. Loading. 7%, 20%, 97%, 100%. Synchronization with your character, Thialfi, is complete. You are a warrior who survived the Viking onslaught. The first Big 5 quest, Thialfi's Resentment, has been added. Our hero's eyes slowly fluttered open. The quest window displayed the title, Thialfi's Resentment. The god of thunder was jealous of Thialfi's speed, so he kidnapped Thialfi's sister, Roskva, and held her hostage. He forced Thialfi to serve him. Now, you must play the role of Thialfi, save your sister Roskva, and settle his grudge. Difficulty, B, rank, reward, active skill, commander's shout. Failure conditions, 1, Roskva dies, 2, Thialfi dies. Penalty for failure is death. Brutal images of a past battle flashed through Min Jae Hyun's mind. Smoke and fire filled the air. In front of him was the silhouette of a young man desperately clutching a little girl. That was Thialfi, one of the servants of the god of thunder, Thor, and the fastest being in the 9 realms. Born a mere mortal, he grew to despise the Norse gods. He had lost his entire family to the Vikings. Those were the very people who worshipped the Aesir gods. A memory of Min Jae Hyun as a child suddenly flickered in his mind. Back then, he was reading a story and said to his mother, "Wait, what? Thialfi hates the Norse gods? That's not how the story goes. Could this be another conflict between the Aesir and the Vanir?" The image before him began to blur and shift. It felt like someone was approaching him. A voice rang out in his ear, "Thialfi, wake up!" Min Jae Hyun's eyes snapped open. He looked around dazed, rubbing his head as he surveyed his surroundings. He realized he was on a ship. Men were using all their strength to pull the sails tight. On the other side, the crew was being held at knife point. Min Jae Hyun realized this was the very ship he had stolen. He was going to set sail and find Roskva. He turned his gaze toward the green-haired man standing in front of him. This was Federitz, the one who came up with the idea to steal the boat. He asked worriedly, "Hey, are you all right?" Min Jae Hyun gave a forced smile and nodded. "Yeah, I'm," before he could finish. The hull of the ship was rammed by another vessel, sending a violent tremor through the entire boat. Min Jae Hyun, Federitz, and everyone else on board were knocked off balance by the impact. Suddenly, numerous ships appeared out of nowhere, completely surrounding them. A group of aggressive-looking men armed to the teeth jumped onto the deck from the side of the ship. Seeing the situation, Federitz immediately cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Meanwhile, Min Jae Hyun was quickly assessing the situation. "I'm not entirely sure what's happening, but I'll have to put the search for Roskva on hold for a second." He turned to Federitz. "I'm leaving things here to you," he commanded. The hero braced himself, kicked off the deck, and launched himself high into the air. Federitz was still calling out behind him, "Wait, Thialfi." But our hero was already mid-air. He cleared the gap between the two ships with ease. With a calm expression, he hurtled toward the enemy vessel. Thialfi's feet landed softly on the bow of the ship. He stood there, looking down like a god looking upon mortals. He stared at the sailors below. One man with a headscarf pointed a finger at him and burst out laughing. "Haha, you actually jumped onto the enemy ship when you should have been running for your life?" He continued to mock him with pure disdain. "You idiot, I'm taking you down right now." Min Jae Hyun looked a bit stunned, his brow furrowing as he let out a low groan. "Wait a second." The protagonist's eyes locked onto a woman who was tied up, sitting against a pillar right behind the pirate. She was unconscious and bound tightly to the post. He recognized that pink hair from his memories and those confident, violet blue eyes. Her appearance matched his memory of Seo Ahun perfectly. Right then, a notification popped up. "You have found the youngest member of Chafadak." A pink-haired girl began a monologue to herself. "I am Seo Ahun. I have a genius brain and I am a great conqueror." Seo Ahun smiled confidently, flipping her hair. "I really am an incredible person." Suddenly she stopped, her smile stiffening. "Wait, why am I locked up here?" The scene shifts to 3 minutes ago, before the emergency alert appeared. Seo Ahun was talking to two guards standing in front of her. I need to use the bathroom. They held her back, even though she tried to tell them she didn't want to go to the haunted house. Seo Ahun looked completely devastated. There's a 0.6% chance of a dungeon appearing where I am, and the odds of being trapped in a themed dungeon are 0.00003%. Tears streamed down her face. Damn it, stop thinking about it. Finally, she hardened her expression with determination. All right, I have to find a way out of here. I don't want to die in this place. Seo Ahun sobbed, looking around frantically. Thinking the raid team must have arrived, she prayed for someone to save her. Across the street, she spotted someone's back walking ahead. She hid behind a wall, watching his every move. What? Seo Ahun looked the protagonist up and down, judging him. He doesn't look like he's from the raid team. Who is this guy? Staring intently at Min Jae Hyun, she decided she had to follow him. Back in the present, Seo Ahun was acting, pretending to be unconscious while tied to a pillar on the ship. Min Jae Hyun frowned as he looked at her. Cursing under his breath, he lowered his head and sighed. We announced the evacuation, so out of everyone who could be here, why did it have to be her? The crewmen below began aiming their bows at him. Turn him into a pincushion. Countless arrows flew toward Min Jae Hyun. When he opened his eyes, a protective barrier appeared, surrounding him completely. The protagonist raised his hand, muttering to himself, "Why am I always surrounded by trouble?" Min Jae Hyun clenched his fist, gathering all his strength. His eyes glowed as he threw a punch forward. It was an unusually powerful strike, creating a gust of wind that left the crewmen below screaming in terror. Min Jae Hyun's power exploded in all directions. He calculated in his head, "No, I need to stay positive. Even if Seo Ahun is a pain, she will be useful for the raid." Suddenly, through the white smoke, a giant figure holding an axe charged at him. The giant swung down from above, but Min Jae Hyun quickly pivoted to the side to dodge. He glanced sideways while still organizing his thoughts. I can't just get rid of her, so I might as well put her to good use. The protagonist's feet spun across the ground. Min Jae Hyun reached out and landed a perfect punch right in the giant's face. The massive man collapsed onto the floor. The protagonist was still thinking about Seo Ahun's situation. I need to handle this first. I'll decide what to do with her after. The surrounding crewmen began to back away, terrified by his overwhelming power. Min Jae Hyun closed his eyes and cracked his neck, saying indifferently, I don't have time for this. He turned a dangerous gaze toward them. Come at me all at once. After a while, the ship finally went quiet again. Min Jae Hyun walked toward the pillar. Around him, the fallen crewmen were scattered across the deck. He stopped right in front of Seo Ahun. She was still trying to keep her eyes shut tight as his voice rang in her ears. Is faking sleep the best you can do? Min Jae Hyun stared at the person still pretending in front of him. Playing the role of Joe Sarva, are we? Seo Ahun's lips twitched, and she let out a click of her tongue. She opened her eyes and smiled at him. You caught me. I'm guessing you're Chafi. Min Jae Hyun leaned in close to her face with a grin. That's right. But you know what? Suddenly, he punched the pillar behind her head so hard that she turned pale with fright. With a warning look on his face, he said, I can read you like an open book. You had better drop those stupid ideas and start using your brain. A hole was left gaping in the pillar behind her. Still smoking from the blast, Seo Ahun was hiccuping with fear, nodding her head at him over and over. Right then, a notification popped up. You have completed the first big bad mission. Chafi's hatred is returning. Rewards are currently being calculated. In the dim, eerie space of the Neverland amusement park, right in front of the dungeon gate, Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ahun. Our protagonist crossed his arms, staring intensely at Seo Ahun across from him. She could only keep her head down in silence, not daring to make a sound. She was secretly sizing him up. He was a mage, but he fought like a frontline warrior. He was around her age, but man, what a terrible personality. Seo Ahun felt completely uneasy, wondering how she even got involved with such a weirdo. Who even is this guy? Suddenly, Min Jae Hyun spoke up, making her jump out of her skin. Look up. What kind of ability did you say you could use? Seo Ahun gave a nervous laugh, trying to brush it off. Oh, that? It just helps me use my sword better. Haha. But in her head, she was craftily plotting. Will this actually fool him? Most students at the academy know about this stuff. Since he has such a crappy personality, I might as well use him to get ahead. But before she could finish her little daydream, Min Jae Hyun saw right through her. That's not all of it. I hate this. Seo Ahun tried to keep up the act. I'm not lying to you. It's a D-rank skill called Basic Swordsmanship Review. Our guy wasn't falling for her games. He calmly uttered 2 words: cognitive acceleration. Seo Ah-hun completely froze, stunned by what he just said. Min Jae Hyun started listing the skill's traits. It makes time feel like it's slowing down while speeding up your thoughts. People with this skill usually take on leadership roles, and it's great for analyzing and reading an opponent's mind. He smirked and asked her point blank, "Was I wrong about anything?" Seo Ah-hun felt like the world was spinning. She stammered in fear. How? How did you know that? Min Jae Hyun leaned on the table and stood up, getting ready to leave. Either way, I can't take you with me. You were planning to lie and use me, weren't you? He gave her a dangerous look. I'm not that stupid. Seo Ah-hun immediately jumped up and chased after him. Wait. She put on a pathetic face, tears welling up as she blocked his path. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. Please, don't leave me alone. I'll die if you abandon me. He looked at her coldly. How can I trust you? Seo Ah-hun replied frantically. I'll prove it to you right now. Min Jae Hyun smirked. Oh, really? Then sign a contract. She looked at him with a worried, confused expression. Huh? Above them, the sky was pitch black, and the area was deathly silent. Seo Ah-hun was sweating bullets as she looked at the contract screen. Term 1. Seo Ah-hun cannot harm Min Jae Hyun. Term 2. Seo Ah-hun must follow Min Jae Hyun's orders. Min Jae Hyun will ensure Seo Ah-hun's safety until the Neverland-themed dungeon is cleared. Term 4. Seo Ah-hun cannot speak of this contract. She clutched her hair in frustration as she read the terms. There was nothing she could do but curse him internally. You absolute bastard. Standing to the side, our protagonist just watched her silently. He thought to himself, subordination is basically a form of brainwashing. I can keep her under my thumb with this contract. In the end, Min Jae Hyun decided this was the best way to handle her. This way, she can't betray me, even if she is a total pain. On the other side, Seo Ah-hun let out a miserable sigh and tapped the screen. Fine. Whatever. I'll sign it. As soon as she tapped it, a golden chain appeared around her neck. At the same time, a matching golden chain wrapped around Min Jae Hyun's hand. The system announced, Seo Ah-hun has become a subordinate. This bond will not be broken even after the mission is over. Since this is contractual subordination, it's permanent. Min Jae Hyun gave her a smug smile. Isn't this a great deal? It's not like I'm mind controlling you or anything. Seo Ah-hun just glared away in resentment. There was no way she could be okay with someone living rent-free in her head. Our hero turned away, glancing back at her with a serious look. Then break the contract. I didn't force you to sign. I can just leave you here. In an instant, Seo Ah-hun's attitude did a complete 180 as she became super enthusiastic. I'll do it, Min Jae Hyun sighed, thinking to himself. She really is simple-minded. Meanwhile, at the Temple of Hell, a withered black hand with razor-sharp nails was stroking something. Hyo smiled and praised. It looks like our little enemy is working quite hard. She smiled mischievously. It seems Asusa's gaze has grown even sharper. She was sitting in the lap of a monster with a white head and black fur. Hyo looked up and started fake sobbing. Oh no, they're going to be so angry if I leave now. Whatever should I do? 4 beastly legs covered in thick black fur slowly approached her. The creature spoke, its voice rasping. Then become my eyes. She simply smiled at the newcomer, resting her chin on her hand as she spoke. I need a little more time until he is ready. Inside the hazy, simulated space of the Neverland amusement park, Min Jae Hyun walked ahead with his hands shoved deep into his pockets. Seo Ah-hun followed him in silence, her curiosity finally getting the better of her. Hey, where exactly are we going? Our protagonist stopped in his tracks, glancing back at her over his shoulder. The haunted house. That is our first stop. Seo Ah-hun flinched, her whole body jolting. Wait, the haunted house? Min Jae Hyun noticed her reaction and smirked. What is the matter? Are you scared? She immediately snapped back at him, her voice rising in defense. Do you seriously think I am afraid of something like that? Seo Ah-hun was already turning pale, but she stubbornly tried to keep up appearances. Please, what kind of high schooler is actually afraid of those things? Min Jae Hyun mocked her with a grin. Kids exactly like you. Seo Ah-hun started bristling at his comment. Hey, I told you I am not. Her face was pouting, and her eyes were actually starting to well up with tears. Min Jae Hyun just shrugged. If you say so. He stood before the entrance of the haunted house, giving her a dangerously sharp look. Get ready to go in. At this point, Seo Ahun looked like she was about to have a complete breakdown. Her legs felt like jelly. As the protagonist prepared to step into the dungeon, she cried out, "Hold on! Wait! I need a second to take a deep breath." Suddenly, an information panel popped up. Beginning the second Big 3 mission at the haunted house. In an instant, Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ahun were teleported inside the dungeon, landing on a deserted, eerie road. Before them stood ancient walls, cracked and crumbling with age. Massive stone towers loomed over the landscape like silent giants. The entire building looked like an old Gothic castle, wrapped in a thick atmosphere of dread. A notification appeared. "You have arrived at the haunted house. Escape this place without violating the 3 regulations. Note: some skills have been disabled." Min Jae Hyun looked at the girl beside him. "So, what is your assigned role?" Seo Ahun held up the camera in her hands. "I am the camera woman, obviously. What about you?" The protagonist tilted his head slightly. "It seems I am a horror streamer." Suddenly, a dark figure materialized right behind them. "It has been quite a while since we have had guests." The voice coming out of nowhere made them both jump out of their "Greetings to you both." Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ahun were genuinely startled. Their bodies went stiff as they slowly turned around. A silver-haired man with wide, unblinking eyes was staring intently at them. "I am Apsa, the butler of this estate. I serve Countess Lanzier. I have come to welcome you both as the Countess requested." Another panel flickered into view. "You have received the second mission of the Big 3. Mission theme, the Lanzier Mansion. You have been invited by the owner of the Lanzier Mansion, but this place is sinister and hides a truly horrific secret. Use your camera to expose the secrets of this manor and escape. Difficulty, rank A. Reward, active skill, illusion 1. Failure conditions, 1. Failure to escape within the allotted time. 2. Failure to uncover the truth behind the mansion. Penalty for failure, death." Outside, the withered grass swayed eerily in the wind. A thick, mysterious mist began to roll in, swallowing the surroundings. A hand wearing a pristine white glove gripped the iron bars and pushed the gate open. The butler looked back at the two of them. Abze made a polite, guiding gesture. "Please, step inside." Min Jae Hyun remained silent, keeping a close eye on everything as he followed the man into the house. Seo Ahun was trembling from the cold chill, running down her spine as she trailed behind. The butler, Abze, spoke up again. "The Countess emphasized that I must treat you both with the utmost hospitality." He pointed toward a nearby hallway. "I shall escort you to the dining hall first. You must be exhausted from your long journey." Min Jae Hyun scanned the room carefully. His eyes landed on a vase sitting on the far side. A small tag was tied around the neck of the white flower vase. The writing on the tag read, "For the most beautiful and foolish girl." The protagonist stared at it in silence for a long moment. Behind him, Seo Ahun suddenly let out a gasp of admiration. "Wow, this painting is beautiful." Hanging on the wall nearby was a portrait of a young girl with blonde hair and blue eyes, wearing a blue dress and hugging a golden dog. Min Jae Hyun spoke up, sounding curious. "And this is?" Abze the butler glanced at them and explained, "That is a portrait of the mistress and Sen." The protagonist studied the girl in the painting, guessing she was probably around 12 or 13 years old. He glanced back at the butler. "She must really treasure her childhood, considering she put a portrait like this right here." Butler Abze looked toward the painting and replied, "Indeed." But then, he suddenly turned his head back toward them with a truly ghoulish expression. "She has many happy memories, just like a dream." His gaze was so intense and creepy that it sent shivers down Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ahun's spines. He glared at the two of them with those wide eyes. "Now then, please follow me this way." Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ahun could only follow. Without saying a word, I silently follow his lead, trailing right behind him. As we walk, I start crunching the numbers in my head. I need to stay sharp. I analyze everything again. The system already gave me the lowdown on the first mission's background, but not this time. I have to crack every single secret on my own. I cast a glance at Seo Ahun, who is walking right beside me. Seeing her trembling like a leaf from pure terror, I turn to her and ask, "Are you okay?" "So, you were totally lying when you said you weren't scared." Seo Ahun snaps her head toward me and shoots back. "It is just because I am not used to this place yet. I just need a little more time to adjust." Before she can even finish her sentence, Alfred the butler stops dead in his tracks. His sudden halt makes us both lock our eyes on him. The three of us step into a large room together. The butler turns to us and announces, "We have arrived." Spread out before us is a massive table lit by candles, set with 12 portions of food. Alfred lingers by the door and says, "This is a feast prepared specifically for the two of you by Countess Lancier." Just before the door shuts, his eyes bore into us with a creepy intensity. "Please, enjoy your meal. I shall return once you have finished." Immediately after, the door slams shut with a thunderous boom that echoes through the room behind us. Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ah-hoon stand there in dead silence, staring at the door for a long time. Seo Ah-hoon glances back before looking at the plates of food. Looking at the table, she mutters, "It would probably be a terrible idea to eat any of this. I suggest we should check this place out while we have the chance, since that butler guy is gone for now." Seo Ah-hoon calls out to me, "Wait." She looks at me and makes a suggestion. "Let us gather some intel here before we move on." She then closes her eyes and activates her cognitive acceleration skill. A wave of light sweeps across the display table in the room, then moves over the chairs and the feast. Every bit of data collected is funneled directly into Seo Ah-hoon's mind. Her eyes fly open as she processes the flood of information. She looks at Min Jae Hyun with excitement and says, "I have already uncovered a few things about this mansion." Min Jae Hyun rests his chin on his hand, impressed. "That was fast. I guess an innate skill really does make a difference." I look at her and ask, "So, what did you find?" Seo Ah-hoon starts explaining, "I think the owner of this mansion is a child, maybe about 12 years old." I ask her, "What makes you say that?" She points toward one of the chairs and analyzes, "The seating and the hall itself are the proof." Seo Ah-hoon pulls two chairs together to show that the host's chair is significantly higher than the others. She continues her breakdown. This means she is much smaller than the people who usually sit in the other chairs. But then Seo Ah-hoon points out other details. All the shelves in the hall are quite low, and only the bottom handles have any signs of use. Min Jae Hyun recalls the objects they passed earlier. He realizes it too. "I see what you mean. The furniture really is scaled down." He looks at Seo Ah-hoon and decides, all right then. Let us move on to the next area." She agrees and replies, "Got it." Seo Ah-hoon picks up a video camera and examines it. This camera looks incredibly expensive. As she walks toward the protagonist, she sighs, "Man, I wish I could take this with me." Min Jae Hyun is suddenly standing perfectly still, refusing to move. Seo Ah-hoon looks at him, confused. "What is the matter?" The protagonist's face turns deadly serious. This is not the time for jokes. He narrows his eyes and glares at the door in front of them. "We are trapped in here." Meanwhile, over at the Neverland amusement park, 2 hours have passed since the theme dungeon first appeared. A reporter stands before the camera, reading the latest update. There is a conqueror from the Jeonha Guild and a high school student inside. That would be Seo Ah-hoon currently trapped in the dungeon. We are all deeply concerned about whether or not they can make it out safely. In a nearby corner, one man is standing while another sits. Gi-seo rubs his neck and lets out a curse. "Damn it, we were supposed to get promoted soon. What the hell is going on?" The blonde man in the suit sitting next to him sighs. "You are telling me. Who could have guessed a theme dungeon would pop up in a park like this?" Gi-seo shoves his hands into his pockets, fumbling for something as he speaks. "If the civil council's evaluation of us fails," he looks at the two people talking ahead of them and adds, "then you might end up getting demoted too. Even after that promotion from the goblin incident, my own advancement will obviously be voided." The blonde man replies, "Thanks for the vote of confidence, senior. Terrific." Gi-seo just scowls and lights a cigarette. "We are going to get blamed for this whole mess. Just check on the two people inside." The junior obeys and says, "Understood." The blonde man starts scrolling through the info tablet in his hand. It displays the profile of the protagonist, Min Jae Hyun. Class, Mage. Affiliation, Jeonha Guild. The blonde man freezes when he sees the details. He thinks to himself, "It is him." He starts recalling everything he knows about the guy. "I heard he enrolled at Mulet Academy. Does this mean the Jeonha Guild already recruited him?" Standing right there, Gi-seo is so shocked that the cigarette falls right out of his mouth. "What the hell are you looking at? There are 3 of us, not 2, right?" The blonde man shot him a glare, denying whatever he saw. "No, that's not it." He turned his head and said with a smile. Mentioning this dungeon reminded our main lead of his past life. He calmly stated, "I think we can handle this." Right then, the massive black doors slammed shut. They wouldn't budge. Seeing this, Seo Ahun was so terrified she was practically on the verge of tears. Min Jae Hyun watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself that they seemed to be following the same old path. He looked at the door handle that refused to turn and sighed, "This is getting annoying." Seo Ahun was a total wreck, shaking like a leaf. What if we're locked in here forever and never get out? Our MC stepped in to calm her down. "Hey, get a grip. This is a dungeon. I'm positive there's an exit somewhere." Sao Ahun was still trembling, but she forced a smile. "You're right. There's no such thing as an inescapable dungeon." She then scurried off, saying, "I'm going to look around a bit more." Min Jae Hyun could only let out a heavy sigh as he watched her. He tilted his head, scanning the area. First, he checked the room's door. The owner of this mansion doesn't seem to like guests. There's no way I can break down even a flimsy door with my current stats. He then glanced at Seo Ahun's back. In my past life, before I regressed, she managed to escape this place on her own. That means the required stats to clear this dungeon must be pretty low. Min Jae Hyun tilted his head, analyzing the situation. Does that mean there's another variable at play here? Suddenly, Seo Ahun shouted from behind. "Hey, come over here and look at this." He walked over and asked, "What's up?" Her face was deathly pale. "There's something seriously wrong with this camera." Our lead looked into the viewfinder with a calm expression. "Maybe you're just getting too into character," but as soon as he looked inside, his entire body froze. His brow furrowed in shock at the sight before him. On the screen, the body of butler Apps was splayed out in a pool of blood on the dining table, a complete contrast to the lavish feast they saw with their naked eyes. Seo Ahun realized the horror. "Then Apps, the guy who led us here. Min Jae Hyun finished her sentence. "He's a fake." As soon as the words left his mouth, a system window popped up. "You have uncovered 70% of Apps's secret. The first mystery of the mansion has been revealed." Our lead narrowed his eyes, processing the notification. "Is this just the beginning?" He leaned closer to the camera. "So this thing shows us what the naked eye can't see?" Seo Ahun turned to him. "So that's why I'm the camera operator. This camera is the key to solving the mystery." Min Jae Hyun smiled and praised her. "Exactly. You're actually pretty sharp." She perked up instantly. "I guess I am a bit of a genius, huh?" Our MC watched her, wondering, how did someone this jumpy ever clear this place? I guess she only stays calm when she's forced to think. He took the camera from her hands. "The issue now is what this camera is actually showing us." He panned the lens in a different direction. "If we assume the Apps we met was an imposter, then this screen is showing us one of two things. The present, or the past." Seo Ahun clapped her hands in agreement. "That makes sense." She finally realized this was the core of the dungeon. We have to solve the mansion's secrets to get out. She felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Since it's not showing the future, that means. She turned back to the screen where Apps's bloody corpse was visible. To the naked eye, the table held a grand feast, but the camera revealed that a cold body had once occupied that very spot. The past. What the camera was showing them was the past, along with the dark secrets of this mansion. The delicious-looking dishes were laid out on the table, with forks and knives neatly arranged beside them. Looking at it now, Seo Ahun felt sick to her stomach. With tears in her eyes, she pointed at the food. "Then all this food is?" Min Jae Hyun immediately turned to her and cut her off. "It's definitely not something you should eat." The image of Apps's mangled corpse was truly haunting. Our lead looked at Seo Ahun, seemingly contemplating something. Then he called out to her, "Hey!" She was still clutching her chest and groaning. "Yeah, I don't feel so good." He thrust the camera back into her hands. "Take this." Seo Ahun scrambled to catch it with both hands. "Hey, be careful with it." Min Jae Hyun scanned the room. "I sensed a bit of mana earlier, so I knew something was off. This whole place is an illusion. It's a type of magic that occasionally pops up in dungeon traps." Deciding to test his theory, our lead reached out and tapped the surface of the table. Suddenly, ripples of golden light began to spread across the room. The status window pops up, activating the active skill. Absolute calculation. Another notification appears on the screen. Active skill activation failed. Absolute calculation cannot be used in this location. Min Jae Hyun pulls his hand back and stares at the table. So that is how it is. He cracks his wrist and looks over at Seo Ahun. "Hey, what are you doing?" She is kneeling on the floor, peering under the dining table. "I have a feeling some items to open the door might be hidden down here." After finishing her search, Seo Ahun stands up and brushes the dust off her legs. Through the camera lens, the only thing out of place is Abz lying right on the table instead of any food. She looks at him and deduces. So the key to getting out of here must be right here. Hearing her words, something clicks in Min Jae Hyun's head. A smirk plays on his lips. In that case, I know exactly how to crack this. The protagonist's golden eyes flash with light. The status window displays, activating mana detection. Through his eyes, he spots something emitting mana on the table. It is a piece of pudding sitting right in front of the head chair. The MC stares at it and thinks to himself, I knew it. Basically, magic locks are bound to objects or specific formulas. So, there are two ways to break the spell. 1, you have to destroy the object. Or 2, you have to dispel the formula itself. Min Jae Hyun looks at the dessert and says, the key is probably inside that pudding. Seo Ah-hoon freezes, her eyes widening for a long moment. She knits her brows, her gaze filled with pure dread. Her voice trembles as she asks, inside the pudding? Looking back at the camera screen, that spot is actually the horrifying face of Ab-Z. Seo Ah-hoon's face turns pale as sweat pours down, her vision starting to blur. On the other side, Min Jae Hyun starts teasing her. What is wrong? Are you scared? She snaps back at him loudly. No, I am not. Seo Ah-hoon rolls up her sleeves and steps forward. I will go get it. She grits her teeth, slowly reaching her hand toward the pudding. Seo Ah-hoon is terrified, but she keeps searching. But in the camera's reflection, Seo Ah-hoon's hand is actually rummaging around inside the mouth of the butler, Ab-Z. Her eyes well up with tears from sheer terror. Suddenly, her hand brushes against something, making her flinch in surprise. Seo Ah-hoon pulls her hand back. She actually found a key. Here it is. At that moment, the status window announces, you have successfully unraveled the second secret of the magic-sealed illusion mansion. You will receive an additional reward once the dungeon is fully cleared. Somewhere in the shadows, the silhouette of a person appears. A crystal ball sits on a table. A voice rings out through the room exclaiming, oh no! Inside the sphere, an image shows the protagonist and Seo Ah-hoon standing in the dining hall. A voice speaks up. It seems our guests didn't enjoy their meal. Butler Ab-Z's eyes bulge. We cannot have any shortcomings when entertaining guests. Impossible. No, no, no. His face twists into a frenzy as he mumbles to himself. I, Butler Ab-Z, will never disappoint the Countess. Finally, he turns and walks away, leaving behind a sound that is a chilling mix of laughter and sobbing. Dozens of chandeliers hang from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ah-hoon walk down a deserted hallway together. Seo Ah-hoon holds up her camera, staring intently at the screen. The screen shows a gruesome image. Children's toys are scattered all over the floor, and a pool of blood stains the corner of the wall. Their footsteps come to a halt as they both stand in front of a bedroom door. The MC guesses, this must be the guest bedroom, right? Seo Ah-hoon looks ahead and nods. Yeah, they did say we were guests. So after dinner, we are supposed to go to the bedroom, and with all this blood here, it is not like we have much of a choice. The camera points toward a door that is slightly ajar. A massive streak of blood is oozing out from inside the room onto the floor. Min Jae Hyun peers inside and decides, well, let's head in and see if there is anything weird. Hearing this, Seo Ah-hoon panics. We have to go in there? The MC turns to look at her. Look, we have to get out of here. Do you want to stay in this mansion forever? Tears stream down her face as she replies, no, I really don't. He warns her. Then keep that pretty mouth shut and watch your surroundings. Make sure to call me if you see anything. Seo Ah-hoon dejectedly agrees. Fine. Min Jae Hyun steps into the room first. The room is dark and empty. The MC tilts his head, scanning the area. I'm going to look around for clues. Suddenly, the hem of a white dress flutters in the wind. The dress brushes past Min Jae Hyun's back. The MC tilts his head and glances behind him. The silhouette of a little girl in a blood-stained white dress appears right behind him. The girl's terrifying face is a blur, barely visible. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, pointing directly at Min Jae Hyun's back. A massive crack of thunder roared outside. Out of nowhere, a dark shadow loomed behind him. Abyss was standing right there. They were in a pitch-black basement, lit only by a single, flickering orange lamp on the wall. A low groan echoed through the room as the blurry face of a stranger appeared. Min Jae Hyun's eyes snapped open as he jolted awake. Seo Ah-hoon leaned in close, her face full of worry as she called out, Hey, are you okay? She knelt beside him, checking his condition. Oh my God, are you all right? Our hero rubbed his aching head. My head is killing me. Stop screaming. Min Jae Hyun scanned his surroundings and cursed under his breath. Damn it. He looked at the junk in the cellar and thought, I knew this was coming. But I still got caught. Is this just how the dungeon has to play out for us to progress? He braced himself against the wall and stood up. From behind him, Seo Ah-hoon spoke up. I used my cognitive acceleration to figure out what kind of mess we are in. She explained the situation. Based on the moss and the humidity, it looks like we are trapped in some kind of prison cell. It seems to be an underground dungeon. Looking at the equipment in the room, she continued, there are even traces of torture here. She tilted her head, her face twisting in anger. This is seriously creepy. Why would an old mansion have a dungeon? Min Jae Hyun gripped the iron bars. Reaching back to get a feel for things, he muttered, there has got to be a key around here somewhere. He clenched his fist and activated his silent skill. Without a word, he threw a devastating punch. The impact against the bars sent tremors through the entire room, leaving Seo Ah-hoon completely stunned. Her jaw dropped as cracks spiderwebbed across the ceiling and debris began to rain down. With one final blow, the iron bars that held them captive were pulverized into dust. Min Jae Hyun stepped out first, keeping a sharp eye out. Stay as quiet as possible. It will be bad if Abyss finds us. Whoever that thing is, we are in deep trouble. Seo Ah-hoon followed behind him, whispering sarcastically, oh yeah, smashing through walls is real quiet. He looked back at her and snapped, shut up. Focus on helping us get out of here instead of arguing. Before he could even finish his sentence, a shadow darted past her. Sensing something was wrong, he spun around. A small, brown, furry creature lunged straight into his arms. He stood there, dazed, looking at what he was holding. What the hell is this? He lifted the creature with both hands, realizing it was a dog holding a key in its mouth. Look, is it just a puppy? Seo Ah-hoon froze for a second before screaming at him. Put that thing down right now. He gave her a confused look, holding the pup up higher to inspect it. Why? Based on its looks and mana, it is just a normal dog. Look, it has even got the key. It must have been locked up down here too. But Seo Ah-hoon did not trust the dog at all. There is no way a dungeon would give us the key that easily. What if that puppy is a trap? Hearing her words, the golden pup in his arms started growling, its fur standing on end. Startled by its aggression, she backed away. Just then, a notification panel appeared. New quest received, obtain Lansier's diary. This was a subquest to find the hidden journal. Objective: enter Countess Lansier's bedroom on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary. Difficulty: rank B, reward. Removal of the dungeon skill lock. Failure condition: death before time runs out. The quest must be completed before the deadline. Time remaining: 1 hour, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. Min Jae Hyun looked at the info and calculated his next move. That reward is not half bad. He finally smirked, realizing this place was connected to the mansion's dark secrets. The heavy iron door creaked open. Our hero carried the golden puppy as he and Seo Ah-hoon made their way down the hallway. He surveyed the area and noted, we have made it to the 3rd floor. He set the dog down. Then he turned to her and admitted, but now I have no idea which way to go. She let out a long sigh. We do not have the camera anymore, so we will just have to search manually. He did not say a word. She called out to him again. Hey? But Min Jae Hyun still did not respond. His eyes were wide, staring blankly ahead. She could not understand what he was doing. She turned around to see if something was behind them. What is wrong? You are starting to freak me out. As the words left her mouth, a massive, towering black shadow appeared right behind her, of a little girl in a white dress. Looking closely, she had long, wavy golden hair, but her face was eerily covered in blood. Min Jae Hyun stepped forward and asked her who she was. A hand reached out to stop him. Seo Ah-hoon looked at him nervously and said, just leave it alone. We don't have time to talk to a ghost. But our lead firmly pushed her hand away. He stepped forward and asked, why are you still here? He stared at the figure in the distance and continued, do you still have some kind of grudge against this mansion? The girl in the white dress shook her head. Min Jae Hyun asked again, so, are you here to help us? The blonde girl nodded at him. The MC asked her one more thing. Then let me ask you this. Where is Count Lansier's room? Her blood-stained hand pointed straight ahead. Both the MC and Seo Ah-hoon looked in that direction. She's pointing to the end of the hallway? Min Jae Hyun looked at the girl and said, all right, thanks. Before leaving, he made her a promise. I'll help you find peace as soon as I get the chance, so just wait for me. He told Seo Ah-hoon, let's go. But she was still glancing back at the dark hallway. The little girl was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, in another location, at the Neverland theme park, Two men sat across from each other at a table. Giselle looked at the man opposite him. So, the Lotus Guild will take full responsibility for— Is that what you're trying to explain? Park Sung-rae looked at him calmly and replied, Exactly. He began to explain. You can point the National Conquest Bureau's sights toward the Lotus Guild, but in exchange, Guildmaster Jo Seung-gun requested that you don't reveal any information about Min Jae Hyun. Giselle leaned back and thought for a moment. I don't get it. Why would the Lotus Guild take such a risk? All for just one student? Park Sung-rae looked away. I can't tell you the reason. Giselle stared at him for a long time, trying to figure something out. Finally, he closed his eyes and wrote, Well, we don't lose anything from this deal, so we'll do as you say. But if he fails the dungeon raid— Before he could finish, Park Sung-rae cut him off. Don't worry. If he were the type to fail at something like this, the Lotus Guild wouldn't have chosen him. Because he's anything but ordinary. Elsewhere, a sharp flash of light cut through the darkness. A set of iron armor was decapitated in one strike. Seo Ah-hoon watched the scene in total disbelief. No way. On the ground lay countless headless suits of armor. She muttered in shock. I thought living armors were C-rank monsters. Min Jae Hyun explained the situation as he walked forward. This is the shortest path, so this is nothing. The golden puppy followed at his heels, sniffing the ground. A wooden door creaked open, and the three of them looked inside. Just then, a notification appeared. You are entering Lancier's room. On the floor near the desk, there were piles of teddy bears. Seo Ah-hoon gasped. Whoa, this is super creepy. She wanted to head over to the desk to check it out. Suddenly, our MC put a hand on her shoulder to stop her. He explained that finding items there was too obvious. You should check the places where you'd least expect to find a clue. Seo Ah-hoon scratched her head and followed his lead. Oh, okay. Min Jae Hyun and the golden puppy walked up to the desk. The pup tried to climb up on top. He reached out and picked up a book. A notification popped up. Non-equipable item. Lancier's diary. This was the diary of the mansion's owner, written every single day. It held the dark and twisted secrets of this mansion. Our MC held the diary and smirked. Found it! As he flipped through the pages, the secrets began to unfold over time. May 7th, 1474. My skin is getting even paler. The doctors have visited many times to care for me and check my health, but nothing works. Will I leave this world right here without ever being free? May 10th, 1474. My parents said they'd buy me a doll, the one I've always wanted. My parents are the best. I can't wait for them to get home from the city. That doll will be my best friend. I hope my health is better tomorrow. May 12th, 1474. Today, I received a death notice. It said my parents were killed in a bandit attack. I can't stop crying. Is it possible they're still alive? What if I hadn't begged for that doll? May 15th, 1474. The funeral is over. I've become the master of this mansion since I'm the last living member of the Lancier bloodline. But I don't feel happy at all. I feel so alone, now and forever. July 4th, 1474. A girl was caught today. It seems she picked a flower from She's about my age and looks a lot like my doll, so I've taken a bit of a liking to her. I'm going to ask if she wants to live in the mansion with me. July 20th, 1474. She told me she didn't have a name, so I named her Sally. We've been playing in the mansion every day. I'm so happy I finally made a friend. I hope things stay like this forever. September 8th, 1474. Abd left without saying a single word. Sally told me he must have been in a real hurry. She said he went to the next town over. I don't know why, but I feel so uneasy. September 10th, 1474. Abd is back, but something is wrong. It feels like Sally is hiding something too. Something definitely happened. October 9th, 1474. I keep hearing screams coming from inside the mansion. Selena, the assistant cook, and my maid, Michelle, won't stop screaming. It sounds like their throats are being ripped apart. Is this just a dream? No, it can't be. This is real. I'm so scared. What is happening? Sally and Abd are knocking on my bedroom door right now. I'm certain they want to kill me. What should I do? Finally, the diary was closed. A system notification announced that all restrictions have been lifted. Skill limitations are no longer in effect. Min Jae Hyun's face turned grim. He looked at the diary in his hand and thought, I get it now. He realized Lancier had been murdered. And it must have been the work of the monster that took over this mansion. It's likely a doppelganger. The person standing behind him right now isn't Seo Ah-hoon anymore. Our protagonist glanced at the thing lurking behind his back. A mushy, loose head swayed back and forth as it spoke. It seemed to be staring at him with a horrifying grin. This is the work of a doppelganger, isn't it? The monster slammed the diary down onto the table. To the left stood a crowd of people, all sharing the exact same face of the butler. Abd. It was the same on the right, an army of abs with glaring red eyes. They stood behind a long-headed creature floating in the air, letting out a series of bone-chilling chuckles. System windows continued to pop up, announcing that Ab's true identity had been discovered. The side quest, Landseer's Diary, has been completed. A final notification appeared. You have successfully uncovered all the mansion's secrets. Now, escape the mansion safely. Min Jae Hyun and his golden pup stood their ground, facing the horde head-on. A viscous red liquid began to surge from within the doppelganger's body. Tentacles lashed out toward the protagonist. Min Jae Hyun quickly grabbed the little golden dog and dove to the side to dodge. The monster's lash struck empty air, shattering the floor where he had just been standing. He planted his feet firmly, sliding back to steady himself. The protagonist stared at the twisted red mass in front of him and muttered, "You finally showed your true face." He mocked it, saying, "I was getting a bit impatient watching your fake-ass performance." The doppelganger seemed amused and praised him. "You're pretty sharp for a human," he replied calmly. "It wasn't that hard to figure out." He remembered the moment they first found the golden puppy. The protagonist had been watching the monster while it was disguised as Seo Ahun. Min Jae Hyun had seen right through the doppelganger. Its face was blurred, and its entire body looked like a flickering red flame. "It's just because I'm smart." The protagonist turned his head and smirked. "Or maybe it's just because you're incredibly stupid." The monster's gooey body seemed to freeze for a moment after hearing his insult. Then, as if losing its mind, it thrust its head forward and shrieked, "You dare insult me?" Inside the pitch-black mansion, the staircase looked as if it were being swallowed by a blood-red aura. The dim chandelier on the ceiling swung violently back and forth. Suddenly, every single bulb exploded, sending glass shards flying everywhere. Min Jae Hyun clutched the golden pup and jumped aside to avoid the flying debris. At that exact moment, the monster's slimy body lunged straight for him. The protagonist turned to watch its movement while activating his magic circle. Holding the puppy tight, he leaned back to prepare his counterattack. He launches chains, tipped with razor-sharp blades directly at the monster. The blades pierce right through its body, leaving massive, gaping holes in their wake. The sheer force of the impact sends the main character flying back, but Min Jae Hyun plants one hand on the ground to steady himself and lands safely. The golden pup in his arms, however, is so dizzy that it has completely... Our hero glances up at the ceiling to check on the state of the beast. It is a B-rank monster known as a doppelganger. He immediately begins analyzing its data. This thing is dangerous because it can copy the skills and appearance of other living beings, but if you only look at its melee combat abilities, it is more like a C-rank threat. The doppelganger drags its mangled body toward Min Jae Hyun. It growls that it will devour his body, but the protagonist isn't afraid at all, merely narrowing his eyes at it with calm indifference. There is no reaction from him. In front of him, the monster seems to be losing its mind, repeatedly muttering, "Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me." Fleshy tendrils erupt from its body and lash out at Min Jae Hyun. But just as the tendrils are about to strike, stopping only a few centimeters from his face, they suddenly freeze. Our hero parts his lips and asks the creature how it feels. The entire monster is now tightly bound by glowing golden chains. The blades behind it are slowly carving through its flesh. The beast is stunned to find itself completely paralyzed by the protagonist's magic circle. Min Jae Hyun asks another cutting question. How does it feel to be the one getting played with for a change? The monster looks up and moans in agony as the chains tighten their grip. Then, in an instant, a massive explosion erupts, accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. The monster's body is left in total ruin, barely holding together. It opens its mouth wide and shrieks, "No! Envy!" Its eyes are wide and bulging as it frantically repeats the word, envy. Images flash through its mind of Countess Lancia's happy, smiling face and the confused expression it had when it first saw her. It utters one final wish, saying it wanted to be human too, before its entire body blows apart. Thick smoke and dust blanket the area. Min Jae Hyun stands there, holding the little pup, waiting for the air to clear. He looks down at the puppy and gives it a smirk of praise, saying, "You've got a loud bark. You've actually got quite a talent for being a dog." The puppy barks back at him indignantly. Our hero just turns away and rubs his head, saying, "All right, you did a good job, so I will let you go now." He places a hand on the door, and it begins to glow with a bright light. Min Jae Hyun tilts his head slightly. He takes one last look behind him. At the top of the stairs, a vision of a young girl in a blue dress with golden hair appears. It is Duchess Lancia. The little girl is smiling and waving at him. The protagonist gives her a small smile in return. A beam of light bursts from the doorway. Our hero and the golden pup vanish, leaving behind only a quiet farewell. System notifications begin to flood in, stating that he has completed the second quest, Lancia Mansion. It also notes that he has cleared all the hidden scenarios within the mission. Additional rewards are being granted. He is now being warped back to the real world, returning to the hazy virtual space of the Neverland theme park. Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ah-hoon are teleported back to a spot in the park at the same time. Seo Ah-hoon is completely exhausted, gasping for air as she says, "Gasp, gasp." Was that supposed to be? The main character stows a small bottle in his hand and tells her without even looking back, "You're right. We need to stay sharp. We have no idea what might happen next." Suddenly, the park's PA system crackles to life with static. An announcement rings out. "Welcome to Neverland, everyone." In the middle of the gathering crowd, a man holding a microphone introduces himself, saying, "I am Bruin, your host for this colorful firework display." Fireworks begin to explode across the sky. Dancers and musicians start their performances, filling the air with energy. Bruin excitedly announces that he's inviting everyone to join his parade. He then zips over to where our hero and Seo Ah-hoon are standing and says, "Hello there, Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ah-hoon." He tells them they did a great job completing the first two quests. Min Jae Hyun looks him in the eye and asks what the final mission will be. Bruin puts his microphone away and gives them a bright smile, answering that the final quest is a game of tag. Seo Ah-hoon looks at him with a puzzled expression, asking, "Tag?" He points toward a gate behind him and asks if they see it. Bruin continues his explanation, telling them they must escape the horde of monsters coming through that gate and reach the final destination. Min Jae Hyun crosses his arms and looks at him skeptically, saying, "I assume that is not all there is to it?" Bruin claps his hands in excitement, praising him for being so sharp. He reaches out a hand toward the two of them. He confirms that in this game of tag, the monster levels will scale based on the number of challengers and their power. Min Jae Hyun frowns, thinking to himself, "This is bad." He starts calculating the odds. Given his current skill level, the monsters that appear will be much stronger than before. Trying to fight them while protecting Seo Ah-hoon is going to be a real challenge. Bruin tells them that he needs to learn more about their skills as he reaches out, asking for their cooperation. Bruin bowed his head in silence, checking the results for a long time. Then, he suddenly clapped and gave them a bright smile. "Congratulations to our two new S ranks." Both Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ah-hoon stood there, completely dazed by the results. Bruin looked up at the sky and let out a booming laugh. "I have never hosted such high-level players before. Truly impressive." Jae Hyun watched the man, unable to believe his eyes. "Wait, this doesn't make any sense." Bruin's eyes suddenly flashed with a crimson light as he smirked at him. "Well then, I wish you the best of luck." High up in the atmosphere, a massive, flaming hand appeared, slowly tearing the very fabric of the sky apart. Seo Ah-hyun could only stare in wide-eyed shock at the scene unfolding above them. Min Jae Hyun, too, was left speechless. He lurched his teeth, watching the sky split in two. Suddenly, a notification screen popped up. "You have received the quest, the final festival. Escape from Surtur to the final destination or defeat him." The tear in the sky grew wider and wider by the second. Surtur's face began to emerge clearly. The system announced the theme of the mission, the final festival. Enjoy the final event of Neverland, the final festival. Evade Surtur and reach the designated endpoint, or defeat him. Difficulty, S+. Reward, Chaffee's Core. Failure condition, death by Surtur, or death by Surtur's flames. Party members, 3 out of 3. Hidden quest, kill Surtur and eliminate the potential threat. Rewards, undecided, potential for superior performance buffs. Jae Hyun's eyes locked onto one specific line. Party members. He searched the area, gritting his teeth as he thought to himself, "Wait, 3? That's impossible. Something is seriously wrong here." A massive lion engulfed in roaring flames fully manifested, letting out a thunderous growl that shook the ground. This was Surtur, the entity destined to drown the entire world in a sea of fire, the being that sought to burn everything to ash. Legend says he existed even before the first giant, Ymir. The flaming sword in his hand was so hot it could incinerate anything instantly, and he could do it without breaking a sweat. Jae Hyun let out a harsh curse. Damn it! He grabbed Seo Ah Hyun's hand and bolted forward. A massive explosion erupted behind them. Ah Hyun stole a terrified glance over her shoulder. How are we supposed to run away from something like that? Jae Hyun pulled her along, shouting back, I'm working on it. If you don't want to die, shut up and just keep running. Violent explosions tore through the Neverland grounds, filling the air with thick smoke and searing heat. From a hidden vantage point in the sky, a pair of black cat paws stepped onto a glowing blue orb. I think I might have overplayed my hand this time. Hela calmly licked her front paw as she watched the chaos unfold. Should I help them? She wondered aloud. A voice echoed from within the orb. You're being cruel. You have no intention of helping them at all. The person on the other side of the orb said with a faint smile. Just let them be, Hela replied playfully, puffing out her chest. I want to see exactly how he plans to survive this. Massive pillars of fire erupted one after another. A single swing from Surtur's flaming sword was enough to completely obliterate everything in its path. A jagged piece of debris flew past, slicing a shallow gash across Jae Hyun's cheek. He glanced back at Surtur, calculating his moves. Taking him head-on is suicide. I need to avoid a direct fight and get to the goal. Running behind him, Seo Ah Hyun pointed and screamed, Look, over there. She had spotted a directional sign. I think that's our destination, Jae Hyun shouted, urging her to move faster. All right, just hang on a little longer. Jae Hyun activated his active acceleration skill, and a brilliant light burst from his back. With his speed surged, the male lead pulled Seo Ah Hyun along, taking massive leaps toward their goal. He gritted his teeth, analyzing the situation as they ran. This is a simple event. We just need to reach the finish line. I'll draw the monster's attention, he thought, glancing at the girl struggling to keep up. As long as Seo Ah Hyun reaches the goal, we win. Surtur raised his massive hand, surveying the area. Who summoned me? His gaze locked onto them. He conjured a massive fireball in his palm and hurled it directly at their backs. A massive explosion rocked the earth. Jae Hyun turned to the dazed girl. Damn it, snap out of it and listen to me. Hey! Ah Hyun, gasping for air, looked up and focused entirely on him. Jae Hyun gestured toward the Ferris wheel ahead. We're going to split up, okay? Run straight for that Ferris wheel. She immediately realized what he was doing. Are you planning to bait that monster? What, do you want me to use you as the decoy instead? Jae Hyun let go of her hand and barked an order. Just run. Seo Ah Hyun. She did exactly as he said, sprinting toward the goal with everything she had. Immediately, the male lead turned around to face the threat. Surtur was looming right behind him. Jae Hyun stood his ground, facing the beast directly. He looked up and taunted. Over here, you bastard. Surtur frowned, seemingly annoyed by the human's lack of fear. He unleashed a torrent of flames directly at the spot where Jae Hyun stood. With lightning-fast reflexes, he leapt high into the air, dodging the blast. In 3 swift bounds, Jae Hyun landed firmly on the very top of the clock tower. He looked at Surtur with pure disdain and barked, You really think you can catch me at that snail's pace? Surtur was so livid that flames started spewing from his mouth. His eyes flared with rage as he swung a massive fist, obliterating the tower where our protagonist was standing. Surtur glanced around to survey the area. On the other side, Seo Ah Hyun was pushing herself to the absolute limit. She dashed forward, muttering to herself to keep her spirits up. Almost there. Just a little further and I will make it. But suddenly, the entire Ferris wheel exploded right in front of her. Seo Ah Hyun froze in her tracks. There was no way to keep going. Even Min Jae Hyun couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the wreckage. What? A system notification popped up. Target has been destroyed. Quest completion conditions, excluding the hidden objective, have changed to impossible. Right in front of Seo Ah Hyun, everything was now swallowed by a sea of fire. Surtur let out a booming laugh, mocking them both. You pathetic insects really thought you could stand against me, the great Surtur? Our protagonist lowered his head, clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white. He grit his teeth, making a grim realization. If it has come to this, there is only one way out. He looked up, his golden eyes flashing with a deadly killing intent. I have to kill this bastard. A fireball streaked in from a distance. Min Jae Hyun raised his hand to block it, and the projectile shattered on impact. Surtur gave him an amused, backhanded compliment. So far, only a handful of mortals have been able to withstand my strikes. Impressive, He began to brandish his flaming blade. With a massive swing, he sent a wave of fire directly at the protagonist. Try taking this hit. The protagonist's golden eyes glowed as he reached out, channeling his inner power. From a corner nearby, Seo Ah-hoon was hiding behind a pillar, desperately watching the battle unfold. She looked up at them, her face pale with worry. Is this really how it ends for us? Seo Ah-hoon grit her teeth and scanned the area frantically. Think, girl. There has to be something I can do. On the other side, Min Jae Hyun was using a protective barrier. He shielded himself from Surtur's relentless fire breath. Peeking out from behind the pillar, Seo Ah-hoon shouted to grab his attention. Hey! She looked at him with a sudden spark of hope and said, I figured it out. I know how to take down that giant. The entire Neverland theme park was now completely engulfed in flames. Min Jae Hyun was sprinting at full speed toward a specific coordinate. Surtur mocked him, chasing close behind. You actually dare to run from me? Seo Ah-hoon was also running as fast as she could, keeping pace with the protagonist while shouting directions. 5 steps to the left. The moment he heard her, Min Jae Hyun lunged 5 steps to his left. Just as he dodged, another fireball slammed into the ground right where he had been standing. Earlier, the two of them had quickly hashed out a plan. Seo Ah-hoon pointed out a discovery she had made: the massive water tank. Min Jae Hyun looked a bit confused at first and asked her, a water tank? She began to explain the logic. There is an external water tank. We have to lure that monster over there. We can use the water to douse his flames. The protagonist began to process her intel, just like a head or a heart, even for a giant out of Norse mythology. He is just a copy, not the original. He will die if we strike his weakness. Seo Ah-hoon laid out the rest of the plan. I will use my skills to predict Surtur's movements and call them out to you. Your job is to lead him to that water tank. Back in the present, Seo Ah-hoon's voice rang out in the protagonist's ear. 3 steps to the left. Stay low. Min Jae Hyun's feet hit the ground as he suddenly came to a dead stop. Surtur, following close behind, saw him standing perfectly still. He smirked and asked, Human, have you finally given up? Min Jae Hyun tilted his head and shot back. Give up? He turned around to face the giant head-on. Surtur frowned at the taunt and roared, You are no match for the gods of Asgard. The protagonist continued to egg him on. You are just a glorified doorman. I didn't think you would have the balls to call me weak. Surtur's entire body erupted in a fresh wave of fury. What? Min Jae Hyun kept smiling, his heterochromatic eyes glowing with a challenging light. What is the matter? Are you actually afraid of me, a mere human? At that moment, Surtur's rage completely boiled over, and his body burned brighter than ever. You foolish human. He unleashed a blast of fire, but suddenly, 2 massive streams of water appeared out of nowhere. They swirled around, trapping the flames from both sides. Surtur's face went blank with shock, unable to process what was happening. The image of the protagonist right in front of him vanished. The water tank ahead burst open, sending a massive deluge toward him. A system window announced the activation of an active skill. A watery illusion, surging like a flash flood, began to drown Surtur. Min Jae Hyun's voice thundered out, Now! He lunged from high above, gripping a sword in his hand. He dived straight at the monster. With pinpoint accuracy, the protagonist's blade pierced right through Surtur's heart. The giant stared at him in disbelief and gasped, You cheated. Min Jae Hyun smiled coldly and countered, So what? A win is a win. His eyes bulged with pure rage. Don't get cocky. I am Surtur, he barked, pointing his finger toward the boy. You were only fighting against my clone. When you face my true self, it won't be this easy for you. Finally, Surtur's massive body completely dissipated right in front of Min Jae Hyun. System windows popped up one after another. You have completed the festival's final mission. You have completed the mission through a hidden path. Extra rewards are being calculated for an unbelievable performance. You have received the item, Surtur's Eternal Flame. Seo Ah-hoon stepped out from a corner, looking stunned. She stared at the light ahead and sighed in relief. It's finally over. In the quiet night, a faint blue orb hovered in the sky. On the bridge, a black cat sat motionless. Its eyes were fixed downward, observing everything. Hela flicked her tail, glancing at the orb with a smirk. I guess he didn't need any help after all. He actually made his choice. From Hela's perspective, Min Jae Hyun looked indifferent and detached, as if he didn't care. Seo Ah-hoon stood with her hands on her hips, acting smug. Beside her, Hela narrowed her eyes in deep thought. That guy, Min Jae Hyun, is definitely going to be interesting. It looks like he has a real hunger to get stronger. Hela lowered her gaze and smirked. Don't you think so? The glowing orb spun in circles. He is still nothing more than a lowly creature. Hela gave the orb a mischievous look and hummed. But you're the one most curious about what he's doing. The orb reacted to the emotion, and Hela turned back to look at Min Jae Hyun. Asgard must not find out about the existence of this exceptional enemy, even if war is our destiny. Min Jae Hyun was still pensively scanning his surroundings. It's still too early. Hela's gaze turned serious. Odin, the supreme ruler of Asgard, is the enemy we must take down. That boy needs to get much stronger. The system window displayed the equipped item. Name, Traffy's, Thundersteps, S rank, boots worn by Traffy, the one who ascended to the position of the god of light as a human. Once equipped, it increases strength and agility, and you will gain the light step skill. Effect 1, strength plus 50. Agility plus 150. Effect 2, active skill, light step. The window expanded. Active skill name, light step, S rank. Temporarily grants the user explosive speed, doubling the agility stat for 5 minutes. 2. It can be used on others. Min Jae Hyun was stunned for a moment before he started laughing. The Traffy boots began to glow brilliantly. Even though I already knew about this item is seriously impressive. An S-rank item this powerful is incredibly rare. He glanced over at Seo Ah-hun, who was waiting for him. Seo Ah-hun quickly hid her hands behind her back, breaking into a nervous sweat. Min Jae Hyun sighed and looked down. Is she hiding something behind her back? Probably not. He gave her an order. Seo Ah-hun stiffened like a puppet and held out her hand, a hovering item appearing. The item I got is the Seal of Joserva. It increases strength by 50 and gives me a skill called Bravery. Min Jae Hyun asked, Bravery? Seo Ah-hun's face went dark, a vein popped on her forehead, and her hands shook as she forced a smile. It provides complete immunity to the panic state, and it increases strength and agility. Seo Ah-hun ruffled her hair in frustration and groaned, Ugh, he's so annoying. Min Jae Hyun turned around, rubbing his chin in thought. Since I don't need to worry about status effects, cognitive acceleration seems like it would be more useful. Now I can call her whenever I want. Bluin appeared with a bright smile. She showed up behind him, catching Min Jae Hyun's attention. I take it you like the reward. He turned around. Well, I did have a pretty hard time earning it. Let's go. Bluin pressed her lips together seriously and stepped closer to Min Jae Hyun. Her red eyes flashed as she placed a hand on his shoulder. You, the enemy with a grand destiny. Min Jae Hyun was shocked and quickly turned toward her. Wait. Bluin lowered her hat and smiled meaningfully before vanishing into the light. Outside the dungeon, a dark energy lingered. Everyone was waiting anxiously. The dungeon barrier cracked and shattered into pieces, revealing Neverland to the crowd. The reporters on the scene immediately started broadcasting with excitement. There they are. The survivors are coming out. The dungeon barrier has vanished. Neverland returned to normal. Min Jae Hyun and Seo Ah-hun slowly walked out to the cheers of the crowd. Look, it's 2 of them. They're okay. Min Jae Hyun looked annoyed by the attention, while Seo Ah-hun was in a total panic. She froze as she was surrounded by the crowd and flashing lights. Jisoo pushed through the mob, clearing a path. Move it. Out of the way. There are things I need to discuss with the survivors. But when he looked up, he stopped dead in his tracks. Min Jae Hyun had vanished without a trace. Seo Ah-hun looked around in shock as the person beside her disappeared, while the crowd scanned the area in confusion. Did he leave? He was just there a second ago. Because of that, Seo Ah-hun became the sole target of their attention. The flashing lights made her dizzy and broke her into a sweat. Fine, let's just interview the other one. The public service team tried in vain to hold them back. We need to check her condition first, so get out of the way. Giselle crossed her arms, observing her colleague. He looked at the crowd in total confusion. Did he seriously just vanish? Could he actually be an assassin? Giselle frowned and snapped back. No, I don't think so. According to instructor Kim Ji-jun, Min Jae Hyun belongs to the mage class. Her colleague was stunned. He's a mage, but he can move like that without even using a stealth skill? Giselle said coldly, a battle mage. Her colleague was speechless. Huh? He then gave a satisfied smirk. That kid. He's a battle mage from the Jeonha Guild headquarters. Ju Se-ung chuckled happily into the phone. Good job, you can come back now. She lowered her eyes and replied softly, Yeah. We'll see each other again soon. Ju Se-ung hung up the phone. She held the device, tilting her head with a mysterious smile. He vanished right after pulling off such a miracle. He's definitely no ordinary kid. Ju Se-ung spun her chair around to look at the book on her desk. She smiled softly. He'd never tell me anyway. Unless I take the lead and ask him first. I'll have to meet him eventually. Miles Academy, Guild Guidebook. Author. Miles Academy Principal, Goo Za-in. Back at home, Min Jae Hyun bit his lip, staring intensely at his computer screen. The news was flooded with reports about the mythic lands. Dungeon raid cleared with 0 casualties. Dungeons appearing in the city, cause unknown. Dungeon survivors return home safely. Currently in recovery. Thank God. There's not a single word about me. I bet Jeonha pulled some strings to cover this up. Min Jae Hyun bowed his head slightly. A major guild really does have a lot of power. He scrolled up, lost in thought. I didn't expect so many people to be out there when I emerged, but at least I got to see Chaffee's Thunderstep in action. It's incredible. Min Jae Hyun recalled the moment he stepped out of the dungeon, pivoting on his right foot. Just by equipping them, my speed shot up 4 times in an instant. He moved past the crowd like a blur. I wonder how much faster I'd be if I added an acceleration skill. Min Jae Hyun stretched his body. That was exhausting, but it wasn't a bad run at all. He turned his chair toward the system window. Min Jae Hyun tilted his head, scrolling through the system. I walked away with some unexpected loot. Single-use item, Sucho's Eternal Flame. Once used, it pushes a weapon to its absolute limit. Maximum power with an added flame effect. Min Jae Hyun clenched his fist, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth. This incident made me realize, I'm still way too weak. Sparks of lightning danced around his weapon. I need to be strong enough to crush my enemies without relying on dirty tricks, strong enough to dominate them completely. A figure hidden in the shadows, someone so terrifying that others wouldn't dare approach out of fear. Min Jae Hyun bit his lip. Memories of the important people from his past life flashed through his mind. He had to leave that weak version of himself behind, protecting my family and my friends. That's what I have to do. Min Jae Hyun's eyes flashed with determination. I have to get stronger, and it starts right now. In the surveillance room, Principal Goo Za-in sat before the monitors, his face shrouded in darkness. I'll leave it to you then. Jing Isu stood there quietly. Instructor Jing Isu bowed slightly and replied, You won't be disappointed, sir. From now on, as you requested, I will report every single detail about the student, Min Jae Hyun. Then, she left the room. He was left alone. Goo Za-in's face looked cold as steel, his eyes glowing faintly. He turned around and bowed his head slightly. You have to trim the weeds to keep a garden beautiful. He sat amidst the bank of monitors, stroking his chin. I'm really looking forward to this event. Goo Za-in narrowed his eyes and pulled his hand away. I'll wipe away all the filth in my path. He glanced back at the scattered papers on the floor. Pictures of students marked with red crosses. In the classroom, Kim Do-young stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at Min Jae Hyun. What? Seriously? She raised her voice in frustration. I was wondering why you weren't answering any of my calls. Min Jae Hyun felt helpless. Look, it's not like I was ignoring you on purpose. Selena watched him with concern as he rubbed his aching head. Sorry, Kim Do-young is just real. Your mom is worried sick about you, you know. She flashed a triumphant smirk, making Min Jae Hyun suffer through her teasing. Just listen to me. I already made up an excuse for you, so you'd better pay me back with something delicious. Selena shyly chimed into their conversation. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Min Jae Hyun tilted his head. I'm fine, don't worry about it. Kim Do-young started complaining. Seriously, man, your luck is trash. It is like God personally hates you or something. Min Jae Hyun felt a pang of guilt. God hates me? No, if anything, I have been blessed with a very strange pair of legs. As they walked into the room, a voice called out, making all 3 of them spin around. What is this? I thought I saw a total nuisance. Is that you? Min Jae Hyun looked at the speaker with total indifference while Kim Do-young and Selena shot him a glare. Lee Soo-hyuk spoke up with a self-satisfied grin. If you are planning on messing with anyone else, you'd better be prepared for the consequences. Kim Do-young leaned in and whispered to Min Jae Hyun. Do you know who that is? Min Jae Hyun just tilted his chin, his face a complete blank. No, I have no idea. Their dismissive attitude made Lee Soo-hyuk blow a fuse. I am Lee Soo-hyuk. I said my name is Lee Soo-hyuk. A voice suddenly cut through their bickering, making Lee Soo-hyuk spin around in confusion. Student, Lee Soo-hyuk, lower your voice while you are inside the classroom. Jeong Isu walked in slowly, her face dark and irritated. Lee Soo-hyuk turned back, giving Min Jae Hyun one last warning glare before storming off. Min Jae Hyun could only let out a helpless sigh. Jung Isu stood at the podium, her eyes scanning the entire class. She spoke with a cold, detached tone. Nice to meet you all. I am Jung Isu. From today on, I will be teaching you magic calculus. The students below listened intently. I will do my absolute best to improve your skills. She fixed her gaze forward. So, I expect you all to put in the effort as well. Min Jae Hyun leaned his chin on his hand, sizing her up. She looks incredibly young. Compared to a typical instructor, I doubt there is any way she has enough experience to be a professor at my lad. Jung Isu raised her hand toward the board, and information began to manifest behind her. This class will cover the fundamental understanding of magic and the calculations that come with it. The board displayed the lesson, content, and diagrams. Jung Isu looked at the class with a stern expression. How much do you all actually know about magic? Lee Soo-hyuk smirked and raised his hand. Magic uses essential calculations to manipulate mana and create supernatural phenomena. Jung Isu replied flatly. That is correct. Magic is the study of creating phenomena by performing calculations to achieve a desired outcome. Lee Soo-hyuk folded his arms, shooting a mocking glance toward Min Jae Hyun. Teaching assistants brought in stacks of books. I will now have these books distributed to every desk in the room. This book contains basic magic calculation patterns for rank D, as well as the structures for higher-level spells. Mastering this book is your mission for this semester. As the students looked through the books, they began to panic and whisper to each other. What? There is nothing on the cover. Look, the inside is completely blank. Is this a printing error? When a book was placed on Min Jae Hyun's desk, his eyes widened. A slight smirk played on his lips, which immediately caught Jung Isu's attention. She addressed the room. Now, I have a question for you all. Min Jae Hyun just sat there, acting completely unbothered. Student Jae Hyun, her gaze turned sharp. Can you tell me what is written in this book? Min Jae Hyun leaned back in his chair, hands in his pockets, and answered confidently, ancient runes. Exactly. Hearing the answer, Lee Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth in frustration. Jung Isu was stunned. This book is a magic tome that can only be read once the calculations are solved. Most new students take at least a week just to see the words. But he solved it on his very first try. He is even more talented than Principal Guzain described. Her expression turned serious. I will ask you one more thing. Jung Isu's face shadowed as she stared intensely at Min Jae Hyun. The ancient runes on the cover. Do you know what they mean? Min Jae Hyun lowered his eyes. He bit his lip, thinking to himself, I don't know if the Nornir system is playing a joke on me, or if this is just my destiny with the ace. The script on the book began to glow with a mysterious golden light. Min Jae Hyun answered firmly, the life of Odin and the fundamental runes. Behind him, the faint silhouette of Odin seemed to appear. Meanwhile, at Selena's place, her scream echoed through the room. I hate this so much. She sat on her bed, clutching her red, scratched-up legs, with tears welling in her eyes. This is all that jerk's fault. Are my legs killing me because I walked way too much? Selena pulled her legs in, biting her lip in anger. I was dragged all over the place, just because he decided to pull a vanishing act. She recalled his face, flinching as he tried to avoid the camera flashes. I had to answer a mountain of questions about what happened inside the dungeon. She remembered trembling under the intense questioning from the authorities, having to explain every detail and list every single item she received. Before leaving, Min Jae Hyun had bluntly told her, I need to go right now, so you handle the reporters on your own. He had left her there in a state of total confusion. He only left her with one threatening warning, and don't you dare mention a single word about my skills. Those words felt like a heavy chain tightening around her neck, threatening her very life. The more Seo Ah-hoon thought about it, the angrier she got. She clenched her fists and bit her lip as tears started to fall. She threw herself onto the bed, kicking and screaming in a fit of rage. Oh, Min Jae Hyun, when are you finally going to break this bond? Suddenly, she froze. Wait a second. Seo Ah-hoon bit her cheek and looked up. That's it. I just need to go find him myself. A twisted, eerie laugh echoed through the house. Meanwhile, at the library, Min Jae Hyun was deep into a book, carefully turning every page. This is actually way more interesting than I thought. Magical patterns flickered before his eyes. Every calculation method changed its properties based on how they were used. Take the light chain, for example. Images of the spell with various power attributes appeared. It can be understood as a combination of a mana chain and a convex-type magic form. Min Jae Hyun snapped the book shut. He was lost in deep thought. Having a solid grasp of the basics allows a user to master a much wider range of the image of a swordsman with his sword intent, and a mage with familiar spells appeared. Just like how a martial artist earns the title of swordmaster once their basic swordsmanship reaches a certain level, a mage can reach a higher rank by gaining a deeper understanding of calculation patterns. Snapping back to reality, Min Jae Hyun looked up. Kim Do-young looked completely defeated by the workload, while Selena was still focused on her book. Min Jae Hyun crossed his arms and glanced at Kim Do-young. Well, at least you managed to read the cover. You guys are actually pretty good. Kim Do-young looked up, looking absolutely miserable. This is so unfair. I'm the one who taught Min Jae Hyun magic in the first place. Hearing that, Min Jae Hyun gave a smug smile that only made her angrier. That's just how it is. Haven't you ever heard of the student surpassing the teacher? Selena suddenly gasped excitedly. Oh, I can read it. Kim Do-young snapped his head up. Selena said happily, Look, I finally finished the first page. Min Jae Hyun said casually, You worked hard for it. Congratulations. His brief praise made Selena's heart skip a beat. She blushed and hid her face behind the book. Min Jae Hyun was confused. She's acting so weird around me. Is it because of the line I drew the other day? Kim Do-young slammed the table and stood up, shouting so loud that everyone in the library turned to stare. Why am I the only one who can't read this? The librarian glared at Min Jae Hyun, and he winced. It's not my fault. Outside the window, a black crow watched them, its glowing red eyes fixed on the group before it took flight and disappeared. A banner was hung up in the room, the first pharmaceutical shop naming contest. Grand prize, a first-class medicine box. An Ho-jun, Chelina, Kim Do-young, and Lee Jae-sang were gathered together, while Min Jae Hyun watched them, biting. They sat around the lab table. This is way harder than I expected. Selena looked at Kim Do-young hesitantly. Well, it's because there are almost no pharmacies around here. What if the business fails? And Ho-jun clenched his fist and looked at them. Survival is everything for a conqueror, so there's no way this business is going to fail. He continued. You all tried it earlier. What we have here, Chelina and Kim Do-young listened closely, has the power to change everything. A few days ago, in Min Jae Hyun's room, he held his pen, looking at his notes with a smile. Done. That magic theory test was a piece of cake. Now I don't have to worry about exams for a while. He spun his pen. Let's see, what's next? Min Jae Hyun was deep in thought. The TV flickered with the latest auction info and item values. Shadow Essence, 170 million. Shadow Core, 315 million. Ghost Scythes, 1 units for 3,100,000. Undead Swords, 17 units for 1,700,000. A conqueror is always ready to do whatever it takes to get stronger. Effort is vital, but let's be real, money is the most important thing. Min Jae Hyun let out a smirk. Of course, a conqueror's true worth isn't about money, but as a regressor, there's no way I'm letting this opportunity slip away. He picked up his pen again. Business and investments? Lee Jae-sang's talent came to mind. It's the easiest way to make money when you already know the future. Lee Jae-sang glanced at them nervously. Min Jae Hyun looked over at the shy Lee Jae-sang. This guy is going to be responsible for half the world's pharmaceutical trade in the future. To get rich, I need him on my side. Just then, Seo Ah-hoon arrived at the door. She threw it open in a rage. She growled, glaring at Min Jae Hyun, which made Lee Jae-sang jump out of his skin. Hey, you could at least keep your promise. Min Jae Hyun felt a headache coming on. How did you find me? Seo Ah-hoon put her hands on her hips and snapped back. It's because of that weird skill you used. There was nothing I could do. Min Jae Hyun looked like he just stepped in something nasty as he remembered everything. The user and the subordinate can track each other's location, and this effect can never be undone. Selena stayed silent, while Kim Do-young gave him a look of pure disgust. Did you really blackmail a little kid like that? Jae Hyun's face went dark as he gritted his teeth and barked orders at Seola. Since you're already here, sit down and let me borrow that brain of yours for a second. Seola just looked at him, her face full of question marks. Huh? Before long, Seola was sucked into the group, raising her hand to speak like everyone else. With a dazed expression, she offered an idea. How about Heavenly Demon Pharmacy? That's the strongest title in the martial arts world, right? Then it would be pretty amazing. Jae Hyun sighed, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. Even though the subordinate bond was restricted, Seola kept let out low growls. Next to her, Lee Jae-sang looked dejected after his name for the pharmacy was shot down. Jae-sang and Selena were still in a daze, unable to accept that the name Alice had been rejected. But Alice is so cute. Jae Hyun's mood hit rock bottom, and he clutched his forehead. These guys were totally useless. Is this some kind of support group for the incompetent? Even dungeon monsters could come up with better names than this. Kim Do-young pouted and called him out. Hey, Jae Hyun, why didn't you ask me? He shot her a look of pure disdain. I didn't expect much from your intellect, so just forget that name. What do you think about? The Elixir Workshop? The idea actually made Jae Hyun turn serious. Kim Do-young looked over and raised a hand. What do you think? Elixir is another name for the Philosopher's Stone, something that can even bring back the dead. Lee Ji-sang chimed in with a bright smile. If we go with that name, we can promote a lot of products and really boost the brand value. Jae Hyun grabbed Do-young's shoulders in excitement. You just saved us. She turned red and screamed in a panic. What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Jae Hyun stood up, pumped his fist, and smiled. The official name of the shop will be the Elixir Workshop. Back in the classroom, Jae Hyun's voice echoed with the ancient tongue. The language of magic. He looked ahead with a calm gaze and continued. By analyzing this sentence, we can see that the ancient tongue is the foundation of magic, serving as the medium for algorithmic formulas. Professor Jung Yi-soo looked at him and nodded. Well done, Jae Hyun. That was a perfect answer. Lee So bit his lip in frustration. Jung Yi-soo gathered her documents. We'll end things here for today. Great job, everyone. As the students packed up to leave, Jae Hyun called out, catching the professor's attention. Professor Jung Yi-soo. He held out a book. I have a question about some material I just read. She looked down at the book he was holding. It was a 4-star grimoire. Jung Yi-soo's face went pale, and she started breaking into a cold sweat. This is insane. Even the instructors struggle to grasp knowledge at that level. Min Jae Hyun. What kind of monster is this kid? Later in the library, Jae Hyun slammed the book shut. Damn it. I'm stuck. His face darkened. I didn't get anything useful out of asking Yi-soo either. He pushed back his chair and stood up. Maybe I should approach this from a more basic perspective. He walked past the librarian, who watched him carefully. The librarian flipped through some notes. Student Min Jae Hyun, a 4-star grimoire. Meanwhile, in Do Jung-woon's room, the familiar teacups appeared. She calmly remarked, You're here sooner than I expected. Jae Hyun looked at her seriously. I planned on coming even earlier, but I got caught up with exams and things like that. Jung-woon raised her teacup to her lips and asked, So, you want me to help you understand a 4-star grimoire? He answered bluntly, Yes. Images representing power flickered into view. Creation to bring new magic to life, destruction to erase it, and amplification to reinforce it. Jae Hyun continued, All the formulas and theories are at an advanced level. It's too difficult for me to figure it out on my own. His eyes flashed with a golden light. I've always relied on the eye of Odin. But I need a deeper understanding of magic itself. Jung-woon took a sip of tea and smiled. The problem is, I can't tell you the answer. Jae Hyun was stunned. What? Why not? She set her tea down. Her expression remained as calm as ever. The concepts in a 4-star grimoire must be grasped through your own intuition. Otherwise, it's all meaningless. Jae Hyun listened, feeling helpless. At the very least, you need to achieve this on your own. Only then can you step into the realm of an A-rank conqueror. Jae Hyun fell silent, thinking of his father. An A-rank conqueror. Jung-woon smiled and opened her eyes slightly. But since a student came all this way to ask for my help, she opened her hand, and a piece of fabric appeared. I'll tell you at least one rule. Jae Hyun stared blankly at the thread of the rule. She smiled and asked, That's right. This one rule will help you learn amplification. What do you think? Do you want to hear it? He stared intently at the thread. Reach out and grab it. Yes, Min Jae Hyun grips the thread and smirks. He will do whatever it takes to get stronger. Inside the virtual training room, Min Jae Hyun is drenched in sweat and gasping for air. A horde of digital monsters looms right in front of him. His eyes stay locked on the target as he activates his active skill, Magic Arrow. One by one, magical projectiles streak through the air. They fly straight at the monsters. Some arrows are crushed by the beasts, while others veer off course and miss completely. Min Jae Hyun clicks his tongue in frustration. He stares blankly at the system window, as the memory of a previous conversation echoes in his mind. You must use only one skill repeatedly while wearing this item. It is a piece of equipment called Gleipnir. It is a replica of the rope that once bound Fenrir. As a simulated version of Gleipnir, it reduces all of the wearer's stats by 50%. Once it is tied around the user, the debuff applies. If the rope is damaged or removed, the stats will return to normal. The rope sits coiled on the table. Min Jae Hyun looks at it and asks, Only one skill? Yu Jung-hoon? He points and says, exactly. And you must analyze the formulas of that skill over and over again. He leans back and looks up. How does this kind of training help with power amplification? Yu Jung-hoon smiles and tilts his head. That is something you will have to figure out for yourself. Let us see. The more complex a skill is, the harder it is to amplify. Min Jae Hyun listens intently. So, start by practicing with magic arrow. The rope glows with energy. Min Jae Hyun bites his lip and grimaces. My entire body feels incredibly heavy and sluggish. The user's stats have been temporarily reduced by 50%. He can do nothing but grit his teeth and try to keep his arms steady. This is even worse than I imagined. Back in the classroom, Kim Yoo-jung looks at him with a frown. Are you really doing okay? Min Jae Hyun's eyes are dazed as he replies, yeah, I think so. Kim Yoo-jung crosses her arms, her gaze filled with worry. I could track you from 100 meters away just by the smell of those pain relief patches. Do you realize you have been stuck in that simulation room for a whole week? Selena sighs and places a hand over her heart. Overworking yourself like this is not good for you. Min Jae Hyun pushes his chair back and stands up. Thanks for worrying about me. He swings his bag over his shoulder, his eyes dark with exhaustion. But you guys know we have a test. It is in 2 days, right? His words hit home. Kim Yoo-jung, did you not say you still haven't finished the decoding? Selena avoids his gaze. And I heard you will have to take remedial classes if you do not pass this exam. Selena and Kim Yoo-jung panic, waving their hands to change the subject. Oh, right. It is definitely time to head to the library, isn't it? Ah, haha. She grabs the confused Selena and starts running. Let us go, Selena. Bye, Min Jae Hyun. Min Jae Hyun lets out a weary sigh. Back in the simulation room, he collapses to the floor, panting. He wipes the sweat from his brow. You have perfectly passed the level 41 test. The system messages begin to flash. Your understanding of the formula has increased significantly. You have acquired the passive skill, formula comprehension. The skill level is rising. You have learned magic arrow level 2. Min Jae Hyun grits his teeth and smiles. I get it now. I finally understand what amplification means in 4-star magic. Amplification is the enhancement of a skill. In other words, it is a breakthrough that depends entirely on it is about a specific skill and how deeply you understand its magical formula. Min Jae Hyun holds up his hand and looks at the thread. Active skill, magic arrow level 2, rank E. Fires arrows made of concentrated mana to strike the target. A very basic form of offensive magic. He clenches his fist tight. Is this the peak of a B ranker, or just the entry level for an A ranker? Min Jae Hyun purses his lips, remembering what Yu Jung-hoon told him. You have to realize the concepts of the 4-star magic book on your own. There is no other way. Min Jae Hyun looks at the rope and smiles. At first, I approached everyone just to use them for my own gain. But now, it really feels like she is the teacher, and I am just a student. Inside the principal's private office, Goo Jae-in hears a voice. Principal Goo Jae-in, this is Guide Kim Seo-jin. He looks toward the door and says, come in. Kim Seo-jin opens the door and walks inside. Goo Jae-in continues reading his documents, ignoring the man. Kim Seo-jin bites his lip and glares. Damn it, my reputation hit rock bottom after that fake dungeon incident. I need to restore my honor. He bows deeply. The preparations for the guild experience event are complete, sir. Goo Jae-in glances at Kim Seo-jin. That is sooner than I expected. Are you sure there are no issues with that thing? Yes, I can guarantee it. The principal leans back, folding his hands with a smirk. Good. But Goo Jae-in's eyes remain cold. Everything has a use, even. But it seems that thing is still useless for now. Kim Seo-jin breaks into a nervous sweat and grits his teeth. Min Jae Hyun scrolls through his phone while walking. He looks up as the wind whistles through the trees. His pace begins to slow. The rustling of the leaves grows louder. Min Jae Hyun stops and calls out, Are you going to come out now? He looks up into the trees. Or should I come find you? Min Jae Hyun's power flares out, gripping the entire surrounding area. I'm hunting down every single one of those rats hiding in the shadows. Seeing they haven't even noticed me yet, Min Jae Hyun lets out a cold smirk. Suddenly, a scrawny-looking thug lunges straight at Min Jae Hyun. He drops into a split, spinning to dodge the incoming attacks and closing the gap. Min Jae Hyun stays low, delivering a powerful spinning kick right into the guy's gut. Min Jae Hyun sneers at them. I guess you guys haven't heard the news, have you? Your buddies from the last job are already rotting in hell. The other 2 thugs come charging out. Min Jae Hyun looks up at them with a freezing gaze and click, more idiots. They really have the guts to jump me right here on campus? I guess Gu Jian finally decided to make a move. Magic begins to surge beneath Min Jae Hyun's feet, and glowing magic crystals manifest, hovering behind his back. Min Jae Hyun glares at them with deadly seriousness. One thing is for sure, you picked a fight with the wrong person. Active skill triggered. Magic arrow, level 2. Magic arrows scream through the air, piercing straight through them. A massive explosion rocks the area. As the thick dust begins to settle, Min Jae Hyun stands there in silence. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he senses a dangerous presence. He quickly deploys his magic shield. Min Jae Hyun stares in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Someone blurs toward him, crow feathers fluttering in their wake. Min Jae Hyun winces. What the hell are you doing here? The man's hand tightens around the sword at his hip. Min Seung-oh looks at his son with a hollow expression. It's been a while. He stands there, his eyes clouded as he gazes at Min Jae Hyun. It's been a long time, hasn't it, son? Min Jae Hyun's face darkens as he erupts with the power of the crimson light, lunging forward. Min Seung-oh effortlessly dodges every single blade strike. Min Jae Hyun doesn't let up, immediately following up with a barrage of magic. The crimson light swirls around him. Min Seung-oh draws his blade, slicing through the path of every magical projectile. Min Jae Hyun's power begins to waver, and he's forced to lean back to dodge an incoming strike. The blade whistles past, tearing through his clothes and grazing. He thinks to himself, his expression grim, I can't even see his sword movements. Right next to Min Jae Hyun, the ground is gouged open from the sheer force of that single swing. Damn it. The trench carved by the blade is still smoldering with heat. Min Seung-oh stands calmly. I've been watching you for quite a while now, but you've certainly developed quite a temper lately, haven't you? Min Jae Hyun glares at Min Seung-oh. Shut your mouth. I am never calling you my father. The man continues as if he didn't hear him. It seems my boy is going through a bit of a rebellious phase. Min Jae Hyun cuts him off. Stop the nonsense. Why are you here? He responds blankly. The reason I'm here? Min Jae Hyun clutches his wound, drowning in suspicion. This makes no sense. Even if he gained power from the prophecy, there has to be a limit. Min Seung-oh steps closer. Let me ask you one thing. A dark, ominous aura from the Aegis resistance swirls around him. Are they in contact with you? Min Jae Hyun is stunned. What? Min Seung-oh remains expressionless. His blade moves again, blurring in 2 or 3 consecutive slashes. Even without touching him, the shockwaves hammer against Min Jae Hyun's protective shield. The shield cracks into pieces before shattering completely, shards flying in every direction. That was just a graze, but the power is terrifying. The hem of his shirt that touched the attack is sizzling and scorched from the heat. Is this the true power of a conqueror? Am I not the only one who's been hiding my strength? Min Seung-oh evaluates him coldly. You've grown much stronger. Min Jae Hyun forces a smirk. How does Min Seung-oh even know about the resistance? What is he hiding? Are you planning to kill me? The man slowly replies, no. However, his mind is becoming increasingly twisted. This enemy is growing at a terrifyingly fast pace. At this rate, he could become a major obstacle in the very near future. An obstacle to my plans and to the resistance. I'll use my holy power to stunt this enemy's growth. The dark mist around Min Seung-oh begins to take shape. I'll only take your legs. A slash blurs through the air, and Min Jae Hyun watches as it closes in. Min Seung-oh's attack is suddenly intercepted, forcing him to turn his attention to a third party. A cat appears out of nowhere. Min Seung-oh speaks up. Has the connection between Aegis and the resistance been severed? Or are you actually trying to defy the great Odin? I have no idea what you're talking about. Min Jae Hyun looks up weakly. What is this? A talking cat? The cat jumps down, its form shifting until it transforms into Hela. Get lost. I have business to discuss with this kid. Min Jae Hyun analyzes the situation. Just the sheer amount of mana coming off her is way beyond Min Seung-oh. What the hell is going on here? Min Seung-oh deduces. Are you trying to make things even worse? Or is it? Hela slashes her own right hand, and droplets of blood spray onto the ground. From where the blood hits the earth, demonic hands erupt, clawing their way up to attack Min Seung-oh. He uses his sword to block them. She stands amidst the swarm of ghastly hands with a smirk. I'm sure you realize this is the only choice we have. The dark energy coalesces into a massive strike, and he is forced to keep defending against the relentless assault. Two powers collide, creating a massive energy vortex that catches Min Jae Hyun in the crossfire. Min Seung-oh looks eerie, like he's hiding something sinister. Imagine having to rely on a mere mortal to settle a war between literal gods. Loki is definitely losing his edge. She lets out a mocking smirk. Are you just some human who tried to kill Odin, or are you something else entirely? Min Jae sheathes his blade. I'm leaving now. He stares at her, his face a mask of cold fury. But if you ever interfere with my business again, I'll make sure you rot under the punishment of the Aesir Treaty. She just stands there, unfazed, as you wish, but if you try to get in my way. Her demonic hand shoots toward Min Jae. Oh. Sharp claws grazing his neck. Don't forget, I can take your head whenever I feel like it. That treaty only counts for the Aesir and the Resistance. And besides, there's no rule saying I can't kill one of Odin's little pet crows. Min Jae glares at her one last time before vanishing. She turns around with a bright, chilling smile. Hello, Min Jae Hyun. It's so good to finally meet you. I'm Hela's closest confidant. Min Jae Hyun looks up, stunned. Your observer? Memories of his past training flash back. She's the guide who will lead him through the trials. Hela gives a graceful bow, lifting her dress. Meanwhile, in the room, Min Jae Hyun pulls up his shirt. Showing off his shredded six-pack, a strange light pulses from his wound. He winces, the pain clearly getting to him. Hela speaks up. If you have questions, just ask. I'll tell you what I can. She sits perched on a floating blue orb. With a mysterious smile, she waits. Min Jae Hyun hesitates before asking, Who is Min Jae? Oh, really? Hela hops down from her orb. Let's get one thing straight. Min Jae isn't your real father. His true name is Hugin. Hela's voice turns dead serious. He's one of Odin's legendary crows. An image of a cold, emotionless Min Jae appears, surrounded by a swarm of black crows. According to Hela, Hugin is a mystical creature. He has the power to manipulate and guide human minds. He even borrowed memory manipulation abilities from another crow named Munin. To do this, he's been lurking around you, playing the part of a father, all just to keep an eye on the great enemy mentioned in the prophecy. Min Jae Hyun stands there, frozen in shock for a good 5 seconds. He stammers, He's not my real father? Hela raises her hand. It might be easier if I just show you. She snaps her fingers. A sudden gust of wind hits Min Jae Hyun's face, leaving him looking completely lost. The system chimes, initiating a memory reconstruction for the player. The screen flickers with static. Suddenly, a voice booms, Useless! Min Jae Hyun's eyes widen as he stares at the vision unfolding before him. Is this his childhood home? He sees a room, but the image glitches again. Then, he hears it. I don't even know why I bothered having a kid like you. He sees his younger self curled up on the floor. Huddled at a man's feet, the boy is shaking, clutching his head and sobbing uncontrollably. The man sneers, You think anything changes just because you unlocked your mana? It's Min Jae. Oh. His face is as cold and heartless as ever. In Min Jae Hyun's mind, a realization hits. That's right. My father hated that I awakened. Memories of his younger self flood back. Ever since the day he unlocked his mana, he was beaten and tormented every single day. The system glitches again, and a woman's voice cuts through. Stop it! The image of his mother appears, throwing herself over him to protect him. Min Jae. She screams through her tears. Why are you doing this to the boy? The current Min Jae Hyun watches from a distance. He sees himself, a terrified child, hiding behind his mother's back. More static. Sounds are muffled, and he can't quite make out what's being said. The world around him begins to shake violently, and his face darkens with confusion. Suddenly, a door swings wide open, and a blast of wind hits him. Everything is swallowed by darkness. Then, a soft voice whispers, It's okay, Min Jae Hyun. In the dark, something begins to take shape. He sees an altar with incense smoke drifting up. His younger self is clinging to his mother, crying silently. That same gentle voice speaks again. It's all over now. His mother holds him tight, her own face soaked with tears. Min Jae Hyun just stands there, silent. He's completely bewildered by the scene playing out in front of him. He's looking at a funeral. There's a framed photo of a man, surrounded by thick clouds of incense. He can't quite make out the man's face. The harder he tries to see, the more he feels like he's suffocating. Standing before the memorial, Min Jae Hyun clenches his fists. It's not the smoke that's bothering him. His eyes are no longer filled with confusion, but with a cold, hard clarity. At first, it turned into a hollow, gnawing fear. He felt as if he had forgotten something that should never have been lost to time. That thought hung heavy, thick like the funeral incense. Suddenly, An old memory flashed before his eyes, a man holding out an ice cream cone toward him. That man was his father, a man with a smile as warm as the sun. Little Min Jae Hyun reached out to take the treat. His mother scolded the man, saying, "I told you no sweets." His father just scratched his head sheepishly. "But the kid really wanted it," he pleaded. The image of young Min Jae Hyun's innocent grin, and his father carrying him on his back. Walking together with his mother, they were the perfect, happy family. But those beautiful memories slowly began to fade. They vanished into the funeral smoke, and a single tear fell. He stumbled toward his father's portrait, his mind in a blur. He whispered to himself, "Why? Why am I?" The tears wouldn't stop falling. It was as if every drop carried an unspeakable weight of pain. The moment his hand touched his father's picture, he was violently yanked back to reality. His eyes, rimmed with red, were still filled with grief. A system notification popped up. All support data has been restored. Back in the room, Hela was already standing there, waiting. Min Jae Hyun collapsed, completely broken. Hela spoke up. "You are finally free from those controlled memories." Min Jae Hyun gripped the floor with trembling hands, tears streaming down his face as he choked out. "Why? Why would he do this to me?" Hela looked down at him and replied, "Because you were born with the fate of the great enemy." Min Jae Hyun pushed himself up, leaning on his legs. He asked, "The great enemy? What is this prophecy you keep talking about? Why did they have to make my life so miserable?" Hela remained silent for a moment after hearing his words, then she raised her hand. A golden orb formed between her palms as she said, 10,000 years ago, the first apocalypse struck. Hela floated into the air, spreading her arms to create a circle in front of her, with 8 golden spheres revolving around it. With one final sphere at the center, she began her tale. That was when it all began. From those golden orbs, images of the past flickered into existence. The gods. They were split into 2 factions, locked in a brutal war. On the ground below, the defeated lay in heaps. Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. And that was where the story of the massacre ended. Between her palms, Hela conjured different spheres of light. She said, "The Resistance Alliance fought desperately against the Aesir gods in that war of extinction, but they were crushed by the Aesir. Their army was later led by the Valkyries. Right after that, an image of Odin appeared, with the other gods standing behind him." Hela continued, "After the war, Odin agreed to let the captured gods and giants live, but only under the terms of a covenant. A contract of life and death appeared. The terms of the covenant were as follows. This serves as proof that the Resistance Alliance against the Aesir has been defeated in the end times. From this moment on, the Resistance cannot harm the Aesir gods in any way and must obey the words of the All-Father, Odin." Hela spoke. That covenant solidified Odin's absolute power. Hela sat atop her floating blue sphere, hugging one knee to her chest as she continued the story. The visions played out along with Hela's every word. Living beings across all worlds suffered under their rule, crying out in total despair. Min Jae Hyun listened to Hela's tale of the past in stunned silence. His face was dark, his eyes hollow and lifeless. Hela spoke again, but the 3 Norn sisters delivered a prophecy. An image of the 3 Norn sisters appeared, glowing with a blinding light. The prophecy stated that 10,000 years after the second massacre, the blonde girl among the sisters put a hand to her mouth, whispering the final lines of the prophecy. The weakest creature shall bring down Odin and Asgard and open the gates to a new world. Back in the present, in the room where Hela and Min Jae Hyun stood, Hela said, "And the great enemy from that prophecy is you, Min Jae Hyun. It's you." Min Jae Hyun looked up at Hela. She continued, "You are our only hope." Min Jae Hyun's gaze sharpened. His eyes became cold and piercing as he stared at Hela, sitting on her floating blue orb. "So, you're just using me to kill Odin?" Min Jae Hyun's face was like ice as he asked, "Hela, was this your plan all along?" Hela tucked her face behind her knees and said, "Yes." Min Jae Hyun pressed further. "Then what is Odin's plan? What does he even get out of all this?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hela cut him off. The absolute peak of the 9 realms. Suddenly, Min Jae Hyun lost his footing as the ground began to shake violently. Even the air felt different. Hela said, "Odin wants to hold the 9 realms in the palm of his hand." A dark and menacing image of Odin appeared. His hand reached out, ready to crush the world tree. But Hela said, "And it starts right here, right now." Min Jae Hyun felt a chill down his spine. His face went pale as sweat began to pour down his forehead. He was filled with overwhelming anxiety. Hela narrowed her cat-like eyes and said, "That includes Midgard, the realm where humans live. In other words, our Earth." An image of the planet flickered before Min Jae Hyun's eyes. The scene then shifts to a lavish, golden castle. The hall was incredibly majestic and grand. Odin stood there, staring toward the door, muttering, "This is so irritating. All this trouble for some lowly creatures, and just because of a prophecy?" A man standing in the corner spoke up to Odin. "What is a mere human compared to us?" Mist swirled around the castle as the man continued. "If the seed is destroyed, there can be no great tree." Odin turned toward him and spoke. "The resistance against Asgard is relentless. We cannot afford to show even a single weakness before such a major event." Odin's voice grew stern as he commanded, "Heimdall, I am granting you temporary authority. I assume you understand what that means?" Heimdall smirked with pure delight, his face glowing with confidence. "Of course I do," he said. "It has been a very long time since I was allowed to leave Asgard." Back at the gym, a heavy dumbbell was slammed back into its rack. A powerful thud echoed through the room. Min Jae Hyun sat there in his tight black workout gear, his muscles bulging as he panted heavily after finishing his set. He leaned forward, lost in thought as he recalled yesterday's conversation with Hela. He had asked Hela, who was sitting on a floating blue orb, the top of the 9 realms. Hela replied, "That is right." She looked up and said, "That is Odin's ultimate goal. The worlds Odin has already conquered are Vanaheim, Jotunheim, Svartalfheim, and Muspelheim." As she spoke, an image of a massive ancient tree appeared. Min Jae Hyun asked curiously, "And he wants to conquer the remaining realms using a second apocalypse?" Hela closed her eyes and answered, "Exactly." Min Jae Hyun crossed his arms with a puzzled look. Then, "Why hasn't he taken me out yet?" At that, Hela hopped down from her floating orb. She said, "That is because of the power of the prophecy." Hela's body began to float, enveloped in a radiant white light. She continued, "A power that even the gods themselves cannot defy." Min Jae Hyun asked in disbelief. "Even the gods can't defy it?" Hela replied, "Correct. You are currently being protected by that very power. However, no power lasts forever. Once the second apocalypse draws near, all boundaries will vanish." Hela reached out, moving closer to Min Jae Hyun and placing her hand on his chest. She said, "The power protecting you will fade away with it. You will be wiped out by those Norse gods." With her hand still on his chest, a glow surrounded them as she began to speak words that cut deep into his soul. "Actually, to be more precise, haven't you already been logged out once before?" Min Jae Hyun shivered as a vision of his past self, covered in wounds, appeared right behind him. Realization hit Min Jae Hyun. He smirked and thought, "Now I finally get it. My death before the regression was all part of Odin's plan." As he thought this, an image of his past self surfaced. He saw himself with a long scar across his face. "They were playing with me from the very beginning. They slaughtered my family. They manipulated my memories and turned my life into a living hell." Min Jae Hyun grit his teeth in rage. He was seething with anger at the truth. Hela withdrew her hand and asked, "Do you crave revenge?" The room fell silent. Min Jae Hyun didn't say a word. Hela pressed further, her voice sharp. "Do you want vengeance? And do you want to protect what is important to you?" Golden system windows suddenly appeared, surrounding both Min Jae Hyun and Hela. Standing in the center, wreathed in orange lightning, she declared, "I am the guide of the 5 great trials, the great enemy foretold in the prophecy." Hela extended her hand toward Min Jae Hyun. "I will give you a chance." Glowing with intensity, she continued, "to gain enough power to become the one who can slay Odin." At that moment, the system displayed a main quest notification, "The Path of the God Slayer." The player was born with the fate of being the great enemy to stand against Odin and against Asgard. You have received the power to resist the overwhelming pressure of the Norse throne, allowing you to stop Odin. Prevent him from achieving his ambitions. Hela's trial, 0 out of 1. S-rank challenge, 0 out of 1. Difficulty unknown. Reward is a blessing. A blessing that grants resistance against the power of the god Odin. Hela said, "Become strong." Min Jae Hyun's face was dead serious. Hela emphasized, "Before the end draws near." The scene cuts to a different room where Hojun stood up to stretch his muscular arms. He walked over to his bag, scratching his head. "These special training sessions are making me so sore. Maybe I should ask Senior Lee Sang for some recovery medicine." Sitting down to rummage through his bag, Hojun was deep in thought. "Thanks to those special exercises, I successfully obtained an S-rank skill." He pulled a bottle of water out of his bag. He thought to himself, but his body was still struggling to adapt, and he fell into a long, heavy silence. His face was etched with worry as he pictured Min Jae Hyun's somber expression. He realized Min Jae Hyun's level was already way beyond his. There was still a massive gap to close before he could even dream of beating him. At the Mulet Academy Festival, Ho Jan let out a sharp huff and gave a bitter smirk. He suddenly stood up, clenching his fist in a sign of sheer determination. He pumped himself up. All right, just a little more training. I can do this. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the speakers, making Ho Jan jump. It was an announcement. Principal Goo In wanted to see a student. Ho Jan, please report to the principal's office immediately. The voice echoed through the room. Ho Jan looked up, completely blindsided by the summons. He muttered to himself, "The principal? Why me?" Right outside the office hallway, the old man's voice filtered through. "Don't you worry about a thing." Inside, Goo In was on the phone, a twisted, sinister look on his face. He hissed, "Once we get rid of those low-ranked losers, all the funding will naturally flow to the top-tier students." He looked absolutely disgusting, reveling in his own scheme. "I'm sure you can handle the rest, considering you're a member of the National Assembly, after all." On the other end, a man sitting in an office chair responded. "Things got way out of hand at the simulation dungeon. I couldn't do anything to stop it. The National Conquest Bureau will be moving in soon." Hearing this, Principal Goo In clicked his tongue, his face darkening. He thought, this guy just doesn't get it. Is it already time to get rid of him too? After a brief silence, the principal replied, "They're just the government's little lapdogs. I've already finished the preparations." The man on the other end gasped. He stammered, "Preparations? What kind of preparations?" "Oh, you'll see." Principal Goo In's face twisted into a grin more demonic than ever. He said, "It's simple. It'll happen during the guild trial I'm hosting in a few days." As an image of a mysterious gate appeared, the man on the phone broke into a cold sweat, his face pale with anxiety. He quickly replied, "I'll make sure everything is taken care of without getting our hands dirty." Goo In pushed further. "You're a fast learner. So, what do you think of the plan?" After a hesitant pause, the voice replied, "Fine. I'll send the state support funds over to Mulet, just like we discussed last time." The voice from the phone continued, "Now, I want to go over the details." Goo In let out a smug laugh. "Of course, anything you want." And Ho Jan's hand froze right in front of the door. Hearing those last words was like a bolt of lightning striking his soul. He stood there, paralyzed, his mind reeling from what he'd just overheard. He thought, what is this? Suddenly, he remembered something Min Jae Hyun had told him before. He had said, "Something must have gone wrong with the dark space. Or maybe someone tampered with it." The pieces finally clicked, and Ho Jan spiraled into a state of pure panic, his eyes wide with absolute horror. He clutched his head tight as the darkest thoughts flooded in. "I get it now. I know exactly who invaded my mind during the entrance trials at the academy." His eyes went hollow. The image of Principal Goo In's wicked, satisfied smile burned into his mind. He was the one behind the simulation dungeon incident. Ho Jan gritted his teeth in a blind rage and reached for the doorknob, but he squeezed his eyes shut. He forced himself to stop, fighting for control. He thought, "No, I can't be reckless. That's way too dangerous." Hanging his head in sorrow, he realized, "I have to handle this on my own." After regaining his composure, Ho Jan called out through the door, "Principal? It's Ho Jan. I'm here." Principal Goo In invited him in. Steeling his nerves, Ho Jan opened the door and stepped inside. He thought, "I need someone. Someone I can actually trust." The scene shifts to a classroom. Kim Do-young was buried in his work, while Selena was fast asleep. Lee Soo-hyuk was also there. Min Jae Hyun sat lost in thought, twirling a pen. He couldn't shake the memory of his conversation with Hela. Hela had warned him, "At this very moment, Odin will realize you've made contact with the Norse resistance. That means the apocalypse is coming much sooner than we thought." Hela's voice had been full of dread. Back in the present, Jong Il-soo slammed her book shut and announced, "And that's it. That concludes today's lesson." Miss Il-soo addressed the class with a stern look on her face. "Listen up. If you're sleeping, wake up right now." Her sharp voice startled Seo Ina, who felt like she had just been caught red-handed. The entire classroom immediately erupted into a buzz of excited whispers. Min Jae Hyun narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that the next big event was finally here. Miss Il-soo announced that, as the teachers had previously mentioned, the guild challenge would take place over the next 7 days. She continued, explaining that this event would be a golden opportunity for the students to see firsthand how professional guilds conduct raids, manage operations. It was an event specifically organized for them by Principal Goo Jae in himself. Min Jae Hyun listened intently, his expression remaining cold and unreadable. Inside, however, he felt like letting out a dark smirk. Before I regressed, I ended up in some bottom-tier E-rank guild, he thought. Back then, I just sat on a moldy bench waiting to leave, barely gaining any experience at all. He let out a confident sigh. Well, things are different now. I can go anywhere I want. Considering my recent achievements, he realized the Neptune Guild was likely his best bet. An image of a gleaming, state-of-the-art skyscraper flashed through his mind. He wanted to see the inner workings of the guild currently ranked #1 in South Korea. He remembered that in his past life, Miss Isu had announced a small group of students who were on the priority list. Being on that priority list meant receiving direct mentorship and a guaranteed path to joining those top guilds in the future. It was a way for guilds to secure talented recruits early on by giving them special treatment. As she spoke, images of 3 elite students walking toward the welcoming arm. But wait, that can't be right, can it? Min Jae Hyun thought with a skeptical glint in his eyes. Miss Isu's voice cut through the silence. The following students, Min Jae Hyun, Seo Ina, Kim Do Jung, and 3 others have been selected by the Red Lotus Guild. Additionally, Lee So Hyun has been chosen by the Neptune Guild. Hearing the news, Min Jae Hyun and Lee So Hyun glanced at each other and clicked their tongues, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Meanwhile, Kim Do Jung nearly jumped out of her seat. Her face flushed bright red with excitement as she gasped, "What? The Red Lotus Guild?" Her sudden scream made Seo Ina wince and cover her ears. Min Jae Hyun felt a chill run down his spine as he recalled Yoo Sung-yoon's words. She had told him that identifying a student's hidden potential was the most vital task for any guild. He whispered the realization to himself. So that's why she was asking who the most skilled students were. He thought of the 4 names: Kim Do Jung, Seo Ina, and Ho Yeon, and Lee Ja-sang. Suddenly, Miss Isu's voice snapped him back to reality. "Please make your final decisions before midnight tonight and submit your applications to me," she said. "That is all." The classroom immediately turned into a chaotic den of chatter. Kim Do Jung threw her arms around Seo Ina, crying tears of pure joy. "I'm finally going to meet Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon. I must be dreaming," she sobbed, leaving Seo Ina looking completely overwhelmed. Min Jae Hyun watched the scene. He pushed his chair back and stood up, wondering if An Ho Yeon had received a call as well. Suddenly, the phones of Seo Ina, Kim Do Jung, and Min Jae Hyun all buzzed with a notification at the exact same time. The 3 of them pulled out their devices in confusion. "What's going on?" Kim Do Jung asked. "Why did we all get a message at the same time?" Kim Do Jung stared at her screen and read the alert aloud. It was a message from An Ho Yeon. It read, "I need to see you guys urgently. Get to Senior Ja-sang's workshop right now." A short while later, Seo Ina, Kim Do Jung, Min Jae Hyun, and Ho Yeon, and Lee Ja-sang were all gathered around a circular table. Kim Do Jung leaned forward, her voice trembling. "So, let me get this straight. Principal Goo Jae-in is actually trying to get rid of the low-ranking students during this guild event. All just to benefit the reawakened ones?" she asked, her eyes wide with shock at the revelation. And Ho Yeon nodded grimly. "Yes, that's exactly what's happening." Lee Ja-sang sat nearby, biting his nails nervously. "His corrupt schemes are covered up every single year," he muttered. "But this is insane." Seo Ina's face was pale with horror. "This is going way too far," she said. "He's literally playing with people's lives." Min Jae Hyun remained silent, his arms crossed as he processed everything he had just heard. This guild experience was turning out to be far more dangerous than he had anticipated. His gaze darkened. "In my previous life," he thought, "I only heard that a few students died in a tragic accident during this time." He looked up as An Ho Yeon spoke again. "We're the only ones who know the truth. That means we're the only ones who can stop this from happening," An Ho Yeon said, his expression dead serious. Min Jae Hyun stayed quiet, still weighing the situation. He knew he couldn't jump to conclusions just yet. He looked down, a heavy feeling in his chest. If we make one wrong move, he realized, we could all end up dead. And Ho Yeon clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. "Please," he said, his voice shaking with emotion. "I can't just sit here and pretend I don't know what's coming." Seeing the lives of the other trainees hanging by a thread, Min Jae Hyun squeezed his eyes shut. He clicked his tongue and thought to himself, wanting to help others is a noble sentiment and all. But we need to draw a clear line between being brave and being reckless. Kim Do-young looked down, visibly irritated. Suddenly, she slammed her hands on the table and stood up, shouting, "Is this really the time to be hesitating? The lives of the other trainees are in danger." Her face was a mask of pure desperation. Lee Jae-sang raised his hand to show his support. "I'm in. This is terrifying, but I'm ready to step up and help." Siwina wasn't about to stay quiet either as she chimed in. "I'm not just going to sit here and do nothing." Min Jae Hyun was stunned to see everyone standing together like this, and he lowered his head. A slight smile played on his lips, one filled with pure excitement. Yeah, these guys really are raiders. Raiders who hunt monsters and treasure while putting everything on the line to protect others. The image of the five of them, Siwina, Kim Do-young, Min Jae Hyun, An Ho-zon, and Lee Jae-sang, began to glow with a brilliant aura. The system notification chimed. Main quest, Turning Point 2. Stop Guzane's greedy plot. Objective, rescue the trainees. Difficulty, A+. Reward, a sealed spellbook card. Failure condition, death of the trainees. The Asura resistance is watching to see what you decide. Min Jae Hyun leaned on the table and stood tall, saying, "Then let's get a plan together." An Ho-zon, Lee Jae-sang, Siwina, and Kim Do-young all looked at Min Jae Hyun with happy smiles. Min Jae Hyun clenched his fist and looked ahead with a dangerous smirk. A plan to eliminate that bastard Guzane. Back in the classroom, teacher Jongyeon Isu turned pale, her voice trembling. You've already mastered a 4-star spellbook? You expect me to believe that? There's no way that's even possible." At this moment, Min Jae Hyun looked incredibly imposing. He locked eyes with her and said coldly, "Why wouldn't it be?" Jongyeon Isu went dead silent. She was completely overwhelmed. She thought in a panic, "This student is terrifying. Something is seriously wrong with him." The principal planned to use him as a mere pawn. Her thoughts felt like a sharp blade. A blade stabbing straight down into the chessboard, snapping the pawn in two. But Min Jae Hyun wasn't someone who could be easily manipulated. Min Jae Hyun stood defiantly in front of Jongyeon Isu, his voice dripping with provocation. "You look pretty miserable, don't you? A teacher who's supposed to be passing on knowledge shouldn't be acting like this." He continued, "Oh, wait, wasn't it you?" Jongyeon Isu grit her teeth in rage. Min Jae Hyun maintained his victorious expression, his cold gaze cutting through as he finished his sentence. "Weren't you planning to seize all of this and hand it over to that scumbag Guzane again?" It was like he'd read her mind. Jongyeon Isu flinched in shock, her voice cracking as she screamed, "How? How do you know about that?" Min Jae Hyun reached out and grabbed Jongyeon Isu's head, ignoring her fury. He said, "Actually, there are a few things I need to ask you." Suddenly, a purple light began to swirl around his body. That same purple light flickered in his eyes. Min Jae Hyun whispered, "Won't you listen to me?" Instantly, Jongyeon Isu's eyes went hollow, and her face turned pale, as if the life had been drained out of her. The system announced, "Active skill. Brainwash is now invading the target's mind." After brainwashing Jongyeon Isu, Min Jae Hyun pulled his hand back. He thought, "Just as I expected, I'm stronger than her now." Min Jae Hyun gave a satisfied smirk as he looked at Jongyeon Isu's lifeless face. He thought to himself, "The most effective way to win a war like this is to seize control from the inside." Min Jae Hyun stepped closer to Jongyeon Isu, tilting his head as he held up a finger. "You are going to be my ally." Jongyeon Isu stammered, repeating his words. Min Jae Hyun replied, "That's right. Finally, we can have a real conversation." He placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes cold as he gave Jongyeon Isu her orders. He asked, "Now, tell me everything. What kind of dirty business does Guzane have planned for this field trip?" Fast forward to 3 days later, the day of the guild experience had finally arrived. Kim Do-young's eyes were sparkling with excitement. Her face flushed red as her voice shook. "I can't believe it." Then she let out a joyful scream. "I'm actually taking a tour of the Jeonha Guild headquarters." Standing in the courtyard of the headquarters, Kim Do-young, Siwina, Min Jae Hyun, and An Ho-zon were all there. A voice boomed out, "Welcome, trainees." All 4 of them turned to see a man in a sharp black suit bowing deeply to them. He introduced himself, saying, "I am Manager Park, Sung-rae of the Jeonha Guild. I will be your guide for today's introductory tour." After speaking, he stood up and started walking away, calling back over his shoulder to Min Jae Hyun's group, "Please, follow me this way." Kim Do-jung and An Ho-jin shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." Min Jae Hyun and his 3 friends were led on a tour through the entire guild headquarters. They saw everything from the tech labs and showrooms to the high-intensity training grounds and various other wings. Finally, Park Sung-rae stopped in front of a particular room. Gesturing toward the door, he spoke. "And this is our final stop." Park Sung-rae gently pushed the door open. A woman was already inside, standing right there to meet Min Jae Hyun's group of 4. She radiated an aura of pure elegance and class. Her hair was tied up in a sophisticated bun. She had a single orchid pinned in her hair, looking incredibly graceful as she introduced herself. "It is a pleasure to meet you all. I am the guild master of Jeonha, Yoo Sung-eun." The scene shifted to a table set for tea and pastries, where Yoo Sung-eun brushed back her hair and said, "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Once they all sat down, Kim Do-jung, who was sitting next to Seol Ina, started shaking uncontrollably. Ina looked at her, completely baffled by the reaction. Suddenly, Kim Do-jung bolted upright, clutching a piece of paper with both hands. With her head bowed low and her voice trembling and stuttering, she cried out, "I finally get to see you up close. I am your biggest fan. Please, could you give me your autograph?" This clearly made Yoo Sung-eun very happy. She began signing the paper for Kim Do-jung as she replied, "Thank you so much. It is fans like you who give me the motivation to keep going." Min Jae Hyun sat there, resigned to the situation, thinking to himself, "Oh right, I forgot she's a total Yoo Sung-eun fangirl, haha." Having secured the autograph from her idol, Kim Do-jung hugged the signature tight and fell backward in pure bliss. Yoo Sung-eun then turned to Min Jae Hyun and said, "You really have made quite a few friends, haven't you?" Min Jae Hyun waved it off, saying, "It's no big deal." And Hojin looked at Min Jae Hyun, completely surprised. "Min Jae Hyun, you two actually know each other?" Yoo Sung-eun rested her hand on her cheek and smiled happily with her eyes closed. "Of course we do. He is my prized disciple." Even though she was still floating on cloud 9 from the autograph, Kim Do-jung snapped back to reality the moment she heard that. She jumped up and screamed, "Disciple?" Aside from Yoo Sung-eun herself, everyone in the room was absolutely stunned by this revelation. A moment later, as the tea sat quietly on the table, Yoo Sung-eun spoke up seriously. "I have heard a lot about all of you from Min Jae Hyun." She looked at the 4 of them, seeing they were hanging on her every word. "The reason I called you all here is actually because of him." Yoo Sung-eun looked down, her voice growing heavy. "To be honest, the Jeonha Guild and several others are already aware of the crimes Guzain has committed. However, we haven't been able to make a move yet because of the immense power that man holds." An image of Guzain appeared in blood red against a black background. Behind him, a wall crawled with images of venomous cobras. It was a clear sign of just how dangerous and treacherous he truly was. Min Jae Hyun spoke up. "Besides, his true motives aren't fully clear yet. It seems like the bastard even has the ability to force open dungeons." Yoo Sung-eun replied, "Most of his skills are kept secret. We need a meticulous plan to take him down." Manager Park cut in. "These are the mana field readings surrounding the guilds participating in this event." The tabletop transformed into a satellite display. 2 specific areas were marked with glowing red circles. Yoo Sung-eun said, "I will send my people to surround these areas and evacuate the civilians if things go south." Min Jae Hyun cleared his throat. "That is a solid plan, but Guzain will likely be even more aggressive if he sees you getting involved directly. Do you have a plan then?" Min Jae Hyun said firmly. "Yes. We will be the ones to rescue those students ourselves." Deep within a dark, gloomy corridor, a group of 8 students followed a young manager further into the shadows. Seong Chang let out a cold smirk. He sneered to himself, "Look at all this pathetic trash. Everyone used to look down on me because I had no talent, but those days are over." He was acting all high and mighty. In his head, the principal chose him personally because he finally saw his potential as a raider. In that group of 8 students, besides Seon Chan, there was also Park Song-gu, Kim Jina, and a girl with purple hair. The purple-haired girl timidly tapped Seon Chan's shoulder and told him to wait a second. He stopped and looked over at her, asking, "What is it?" Her face was filled with pure anxiety. She scanned the area, her eyes searching, and said, "Doesn't this place feel a little off?" Seon Chan didn't quite get what she meant, so he asked her to clarify. The purple-haired girl started explaining, "Well, you know, a raider guild is supposed to be packed with equipment, but doesn't this place look like it's been abandoned for a while?" Glancing at the shattered glass and thick cobwebs everywhere, she added, "It's just like a haunted house." It was like a light bulb went off for Seon Chan. The realization hit him hard. Looking around, she was right. Old, dusty cardboard boxes were piled high in every corner. His eyes darted around, desperately searching for something to calm his nerves, but all he saw was dust and spiderwebs. Park Song-gu and the other students seemed to notice the eerie vibe too. Confusion started spreading through the group. The young manager leading them suddenly came to a halt and said, "We have arrived." Kim Ji-na gasped, clutching her chest at the sight in front of her. The young manager's body began to burn away, revealing a man's true face hidden beneath the mask. She screamed, "Instructor Kim Seok-ji!" Hearing her cry out, he turned around with a cold, piercing gaze. He looked down at his hands, a sinister expression creeping across his face. He muttered, "I didn't expect the skill to wear off this fast." He turned to face the students, raising his hands in a mocking welcome. "Well, I guess there is no helping it now. It is a bit sooner than I planned, but..." Before he could finish his sentence, he clenched his fist tight. A purple magic circle instantly erupted from the floor beneath the 8 students, whipping up a violent wind that trapped them. Kim Seok-gi began his farewell. "This is where we part ways, my dear students." Suddenly, the circle glowed intensely, and the entire room began to shake. A dark, ominous purple smoke swirled around the students. "We have to run." Seon-chan shielded his face, his eyes wide with absolute terror. Instructor Kim Seok-gi's expression turned dark and grim. He spoke with a savage, cruel tone. "This is your final lesson, kids. But who knows if any of you will actually make it out of that hell alive." With a cold, sharp glare, he let out a chilling, blood-curdling laugh. Cut to another scene, and Hojun was staring intently at his phone, lost in thought. Kim Yoo-jung, Seolina, Min Jae Hyun, and An Hojun were all standing in front of a building. Looking up, An Hojun said, "According to the map, this should be the place." A notification popped up on his phone. "You have arrived at your destination." Kim Yoo-jung asked skeptically, "What is this place? It looks more like an abandoned ruin than a guild hall." Seolina looked at Hojun's phone screen in confusion. "Are you sure we are in the right spot?" Yoo-jung could not believe it and kept insisting they double-check. Min Jae Hyun stood back with his arms crossed, watching the other 3 bicker like a young dad supervising a bunch of kids. Glancing toward the nearby forest, Min Jae Hyun's voice rang out in his mind, asking someone on the other side, "You followed us too?" A man hiding behind a massive tree in the woods replied through telepathy, "Of course, don't worry about it." It was manager Park Sung-rae. He asked curiously, "Min Jae Hyun? By the way, Min Jae Hyun, how on earth did you learn telepathy?" Min Jae Hyun kept his eyes on the other 3, but he could hear the manager's question loud and clear in his mind. He gave a faint smile and replied, "I just read a few magic scrolls." Hearing that, Manager Park chuckled. "You make it sound so easy, but interfering with someone's mind and weaving thoughts into communication magic is no small feat. You are seriously impressive." Watching the 3 people in front of him, they all radiated such a warm energy. Min Jae Hyun found himself smiling without even realizing it. He told Manager Park, "I am counting on you to step in if things go south." Manager Park nodded. Of course. The scene shifts back to the guildmaster's office. Cheon Ha-yoon held her teacup and sighed. "Min Jae Hyun actually borrowed my personal manager. That kid sure has some nerve." Hana was also in the room. She spoke up, answering Yoo Sung-eun, saying she hoped he would actually be useful to them for once. Yoo Sung-eun let out a laugh at Hana's remark, noting how he always seemed so spaced out. Hana set her teacup down and said, "He is my big brother, after all. You should try being a little nicer to him. You two are always at each other's throats." Yoo Sung-eun reached out to take another sip of her tea, but she suddenly froze, her eyes locking on the cup. Something was wrong. The tea inside was vibrating, forming a tiny, swirling vortex. Yoo Sung-eun could feel it deep in her gut. She whispered, "Where's this dark energy coming from? Is it really this close?" The moment she felt it, she whipped her head toward the massive window. She stared out into the distance, her face clouded with intense worry. She flashed back to a few days ago when Min Jae Hyun told her that the guild Guza, enjoined for the dungeon raid, was called Cain. Yoo Sung-eun had repeated the name, Cain? "From what I know, that is a guild Guza." In started himself. Min Jae Hyun nodded. "That's exactly right." Yoo Sung-eun rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. "But that's strange. Cain is located right in the heart of Seoul, very close to Lotus." A map appeared on the screen. 2 red dots marked Cain and Lotus. Yoo Sung-eun closed her eyes, trying to piece it together. Would he really cause a major incident so out in the open? That didn't seem like Guza-in's style at all. Min Jae Hyun immediately responded, thinking back to the moment he had used his powers to manipulate her. It was Daeong Isu. He spoke with absolute confidence. I am certain the information came from someone working directly with him. He is definitely planning something. Back in the present, Yoo Sung-un stared out the window, her eyes filled with dread. She asked Hana, Hana, did you finish investigating that guild Guza in set up? Hana replied, yes, I did. Kane is actually a ghost guild. Hearing that, Yoo Sung-un spun around. A ghost guild? Hana continued. As you know, these are guilds used for tax evasion. They do not keep any records of their operations. An image appeared of a massive hand gripping a building. It sat on a thick mountain of cash, perfectly illustrating the meaning behind Hana's words. Hana added, it looks like Guza-in established the guild specifically for those kinds of shady purposes. Yoo Sung-un closed her eyes and lowered her head, whispering, Min Jae Hyun was right. When she opened her eyes again, they were sharp and calculating. Guza-in, what exactly are you up to? She suddenly stood up and walked away from her desk. She turned to Hana and said, Hana, get my gear ready. We have no idea what is about to go down. Hana bowed her head in obedience and replied, understood. Yoo Sung-un hurried forward. She knew she had to prepare for the absolute worst-case scenario. As she brushed her hair back, her earring let out a faint glow. Her expression was dead serious. She thought, I just hope everything turns out okay. The scene shifts back to the group's location. After a moment of deliberation, Min Jae Hyun's team decided to go through with it and open the door. They stepped into the strange guild building. The four of them looked incredibly cool in their matching mysterious black uniforms. As they moved inside, Kim Do-dung glanced around nervously and asked, are you sure this is the right place? At that moment, she still thought the building was just some abandoned, run-down dump. Min Jae Hyun turned to Do-dung and replied, yeah, I am sure. I can smell that damn rotten magic energy coming from in here. He flashed a cocky smirk and stared straight into the darkness ahead. Kim Do-dung let out a breath and said, fine, let's keep going. Kim Do-dung, Seo In-na, and An Ho-jun all followed closely behind Min Jae Hyun. The deeper they went, the more worried Min Jae Hyun became. It was written all over his face. He thought, this magic, it feels wrong. I am getting a bad vibe. I might have to pull them out of here and let the manager handle this. He could feel that something was seriously off. Min Jae Hyun suddenly stopped, causing everyone else to halt as well. At that exact moment, a trail of purple magic began to slither toward them. Seo In-na spoke up, I can feel the remnants of magic all around the area where we are standing. Min Jae Hyun knelt down to get a closer look at the ground. He said, yeah, it looks like some high-level magic circles were activated here. There are still traces of the arrays. Suddenly, his eyes widened in pure shock. He felt it clearly. Now a massive wave of powerful magic was closing in on the group. Min Jae Hyun bolted upright. The rest of the team felt the shift too. Min Jae Hyun whipped around and screamed, everyone, get out of here right now. Before he could even finish, a glowing purple magic circle erupted right beneath their feet. An Ho-jun stammered, his voice trembling with terror. I can't move. Then, an eerie, haunting voice echoed through the hall. Look at these fools walking right into my trap. Welcome to the kingdom of the dark elves. You are all dead meat, you pathetic cowards. Kim Do-dung, Min Jae Hyun, An Ho-jun, and Seo In-na looked around in a panic, searching for the source of that chilling voice. They were all completely pinned down by the purple magic. The system suddenly flashes an emergency alert, forcibly warping the players to Svartalfheim. This dungeon is far too dangerous for their current level. Emergency alert. Red warnings are popping up everywhere. Leave the dungeon immediately. Leave the dungeon immediately. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous castle, surrounded by a dense thicket of razor-sharp thorns. Outside, the only light comes from 3 flickering candles at the very top. A mysterious figure is sitting there, looking completely at ease. Only a few faint rays of light hit his face. He mutters, a new piece of prey. Then, he lets out a twisted, creepy grin. With a face that looks like something out of a nightmare, he shouts, rise. Glowing objects begin to emerge from the ground. They slowly crawl out of the earth, following his command. He raises a bony, veined hand with sharp, claw-like nails to give the order. The creatures rise. The man looks horrific, with 2 long horns on his head, pointed ears stretching out, and long, messy hair. He laughs maniacally, revealing a mouth full of jagged, terrifying teeth. He says, it is time to feast. They are in Svartalfheim, the world of the dark elves, also known by that same name. This is where the dark elves reside. Min Jae Hyun and his friends step into the gloomy, pitch-black cave. Suddenly, Jae Hyun clicks his tongue in worry and says, "Damn it." Yoo Jung looks around nervously and asks, "Is this really Svartalfheim?" As they walk, Jae Hyun thinks to himself, "Legend says the dark elves of Norse mythology possess incredible power. They were strong enough to challenge the gods themselves. Of course, their power must have been suppressed now that this place has turned into a dungeon." Jae Hyun grits his teeth in frustration. He thinks, "Go Jae-in. So he actually intends to eliminate the students here?" An Ho-jan looks around apprehensively. Can the academy director, Go Jae-in, really use high-level teleportation magic like this? What is his true identity? I have no idea. Hearing that, Jae Hyun thinks, An Ho-jan is right. Go Jae-in is just a human. How can a mere mortal interfere with the teleportation system of the 9 realms? Jae Hyun rubs his chin, deep in thought. There must be some kind of powerful force backing him up. He then tells the group, "This situation doesn't look very promising, does it?" Suddenly, a voice replies, "You're right, it's Park Sung-rae." Seeing him, Lee Do-yoon and Yoo Jung are shocked. Their eyes go wide as they shout in unison, "Sir, Master Sung-rae." They quickly run over to him. An Ho-jan asks in confusion, "Sir, why are you here?" Sung-rae points toward Jae Hyun and says, "Min Jae Hyun asked me to come along just in case something bad happened. We couldn't let the representative go alone. I'm here to act as a witness if needed." Yoo Jung breathes a sigh of relief. "Oh, thank goodness. I thought we were all going to die here." But he replies, "Not exactly. The situation isn't actually any better just because I'm here." Yoo Jung asks in a panic, "Why not?" Park Sung-rae explains with a serious face. "This is Svartalfheim, the realm of the dark elves. Even an A-rank raider would find it hard to survive in this place." Sung-rae warns them, "If we drop our guard for even a second, we're all dead." His words make the atmosphere feel even more heavy and terrifying. Jae Hyun remains on high alert. He looks around and whispers to himself, "He's right. There is no perfect way to clear this dungeon." He spots some glowing quartz stones up ahead. He walks forward with his arms crossed. Suddenly, Jae Hyun smirks. "Well, that only applies to this timeline. I saw all kinds of walkthroughs before I regressed." Jae Hyun's 3 friends are still standing hesitantly in front of him. They are too scared to move. Jae Hyun steps up from behind to reassure them. "Don't worry, we're getting out of here in one piece. I'll make sure of it." Sung-rae follows behind Jae Hyun's group. Then, Min Jae Hyun clenches his fists with determination. "Shall we go find the other survivors?" Meanwhile, in another location, the director and An Ho-jan's father are having tea. An Seo-gu taps his finger on the table and says, "This is a serious violation of our agreement, don't you think?" Seo-gu glares at Go Jae-in and adds, "I remember you saying you would make Ho-jan much stronger." Go Jae-in stays perfectly calm and says, "Haha, Mr. An, there's no need to worry. He will easily take first place in the upcoming event." Looking at the director, Ho-jan's father thinks, "He's as cunning as a snake." Then he asks, "Who was the top student in the freshman hunt? How could my Ho-jan lose to another student? There's no way he lost to a student from the magic class, right?" Go Jae-in takes a sip of his tea and speaks. "Well, you saw the broadcast, so." He puts down his teacup and continues. Min Jae Hyun. He's a genius born with a mana adaptation rate of 97%. After hearing that, Ho-jan's father is left completely speechless. He blurted out in utter disbelief, "A 97% magic affinity?" Principal Guzain just stared back, remaining silent. Then, he glanced down at his tea. Guzain shifted the subject. "Oh, look at that, it's already gone cold." Guzain asked, "Should I get you a fresh cup?" But Ho-jun's father wasn't even listening. He was lost in his own thoughts. Some random brat from nowhere that I've never even heard of. Then An Seo-gu stood up to take his leave. "No thanks. I have to get going now." With that, Seo-gu turned his back and walked away. Guzain watched him leave and thought to himself, An Seo-gu used to be a high-ranking military officer. He crossed his arms, sizing him up. He has solid connections within the central government, so he's extremely valuable to me. However, Guzain continued to ponder. There's no reason for me to get involved in that mess. Having thought it through, Guzain grinned triumphantly and said, "I don't play games that I know I'm going to lose." Meanwhile, inside the world of Sovatapa, Hyun's group was moving forward cautiously. They stayed close together to make sure no one got lost. That's when Aina raised her hand and said, I think it's a bit too dark in here. I'll use light shadow. Suddenly, Hyun stepped in to stop her. Hold on. This will work better. He reached out his hand, and a small spark appeared, floating up into the air. The system announced the activation of the level 3 active skill, Light Ball. Powerful rays of light pushed back the darkness of the night. A series of lights floated to the ceiling of the cave, illuminating the entire area. Yu Jung looked up in awe. Is this really just a light spell? Hyun smiled and replied, Yeah, I upgraded Light Ball from D rank. Ina was stunned. Upgrading a skill is only supposed to be possible once you become an A rank conqueror. Ho Jun stared at the floating lights and thought, this is impossible. Is Hyun really this skilled already? They all just stood there, staring at the lights in a daze. Seeing that no one was moving, Hyun turned back and asked, What are you guys doing? Are we going or not? Then Park Seung-rae spoke up. Right, okay. He turned to the other three and called out, Let's move. Ho Jun replied, Oh, right. Even though Seung-rae was the oldest, he still seemed hesitant. Is this really possible? I've trained countless rookie conquerors, but I've never seen anything like this before. He looked at Hyun's back and couldn't even imagine just how much stronger this kid could get. They continued deeper into the cave, but the scenery remained the same. Suddenly, someone stopped. Seung-rae signaled for everyone to take a break. He said, All right, we should take a moment to recover our strength here. We've been walking for quite a while now. Hearing this, Hyun deactivated his skill, and the light around them faded away. Yu Jung asked curiously, Why did you turn off the light ball? Hyun explained, Dark elves are creatures of the night. They can easily destroy a light ball, so we need to get used to the darkness as soon as possible. Accepting the explanation, Yu Jung replied, Well, if you say so, at least it's a good thing we brought those potions. I was starting to feel short of breath from the mana density. Ho Jun agreed and held up a potion bottle. I'm glad I asked Jasong Hyung to prepare these in advance. Ina added, Thank you. After resting and taking their supplements, Ho Jun said, The survivors must be somewhere along this path. Hyun had an idea and said, I have a plan. He closed his eyes, and a surge of power surrounded him. The area lit up brilliantly. He then said, The center path leads to the boss monster's chamber. As for the rest. Suddenly, Hyun's eyes snapped open as a glowing arrow shot toward Ina, catching her completely off guard. In that split second, Hyun moved like a total boss and caught the arrow with just one hand. He examined it closely. The system announced the activation of the skill, Absolute Calculation. Then, the arrow in Hyun's hand slowly dissolved. Yu Jung and Ho Jun immediately went on high alert. Park Seung-rae sensed the danger and warned everyone to stay focused. A figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a glowing spear. Finally, Ho Jun and the others grouped up defensively. Hyun shouted out, It's the Dark Elves! As another arrow flew toward them, Hyun lunged forward and caught it again, causing it to shatter into fragments of light and vanish. Ina was speechless. Ho Jun turned back, ready for a fight, while Seung-rae realized the danger was closer than they thought. Yu Jung took her stance, pulling out her staff and focusing her energy. Kim Yu Jung activated her spell, Magic Field. The system confirmed the activation of the Magic Field skill. Ina also made her move, and the system announced the activation of the Slow skill. Those debuffs hit the Dark Elves instantly. Then Ina shouted her command, Oh, Sacred Holy Sword! Brilliantly, beams of light burst forth, striking the Dark Elves. On Ho Jun's side, he watched every movement carefully before activating his skill, Ultimate Martial Arts. A powerful barrier materialized right in front of them. Rendering the Dark Elves' attacks useless, Ho Jun seized his chance. Out of nowhere, Park Seung-jae lunged at them, dagger in hand. He went on the offensive, but those Dark Elves were fast. They managed to block him and keep up with his speed. Hyun smirked confidently and said, I am jumping in too. A blinding light forced the Dark Elves to squint. As they shielded their eyes, Hyun's smile widened, and the light behind him flared even brighter. My attribute is the polar opposite of theirs. The system announced, activating skill. Light chains. Glowing chains burst from the magic circle, snaking toward the Dark Elves and obliterating them on contact. Their swords were already starting to crumble. Hyun casually shoved his hands in his pockets and thought, just like the guide said, these Dark Elves have weapons and armor forged from pure magic. Hyun walked forward, head tilted down in thought. That means, his eyes glowed with absolute confidence as he thought, I can completely wipe them out with perfect precision. The remaining Dark Elves lurking in the shadows backed away warily. Hyun then shouted, Everyone, listen up. Hyun instructed Kim Yoo-jung and Ina to stick strictly to fire spells. Yoo-jung looked back, startled, and said, "Huh? Okay. I do not really get why, but I am on it." Ina just gave a cold, short response. Fine. A blinding flash of light erupted from the dark elves as they charged Hyun, but he stayed calm and yelled, "Ho-jan!" Hyun lowered his head and held out his arm, blocking the strike with an expressionless face. He commanded, "Use the taunt skill to funnel their movements." Ho-jan, locked in combat with a dark elf, replied, "You got it." He opened his eyes wide and triggered his awakening skill. The dark elves were hit by the skill and froze in their tracks. Hyun immediately glanced over at Sungja. He said, "Manager Park Sungja, take out the dark elves affected by the taunt skill." Sungjae gripped his weapon and replied, "Understood." He followed Hyun's lead without hesitation, but deep down he wondered, does he know something about dark elves? Just then, the system pinged, activating level 51 stealth skill. The user's presence is now completely hidden. The dark elves were caught off guard, but it was already too late. A blade flashed through the air, tearing through all of them. Park Sung-ja unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast slashes, leaving the dark elves with no time to react. Hyun stood back, calmly barking orders. He had not moved yet. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he pulled his fist back as his hand began to glow a fiery red. Activating skill, Fire Strike. Hyun braced his leg for impact, then moved at a speed faster than light itself. Hyun closed the distance instantly and slammed a palm strike into the dark elves, sending them crashing into the walls before they could even blink. At the same time, a notification popped up. You have defeated a dark elf. The remaining monsters began to lose their nerve. They retreated nervously, taking defensive stances. It was Yoo-jung's turn. She thrust her staff forward and shouted, "Eternal Flame!" Activating skill, Fireball. Yoo-jung launched the spell, incinerating every dark elf in her path. Sensing the danger, the dark elves scrambled to get away, just as a massive explosion rocked the area. The fire seemed to consume everything. For a moment, there was no sign of the dark elves, until they suddenly burst through the flames. Using some unknown power, they evaded the blast and lunged at Yoo-jung's group. Ina didn't hesitate to fight back. She raised her hand, and dozens of arrows appeared behind her, taking flight. Ina activated her fire arrow skill. The arrows streaked forward, piercing the chests of the dark elves. One of them cried out in horror, "How the hell do these humans know our weaknesses?" Then, a magic-infused sword swung toward them. Sensing disaster, the elf broke into a cold sweat and tried to turn around. But before it could, Ho-jan appeared out of thin air. He drove his blade into its chest. The dark elf glared at him in rage and hissed, "You lowly humans dare to!" Suddenly, a chain crackling with lightning whipped around and tore through its throat. Ho-jan quickly jumped back to a defensive position. Ina and Yoo-jung stayed focused, scanning the area. Ho-jan panted heavily and asked, "Is it finally over?" Sungjae replied from behind, "Looks like it." Hyun walked up and announced, "Let us keep moving. We are running out of time." Ina asked curiously, "Is the left path the one that?" Hyun cut her off and said, "Not all of them, but I can sense the presence of survivors." Hyun stared into the pitch-black tunnel and warned the team, "If we get there late." His gaze turned dead serious as he added, "They might not make it." Meanwhile, in another room, a voice barked out a harsh rebuke. "How could you mess things up this badly?" Kim Suk-ji could only hang his head and apologize. "I'm incredibly sorry, sir. I never imagined an outsider would be able to breach the guild's headquarters." He slammed his fist onto the table in a blind rage. "Guza," In roared, "You think that's a valid excuse?" Selji could only force a nervous smile, trying to calm him down. "You don't need to stress over it too much, sir. It's perfectly normal for civilians to die whenever a gate opens randomly. Besides, we can easily cover this whole thing up." But Guza In wasn't having it. "Shut your mouth," he yelled, terrified. Selji didn't dare utter another word. At that moment, Guza In unleashed a wave of pressure that sent Selji crashing to his knees, blood spraying from his mouth. Guza In turned away coldly and said, "Teleportation spells don't work on people who don't possess mana. That means someone found a loophole and used it to sneak inside." Shaking with fear, Kim Seo-gi stayed on his knees and stammered, I am so sorry, sir." Guza In gave him a quiet, chilling warning. "Everything better go exactly as planned. If even a single student makes it out of there alive." He glared at Kim Seo-gi, who was bleeding from his nose and mouth, with pure murderous intent. He narrowed his eyes at him. I assume you're well aware of the consequences. Instructor Kim Seo-gi? Meanwhile, Sung-eun was with her secretary, Hana. Hana turned to her and asked, Are you sure this is a good idea? Sung-eun looked back and replied, This is an emergency. It's better if I go alone to keep things quiet. Then, she thought to herself, that mana signature, the sheer power behind it. It has to be at least an S-rank spell. The kids and Sung-rae are in grave danger. Sung-eun touched her earring. She realized the earring hadn't reacted yet, which meant no one had died. But if I'm late, the consequences will be beyond my control. As Sung-eun and Hana reached the exit, Sung-eun's anxiety grew. I have to hurry. She walked up to the motorcycle waiting for her. If I'm not back by tomorrow morning, contact the association for immediate backup, and make sure you collect every bit of CCTV footage from the surrounding area. Got it? Hana nodded. Understood. With everything settled, Sung-eun put on her helmet, feeling slightly more at ease. Before she took off, Hana called out, Guild leader. She looked at Sung-eun with concern. I know you've got this, but please, be careful. Sung-eun gave Hana a warm look. Don't worry. Then, she revved the engine and sped off. As she flew down the road, Sung-eun's thoughts darkened. If Guza-in dares to lay a single finger on them, I will never forgive him. Back in the territory, a faint voice cried out. Only a few students were left who hadn't been captured yet. Two friends tried to comfort each other. Just a little further. They were both at their absolute limit. We have to keep going. They pushed forward through the exhaustion, but suddenly, one of them tripped over a rock. They tried to support each other and keep moving, but she finally collapsed. Despair began to take hold of them. They gasped for air, their strength gone. The purple-haired girl began to cry, reaching out a trembling hand. No, please, we have to get out of here. Tears streamed down her face, soaking into the dirt. She felt utterly helpless and blamed herself. If only I wasn't so useless. None of this would have happened. In the depths of her despair, she suddenly felt something. A hand gently touched her shoulder from behind. She turned around to see who it was. It was none other than Min Jae Hyun and his team. He spoke softly, praising her. You did well. Leave the rest to us. The purple-haired girl couldn't hold back her emotions. She looked at Hyun's group, her eyes widening as she realized they were safe. Finally, the two of them couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Someone approached them right there in the territory. Shortly after, the two students were treated for their injuries and given medicine to recover. The blue-haired boy slowly woke up. Confused about where they were, he was told they were in Vantahem. To be more specific, they were in the land of the dark elves. Min Jae Hyun gestured toward his four companions and said, They're my teammates. They came to help me rescue all of you. The purple-haired girl finally understood and gasped. I see. Min Jae Hyun put his hands in his pockets and asked them, What happened back there? They began to recount the events. Everyone else. They were all captured. They were taken to the Cain Guild. Damn it. The purple-haired girl continued her story, her voice filled with exhaustion. Right after we fell down here, we were ambushed by the enemy. Their voices shook with fear as they remembered. The others were all dragged away. We managed to hide and escape their sight. The girl still hadn't fully recovered from the shock, but we couldn't handle the mana overload. After saying that, the two students fell silent. Min Jae Hyun looked at them and thought, She must think she's a coward for running. He stayed lost in his thoughts for a moment. Does she think it would have been better to die fighting alongside her teammates? No, it's arrogant to assume that. If they're really up against an enemy that's totally out of their league, it means they stand zero chance against that savage beast. Min Jae Hyun crossed his arms, thinking to himself that such miracles only happen in the movies. He let out a long sigh and blinked, trying to clear his head. He then turned to comfort the two students, telling them, It is not your fault those people were captured, so stop blaming yourselves. Min Jae Hyun's eyes suddenly sharpened as he said sternly, Now, tell us exactly where they were taken. As soon as he finished, Song Jae-san's face twisted with worry. Getting a bit frustrated, Min Jae Hyun snapped, Or would you rather just stay silent and let them die? Seeing how determined Min Jae Hyun was, the purple-haired girl finally decided to spill everything. She began her story, saying, There is a king who is controlling all the dark elves. Everyone else has been dragged off to that king's lair. Hearing this, Min Jae Hyun rested his chin on his hand and thought, Then that must be the path leading straight to the boss. Min Jae Hyun pressed further with another question. Who was the one who brought you all here? The boy suddenly screamed out. It was Instructor Kim Sang-gi. His eyes were filled with pure resentment as he spat out. That man. He's the one who lured us into this nightmare. Back at the camp, the group of 6 was debating their next move. After a moment, Min Jae Hyun made his decision and told them, "You guys need to stay put and wait here." But his female friend immediately shouted back, "What are you talking about? Where do you think you're going alone?" He stood up and explained, "I can feel the presence of the dark elves. This path definitely leads to the boss room. The life force of those prisoners is fading fast. I have to go and rescue them right now." Of course, his plan was met with immediate pushback. "Are you insane? Going in there by yourself is suicide. You're going to get yourself killed." Min Jae Hyun, listen. I know how you feel, but wouldn't it be better if we worked together? However, unlike the 2 girls, Ho-jun had a completely different take. Ho-jun nodded at Jae Hyun and said, "Fine, I'm with you on this." Hearing that, the girl turned and yelled in a rage, "Hey, Ho-jun, are you serious right now?" Min Jae Hyun stepped in to explain his reasoning. "None of you are at a level where you can take on a dark elf one-on-one and actually come out on top. Besides, someone needs to stay behind and protect the injured." Min Jae Hyun's voice turned cold as he added, "This is the only way we all make it out of this alive." Yoo Jung still wasn't convinced. She kept protesting, "But what if something happens to you? You're putting your life on the line." She fell silent for a moment, deep in thought, before asking, "Do you really not have any other ideas?" At this point, Sung Jae decided to trust Min Jae Hyun's judgment. He spoke up, "All right, but the second you realize it's too dangerous, you turn back immediately. Do you hear me?" Min Jae Hyun gave a small smile and replied, "Deal. I'm leaving my friends in your hands then." Ho-jun chimed in, "Stop worrying about us and just go." Placing a hand over his heart with a look of hope, he promised, "I will protect them with everything I've got." The protagonist smiled at everyone one last time, then turned his back and said confidently, "Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it." They all watched as he disappeared into the darkness. The purple-haired girl whispered, "Is he really going to be okay?" Sung Jae frowned slightly and replied, "Yeah, he's much stronger than he looks." Meanwhile, Yoo Jung couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She looked around at the group with a heavy heart. The 2 girls held each other's hands, trying to find comfort, whispering, "You're right. He'll be fine. He has to be." The purple-haired girl looked at Yoo Jung, who forced a brave smile. "Now, let's just focus on doing what we can from here." Several hours passed by. Slowly, the group of 6 staying behind began to sense something ominous approaching from the shadows. Fear began to take hold of everyone. Sung Jae silently signaled them, "Stay sharp. The enemy is closing in." Before he could even draw his sword to fight back, Sung Jae's arm was suddenly severed, flying clean off his body. He stood there in shock, not even processing what had happened yet. Yoo Jung screamed in absolute terror, "Mr. Sung Jae!" A mysterious, chilling voice echoed through the air. I was wondering where all these buzzing flies were coming from. Everyone stared at the figure before them, their eyes filled with pure, unadulterated dread. Standing right there was a dark elf. He smirked and said, "So, this is where you humans were hiding." At the same time, Min Jae Hyun had just reached a massive, mysterious gate. He thought to himself, "I have a bad feeling that something might be happening while I'm away. I need to finish things here as fast as possible." With that thought, he pushed the heavy doors open and stepped inside. Inside was the boss's throne room. A booming voice rang out, "So, you finally showed up." The monster bared its rows of razor-sharp teeth in a twisted grin. It said, "I heard we were having guests, so I went ahead and prepared a very special welcome for you." Min Jae Hyun narrowed his eyes and asked, "What kind of welcome?" Before he could say another word, his earring suddenly glowed bright. It was a warning. The manager's presence was fading away. Before Jae Hyun could react, the massive doors slammed shut behind him. "Well, what do you think? Do you like it?" The Monster King began to mock him, rambling on, "You won't be finding an exit. You're trapped in here with me. Well, I suppose there is one way out. But that's only if you can manage to survive this place." Min Jae Hyun grit his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Rage boiled inside him as he realized, "My friends, they're in serious trouble." Min Jae Hyun clenched his fists, his eyes burning with determination. "I have to end this now and get back to save them. What should I do?" Min Jae Hyun thought back to the promise Do-hun made to protect everyone. Right then and there, he realized he had no choice but to trust them. A spark of determination flickered in Min Jae Hyun's eyes. It was the only option left. The Monster King loomed over him, laughing mockingly. "Well, what is your move now, human?" Flames erupted around the beast as it snarled, "You should have known better." Fire began to swirl around the young man as well. But hearing the king's next words, Min Jae Hyun froze in shock. Every last one of you is going to die right here. Long trails of blood stained the cold ground. A group of dark elves stood over An Ho-jun's team, weapons drawn and smirking. In the center of the carnage was Park Sung-dae, clutching a deep wound from a dark elf blade. Seeing him collapse, An Ho-jun rushed to his side to prop him up. "Manager, hang in there!" An Ho-jun screamed. He stared at the gash on Sung-dae's shoulder, his heart sinking with dread. "This is bad. Is that poison?" Park Sung-dae's condition was critical. He gasped for air, his face turning a sickly shade of purple. Cold sweat poured down his brow, and he looked like he was in absolute agony. Those monsters knew exactly how to take down an assassin-class hunter. One of the dark elves sheathed his weapon and sneered. "Now that we have dealt with the biggest nuisance," his eyes filled with a twisted, sadistic glee. The dark elf brandished his weapon, a wicked grin on his face as he charged forward. "The rest of you are just pathetic trash." An Ho-jun bit his lip, fear clawing at his heart. A cold sweat broke out on his neck. "I knew it." They were just waiting for the moment Min Jae Hyun left. Selena stepped up behind An Ho-jun. "Since the manager is down," she said, looking straight ahead. "The representative must have realized it by now." In a memory from not long ago, Yoo Seung-woon handed Min Jae Hyun something. "Take this." Min Jae Hyun reached out for the object. As Yoo Seung-woon held it out, Min Jae Hyun asked, "What is it?" Yoo Seung-woon closed his eyes and replied, "It is the earring of Yuvadi." It was a simple yet captivating piece of jewelry. Yoo Seung-woon continued to explain, "I will be notified if you are ever in danger." Yoo Seung-woon placed a hand over his heart, his gaze full of warmth. "I will come to you the second things get serious." Min Jae Hyun nodded and gripped the earring. "Then I will see you later." Back in the present. On Min Jae Hyun's side, wearing that very earring, he raised his hand and unleashed a brilliant, searing flame. The fire quickly surged, trapping the dark elves in its heat. His eyes turned cold and lifeless. Min Jae Hyun leaped back, just as a massive explosion rocked the area. The blinding flash was followed by a thick cloud of black smoke. Min Jae Hyun walked calmly through the inferno, his expression and his gaze chilling. He looked like he had discarded his humanity for pure, terrifying indifference. The dark elf soldiers rushed him with wicked grins. One of them even licked his lips like a complete freak. Still wearing that expressionless mask, Min Jae Hyun spoke with a voice like ice. "I am going to make you vomit up every single thing you have taken." In another moment, memories of the past surfaced. But we do not have enough time. If only we had 10 more minutes. An Ho-jun watched Min Jae Hyun, who was lost in deep thought beside him. An Ho-jun spoke up, snapping Min Jae Hyun back to reality. "Just 10 minutes? Min Jae Hyun seemed surprised by the question. He looked at An Ho-jun, whose face wore a gentle but crazed smile. It was the face of a madman who had already accepted his fate. Then, images of Myung-ho and all his loved ones flashed by. Moments of joy, moments of pain. I saw that look countless times in my past life. I should not trust those eyes. Min Jae Hyun looked down, hiding his face. An Ho-jun stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Go." An Ho-jun looked at him with total confidence. "Go kill the king and save everyone. I will take care of things here." Back in the heat of battle, Kim Do-young let out a sharp breath. He immediately unleashed his skill, a burst of bright blue energy. Mana field. Chelina also drew her weapons, her power manifesting as glowing skills. Objects shaped like swords began to hover around her. The two survivors they had rescued earlier also drew their blades, ready to fight. The young man lowered his head and spoke. "I would be too ashamed to face the others if we just ran away." One of the dark elves looked at them with pure disgust. "How pathetic. Watching you worms struggle like this is almost sad. But it's all in vain." With a sudden leap, he lunges from above, his voice booming. "Every last one of you will become a sacrifice for our king's grand banquet." Down below, An Ho-jun grips his sword tightly, raising his shield as he braces himself for the dark elf's lethal strike. As the creature lunges, Selena's heart drops. Watching the enemy's blinding speed, she can't hide her terror. He's too fast, but Ho-jun doesn't flinch. Pouring every ounce of the dark elf's weapon whistles through the air, moving as fast as a shot arrow. The creature aims for the kill, but Ho-jun remains ice cold. He meets the thrust with his shield and rolls to the side with effortless precision. The dark elf can't believe it. He lets out a gasp of shock as his perfect strike is brushed aside like it was nothing. Ho-jun doesn't stop there, parrying and dodging a second follow-up attack with ease. There isn't a single trace of fear on his face, as his grip on his blade tightens even more. The Aether system flares to life, announcing the activation of his supernatural martial arts skill. In a blur of motion, Ho-Jun launches a devastating counter, his sword whistling toward the dark elf. The creature barely manages to leap back in time. Retreating to join his subordinates, he sneers. I suppose you're not completely worthless after all. But Ho-Jun senses it immediately. This guy is on a completely different level than the other dark elves. These ones are far stronger than any dark elves we've faced before. Standing his ground, Ho-Jun stares the creature down. What are you? The elf spins his weapon in a mocking display before raising his blade high. I am the captain of the royal guard, the shield of the dark elf king, and a carrier of the royal bloodline. Kim Do-young's knuckles turn white as he grips his weapon. Panic starts to set in. A royal dark elf? They have to be even more dangerous than rank A monsters. Ho-Jun lowers his head, his hair shadowing his eyes and masking whatever he's feeling. Images of Min Jae Hyun flash through his mind, the respect he felt. I can never forget that first meeting, and the way you stood in front of me to keep me safe. He remembers the weak, helpless kid he used to be. It's like I'm reliving the moment Jae Hyun appeared to protect me. He was the embodiment of everything a true hunter should be. Things I had almost forgotten. He remembers reaching out, desperate to grasp that kind of strength for himself. You walked your own path, never letting the whispers of others slow you down. That's the dream I've been chasing. Ho-Jun brings his sword up. Even with his hair covering his face, his eyes burn with raw determination. I refuse to let it end in a place like this. Min Jae Hyun's back looms large in his mind as he makes a silent vow. I have to catch up to you, whatever it takes. Suddenly, Ho-Jun reaches down and unbuckles the straps of his shield. With a heavy thud, the shield hits the frozen ground, leaving the group stunned. Selena and Kim Do-young stare in disbelief. What could he possibly be thinking? Do-young reaches out, his face pale with worry. Ho-Jun, what are you doing? Are you crazy? His eyes go wide with shock. Do-young can only watch helplessly as Ho-Jun steps forward, completely exposed without his defense. Then, Ho-Jun's footsteps come to a halt. Sword in hand, he stands alone against the darkness. A faint blue aura begins to shimmer around him. He closes his eyes and lets out a soft smile. I should have done this from the very beginning. Jae Hyun's words echo in his head. A hunter has more than one heart. Ho-Jun opens his eyes, focusing every bit of his will into his core. He feels the power surging from his heart, growing more intense by the second. Everything channels into a single point, a massive well of energy, pulsing like a nuclear core within his chest. Core ignition. Ho-Jun grips his sword with both hands, focusing his mind into a razor-sharp point. Two massive waves of power explode outward, enveloping him. The Dark Elf leader recoils, stunned by the sheer pressure. A blinding blue light erupts, leaving only Ho-Jun's silhouette visible in the center of the storm. The elf leader stammers, "This mana, what kind of monster is he?" The raw force of the energy slams into the leader, leaving him paralyzed and forced to endure the onslaught. Amidst the swirling power, Ho-Jun moves with calm purpose. He doesn't say a word. His gray eyes have shifted to a piercing, glowing blue, giving him a terrifying lethal aura. The massive energy continues to surge around him like a tide. His expression is cold as ice, his hair partially hiding those freezing blue eyes. He raises his blade, ready for the finish. The Dark Elf leader flinches. For the first time, he's actually afraid. The surge of power is growing more intense by the second. The light radiating from him is blinding, leaving only the faint, blurry silhouette of Ho-Jun standing in the center. Dark Kale gasps in shock. What kind of mana is this? Waves of raw energy lock onto Kale's position. He stands there frozen, unable to do anything but watch as the massive waves of power slam into his body. His face stiffens in disbelief. Dark Kale can't even wrap his head around what he's witnessing right now. He demands, "How can a mere human possess such power?" And Ho-Jun's face remains a cold mask of indifference, though a closer look reveals he seems almost dazed. The Asher system flashes a notification, activating the active skill, Unity of Man and Blade. He bites his lip hard, bracing for the impact. Blood begins to trickle down from the corners of his mouth, staining his chin. He groans in agony as cold sweat pours down his face. His brow furrows deeply. And Ho-Jun is at his absolute limit, yet his hands still maintain a death grip on the sword in front of him. But then, his body gives out, and everything goes dark. He coughs up a violent spray of blood. Selena watches in horror and screams, "No! Stop this right now! despite the excruciating pain racking his body, and Ho-jun refuses to let go of the blade in his hands. The Asher system continues to flash urgent warnings. Skill level exceeds user capacity. All mana circuits are currently reversing. Warning. Deactivate the skill immediately. If you ignore this warning, you will die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Dark Kale sees his opening. He barks orders to his soldiers to attack, telling them to capture him alive even if they have to tear him limb from limb. And Ho-jun shifts his grip to a single hand, lowers his head slightly, and lets out a long, heavy breath. A power even more terrifying than before is suddenly unleashed, so massive you can practically feel it crushing everything in its path. And Ho-jun hunches over, his long hair once again veiling his eyes and hiding his expression from the world. But his teeth are clenched tight, and blood continues to drip from his mouth. He is in a world of pain after he thinks back to the days he spent drenched in sweat, pushing himself to the brink during his hellish training. I managed to obtain an S-rank skill from that training, but my body still isn't strong enough to handle the strain. He sees the image of a man in his most primal form, sword in hand, with mana radiating from every single swing. Unity of man and blade. Wherever the blade swings, the mana follows in its wake, devastating everything. This is what it truly looks like when you reach the absolute peak of swordsmanship. Finally, the man holds his sword up, mana enveloping his body exactly like an Ho-jun's current technique. With sharp, focused eyes, and Ho-jun dodges to the side. Then, like a whirlwind, he charges straight at the dark elves. He moves like lightning, taking down the dark elves one by one in the blink of an eye. The body and the blade have become one. Immediately after, an Ho-jun strikes with overwhelming force and a terrifying gaze, catching Dark Kale off guard and leaving him no room to counter. Kyle can do nothing but defend, and Ho-jun scowls, thinking to himself, "This guy said his name was Kyle, right? All his follow-up attacks are blocked." He warns himself, "I can't defeat him with this unstable, newly awakened power alone. All I can do right now is buy as much time as possible." He brings his sword down in a heavy vertical strike, but Kyle reads the move and blocks it easily. But if what I'm doing can still help the cause. Suddenly, Kale's blade slams hard into an Ho-jun's stomach. The force of the blow sends him flying. An Ho-jun is tossed back a great distance, creating a wide gap between him and Kale. Kale leaps into the air, lunging forward for a finishing blow. An Ho-jun sees it coming and predicts his next move instantly. He quickly blocks Dark Kale's blade. He thinks to himself, "If I'm truly a conqueror," their swords clash violently, and the collision of their powers creates a blinding flash. Dark Kale pins down an Ho-jun's sword with his own. He sneers with pure contempt. "Watching you struggle like a dying insect is actually quite entertaining. Do you really think I don't know the pathetic state your body is in?" And Ho-jun just tunes out the insults. "Once I've made up my mind, I have to keep my word." As they trade blows, the clashing energy forces both of them to retreat. A long trail of blood spatters across the ground, and Ho-jun mutters under his breath, "I will, for sure." Cold sweat pours down his face, and he looks completely exhausted, but his eyes are burning with unwavering determination. "It has to be me, no one else." And Ho-jun plants one foot firmly, using the friction to stop himself from being pushed back. Instead of retreating further, he looks up. His gaze softens slightly as a faint smirk plays on his lips. "You'll never understand." And Ho-jun pivots on his heel, thinking back to the real reason he's doing all of this. He raises his sword level with his face, gripping it tight with both hands and staring straight ahead with lethal focus. A massive surge of mana erupts from him, and Ho-jun drops into a low stance, pointing his blade directly at Dark Kale. He charged forward at blistering speed, his razor-sharp blade gleaming in the light. Dark Kale didn't even flinch as he watched the boy rush him. If anything, he just gave a mocking sneer. And Ho-jun closed the distance in a flash and swung, but the villain dodged it with ease. He stepped aside effortlessly. Dark Kale's blade nearly pierced Ho-jun, but the boy's reflexes were just fast enough to react. He parried the incoming strikes and immediately scrambled back to create some distance. Seeing Ho-jun retreat like that, Dark Kale just stood there, looking down on him with utter "You lowly insect." And Ho-jun quickly pulled himself together and raised his sword, preparing for another round. He moved like a gust of wind, lunging forward so fast that he didn't even leave a shadow behind. And Ho-jun leaped high into the air, swinging his blade down with everything he had, aiming straight. The sheer force behind the blow was incredible, yet the villain blocked it with a single hand like it was nothing. He looked up, his eyes filled with a twisted, sadistic glee. Ho-jun slashed down and quickly vaulted to the side. He left Dark Kale behind him, but suddenly, a surge of mana rippled through the air. Ho-jun's entire body went stiff, and his eyes widened in shock. Something was horribly wrong. He slammed his sword into the ground for support before collapsing to his knees. Gritting his teeth in agony, Ho-jun slumped forward as cold sweat poured down his face. The Asher system started flashing one warning after another. Warning: the user's body is suffering a critical breakdown. Deactivate the skill immediately. All muscle fibers are becoming paralyzed. Your blood flow is being severely restricted. Despite the excruciating pain, a lethal attack was already closing in from behind. He could sense the danger looming over him, but his body wouldn't move. Dark Kale realized Ho-jun was in bad shape. He seized the opening and lunged forward. A look of pure confidence plastered across his face. The impact was massive, releasing a blinding shockwave of energy that lit up the entire area. From the outside, cracks spider-webbed across the cavern walls as chunks of rock rained down. Somehow, Ho-jun had managed to raise his sword just in time to block Dark Kale's strike. But since his body had already pushed far past its breaking point, the force of the blow sent him flying, slamming him hard against the jagged cliff. The impact left a massive crater in the rock. Ho-jun bowed his head, biting his lip so hard it bled, his eyes burning with frustration. My body. It can't take any more of this. Even though he knew he'd hit his limit, he still tightened his grip on his sword. Using every last ounce of his strength, Ho-jun focused his mana for one final, desperate strike. This was it, the end of the line. His eyes snapped open, filled with raw determination. With a roar, he swung his blade with every bit of power he had left. The force of the attack was so overwhelming, it felt like a bolt of divine lightning crashing down from the heavens. A massive explosion rocked the cavern, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured everything from view. A dark elf stood there frozen, blood dripping from his mouth and staining the ground. And Ho-jun's heart sank, and his pupils shrank in horror. He realized something was terribly wrong. It turns out his powerful attack hadn't hit Dark Kale at all. The coward had grabbed one of his own dark elves and used him as a human shield. The villain stood behind the dying soldier, looking completely unbothered. The dark elf gasped out in pain. Commander Dark Kale. But he didn't care. He felt zero remorse for his comrade, treating the sacrifice like it was just the soldier's duty. Don't worry, you did your part well. The dark elf's body began to disintegrate right in front of him. As the body vanished, it revealed an Ho-jun, who was now completely spent. Dark Kale spoke with a voice. You really are quite useful. And Ho-jun couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed, coughing up a fresh wave of blood. You coward. Before he could say another word, Dark Kale drove his sword straight through the middle of the boy's chest. Blood sprayed as the blade tore through him. And Ho-jun took the hit directly, his consciousness fading fast. Dark Kale just laughed, a vile, triumphant sound. This time, Ho-jun's sword actually slipped from his fingers and clattered onto the cold ground. Kim Do-young watched the whole thing from the sidelines, paralyzed with fear, her hands clamped tightly over her mouth. Dark Kale's blade was buried deep inside him, but Ho-jun was already drifting into darkness. And Ho-jun, Kim Do-young screamed. The air in the cave grew heavy as the shockwaves continued to rattle the stone pillars and walls. At the center of the chaos, Min Jae Hyun was still focused, controlling his chains to tear through the swarms of monsters trying to close in. He glanced over at a dark corner of the cave, where iron cages held the terrified victims of the raid. The atmosphere was grim, with blood pooling beneath the cages. Back where Ho-jun was, the boy actually managed a weak smile. Only 10 minutes? Go on then. Take down the boss and save the others. I'll take care of things here. Suddenly, Min Jae Hyun's eyes glowed with power as he sensed something. A figure was lunging at him from behind, thrusting a razor-sharp spear with lethal intent. Die. Min Hyun tenses his muscles, unleashing a torrent of blazing fire. He spins, narrowly dodging a spear, lunging straight for his heart. Min Hyun throws a devastating punch. The raw power explodes right into the monster's head, incinerating it instantly. His eyes glow intensely as a sinister smile creeps across his face. Standing in the darkness, he lets out a chilling laugh. Ha 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 ha. In the distance, the Monster King sits on his cold stone throne, laughing mockingly. You fool! Do you really think you can win against an army of this size? Around Min Hyun, the flames continue to roar, despite being surrounded by thousands of monsters. Right in the center of the carnage, Min Hyun looks up with total defiance. And why not? The Monster King sneers. Even for a pathetic human like you, you've got some nerve, you worthless piece of trash. His words carry a crushing weight, pressing down on Min Jae. But the hero just casually scratches his head. Worthless, huh? Min Jae's gaze turns ice cold. I've been hearing that since I was a kid. The gravity in the room begins to intensify, and the lesser monsters start to tremble in fear. Even the Monster King feels an overwhelming pressure. Min Jae unleashes a massive surge of power, causing the very ground beneath him to crater. He stares directly at the boss. I've been sick of hearing that for a long time now. The boss's jaw drops as he feels the sheer energy radiating from Min Jae. What are you all doing? Kill him. The mob of monsters immediately lunges at Min Jae, their fear momentarily forgotten. Min Jae takes a breath and activates his active skill. Crimson Hell Chains. Hundreds of blazing chains erupt around Min Jae, swirling with massive energy. The monsters charging at him suddenly freeze in their tracks. But before they can even process what's happening, countless fiery chains lash out at them. The hundreds of chains, radiating intense heat, continue to swarm, tearing through the surrounding hordes. Min Jae leaps into the air, controlling the chains to strike down and decapitate every monster in his path. Min Jae charges forward. The monsters are systematically shredded as the energy-infused chains rip them apart. Rocks within the cavern explode, shaking the entire area. As smoke billows around him, he says with a cold, satisfied expression, I've been wanting to test this new skill for a while now. Since you gave me the perfect chance to try it out, I guess I should actually thank you. Min Jae's icy gaze locks onto the Monster King sitting on his throne. The boss stands up, watching his minions scream as they burn in Min Jae's inferno. His eyes flare with pure killing intent. You bastard! Do you really think I'd let you walk out of here alive after what you've done? The Monster King points a finger at Min Jae from his throne. Min Jae's eyes go blank. He looks over at the iron cages where the captives are being held. The atmosphere is grim, with blood splattered everywhere. The captives have already stopped breathing. Min Jae calmly walks over the corpses of the lesser monsters. His eyes glow with the cold, piercing light of a man consumed by vengeance. Are you actually serious right now? He advances toward the Monster King. Terrified, the boss begins to back away. He looks at the hero and thinks to himself, this is impossible. How can a mere human be this powerful? Ferocious waves of energy radiate from Min Jae, making him look like a monster far beyond the boss's league. The thoughts racing through the Monster King's head only fuel his growing terror. I can't beat him, he screams. You're going to regret this. The Monster King grits his teeth, pointing at Min Jae. Even if you kill me here, the 7 other kings will definitely. Before he can finish, Min Jae's eyes turn to ice as he bursts forward, charging straight at the boss. He delivers a punch straight to the boss's face. The explosive force sends the Monster King flying until he disappears from sight. Min Jae slowly approaches and mutters, Do you really think I care? Min Jae stands in the center, leaning forward from the sheer momentum of his strike. If those guys are so angry, tell them to come find me. Min Jae stands there with an icy, murderous gaze. Meanwhile, near An Ho-jun, a blood-stained sword rests in a scene of absolute tragedy. An Ho-jun has been impaled by the demon, blood splattering everywhere. His eyes are hollow, filled with pure terror. I couldn't do anything. She looks helplessly at An Ho-jun lying on the ground. No, I couldn't even keep up with what was happening. Even as my friend was being struck down, Ina looks on in agonizing despair at An Ho-jun lying in a pool of blood. Ina's eyes are full of despair. Is it just because I'm too weak? She flashes back to their memories, realizing with crushing pain that she's about to lose another friend. The demon turns around. Now, only this little brat is left. He starts walking toward Ina. She's paralyzed with fear, not knowing what to do. The demon reaches out, grabs her by the throat, and lifts her high into the air. He smirks and says, I bet you'll make a tasty little dessert. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Ina! As Ina gasps for air, her vision fading, she struggles to think, I can't lose like this. A sudden explosion of energy forces the monster to look over. Kim Do-dong steps in, witnessing a terrifying power erupting from Do Sung-un. She's walking toward the demon. He stammers in shock. What kind of insane mana is this? Yu Sung-un steps toward the demon with a terrifying pressure. So, you're the one who hurt them? The aura around Yu Sung-un glows brighter and brighter. You'd better think long and hard about your answer, because if it's true, the light around Yu Sung-un blooms, making everyone nearby break out in a cold sweat. Everyone is in total shock. Even the demon is stunned. Yu Sung-un looks like a goddess descending to earth, her light piercing through everyone's souls. She opens her eyes and finishes her sentence. Then you're freaking dead. Suddenly, her hair begins to flow with power. It turns out Yu Sung-un has transformed, now clad in brand new armor. An Ho-jan gazes up at her, dazed. Finally exhausted, he closes his eyes. I've got this, Yu Sung-un says, stepping forward with an icy expression. I'll ask you one more time, the dark being flinches. With a blank face, she asks, did you do this to them? But the only response from the dark one is silence. She frowns, sweat pouring down her face. An Ho-jan is still on the ground, his face deathly pale. Blood has soaked into the dirt, and everyone's eyes turn to him in horror. The dark being smirks, thinking to herself, judging by that mana, there's no way I can win in a fair fight. But if I take them hostage, I might have a chance. She shifts into a fighting stance, still talking big. That's right, it was all my doing. Yu Sung-un's eyes look at her with complete indifference. She just calmly says, is that so? She begins to cast a spell, a glowing aura slowly appearing. I never wanted to get involved with a monster like you. Right then, a system window pops up. Active skill, sacrifice, activated. Co in Ah immediately feels her body getting better. Kim Yoo-jung is also dazed. It turns out Yu Sung-un used her healing magic on everyone. Multi-target healing consumes your vitality. She keeps a cold, emotionless face as she looks toward the group. The dark being is stunned. How can she heal them that fast? What the hell is going on? Even from a distance, Yu Sung-un's body emits a glowing light. A healer doesn't abandon anyone, even if they're the enemy. She steps toward her, but the villain stammers in fear. Wait, only now does she crack a smile. But it's a twisted, eerie smile. I don't like it when people touch what's mine. The dark being's eyes are now filled with nothing but Yu Sung-un's silhouette. She swings her hand instantly so fast that no one can even see what happened. The dark being is sent flying. Kim Yoo-jung's eyes widen in shock as she sees the villain's upper body instantly dissolve into dust. Pretty impressive, don't you think?